do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, good, whatever that is, right? Good, everything. I don't know, this has been an interesting week, right? We're still on Keffals somehow. Every time I think, like, this is the last content I'm doing on Keffals, and then something else happens. Like, literally the story that I was covering, Keffals went and got involved with. So this is not my fault. I'm not trying to do, like, we're not the 24/7 Keffals coverage. It's just that Keffals is, like, what is it? What do you call it? The person of the day, the person of the week, Twitter's person of the week. Do you know what I'm talking about? The thumbnail. The thumbnail is great. You can thank Vamps for that thumbnail, okay? You can thank Vamps for that thumbnail, and you can thank Xerix for that clip that's up on my channel now. If you haven't seen the Keffals MAGA, clip, it's like, don't you want to know what that's about? Did Keffals go MAGA? Is Keffals a Trump supporter now? I don't know. She's there in a Trump hat. Like, that must be, that must mean that, no, that must mean that we're clickbaiting as hard as Keffals is now. So that's gonna obviously get me in trouble when Keffals decides to unblock me. This is the greatest thing. Listen, I gotta say something, okay? Keffals, blocking me is like the best thing that you ever did, right? Because you never notice any of the stuff that I'm doing, and I love it. I love it, Keffals. I love not having to deal with a brigade of your stands on my Twitter every time that I mention you. And yeah, you know, you're the person of the, I don't know, what is it? It's like going on 2 weeks here, right? Keffals is like dominating the news cycle, and not in a good way. She did try to get like attention. She dove into the orchestra pit, right? As we say, the whole Roger Ailes quote, who do you remember from the concert? Is it the brilliant trumpet player, or is it the oh god, who is the person that jumped? The bassoonist? No, the brilliant bassoonist or the trumpet player who dives into the orchestra pit. And obviously it's the trumpet player, because that's, you know, that's wild, right? And Keffals has been diving into the orchestra pit over and over and over again. We thought we were rid of Keffals. We thought we were done with Keffals. But it turns out Keffals is not done with us, is not done with the tender queers, as it were. Is not done with the woke scolds. And so we got to cover more of this, right? Why? Because Keffals decided to get involved in the Hogwarts Legacy thing. So, what are we talking about? Hogwarts Legacy is a AAA video game of Hogwarts that is somehow worse than other Hogwarts material. Why is that? Because one of the worst things in the Hogwarts universe is the fact that the goblins, like, perfectly embody an anti-Semitic trope, right? So much about what J.K. Rowling's has created for the goblins is you know, couldn't be more spot on for, you know, anti-Semitic tropes, right? And, you know, like, we have this issue with kind of like fantasy worlds that have races that, you know, goes back to like Lord of the Rings, right? You have the orcs, who are a horde, massive number, okay, of inherently evil, violent creatures that cannot be, you know, negotiated with, right? And this, like, this kind of corresponds to the way that, like, certain racial groups were seen throughout history, right? So you know, you know, it goes back a long way. But yeah, the goblins are, you know, in control of the banks. They're, you know, they're very possessive of their wealth. They have the gold. You know, there's so much stuff about the goblins that is just, oh my god, Yokio, thank you for the resub. The goblins being scapegoats, leaning into the trope is super unhelpful, yeah. Yeah. And so, like, instead of like if you were J.K. Rowling, or if you were, you know, anybody with the Hogwarts license, right, and you wanted to make a video game, you would think that maybe the thing to do would be like, okay, well, let's take some of this yikes stuff and retcon it a little bit, change it up, right? Because you can retcon stuff and fantasy stuff. Oh my god, we're so used to the retcon, like Dragon Ball Z retcons, JoJo retcons, everything retcons, right? Oh my god, I love how I show being a weeb right there. But anyway, those are my 2 frames of understanding for fantasy stories. But yeah, so everything, you know, you can do a retcon. You can do, you know, you can change things up. You can reveal new parts of the story. You know, maybe the goblins weren't quite, you know, like there's something about the goblins you didn't know before that sheds new light, and now it kind of changes things. That's not what we're doing, though. Adadak, welcome. Zero, welcome. Buffy Geek, Joni, Hyomandra. Princess Z, good to see you. Hasan is Hagrid and Keffals is a witch who plays Dolores Umbridge. Wait. I think doesn't Keffals have the McGonagall hat? I don't know. I don't know that much about Hogwarts, right? So, I wasn't much help to Vamps, this morning. But yeah, this is like, this is like a classic, issue with fantasy stories, right? And you can change them if you find that you've done something bad. Right? And yeah, like echoing anti-Semitic tropes in your depiction of, and also Goblin has been I think it's been used against I think Jewish people have been I think that Goblin to Jewish people connection has been made by anti-Semites before, right? So, it's there already. So if you've got that in your story, you want to change that. But what do? No, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the exact same story and we're going to take you back in history to when there was a goblin rebellion. The goblins were trying to rebel. And what are we going to do with your character? Your character is going to crush that goblin rebellion before it gets out. It's horrible. It's really horrible. Everything about Hogwarts is unremittably horrible. And you've got now Hasan that I don't even know what the hell he's saying, right? I kind of like Hasan. Jessie Gender. We're going to watch Jessie Gender's video. Jessie Gender apparently was kind of a, low-key Hasan fan, too, right? I guess I like Hasan in comparison to, Destiny and Vaush. He seems like the least toxic of the three big, streamers out there, right? So I want Hasan to do the right thing here, and yet, he's done the only good thing I can say about Hasan is he's not playing the game. But he's kind of portraying himself as a victim here. And he's sort of trashing the trans community. His trans community. So we've had the Hogwarts Legacy has come out. People have started to play it because Hogwarts, because of nostalgia, because apparently there's never been a game that people all the other Hogwarts games have been kind of messed up in some way, and I don't know, this one gives people something in the way of what they were looking for from a Hogwarts game, so they've kind of just forgotten about the tropes, forgotten about who J.K. Rowling is, and they just want to kind of they want to go back to a place of nostalgia, right? So long after, the movies were made, after the books were written, they want to go back to that time before they knew what was wrong with their problematic fave. And it's kind of sad. It's really, really sad, actually. The anti-Semitism, yeah. So the problem with Hasan is instead of playing the Hogwarts game, which he put it out there. I'd like to do this as I think it was going to be a charity stream for trans people, and Hasan does a lot of charity work, raises a lot of money. That's great and stuff, but he wanted to do it with this particular game. Obviously, he got enough pushback from it that he decided better of it, right? That he decided that it was going to cause more problems than it's worth. But he's been kind of complaining about that, and that complaining is adding to a narrative of cis streamers centering themselves in the discourse and accusing trans people, accusing a disempowered, marginalized group with a target on our backs. No, we're the bullies. We're the bullies because we're in your community, right? We're giving you our views. We're fans of yours, and we won't shut up, right? So we're bullies, right? And there has been some bad stuff happening. There has been some really bad stuff happening. I want to, get that out of the way. There's some really toxic stuff going on, but it's really not clear. And we know with Twitch, the history of kind of, dubious propaganda coming through with trolls claiming to be something and then turning out to be, no, I'm actually trying to hurt that person, right? I have myself experienced this, right? I have experienced this exact thing personally, right? There's people that made up fake NCC Stan accounts and went over and bothered other streamers, right? So there is probably some harassment going on, and there's probably some toxicity going on, but you don't know that that's not from transphobes. And I am sure a lot of it is, right? And so that's what you've got. You know, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. And Hasan is a trans ally. That's why it hurts, right? That's not something I'd say about Vaush. That's not something I'd say about Destiny or Xander Hall or anybody else. But I mean, you know, yeah, you asked me before this happens, is Hasan a trans ally? Yeah, I've seen him get fragile. I've seen him blow up. I've seen him do ridiculous stuff, right? I've seen him, you know, give inadequate pushback against Christian Walker and then freak the fuck out when somebody in his chat calls him out on it, right? So, but like, I mean, he's the closest thing to a trans ally we've got as far as big streamers. That's why it hurts so much that he is echoing the narratives that trans people are the bullies and that cis streamers are the victims. Please, Hasan, miss me with that shit, okay? Okay? Like, right? This is about as mad as I've ever been at you, honestly. Anyway. Yeah, so what happened? Hasan tested the waters, got a lot of pushback, decided not to play it, went on his alt to complain about it. Then somebody quote retweeted that alt. In fact, I'm trying to remember. Somebody sent me this on Twitter. I think Natalie sent me this on Twitter. Side note, Queer Venture Time is doing a stream for the LGBT charity on the day the game is releasing, but she is going to highlight the LGBT friendly game. Wait, have some people have already got the game, right? The big streamers? Bullying requires some kind of power over the victim. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like, so when you call somebody that you have power over a bully, what you're doing is Darvo and tone policing. And that's really scummy. That really sucks. And it really sucks when that comes from somebody that you know, like I would have considered a trans ally, at least on some level. J.K. Rowling made a thinly veiled trope about gay people being dangerous, and then she retconned the character to be gay. Speaking of that, somebody on Steam got mad that the game had a black and gay. Oh, really? I kind of like Hasan, and when I heard some of what he said, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. No, it really sucks. You can do a yeah, exactly. You can do a charity without playing Harry Potter. And also, like, for everybody saying that this is the biggest game of the year, motherfuckers, it's February. It's February. You didn't even want to wait till Nintendo Live to say maybe this is not the biggest game of the year? Because guess what? You look like idiots now. Trying to be less ableist in my language here, but like, you look really ridiculous now, okay? How about that? You look absolutely ridiculous. You've got egg on your face because guess what they announced? Zelda is coming out. Yeah, you think that might be a slightly bigger game. I don't know. And Metroid, which I've never played. Metroid's like an old school. What is Metroid like Metroid's like really old, right? Older than Zelda, right? Like Metroid's like the original Nintendo, right? So yeah, there's maybe some bigger games than Harry Potter coming out. You settled on at February on like this is gonna be the biggest game of the year. It's not. It's clearly not. The werewolf thing was homophobic. Oh God, yeah, especially the way they cast Harry Potter. Yeah, I think I think I'm picking up on what you're putting down. Like, yeah, that's. I didn't make that connection when I saw the movie. I was like, you know, much younger, but. She compared lycanthropy, no, God, to HIV. Oh my God, I didn't even get that, right? But you're right, that is definitely there. Bomber Guy showcased that you don't need to play modern games at all to raise lots of money. He played Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong says trans rights, okay? J.K. Rowling is never gonna say trans rights, right? J.K. Rowling, there's no way. Let me speak Hasan language. No shot. That's gonna happen. Anyway, how about Spyro the Dragon? Spyro the Dragon. Look where my mind goes immediately. I said Spyro the Dragon. Wait, how do you pronounce it? Do you all pronounce it spironolactone or do you pronounce it spironolactone? A poly people resubscribing. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Polly. I hope you're doing all right. This is really tough, right? Especially for Hasan fans. Especially for Hasan fans that don't like to see him do this, react this way, right? I don't really have that much of a problem with, you know, like if you want to have like a bad take and be a little bit miffed. Hey, Dragon Princess, be a scientist, meow. Be a little bit miffed at like, you know, the like, because you don't understand, like, fine, just, but like, please don't echo the chorus of Darvo against us, and Hasan's doing exactly that, and please don't react like in anger. Don't do a Vaush, right? Hasan, that's what we like about you. That's what we like about you, Hasan, is that you're not Vaush. Or at least most of the time you're not Vaush. This is a pretty Vaushian response, though, honestly, right? This is the most Vaushian I have. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to drive Hasan right into Vaush's arm. I got to be really strategic, because I know Hasan is watching, right? I know you're out there, Hasan, watching me. Yeah, he definitely watches me. No, he doesn't watch me. He doesn't watch me. I remember when the first movie came out and people were like, Harry Potter, the most anticipated movie of the year. My friends were just like, they're releasing the first Lord of the Rings movie in the same year. Wait, did those happen at the same time? He was upset. The trans people in the community told him it was fine. Then Twitter kicked him? Wait. Oh my god. Yeah. There are definitely some trans people in Hasan's community that are kind of telling him whatever he wants to hear. I gotta be honest. Like, right? As an inter-trans community thing, we do not have solidarity yet among our own community. And I know why. I know exactly why, right? Because I got all kinds of shit. And not just from TERFs, not just from transphobes. I got shit from allies, right? For making that thread, calling people out on the wizard game, okay? So I know why you're not saying anything. I know why you're telling Hasan whatever he wants to hear. And I don't think it's a good idea. I would appreciate your solidarity, okay? Let me let you know. Like, I'm trying to avoid being super provocative and talking about pick-me's and stuff like that. But I mean, I understand why you feel pushed to bite your tongue, and I would encourage you not to do so. I don't think you're helping any of us, trans people, that are biting your tongue. Trans people that are saying what you know that cis people want to hear. I don't think that helps, right? I think that you can look at a lot of parallels to what you're doing, and none of them are good, okay? So please recognize, because I don't want this to split the community. I care about trans people, even if you have bad takes, even if you're way too lenient on certain cis media figures. I was lenient on cis media figures as well, right? There's a video of me talking to Destiny where I was way too nice to him. There's a video of me talking to American the Scrub King where I was way too nice to both of them, right? I have changed a lot. All right, so I'm not going to sit up on a high horse and judge you like I have never done that shit before. I have played that game. I have played that same game that y'all are playing right now, and it didn't work out very well for me, because at the end of the day, I did not get picked. No, honestly, what I thought was that if I cater to the emotions of like larger cis creators, then I'll become somebody that they trust, somebody that they like, somebody that they can feel safe enough around for me to give them like that little bit of feedback of like, hey, not Dylan. Not that I'm telling you who you can and can't have on your show. Not that I'm telling you what topics you can and can't cover. But when you're going to have the transphobe on your show to talk about trans people and like, could you just at least not let him gish gallop? Just that one little, like, I thought maybe I could just get one little bit of change, right? I thought I could maybe say, hey, Destiny, I know that you're totally being screwed over by this cancel culture, but could you think for a minute that there might be people that are marginalized, like trans people, black people, etc., right? That are actually like the real victims of cancel culture. Let's be real, okay? You're getting yelled at Twitter. That's not great. I know you don't like that, but there, you know, some people are getting it a lot harsher. Some people are getting silenced. And little did I know that a year, or not a year, not even a year, a few months after that, I would get canceled for just like asking, Mr. Burns, could I please have a little bit of trans rights? You know, I was like Oliver, you know, just like, please, sir, may I have some trans rights? And like, I just got smacked. I got the fucking pimp hand. I'm sorry, I should say the backhand. I don't know what I should say. Actually, I don't know. There's some tropes in there too, aren't there? There's tropes in everything, chat. There's tropes in everything, and we do try to avoid them. And when we don't, we do try to take accountability for ourselves. So here's me taking accountability for falling into that. There's such a, like, the feminine urge to be edgy, but we've seen where that leads with Keffals, haven't we? I'm going to try to be a little bit more cautious about that, right? A little bit more conscious, that's the word. A little bit, pronounce it like dragon, wait, pronounce what like dragon? Spear the dragon, okay, oh god, okay, Spiro, so wait, pronounce it like, oh, I'm so confused. We're talking about how you pronounce Spiro. Like, have I got it right? Is it Spiro or Spiro? Does anybody call it spironolactone? I've always said spironolactone, but I could be wrong. They're trying to steal the shine from the Tears of the Kingdom in May. Metroid was first. Metroid was before Zelda. Okay. Came out the oh, so you're talking about like how old are these games, Metroid and Zelda? He was upset because the trans people in the yeah. Hasan fucked up big time. That's what a lot, yeah, that's how people are feeling. We watched all the cute streamers who wear... Oh, he watches all the cute streamers that wear butterfly clips. That's right. That's what attracts Hasan. True. I literally got in his chat and yelled at him. Oh no, there's an NCC mod. There's an NCC mod going to people's chats. No, I mean, like, here's the deal. Like, Zara's kind of joking. Zara's been in Hasan's chat before. Zara is a previous Hasan viewer, probably even watched Hasan before I did. So this whole idea that, like, somehow the trans community is sending out our you know, minions to go and bother cis streamers. No, these people are in your community, dumbass. These people are already in your community. You're pissing off your community, okay? Can you learn something from Keffals instead of repeating like the same stuff? No, apparently not. God, we like look at how interesting this is. Like I can't even fit all of the title on the screen in the now and next thing. Lots of trans people don't like me. I mean, there's some trans people who don't like me either, but that's usually because they like Gammy instead. I'm the anti-Gammy. That's right. That's right. I don't know. Gammy's looking sad these days, though. Like, right? I think somebody showed me a tweet where Gammy, or somebody was like, you know, Gammy fans assemble. Like, you know, they did the Andrew Tate thing. Like, if she has a million fans, I'm one of them. If she has if she has one fan, I am that fan. Like that whole thing, right? And there was like 8 people responding to that thread. So, not quite what she used to be. She used to bully me, actually. She used to bully me. She used to be larger than me on Twitter and would always talk about me. Ran polls of like, who would you rather be stranded on a beach with, no comment chick or demon mama, right? Like that kind of thing. But now, where is she now? Nowhere, Gammy. Anyway, it's good. Have a good stream. Oh yeah, you're off to the. Okay, well, good luck at your checkup. Here's to not being nice. NCC, it says she's played the... What? NCC is saying she's played the HP game? Oh my god, I'm gonna get on that list, right? Keffals, is it helping saying the boycott is, yeah, stupid and we should focus on legislation? In the same stream, she says she isn't really doing politics anymore. Yeah, I think she said she's not doing activism. I think I heard her say that too. Keffals is my best buddy, it turns out. Yeah, I heard about that, Polly. So Polly had a thread, quote retweeting. Oh my god, it was like, okay. So there was a Demon Mama stream called the Arsler. Like, not called the Arsler, but literally the Arsler itself was Demon Mama's title. And it was like, what was it? Like, Vaush quote tweeted that, and then Keffals quote tweeted Vaush or something. So they were all in there just being like, Arsler, 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 Team Arsler. And Polly, wait, what did you say? Like, this is the epitome of progressivism or something? I don't think that attacking Polly is working out as well. Oh my god, we got void coffee today. Look at that. Jellyfish coffee. Progressives. That was your whole tweet. Progressives. Yo, that's the best way to tweet. Don't give them much to push back on. Don't give them anything. Like, it's like rock climbing, okay? Fighting on Twitter is like rock climbing, right? And if you present like a big nuanced argument, like with lots of, like a thread with like, multiple tweets in it and lots of little things for them, they'll just find the weak spot. They'll just find that crack and they'll put their hand up there and they'll climb up your rock and be like, haha, right? But if you give them just a boulder, just a flat boulder with nothing to grab onto, oh my god, they get so confused, right? And that's what I love to do on Twitter. It's a weird art though. It's like, it's actually, yeah, Polly is definitely here today. Your Twitch is lagging. Okay, that's not good. Anybody else lagging? Because I was having a problem with frames earlier. Hopefully that's, it looks like that's solved, maybe? F. Keffals and Xanderhall for endorsing that game in any way. It reminds me when Sansoy and his friends were doing... Oh god, yeah, they did the distributed N-word. So if you don't know, this is Sansoy, a Twitch streamer, still is Twitch streamer. I guess it got banned for a while, but is now back on Twitch. And Sansoy, Stardust, and some of those people, like the Twitch politics people, right? The doobie adjacent people, basically. They none of them said the N-word, but one of them said N, the next person said I, the next person said G, that, you know what I mean? Like they spelled out the N-word, like, da 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 da. So it's like Julius Caesar. You know how like they couldn't arrest anybody for Julius Caesar getting murked because like everybody took a stab at Caesar. It's the same kind of thing, right? It's the same kind of thing, but it's more ridiculous, right? I feel like there was more. Your other pal, Xanderlol. As a gamer, just say it's based on Fable 1, 2, and 3, which is a great game on face value. The game itself is amazing. The choice not to buy this due to who it is affiliated with, but the game itself I like. Although it will contain elements that I also disagree with. Yeah, that's the other thing too, okay? So I want to say something, because I have been seeing people talk about the... No issue on mobile. Good. I've been seeing people like refer to slippery slope arguments. Now, what is that about? What slippery slope? Is that like if I see something that you're saying that's kind of a slippery slope, and this thing could lead to this thing, and this thing could lead to that thing, and that, like, before we know, we're being like, we're acting like Vaush does with horses and lizards? That's not what the slippery slope is about. It's called the slippery slope fallacy, okay? And a fallacy is a bad argument. A fallacy is like a textbook bad argument, right? So pointing out a slippery slope means that you yourself are falling into the slippery slope fallacy. That's not an own. That's not the own you think it is. It's a cell phone, right? When you're doing that, Here, let me pick up my cell phone. Here, we go, cell phone. Oh my god, it's a cell phone. Yes, it's a cell phone. I can't say it. It sounds like I'm saying cell phone. Fuck me. Or not. No lag so far. Nice. I came out there doing as much as I want to because of my disabilities, but these guys could. Oh, you can't be out there doing as much. Yeah. I wish the streamers would get off their asses and actually do something. I never got into HP, into Harry Potter, not reading it and not seeing the films. No reason for me to buy it. I think I probably, the first Harry Potter movie I saw was the one with Cedric Diggory, and I cried. I cried. I mean, I wasn't a huge like Hogwarts fan or anything like that, but I remember somebody took me to see that, and it was like very sad. I was like, no, Uncle Spyro. Oh my God. So like Spyro, it is Spyro. It is Spyro. Other people, Spiro. Yeah, that's how I pronounce it too. But maybe I'm wrong. Been following Hasan since 2018. Just call him Spiny. Oh, wait, the dragon? Are we talking about the dragon, or are we talking about the pharmaceutical? The diuretic, the potassium sparing, sodium expelling, it's not a, it's a like anti androgen. Yes, it's an anti-androgen. That's what it is. Team Arsler shooting for the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. That's right. Meowth. That's what people. This is about people that make people not understand that people can do more than one thing. Oh yeah. There's a lot of nuance being lost here, and that's what I'm talking about with the whole slippery slope thing. Like people will I've heard Keffals do this a lot. This is like a Keffals classic. Video paused. No, thank you. We don't need that. Why are you doing that to me? There we go. Yeah, there's a ton of things. Food Not Bombs is a great organization, which I would encourage any or all of you to get involved with, right? Even if, let's say that, you know, you're not a person who has a lot of extra time, you're a person who has food insecurity, get involved with Food Not Bombs, and they will give you food, not bombs. That's right. Like, you know, they usually have a program where they collect food from grocery stores, which would otherwise be thrown out. It's perfectly good, and they'll let you have it. But yeah, if you have the chance, you can help them out too. You know, if you have a vehicle, they need drivers, they need people to pick up the food. If you like to cook, they also do meals, right? Food Not Bombs is a great organization that very much meets people at the ground level of, you know, like the very basis of the pyramid of the hierarchy of needs, right? I love Food Not Bombs. In fact, they have gotten me through some tough times, and may in the future as well. What's up, City of Doors? Oh my God, I'm so far behind in chat, aren't I? This can't be close to Fable. This game is literally not good. I just don't want to play Hogwarts game. I'm just done with Harry Potter. I remember Fable being more varied. What do I mix Fable up with like a there's like an anime that I mix up Fable with. All I remember about Fable was Simon from the Yogg's cast getting stuck in a tree. Like literally getting no clipping in a tree and getting stuck. I'm taking Council of Geeks position on the slippery slopes. It's a bad argument except for when a precedent exists for the same thing. Like a hateful, yeah, that's the thing. It's like if something really will lead to something else and you can sort of point that out, then yeah, I mean, it makes sense. But in a lot of cases, it's just this hypothetical. Like for instance, the conservative argument that allowing gay marriage is going to that you know it's gonna cause people to want to marry animals or something like that, right? No, that the law is about humans marrying, animals marrying would have. Humans marrying animals would be a completely different thing, right? That there's nobody's asking for that. You're just pulling that. That's an ass pull, right? And most slippery slope arguments are ass pulls. Goblet of Fire, yes, Spark That Blood. That's what I was talking about. I loved Goblet of Fire. I really liked that one. I feel like the core principle here is just voting with our dollars, isn't it? I mean, there's that, and there's. I feel like a lot of people understand what's wrong with J.K. Rowling. I feel like a lot of people understand what's wrong with the plot of Harry Potter in terms of the anti-Semitism. But for some reason, there's like not a connection between that and like they understand these things. So you're like, great, that's cool. We got trans allies, right? And that's really all that it's for, right? This argument is for trans allies. If you hate trans people, you're going to play that game, or you're not going to play that game, right? Like, if you like that game, you're like, I can't really make an argument to somebody who doesn't give a fuck about trans people. All right. But if you say that you do give a fuck about trans people, right? If you say that you do recognize what's wrong with J.K. Rowling, and if you say that you recognize anti-Semitic tropes when you see one like blood libel, which is like literally the game, it's not just the goblins, it's the goblins with like a blood libel element like added to it, right? So it's more anti-Semitic. It's it's getting worse, right? It's not getting better. It's not being retconned. It's not being like changed or reclaimed in any way. It's getting worse, right? But then you just like, oh, but no, it's a game. It's a game. Well, what if the game was like had elements of like Birth of a Nation? You wouldn't play that, right? Like if you had a game, like you know the film Birth of a Nation. It's about the, oh my god, like. No, actually, people would. Actually, people would, because nobody knows what the fuck that. This is. I'm talking about the first blockbuster movie in the United States history. And what is the plot? The glorious Ku Klux Klan saves innocent white people from the menace of the, you know, I mean, it's bad. It's, yeah. Basically, it was around the time that Northern whites started to have more sympathy for the lost cause of the Confederacy than they did for black people, where they saw themselves in, you know, the Confederacy, in the, you know, southern, like, right. So that was a blockbuster. The president had a screening of this movie in the White House. Okay, this was like a huge thing, right? The second blockbuster, Gone with the Wind, also with that, you know, kicking that same, like, I mean, maybe like not as like you know, blatantly racist. No, God, it was like, I mean, it's the same kind of thing, right? These are the two first blockbusters in the United States history, right? And people went to see that. But like, I guess what I'm saying is that like you would think that people wouldn't want to, because stories. Here's the thing, like we talk about narrative a lot, and usually when I'm talking about narrative, I am talking about the narrative of politics, like a narrative presented by Matt Walsh, a narrative presented by Vaush, something like that, right? Usually that's what I mean by narratives, but there's also narratives in the video games and the stories that we play, right? And these narratives have a sense of morality. If you have a character that is just a complete, you know, piece of garbage, generally you're not going to sympathize with those characters. Now, like, I mean, I guess there could be exceptions. There's people that are big Patrick Bateman fans and, you know, the Joker and stuff like that, right? But, you know, you would hope that there's some kind of moral element in your story, because the story is reflecting the morality of the culture, right? And so when the stories that we get are like literal repetition of racist tropes, you'd think that we could keep people off of that, but we can't. What's up, Bread Bro? Good to see you. The author of The Lightning Thief is trans friendly. Nice. Oh my god, I haven't. Birth of a Nation was the first film ever screened in the White House. Yeah, and it was a huge, like I said, it was the first blockbuster. It was like, you know, the biggest film of its. Oh no, Turner Diary reading streams for charity. People wonder why we need critical race theory. Oh my god, there's so much chat that I'm trying to catch up with. Oh my god, I am so far behind on chat. Wow. This is what it feels like to be Hasan. If we allow gay people to marry, people will be marrying toasters next. I read all the books and watched the movies up till Order of the Phoenix. Oh, I liked Order of the Phoenix too when I was little. The Owl House is better than Harry Potter. I need to get into that. Wait, isn't that like when they're like making fun of like CalArt stuff? Isn't like the Owl House like the go-to now of like shitlords? Discworld. Oh, that's another series I need to check out. That's Terry Pratchett, right? I feel like a lot of people want to be seen as allies, but not enough not to buy this fucking game. Not buying HP. Wait, HP Harry Potter Hogwarts. Okay, I was like trying to figure like Hog. Full hog. It's a show of allyship, but people act like this is the thing. It's like you're not being asked to go out of your way. and do an action, right? You're not being asked to like, this is not a pain in your ass. It's just like asking you to not like be a part of a horrible game by a virulently like a virulently transphobic author with huge like unmistakable elements of anti-Semitism baked into the crust, right? Like Jon Stewart recognizes this. Now he kind of walked it back a little bit, but he sees the tropes, right? He sees the tropes, right? It's weird. Yeah, even Jon Stewart got pushed back for pointing out the obvious tropes. I'm not buying it because I've been told it would be transphobic of me to buy. I'm not buying it. Yeah. So since I oppose transphobia because I just accept that we all coexist, I won't buy it. But there are other things I still do, like eat meat when I'm told I shouldn't. I don't eat meat as much as I used to, though. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. Like, right, look, I grew up with a sister who was maybe a little bit more conscientious than I was, right? And she tried to go vegetarian in high school. And I always had this, like, disconnection between like the food that I ate and how I felt about animals. I loved animals. Animals, like I absolutely love animals. In fact, my farm animals that were being farmed to be eaten, right? I had affection for, right? Like, God, not in a Vaushian way. I should specify. But like I thought, animals were adorable and awesome, and I loved animals. But I ate a lot of meat. I grew up in a family that like barbecued a lot, right? So my sister went vegetarian, and my first reaction was to make fun of her. And I told her, "You can't do that." I think I was actually a little bit jealous of her, honestly. And she failed. She went back to eating meat because one day I think she was supposed to be at cheerleading practice or something, and she had to leave early because she felt sick. Now, she didn't understand that when you take meat out of your diet, meat's a very calorically dense food, okay? So we got protein in there, which is as much calories as carbs per gram. Then we got fat in there, which is a little bit more than twice as much calories than carbs. And there's a decent amount of fat in meat. So when you're eating meat, that's a dense caloric, package, right, that you're eating. If you take that out of your diet and you don't replace it with anything, you don't replace the protein and you don't replace the fat, then you're gonna be hungry. You're gonna be undernourished, right? So I made fun of my sister for failing at her, something that she wanted to do for like moral reasons, right? And then I remember in high school there was this kid in my class who wanted to go vegetarian, and I made fun of him too. I was like, "You can't do that. My sister tried that and she got sick. You're gonna have the same thing happen." And he was like, "Yeah, I am gonna do that. And guess what else? I'm gonna talk to my parents and see if we can get the school to make me, something that's vegetarian instead of making me pick the meat out of whatever they cook for everybody else, right?" And he did it. And I remember like going to lunch, he was like in front of me in line, and like we just get whatever, you know what school food is like, right? That's what we got. But he got a quesadilla. He got a, tortillas with cheese in the middle of it, right? And I was kind of like looking at that quesadilla and looking at my food and looking at that quesadilla. I was like, that kind of looks better. That kind of looks better than what we're eating, right? And so when he didn't die, when he continued to be vegetarian, I realized that I could do it too. And once I realized there was nothing stopping me from doing it, I just did it, and I never looked back. And probably way, happier for it. People should know about Birth of a Nation by now. I'm just imagining people being psyched about, but yeah, exactly. That's what this game is like. That's what this game is like, right? I mean, with an added element of fantasy, right? But it's like, you're interacting with a story as the bad guy, and being praised for that. Yes, you put down the Goblin Rebellion. Good job. Like, right, we got to keep the... Oh my God, I don't even want to say it. Right? But you know what I'm saying. I'll never be... to be fair, the North never cared about black people. That's true. Yeah. but they're by the time Birth of a Nation came around, they'd gotten around to like not hating they're enemies, they're blood enemies, the you know, traitors, the traitors of the Confederacy, right? They no longer consider them traitors because it was like, you know, enough time had passed, and yeah, you're right, they didn't have any sort of care for black people whatsoever. I'm pissed about streamers streaming the transphobic legacy. I would play a game where you're fighting the yeah, that's what the game that you should be playing, right? Listening, I listened to the audiobooks until Goblet, watched the movies until Order, tried to watch the other movies, but I fell asleep. Also, if I recall, the author of the yeah, you know, I honestly like even I think I saw every movie after Goblet of Fire, and I didn't really like have any consciousness of that being like problematic until like, you know, after all the movies were out. A staff member on a LGBT plus Discord was also hyping it up. To be fair, the Joker, wait, which Joker? Because there's several Jokers, aren't there? You know, actually, here's the thing about the Joker. The Joker is such a malleable character that even I have like a non-canonical version of the Joker. Like, here's how I would write the Joker, okay? Like, I would have the Joker be like, he's like in his he's in his upper 30s or lower 40s, okay? And whenever Harley Quinn hits on him, he like pushes her away. And it's not because he's an asshole. It's because he knows that he's not good for her, and he knows that she should be with somebody her own age, right? So he's a nice Joker, right? And he wants Harley Quinn to go back to school and stuff, and he's all trying to be like fatherly, and like, you know, like that's like my Joker would be played by, oh my god, who's that guy from MASH? You know who I'm talking about? Oh my god, there's several guys from MASH, but like the famous one. He was in a bunch of other stuff. Can anybody think of who I'm talking about? Yes, Alan Alda. I would have Alan Alda from I don't know how many years ago. Alan Alda. Well, wait, yeah, because Alan Alda's like, is he? I don't even know if the guy's alive anymore, right? But that's my Joker. My Joker is a total sweetheart, right? My Joker is probably honestly like. Anyway, I don't even want to get into I'm gonna psychoanalyze No Comment Chick and her weird issues too, if I'm not careful. But you're not here for that today, are you, chat? It sounds like a good, yeah, very good, a wholesome Joker. My Joker is a wholesome Joker. The Joker hates Karens too. The Joker is a total Karen. No, Hasan ignores the chat a lot. I need to see the Owl House. I need to see the Owl House too. Also, Gravity Falls. I haven't seen Gravity Falls. Meow, contact vamps. Meow. At the very least, play that garbage by yourself. Oh yeah, Vamps, we gave you a shout out earlier for the thumbnail. People really like your thumbnail, by the way. I don't know if you caught that, but people love your thumbnail. Play that garbage by yourself. Don't. Yeah. There we go, Bread Bro. You got the take, right? I don't really care. Like, and I can't stop you from buying a game. I can't stop you from playing a game. I would hope you would maybe find a way to play the game without buying it, if you know what I'm saying, but I can say no more. But I'm not encouraging that by any means, right? I'm definitely not encouraging that. I'm just saying, like, I don't like you buying the game, is what I'm saying. But yeah, broadcasting it, you know, hyping it up, being part of that hype machine. That's the issue that I have, right? Only people that should be mocked are the super annoying vegans. True, I have met them. Yo, I was like on vegan YouTube for a while, and there's some super annoying vegans that I I've definitely seen some trashy vegans. Can't eat pigs. They are so smart. Yeah, fat. It's 9 calories per gram. True. My Muslim heritage made me barely eat pork my whole life. Protein, yeah, 4 grams per calorie, true. Does anybody know what alcohol? Alcohol, how many calories in alcohol? I'm so mean. Yeah, I can smell meat cooking now, and it doesn't smell right to me. I'm the same way. I don't actually get hungry by it. I get like kind of a little bit grossed out. I mean, I try not to be judgy about it, you know? Like, I don't want to be like, your food is gross to anybody. I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. I argued with a transphobic vegan once. Okay, they're definitely out. I've seen some, I've seen some. I don't want to. I don't want like. I'm almost okay. Let me describe to you one vegan, and just with the caveat that this is one. I've known a lot of vegans, and there was only two that were like this. But yeah, this guy was like a shit poster, right? And he was a vegan. And one day he came on stream or made a video or something like that, and he had like he rebranded himself to the vegan Nazi. No joke, right? No joke. Guy rebrands himself to the vegan Nazi, and he said, and he starts talking, and he's like, I read this book called, or like I watched this documentary called, what is it, like The Greatest Story Never Told or something like that, and it's like Hitler as hero is like the way that this documentary goes. And he's like, and I got new merch too, and it was like, I think it was like a swastika that said like vegan on it or something like that. Yeah, it's wild. There are two. Yeah. The other one that I know, and I won't even talk about that person because that person just likes attention. I don't want to give him any more attention. But there is also Corey and Tara McCarthy, members of the vegan community and alt-righters, like legit, right? And this was a big issue. There were vegans that were platforming Corey and Tara McCarthy to talk about veganism that didn't realize at first that their other hobby was being, fascists. And they really took some convincing to stop platforming these people. So yeah, there's both vegans that are absolute trash in terms of their worldview, and there are vegans that are just don't seem to be connected enough to real world to know what was wrong with platforming. Alan Alda is Corey and Tara McCarthy. Alan Alda is alive. He's 87, but he's diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2015, so he's probably not going to be able to play the Joker. That's too bad. Kind of missed the boat on that one. I should have gotten to screenplay writing earlier. Hitler, I've heard weird things about Hitler. The vegetarian story, I heard a version of it where he, for some reason in Germany, if you deny yourself things like meat, it's considered to be virtuous. And a lot of what Hitler did was like propaganda, was like because like his whole thing was like, he was supposed to be the greatest man. He's supposed to be the fucking awesome dude, right? And so like that was kind of like propaganda put out, right? Because the dude loved liver dumplings, and as far as I understood, never gave up the liver dumplings. So. But yeah, he put out propaganda. The other reason for Hitler to have propaganda that he was vegetarian was that he wanted an alliance with Gandhi, apparently. Like, right? Am I right about this? I think Gandhi was in power at the same time, or at least was an influential figure, and he was trying to do diplomacy, with, like, his Aryan thing? So, they think that they see a connection between themselves and like India based on like I don't even know. Alan Alda in the Mephisto Waltz is great. I think he's quite Oh wait, he can actually be scary. He can actually be kind of evil, right? But yeah, there's some weird stories about like Hitler's vegetarianism. I don't even know what's true and what's false as far as that goes, but regardless, yeah, there's definitely some bad vegans out there. If you want a diet that is restrictive in the same way, you need to read up on nutrition and see a dietitian. Yeah, and the American Dietetics Association has put out a position paper about vegetarianism and veganism, where they say it is suitable and nutritionally adequate for all ages, including children and pregnant people. So yeah, it's they diet ADA approved. Impossible burgers are as good as meat burgers, just super expensive. I think people do get themselves in trouble though when they switch, because it's like kind of like you didn't grow up with you didn't grow up eating vegan. You know how to make a decent like diet for yourself. You know how to maybe you do, maybe you don't, right? But a lot of people know how to make a decent diet for themselves with meat, but they don't really know how to do it with vegetables, right? Because it takes some getting used to, for sure. I eat meat, but I can't cook it. Usually, if I'm making tacos or meat sauce for my partner, they need to brown the meat the day before because I can't. Oh, the smell is, yeah, my mom used to do that. Yeah, it's quite a smell. I like the, I didn't mind it as a kid, but now I think I'd be bothered. Transphobic legacy, right? They should stream Hi-Fi Rush instead. I just don't cook pork at all and have to leave it for, oh yeah, a few hours before if they make the bacon. It smells so bad. Oh, okay, so I'm not the only one who doesn't like the smell of bacon. Um, I've never watched Monty Python's Holy Grail movie. Every time I got a crippling migraine. MASH. Oh yeah, yeah, MASH because of Alan Alda. It seems like a rehash of Annie Hall, but more wholesome. Borrowing the game from your local library and playing it privately, of course, of course, of course. Yeah, so just so you know, like on that whole, fascist vegan tip, right? What that's from is the fact that the alt-right and QAnon, they try to infiltrate communities. And it's been said before, and I'll say it again, if a community is not specifically, consciously, intentionally anti-racist and anti-fascist, it will become a target for those people, right? If it doesn't have the mechanisms within it, the social mechanisms to push those people out, i.e. the furry community, they tried to infiltrate the furry community. Furries did a good job of pushing those people out. Then it will get infiltrated, and especially when it comes to like natural health kind of stuff, you're gonna see that in the QAnon has made prolific inroads into natural health, and veganism is connected to natural health, right? Like there's some overlap there. So yeah, like I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to make more of a push into veganism now. Hitler had atrocious flatulence, possibly. I don't know about this, but Hitler was not vegetarian in the 60s. His personal chef put up a book claiming that some of his favorite dishes were turtle soup. Turtle soup. Okay, wait. Isn't that like the Shredder from Ninja Turtles likes to eat turtle soup, stuffed pigeon, and sausages? It's like a weird purity thing, similar to the the no-fap. Natural health and alternative medicine, all that stuff. Yeah, eventually leads to anti-vax bullshit. Yeah, I mean, like the thing is, yeah, they didn't have the defenses in those groups, and they're so used to kind of this. There's a strong like anti-establishment tendency in those groups that QAnon was able to really make some hay over. What's up? Because I am weird. Would the library be transphobic too? I'm not sure. I feel like if you feel the game is transphobic, it doesn't matter how or where the game is placed, except that it totally does, right? I totally agree with that, except that like the opposite. So yeah, I think we're in alignment there. I used to have to regularly render a bunch of bacon for a restaurant. Oh my God. I used to have to I'm trying to remember, work in a place that served a lot of chicken, and the chicken was frozen, and it came in these huge these huge plastic containers, and you would like I'd have to run it. I'd have to grab, like, it was really heavy, grab the container, put it into the sink. It's one of those like drop down metal sinks, right? And then run hot water over it, except since it's frozen, the water never stays hot. Hey, no, you know what? I wasn't allowed to use hot water. We were supposed to use cold water because they didn't want the chicken to go bad or something like that, right? So cold water on the chicken, let it soak for a little while, let it unfreeze, and then I'm pulling the chicken apart, like, and my hands, like, I could only have my hands, like when you put your hands in ice water, you literally can't stand that for like they use this as like a test for like, you know, your resolve, your willpower. Like how long can you have your hands in cold water? Because it's tough. But anyway, yeah, I used to have to do that. It was horrible. Our medical system doesn't help. One time I tried an alternative treatment when my doctor at the time refused to help me. I'm gonna steal the "I agree with you, except the opposite." Feel free to, right? That's a useful tool in your arsenal. So let's dive straight into. We're gonna watch. I think we're gonna start off watching Jessie Gender's take on this. Then we'll go to Twitter for a little bit. Hasan's got a video on this. I know that's gonna make people mad, but we gotta see what Hasan's saying. Okay, here we go. Don't stream the wizard game. There we go. This is Jessie Gender, everybody. Who, by the way, like, I gotta say, okay, Jessie Gender is my hero. If any of you don't know, and I'm gonna say this because like there's a lot more of you here than were here the last time I talked about this. The reason that I have my YouTube channel back, right, is Jessie Gender retweeting me. Yeah? Jessie Gender was there in the clutch for me, right? But not just that, right? Jessie Gender has been calling out Matt Walsh. That gets you harassed. Jessie Gender wrote an article for GameSpot about, like, was one of the only people, like, talking about this, got harassed for that, right? Jessie Gender is a warrior for trans people and has really been putting herself out there. And like I said, she's my hero. She saved my butt for sure. And she also, like, people were bugging her about the Keffals thing. Now understand, like, who she is. She makes her videos for the trans community. She very much does not want to alienate people, right? And so when the Keffals thing came along, people wanted her to have a take on it. And she was busy dealing with the Hogwarts thing. She literally, do you know how much you have to dive into and wade into to figure out the Keffals stuff, right? If you really want to have a meaningful take on Keffals, it's a lot. And she doesn't have time for that. And that's not what she's doing. She's not there to, like, adjudicate, we know what's wrong with Keffals, right? We understand what's wrong with Keffals, but she just couldn't really, that's not her beat. But her beat is this, things like J.K. Rowling, things like Hogwarts Legacy, right? So when Keffals tweeted out, I don't see, wait, what, like, should we look at I feel like I should look at Twitter first. Here it is. No. There we go. Okay, so like I said, Jessie's beat is not Twitch streamers. Jessie's beat is not Keffals, right? That's not what she talks about. That's not what she deals with. And she was very busy and also very harassed. This week after the article for GameSpot, right? So, but Keffals kind of inserted herself into this. Let's take a look here. Okay, it's really embarrassing that people decided to bully Hasanabi into not streaming the Wizard game for charity when the material harm from playing the game. Material harm. Are these people incapable of conceiving of harm, material harm coming from something immaterial? Because, like, this is basic, like, dialectical materialism here, right? Material harm. So like, I mean, I feel like we're kind of invoking Marx here. Maybe not, but like, I mean, like, Keffals used to be a communist at some point, right? So material harm, right? The way that dialectical materialism works is that, you've got the base, which is the material conditions, and then you've got like the superstructure, which is our minds. And without material, without food, our minds don't work. So this is primary. But in the same way that the material conditions affect our human thought forms, our inventions, our language, our culture, all that other stuff, all that immaterial stuff, right? Material stuff has an effect on immaterial stuff. But then, oh my god, thank you whoever's bubbling my bubble. Contact Vamps, 1 month tier 1 gift sub to Bread Bro. Thank you for gifting Bread Bro with that sub. The subs really help because it keeps you from getting sucked into the ad breaks, right? Which suck. It sucks when you get sucked into the ad break. Anyway, so yeah, you've got the material. It affects it affects the culture. It affects our thoughts. It affects the immaterial aspect of human life. But also, then that immaterial aspect of human life comes around and affects the material again. Because, like, let's say you got food from digging up tubers from the ground and, like, grinding them and eating some kind of mash that's pretty, doesn't have a lot of calories in it. But then you invent fire. You use your immaterial thoughts to control this force of nature of fire, and you cook the tubers with the fire, and now you can eat more. And you think more thoughts, and you think right. So yeah, there's an effect between these two things. To prioritize material and ignore the immaterial, right, is foolish. Is absolutely foolish and useless, and not the way that things work. So like, yeah, be a materialist, right? But understand the relationship between the material and the thought forms, the culture, everything else, right? So yeah, these things can have material effects, right? For instance, a trope. A trope is an immaterial thing, right? You can't show me a trope. You can't bring me a trope. You cannot put a trope on a platter for me to like cut up and dissect, right? A trope's not a physical thing. But do you think that tropes might have some effect? Do you think that tropes might have some effect on our material world? Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. So there it is. Keffals, your argument is like ridiculous. Like, do I need to seriously, I don't know what to tell you. But if you're gonna stay away from politics and stay away from activism, maybe that's for the better. I don't know. I don't know what happened to you, Keffals. I really don't know. But anyway, sorry, I got hung up on that material thing right there. From playing the game is practically null. So there's no material harm from playing the game. So in other words, if I play the game, like Voldemort's not going to come in my doorway and cast Avada Kedavra on me or something like that, right? True. That I do realize that. I do recognize that. J.K. Rowling is not going to like bust through my window and stamp TIM on my head or you know what I mean? And like that's true. It's not like that. It's not like a direct effect, but there is an effect. And when we don't challenge these things, we allow that effect to go on unabated. And so please don't. Like, I don't know how hard this is to explain. Okay, so I'm seriously considering streaming the game. Oh my god, of course you are. Of course you are. Anything to trigger the woke scolds, right? Anything to trigger the tender queer community, right? Of streaming the game while raising money for charity for trans community if other leftist streamers won't do. Oh my god, we need somebody to play the turf game. Thank you, Keffals. You are willing to make the hard choices, the real sacrifices. Look at that. Look at what Keffals is doing for us, chat. Why can't you just play another game? It's literally the biggest game. You're wrong. Again, we disproved this earlier, right? February 8th. Okay, so this was yesterday. I don't know what time this went on. but she should have known, like, right, Nintendo Live was going on probably right when she tweeted this. The amount of people you would bring in would drive donations, promise. No, you just want to play the game because it's controversial and it'll get your ass trending, and that's what you did. That's what you did, Keffals. Let's be real. Let's be real. This is not about trans people. This is about you. It's always been about you. And that's all you're about, just like Vaush, right? The left's hyperfixation on boycotting this one specific bad product has drawn an enormous amount of attention to it. I don't think they understand that massive leftist streamer bullied out of playing Hogwarts Legacy is a great... You're gonna get that anyway. Anytime you fucking push, anytime you advocate, anytime you fight, you're gonna get called a bully while you're defending your community from the real bullies. That's true. That's true, Vaush. You either have to be okay with that, or you don't want to fight, or you're not a comrade, right? I think the part that pisses me off the most is how cucked the left is. No, I think, Keffals, actually, you're kind of the one that's cucked here, right? Like, you're literally like, hey, normies want to play the turf game, so you like, I don't like using that terminology, and obviously there's a really nasty trope inherent in this, all right? But I know what she's saying about that, and she's saying weak, how weak the left is, right? Keffals, you're the one who's weak. You're the one who's giving up. You're the one who's selling us out. You're the one who's betraying us. You're the one who's weak. Come on. Come on. And you've been weak ever since you accepted this guy. Ever since you locked arms with Vaush and White Nervosa and all the rest of these scumbags, right? You're the one who's weak. You're the one who's giving up. You're the one who's not fighting for trans people, right? And like you said, you don't care about advocacy. You don't care about activism. You don't care about any of this stuff. You care about you and your shitty little edgelord community that you're creating by purging all the Tinder queers out of it. So congratulations, I guess, right? 20K and counting. 20K and counting. Keffals is going to make it 30K. Keffals is going to make it 40K. Keffals is going to make it 50K. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Keffals, what do you call them? Keffals, refugees? Keffugees. Yeah, Keffugees. Come on in and join. Come on in and follow. Okay, we're open arms for all the Keffugees out there. What's up, Punk Rock Mononoff? How come chat has like the best names? Punk Rock Mononoff, you fucking rock. That name is so cool. Keffals is making the same argument as Jordan Peterson. Yes, she sounds like Bill Maher. Yes. Oh my god, that's the road that she's going down. This is Dave Rubin 101. This is what these people are doing. This is Dave Rubin time. Right, and I gotta say, Punk Rockamananoff, after reading out your name, if you had had a bad take, I would have been so sad. But no, you had a fucking awesome take. So thank you, and thank you, and thank you again. Super Logos, Mickey makes mixtapes. Taco Cat, Keffals bravely falling on the sword to play and stream the wizard game. Yeah, she's gonna play the turf game for us. Thank you, Keffals. That's so nice of you. She's going through a Blair White arc. God, let's hope she doesn't end up there. I mean, she's, pretty bad, but she definitely has some Blair Whites in her community, but let's not talk about them right now. Keffals bravely, yeah. Thanks for standing up to her. I mean, anytime. It's kind of what I do, right? This is my brand, right? The person that nobody else will say shit to, I'm the one who says shit to, right? Maybe some new games. Sadly, Transphobic Legacy has more views, but anything with a lot of views would be better. Yeah, and there's new stuff coming out too, right? Every day. Paying an insurance against having transphobia. Sadly, 2023 is the worst time for the left to divide again, all over an average video game. Yeah, well, it's all over a lack of solidarity. It's all over, like, this is the thing, is that, like, Keffals embodies not just, like, bad takes, but kind of the sloppy thinking that gets you there. Yeah, like I said before, like, there's no understanding of the, the fact that a slippery slope fallacy is just that, a slippery slope fallacy. It's not a slippery slope argument, so therefore you own somebody, right? It's a fallacy. It's like, you go to your atheist freaking skeptic, like, you know what I'm talking about? The argument charts, the I can't speak. The argument charts, you know, where they talk about like the different types of fallacies. There's the no true Scotsman fallacy, and right next to that, you're going to see a slippery slope fallacy. These are fallacies. You shouldn't be using these. These are not like, oh, hey, I'm going to use a no true Scotsman here. Let me grab that. Let me grab the slippery slope. Let me grab the false dichotomy from up here. No, you don't grab those. Those are bad arguments. Those are examples of arguments you should not be making. Those are like easy little traps that our minds fall into that you should try to keep yourself out of if you want to have a sound argument. And I'm just talking to you from one, you know, former debate perv to a current debate perv, right, Keffals? That's all I'm saying, right? Even if you have no like heart, you know, you have nothing good in your heart, like, right, you could certainly understand that on a basis of facts and logic, you're still wrong. Anyway, let's get back to Jessie Gender's take here. I like Hasan overall, but this is the wrong take. With his platform, he doesn't need to use and give attention to a game that supports an economy of hate to do so. Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. Money that ends up in J.K. Rowling's hand ends up in like turf, you know, it ends up funding turf priorities. And clout that ends up in J.K. Rowling's hand ends up, you know, supporting turf nonsense too. What he should do is play a game by a trans creator that no one knows and do a charity stream. The whole thing is like the boost that you get is from the controversy, right? You don't have to be like, you don't have to give in to this, you know, like popular game in order to benefit from the controversy. If you refuse to play it, there's going to be controversy around that too. I don't know. See, go back here. I'm going to find a random small streamer chick. Here we go. Random small streamer check and scroll down, scroll down. Oh yeah, that's what I'm looking for somewhere in here. There it is. Okay, so I've never felt worse at any point in my career. This is Hasan's alt. I've never felt worse at any point in my career than I do now. At the heels of almost raising 1 million, I hate the left. I hate the right. I legitimately want to quit. The only thing keeping me going is not caving to, oh my god, to ableist language. Yeah, that's great. Oh wait, let me scroll. Wait, I can't scroll down. It says not caving to psychos. Is what he says. And then there's one other thread in here that I want to read. Thank you, Natalie Marie, for posting this. All right, so check this out. Somebody picture retweeted this in a response to Hasan. I don't know if you can see this here. Let me see here. This is a little bit more visible here. Okay, so let me read off Hasan's response, right? So, you know, this is somebody pointing out this horrible take without really saying anything about it. It kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it, right? Like, you're the victim. That's what I'm getting from this initial tweet off of Hasan's alt, right? And then, oh my god, you totally can't read that. So I'll read it for you. Anyway, Hasan's response to this is, your life is literally always going to be more miserable than mine. And shit like this is exactly what keeps me going. Why do you need to be so defensive? Like, right? If this is true, If this is true, your life is only like right. This is a like so. I don't know if Hasan gets this, but your life is always going to be miserable. Your life is pointless, right? That sounds a lot like transphobic trollery, right? I know you're not coming from that same place. I know you're frustrated and you're defensive and you're lashing out, but god damn, dude, if you didn't just step into the like transphobic doggy do right there, that's horrible. All right, that is horrible. Yeah, I said this is like Hasan's version of Vaush's Thought Slime stream. Right, everybody's yikesing. Everybody is yikesing, and except for nice. Who is this guy? Can anybody tell me who this guy is? This is like somebody famous, right? But I don't know his name. Oh, Cyberquaker, thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Anyway, like I said, let's get back to Jessie. Gender here somewhere. This one? Is it this one? No, that's Irene Geller. Oh, there it is.
So I'm at an airport and the lighting is poor. We'll talk about that later. But more importantly, I wanted to talk about the fact that I'm a fan of leftist streamer
also,
Hasan.
welcome.
I don't think he's perfect. I don't always agree with him.
Welcome to the stream, Alex Kalmam.
But I like him quite a lot, and I think he does a lot of really good work. And I think he's a good egg. I think he's a real good egg overall. But recently, because this is online, he got into
Elemental
a bit
Sims,
of drama,
thank you for the follow.
as happens sadly a lot with content creators. And
All
shout
kinds
out
of
to
follows
FD
here.
Signifier's great recent video on this topic, by the way. But this drama...
Oh, now, chat, you saw that FD Signifier video. Has anybody seen that yet? I am considering... so I've talked for a long time about giving something back to the people that make it so I'm able to do this, that make it so I'm able to carry on, that make it so I'm able to put food in my mouth and coffee in my butt. No, sorry, food in my mouth and coffee also in my mouth. That's where it goes, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could put it either place, but anyway, like food is great, right? I love to have food. It helps me stream. It's part of the material conditions that helps my... that helps me be able to have good thoughts by burning glucose in my brain to have those, right? So I appreciate all of you who support me financially. I support those of you who don't, because there's a ton of stuff you can do. Like right now, if you're in YouTube chat, hit that like button. That's something you can do for free. It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing, and the rewards are still really great. And you can help me out, down the line, right? Yeah, I appreciate those of you who donate, for those of you who give gift subs. Those of you who support me on Patreon, and I kind of wanted to do something nice for all of those people, right? I was thinking maybe we could watch the FD Signifier video as a members/sub/Patreon stream, and if anybody wants to upgrade into that level, you can watch the stream too, because it's a pretty interesting video. It's a long video, right? Which is why I can't really have it as part of my normal stream, but I do want to cover that. Anyway, sorry, that's something for later, but just let me know what you think about that.
Was about how he, Hasan, wanted to play on his stream a certain wizarding game, controversial for reasons that I spoke about in a recent video, in order to raise money for transgender charities. To try to use a game that is part of a wizarding franchise that is owned by an anti-trans bigot doing active harm to trans people to fight
and again,
back
sorry,
by
chat, if
doing
I'm not
a
getting to
charity
everybody's
stream to try
chat.
to make money for trans people, those she is directly harming. Honestly and truly, I think that is a fantastic impulse. It's a kind...
Yes, Jessie Gender is an amazing YouTuber. Elemental Sims, welcome to the stream.
One is a caring one. It's one that shows he has a desire to do good, to help, to be kind, and to try to make change, that is his first desire. And I think that speaks all very well of him and who he
welcome to the stream, Cyberquaker,
is and what he tries to do with his work and his platform. And I'm sure if he did do that charity stream, that it would make a lot of money for transgender charities, which is awesome.
Oh, okay. FD is premiering the final version in a few. Cool.
However, there is an issue. He is a
once that uploads, I want to do a members only stream with that, right?
For many in many communities, not just the leftist community, but the streamer community and many others.
Sorry, so people asking about the FD Signifier video, what happened is that there's a lot of things that you get demonetized for. You know, like, and I think honestly it was a bad word that Hasan said in the teaser to FD's video, right? So, you know, right in the beginning, Hasan says like, you know, says fuck. I'm gonna try to keep my F words to a minimum, but like just to tell you the word that's said, yeah, I think it's that he had it in the first 13 seconds. So, you know, he had to change that along with a few other things to keep monetization. YouTube's pretty strict about that these days. So that's why FD had to re-upload, right? I've met Jessie. I hope to meet her again, but they've canceled. Oh no, that sucks. They canceled the Star Trek cons. Yeah, she's really cool. And like I said before, for anybody that missed it, Jessie Gender is the reason that you're seeing the stream today on YouTube, right? My YouTube channel would have been still banned right now if it hadn't been for Jessie Gender retweeting me. So thank you, Jessie. You are awesome.
Including a leader for many trans people. And I see a lot of folks, including other streamers.
No, it was that word, Brad, bro. It wasn't the other F word.
Or even transgender streamers say, oh, well, if he can play the game, then I can. And then I see other people who look up to those streamers and leaders and say, oh, if they can play it, then I can donate to trans charities and play it myself. But here's the thing. Now that everyone here has bought and played the transphobes game and gave it more money and attention and validity, that's what you've used your platforms to do. To give validity to this game, to say it is okay. It makes her relevant, it makes her platform and franchise relevant, and allows her to keep justifying and causing harm to the transgender community. And also keeps telling the people in charge of this franchise that yes, they can still keep making stuff within it and make money while she's still doing her horrible stuff. And I'm not just talking about generally in our culture today, but I'm saying that this is happening within our own spaces that are supposed to be directly transgender supportive. Yes, the world sucks. Yes, it's breaking streaming records, and that sucks. But it doesn't mean that we have to replicate that economy within our own spaces that are supposed to be safe for trans people. It supports her economy, not ours, not the marginalized, not transgender people's, and it normalizes in everyday discussions and discourses, keeping her and her platform in our attention, in our mind, in our culture, and we need to not do that. We don't use the tools of the oppressor to take down the oppressor. I'm not saying we're going to be able to take down the oppressor today, but playing that game is playing on her and transphobic terms. This is what I and others talk about when we say don't play the wizarding game. It's not that you are a bad person or a bigot if you do, but what it's doing is not actually supporting trans people, and it's not being an active ally or accomplice to the transgender community, even if you do use it to try to do good things. We fight on our terms, not theirs. And a lot of people said this to Hasan, and good on him, he decided not to do the stream, which I think is a correct thing, but a few things have happened in the discourse after that fact. First, people have said Hasan was bullied in...
Somebody's saying Jessie needs to unfollow Keffals. Like, I'm not going to put any pressure on Jessie because I know that she doesn't have the time that I do to go through all these things. And like, this is my beat, okay? Covering, you know, trans discourse, covering streamer discourse, and covering some of the reactionary elements within that certain people may not be aware of. That is my beat, okay? Jessie, you know, can make her own decisions. Like, right? I mean, I don't follow... Like, I mean, I unfollowed Keffals like a long time ago, and actually Keffals like I think blocked me either because I followed Pearl the Poster, who is like a former friend of Keffals, and that you know that said some things to Keffals that Keffals didn't want to hear, right? Or it was when she joined, most likely when she joined White Nervosa's website, because White Nervosa basically tried to throw me under the bus to cover up for something that made Zonia look really guilty, right? There was somebody harassing Keffals on the farms that's name was Zonia. Now, I don't think that's actually Zonia, because like, why would she name herself that on an anonymous like hate site, right? It doesn't really make sense. But yeah, people were accusing Zonia, and White Nervosa had to blame somebody, so she blamed this chick, right? In actuality, it's most likely, you know, somebody that it's most likely not the person that it says, the person's name. But yeah, that's kind of where Keffals unfollowed me. But honestly, it's for the best. Like, right, like I said, I don't get the heat that Polly gets. Whenever Polly tweets out anything, even if she doesn't say Keffals' name, even just like talking about Finn, like Polly got like just, jumped on by Keffals and her community, and I haven't had to deal with any of that. What's up, young black economist? I try not to follow police. Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way, right? Obviously, you know where I stand on these things. Obviously, I'm well informed, and I'm not, like, I supported Keffals against the farms. I supported Keffals against Destiny. I supported Keffals while she was against the debate pervs, but then she decided if you can't beat them, join them, and she has become somewhat of a debate perv herself. So, whatever. But yeah, like I'm not big on telling people who to follow and who not to follow. Maybe I got dogpiled, but it was worth it. It was. It actually ended up turning in your favor, so that's good. It worked out for you, and this works out for me. I can post whatever I want, and Keffals is apparently just unaware of it. We'll see how long that lasts, though. Jessie needs to do whatever the fuck Jessie wants to do. Yeah, and like I said, like she covers, she talks about, she deals with different stuff. It's about, pop culture, video games, movies, just like, she is, and she has a different beat than me, right? And politics to a certain degree, right? You should never tell people who they can't follow and try to reach. Yeah, usually follow policing. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna tell people not to follow police either. I'm just gonna let people do as thou wilt or something. I can perv way more debate than you. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. And YouTube chat, I can see you. Let me see once more if I can get you on screen. For some reason, OBS has been broken. I want to see if I can see YouTube chat. Nope, I cannot. Damn. Anyway.
To not playing the game by transgender.
Just so you know, even though you're not on screen, I can see you, and I will read you from time to time, so don't be surprised if you say something in YouTube chat and you hear me read it out.
People. I'm sure many people were assholes to
also,
Hasan,
hit that like.
Quite possibly being trans, and wanted to react vitriolically at him for his initial impulse.
Well, good point, Punk Rachmaninoff. We have a problem with creator communities being used as weapons against marginalized people or dissenting voices. Good point.
To play the transphobic game to help trans people. And that really sucks, because his intention was good.
NCC is the panopticon. True.
Don't harass streamers for playing...
Hey, wait, Adadak, I think you mean the clanopticon. Oh my god, Buffy, can we get a clanopticon emote? No, that's probably... I don't know how you would even make that.
The game. His intent was a good one, his hope was an earnest one, his desire was a good one. We don't use the tools of the oppressor to fight oppression. Oppressors harass. Oppressors view things in binary and essentialist terms and want to create antagonism. And they want us to do the exact same thing to each other. While we fight oppressors, while not harassing them, we don't do that to each other. We create dialogues. We work with our community and between communities in kindness, and don't essentialize one's actions, but create meaningful conversations with each other based on the understanding that we are imperfect people imperfectly fighting a horrid system that hurts us all. Also, by framing the discussion as if trans people bullied him by saying that that was the overriding thing, which may even be completely true, it's ignoring the valid critiques that were being made, like the ones that I hopefully articulated earlier. And it frames the discussion in terms of building a resentment against the marginalized, against trans people. It frames trans people as the aggressors in this entire situation, as if we're the hateful, hurtful ones, when in actuality, we're the ones being harmed in all of this.
In fact, it's also...
Yeah, and just to say, like, again, that is my biggest problem with what Hasan did, right? I mean, I'm somewhat resigned to the fact that Hasan's going to do what he's going to do, but when he bitches about it the way that he does, he's hurting trans people, right? Like, it'd be nice if you just knew, like, yeah, I'm not going to play that. It'd be awesome, like, right? I'd like you more, but whatever, I'm not trying to, tell you what to do. Like, I honestly think that Hasan caused maybe more harm by by not playing the game and then complaining about it and making trans people out to be bullies, right? Like that's what sucks about it, right? I mean, I'm kind of glad that we have the power though. Like think about this, okay? This is something that nobody's saying, all right? A lot of these content creators didn't stream the game because they have trans people in their communities and chat let them know, okay? That's beautiful. Now, like I said, there's some harassment going on. We're not sure who it's coming from. I think that given Twitch's nature, there's a good chance it's false flag harassment. It's harassment by transphobes, you know, like impersonating trans people. That's where I think a lot of this stuff is coming from. So I'm not endorsing that, of course, all right? But I am endorsing the fact that we have power. And when we speak up and when we stand together, we can get things done. And, you know, getting streamers not to play this game is not nothing, right? We need more. It's not enough, all right? We're not where we need to be, but that is us showing our power. And I do like that we have that power, right? And the more together we are, the more power that we have, the more we get people who are afraid to speak up and are telling these streamers whatever they want to hear. Tell them to stop being pick-me's and stand with us, right? You know, that's good too, right? I'm not trying to divide the trans community. I'm not trying to, you know, bully anybody or tell anybody they're a transphobe for liking like a certain series. Like I said, I used to like Harry Potter. I cried when Cedric Diggory, you know, was unalived by Voldemort, right? I'm not, you know, above that, all right? But yeah, I love it that we're showing our power. And I want to see more of that in the future.
Very important to point out that one of the biggest right-wing disinformation campaigns about transgender people is that we're all bullies trying to control what you say or do.
And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad as they started calling her a TERF. I didn't even know what that was. But I know that trans people make up words to win arguments.
The way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
Okay, so that's something that Nazis say a lot. And when they're saying who you can't make fun of, they're bitching about not being able to make fun of Jewish people. They're bitching about not being able to talk, you know what I mean? Like that stuff gets called out, that stuff gets recognized. That's where that comes from. That's a Nazi talking point right there on Tucker Carlson.
That's right. So his speech is violence, their violence is speech. See how that works? What's interesting is that the number of people who really care about this issue enough to assault someone over it is tiny. And yet they have disproportionate power. 350 million people in the country, maybe 1,100 feel that way, but they're running everything. Why is that?
They're running everything. Oh my God, how quick did that happen? How quick did that happen? How quick did this mythology of the, like, right? Because you can see this is another fascist thing. The enemy is both weak and incredibly strong, right? They got to have this cognitive dissonance in their brain in order to enact their fascist agenda. They got to think of us as both like, you know, subhuman and you know, not worth a damn and like completely ridiculous, pathetic creatures, and as secretly controlling everything from behind the scenes, right? It's a real fascist take, yeah. I like Hasan for the most part. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed. Like, right, like I mean, I appreciate Hasan in that he's not Vaush and he's not Destiny, but honestly, this is a pretty Vaushian arc for him. So hopefully he gets over that. I sold Joanne's books at the bookstore in 2000. I helped build that castle. Viewing entire communities as puppet masters. Yeah, another fascist talking point. Helped build the castle before. Oh, okay. She became a big turf for clicks. Submit to the mob or else, says supporter of January 6th, right?
Are just saying this casually and trying to be reasonable. like I hopefully am trying to be myself. And yet the narrative always focuses on the loudest, most vitriolic voices in order to create a narrative around trans people. Now, I'm not saying that this is what Hasan is intentionally doing, but constantly framing trans people as bullies who are coming to attack you ultimately supports framing trans people as harassers and bullies, which ultimately feeds into the right-wing narrative around transgender people that frames us as the aggressors when really we are the ones being victimized. And by the way, I'm not saying that Hasan is contributing to this narrative intentionally, but certain people are taking it that way. Just like right-wing folks are currently using the fact that one streamer started crying after some mild pushback from her community about her playing Hogwarts Legacy, using it as the transes are bullying you. Also, these discourses.
And we might take a look at that. Zira, do you if you're around, I know you're doing a lot of stuff today, but if you're around, let me know if you if we have like a copy. There was a, oh my god, can somebody tell me who this streamer is? They're called like Girlfriend Reviews, right? Girlfriend Reviews Gaming, I think, right? And this is this was like kind of the biggest incidence of this of somebody streaming the Hogwarts game, getting a lot of pushback from their chat and just making themselves the victims.
Make it about individuals, the person who's being bullied by the transes, instead of about the actual trans community, the entire group of people that is being harmed. It also forgets that trans people are harassed like this on the daily, just for being trans online. I'm not saying all trans people are acting perfectly in all this. Some trans people may be angry and vitriolic towards Hasan and others, and that sucks. It is awful, and we shouldn't be doing, no one should be doing it. But a lot of trans people are hurting right now. We're imperfect people fighting a horrid system imperfectly. That's not to forgive them, it's not to say it's okay, but it's the understanding that we have to have when you have a marginalized group being attacked. And I know the criticism to this video will be, if he plays Hogwarts Legacy, then maybe people who might be watching an anti-trans streamer might watch him instead. But my argument back to that would be, instead of worrying about continual...
Girlfriend Reviews had a typical cis reaction to our lowest expectations of trans allyship, yeah.
Endless growth in a very capitalistic sort of mindset, why not worry about modeling how to fight for trans people and platform trans people to your audience? Be a champion to the audience you already have. And hey, who knows, maybe by taking a stand, doing something different than...
And this is what the sad thing, look, streamers, okay? If anybody else watches this and you're a streamer and you're a little bit like, you know, why is this happening or whatever, you feel like you're an ally and like, you shouldn't be getting this hate, right? Understand that having a strong reaction to you playing the turf game or talking about playing the turf game, it means that you've got a lot of support from the trans community. That's a good thing, right? That does speak to the fact that you're an ally. You have brought, you have made trans people feel welcome enough in your community to have a large, group of trans chatters, right? If you're getting pushback, that's where that comes from. So it doesn't mean you're a bad person. And I'm not saying you're a bad person. Jessie Gender here has specifically said that, she doesn't think that you're a bad person. Jessie Gender was a Hogwarts fan, right? I was a fan of the movies back when I was younger. Chuck Tingle has been having pretty solid takes on Twitter. The guy who wrote the trans wizard Harriet Porber. Oh, I haven't seen these. Kavernacle. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Kavernacle coming up here. Remember her when Hasan did gross misogynistic? Oh my God, sort of. Yeah, I wasn't really like I did watch TYT. Like that was some of the first TYT was some of the first political stuff I ever got into, to be totally honest. But yeah, there was always issues. Jink himself, would use transgender as like a way of calling people ugly. Yeah, like when trans issues first started coming up on TYT, Jink was always completely shitty, and I don't know if he's ever apologized. You might ask some of the people on Twitch that are working with TYT. I feel like they're your Rayvanas and who was the other person that was working with TYT? People on Twitch that have gotten pulled up into TYT. Look, I'm not gonna yell at you for being a part of that, but you do have a responsibility to. You're the only ones that might be able to talk to them. getting an apology from Jink would be huge. So if you're you know, those kind of people, please do what you can, right? Uncle Uncle Jink was kind of cringe sometimes, a lot of times, yeah. To be a good ally, you can't play the game because JK is transphobe and actively uses the money to fund her turf views. I think we need a trans Twitcher with a PhD in family therapy. With all the transphobe streamers playing the game, perhaps the non-Harry Potter fans will be pushed towards content creators. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Uncle Jink is the only one who can stop the epidemic of people. Oh my god, that's right. Yeah, Jink has got yikes takes on more than just trans issues. Now, I know that Jink isn't actively transphobic. That's why I think we might be able to get an apology. There just was never an acknowledgement of what was said, right? Of using transgender as an insult, and that's what Jink did. Now, I don't think he stands for this anymore. All the more reason for who does anybody know? There was like a couple of Ben. Yeah. Wait, do they still does that streamer still go by Ben? I just want to make sure I'm getting, you know, pronouns and names correct. I don't know if they still go by Ben or not, but I know who you're talking about, and yeah, that's somebody that could definitely reach out to, you know, people they know with TOIT. They go by Benny now? Okay. She goes by Benny. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay. She, her pronouns, and goes by Ben or Benny. Okay. I'm willing to give Hasan time. Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm not canceling anybody. Like, right? I'm not, you know, I mean, this is massively disappointing, right? I won't lie. I'm not going to soft walk it or slow walk it, or what is the term? Soft do it? I don't know. There's so many terms and I always get them all mixed up, but I'm not gonna minimize it, right? This is bad. This is really bad. And but Hasan, I still think you're better than Vaush. I still think you're better than Destiny for all that's worth. Okay.
And the already tons of other people playing Hogwarts Legacy on the
Sugarcoat.
platform.
There we go. Thank you,
You'll make
Firebird.
your audience grow anyways by being someone different, by showing them a different way forward that's positive and helpful. But second, I also hear now that Hasan is not going to do anything. He's not going to do a trans charity stream. At least that's what I know at the time of this filming. Maybe that's changed. He's not going to play any game or talk about transgender issues during this time. But we don't, as activists, do things because
okay, and here's what's shitty about this, right? It feels like your parents put you in the car and say, we're going to Disneyland, okay? We're going to Anaheim, right? And like, you know, you do something bad, you fight with your sister, and they we're gonna turn this car around. We're gonna turn we're gonna turn this car around. No Disneyland for anybody. There's something like kind of pedantic. There's something kind of like paternalistic about this, all right? Okay, no trans charity, right? Now, like, I'm not leaning on you to do anything that you don't want to do, but it sounds like you want to. Yeah, yay Disneyland, boo Anaheim. Yeah, like it sounds like you want to. It sounds like you want to do something, you know, for trans people. There's nothing stopping you from playing any number of games. People have suggested The Last of Us 3. People have suggested, you know, you could go with something like, you know, really old school. Like look at H Bomber Guy, the most successful trans charity I think to date, right? H Bomber Guy, and that was Donkey Kong. That is a very, very old game. We're gonna turn this charity right around. Yeah, that's what it feels like, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like that? It feels punitive, right? And there's no reason for that, right? Hasan, you took a hit with your trans community, right? You can say what you want, you know, you could say that this is helping you ingratiate yourself to the Normans, whatever, right? But you took a hit with the trans community. I think that a great way to recover from that would be to just do a charity stream and just like can we just put the vitriol in the past? I know you don't understand why we feel this way, right? But that doesn't mean that, you know, we're going to be antagonistic to you forever. All you got to do is show a little bit of goodwill. Because honestly, Hasan, the bar is really low, okay? For big streamers who are trans allies, right? We got Vaush and Destiny that you're measuring yourself with, right? It's not hard, buddy. It's not hard. I think you could do a lot, right? there's no reason to be as reactive as Vaush is. Like it's just anyway, sorry. We got 2 dragons in chat. Wow. Have we ever had 2 dragons in chat talking to each other? That's amazing. Why are we not boycotting all of that? Why is it just this game? We're having this line of the sand. Okay, sorry. That was a conversation between chatters. Universal Studios. Oh, is that the one with the Potterland? The Dance of the Dragons, right? Right? The bar is incredibly low. Yeah, the bar is in hell. Yeah, exactly.
Or dicks. Or because things are awful all the time.
Like, I turn it back on and all of a sudden it's like dicks and I'm like immediately interested. Okay, sorry.
Be reactive. We be proactive. And being proactive means realizing you don't need the wizard game to do a transgender charity stream. You can just do a transgender charity stream. The wonderful video essayist Jacob Geller did one actually late last year playing sword video games and raised thousands of dollars. Hell, the most effective trans charity stream that I'm personally aware of was of Donkey Kong 64, a game that is decades old at this point.
I have excellent pausing skills.
Do a transgender charity stream. You don't need to play any specific game. In fact, even better, you can support not only a transgender charity stream, but a transgender artist at the same time. You can use your platform to play a game by a transgender person that others may not even have heard of. For example, Celeste comes to mind. Tell Me Why also is a game that has transgender artists and actors.
Sun just really reinforces why boycotts don't work. At the end of the day, creature comforts are, well, like, look, like, so the whole no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? That points to like necessities. All right. I don't know if you can really make that argument for, you know, cultural entertainment products, right? You need like look at like Coke Industries, for instance. People talked about back in the day, people talked about boycotting Coke Industries. It turns out Coke Industries like supplies material to a ton of different products, and if you really wanted to boycott Coke Industries, you know, you were going to have trouble wiping your butt, right? You were legitimately going to have trouble wiping your butt. There, you know, there's some things that are just like not available in an easy way, except for on Amazon, right? You can't exactly boycott that. But like, I mean, this is one game and kind of a shitty game. Like, I've seen the trailer. I know what this is about. This is not a good game. And it's also a game that like takes the worst elements of Hogwarts, worst elements of J.K. Rowling, and instead of like retconning them or redeeming them or changing them, which they could have done, it makes them worse. You are smashing the Goblin Rebellion, okay? Yeah. In the movies, the Goblin thing and the house elf thing, like that's kind of in the background, right? In this one, you are smashing. You are taking part in this. The wizard domination of the goblins, right? And also, the trans character, like, don't even get me started on the trans character that they added to the game. They added a trans character as a caricature, as a parody, right? Like with the same naming conventions that J.K. Rowling's is famous for, right? She does this thing where whenever she has any diversity characters, the names that she chooses for those characters are just painfully like bigoted. It's weird, and it's just gotten worse. Like this is worse somehow. We need more BIPOC people on Twitch. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, Twitch is hard to. You can't side with the goblins. The game makers saw criticism of JKR and says let's do it all bad. Well, I think that I feel like, okay, honestly, I feel like if you tried to redeem something or change something or retcon something, you might actually it's ma'am McMahon, oh my god, you might actually run into a problem where if you agitate JK Rowling, I don't know, you could lose the project, right? But yeah, they did manage to make it worse. That was the original name. Nice. Her name is Sir Ona Ryan. Yeah. Like, hey, I guess we're sort of lucky that her name wasn't Tim. Knowing J.K. Rowling. Yeah. Surely a lady. Oh my god.
within it. Bloodborne PSX, the indie-free Bloodborne PS1 demake, is even better too. Give attention to the indie creator of Bloodborne PSX, who is a transgender woman who made that game out of a passion and desire to learn to be a better creator, and who wants to go on to do more cool projects beyond just Bloodborne demakes.
Yeah.
And I honestly, by the way, recommend No Clip Gaming's wonderful documentary.
Amazed that JK didn't name them Francis A. Gaylord.
About her, by the way. Imagine if Hasan, one of the biggest streamers out there right now, streamed her game while doing a trans charity stream, gave her attention, and inspired other streamers to do the same. Would it be better numbers than the Wizard game numbers? Maybe, maybe not, probably not. But it would be doing things on our terms. Imagine Hasan streaming that game. It might help change the course of her career completely in a positive way. It would enable her and help a transgender creator be able to make more wonderful, beautiful things and put those beautiful things out in the world for other trans people to resonate with and other people who aren't trans to find and discover and see what trans people can do. And I want to see those things that she can make, what she has to say. And all of that would be done while doing a charity stream for trans people. But maybe some of you out there are like, look, those games are awesome, but they're too small. The Wizard game is trending right now and relevant. Twitch will eat that up. We need to play a trending game. And okay, if that's your argument, I got you there too. Play Last of Us Part 2. That's a video.
Part 2. Okay, wait. Part 3 is Part 3 not out yet? I'm guessing. I think I have The Last of Us 1 on like for PSX, but I also have. Does anybody know what the blue screen of death or the blue light of death is? It's not out yet? Okay. The blue light of death. Yeah, so I got that. I have not been able to use my did I say PSX? I wish I had a PSX. No, it's a PS4 is what I have. Yeah, I haven't been able to use my PS4 for like over a year because of the blue light of death.
Video game that is relevant right now because of the, I think, record-breaking HBO TV show. It's a video game that's
Spyro? Yeah, I don't know which one it is. Once Diablo 4 comes out, this game will be forgotten. Yeah, it's so weird how they put so much in this game, right? So much into the like this is like going to be the one big game. This is the one, chance we have to raise awareness. And like, can you imagine if you're doing okay, so like I mentioned Birth of a Nation before, okay? And this is legitimately, I'm not telling you to go watch this because this is the most racist movie that you will probably ever see. It is vile, okay? It is 100% vile, right? But can you imagine if you did like a, Discord watch through of that movie to raise money for like, for BLM or something like that? Like, no, obviously it's not the same, right? I think that film is on a whole nother level as far as its toxicity. And I'm not comparing different forms of oppression because they're not the same. But, like, you should recognize that there is something disgustingly ironic, grotesquely ironic, right? There's something absolutely ghoulish about like the proposition to raise charity money for a marginalized group through like interacting with a piece of propaganda against them, right? That's it. Just shouldn't. Living in the future with a PSX, I have to plug my cord through a pocket dimension in order to access a PSX from the 90s. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, right, I'm not trying to conflate anything there, right? Because I recognize, Birth of a Transfer. I recognize that's a gross example. That's an extreme example, okay? But you wouldn't do that, and you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't, it should be obvious what's wrong with this. It's not that deep. It's not that hard to figure out. See your point, it does illustrate the point. Yeah. And like I said, not conflating different forms of oppression because they are drastically and, drastically different.
Stars numerous queer actors and characters, including a transgender one.
You just need a film class in any American campus and you'll have to watch it. Yeah, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Played by Star Trek's own Ian Alexander, who is boss, by the way, especially in that game. And the game was also made with several trans developers behind the scenes, including at least one that I know of in a lead developer role. And there might be more. And that's not even to mention that the TV show that is relevant right now stars Bella Ramsey, who is non-binary, and Pedro Pascal, who is one of the most adorable human beings of all freaking time, and also a vocal ally to the trans community, who himself has a transgender family member. Play that game. It's just as trending and relevant as the, wizarding one. Right now, as I said, I'm in an airport, and sorry for the terrible noise and weird cuts because the speakers have been coming on. But the reason I'm here is because I'm traveling to Los Angeles to visit the Star Trek Picard premiere that I was very kindly asked to attend by the creators behind the show with my fellow queer creator and Trekkie, Sean Farrick, and others. Shout out to Trek Culture, by the way, for being amazing. And as I said, I was invited here by the creators of Star Trek, who I know for a fact donated to transgender charities and didn't play the wizard game. I saw online one of the producers of Star Trek Lower Decks, my favorite Star Trek show right now, tweeted out about it. Because he fucking rocks. And it showcases to me that there are big franchises and creators working within them. And creators...
Oh my god, thank you for noticing that the video froze. I think I got it that fixed.
Big and small, both within franchises.
Hopefully for good this time.
Big multimedia corporations.
I figured out why it was doing that.
Run by people who want to care and fight with the vulnerable. Support those people. And if you want to say, oh, support the devs of the Wizarding game, I talked about that in my big video.
Pascal, oh my god, let me, I'm trying to read chat here. Pascal tried to talk some sense into Gina Carrera Suicido when she came out with the pronoun tweet that got her in trouble in the first place. The queer community accidentally hyped this game with early chatter. Jessie was right. We know we have the power to elevate other games with the same chatter power. If anything, we failed to stop the game, but revealed the power of our reach. That's, yeah, I mean, that's a good point, yeah.
You see, the trick of our capitalistic attention economy is making you think you have to use where the attention already is to get anything done. To beg for scraps from someone else's table because they have the Eye of Sauron of the cultural discourse on them. But we don't have to play that game. We, as activists, we create our own attention. We can't take down the Wizarding franchise, at least not right now. We can't take down the person who created it. It's not going to happen today. But the basis on which we build the chance to actually do that down the line does start today with our actions, what we create right now. And to do that, we create and fight on our terms. We cook our own meal with our community and others. We don't beg for leftovers from those who harm us.
Okay.
This isn't about a boycott of the Wizarding game.
I couldn't have put it better. Did you hear that? We cook our own meal with our community. We don't beg for scraps from those who want to harm us. That is what the proposition of doing like a trans, like a trans like charity stream with the transphobic turf game is, right? Yeah, I love her positive message too. She's great. She's amazing. Like I said, she's my hero.
I'm not here for a boycott. I said as much in my last video. That's the wrong way to think about this. What this actually is about is creating our own future. Creating our own systems outside of these attention economy things, making our own attention, creating something stronger to build upon that works for us, making opportunities for those who didn't have it before, and don't give more to those who already have too much. This isn't a lesson we should take away just in this situation. It's what we should remember always. If this video was just about this Hasan moment, I wouldn't have made this video. This is a goal we need to work towards always. We build on our own terms. We build our own systems of support. Oh, and by the way, this same argument goes for the trans character in the Wizarding game. Her name is Sirona. Sir-Ona. I see the developers are going to the same school of naming that gave us the wonderful Kingsley Shacklebolt. The character is a tokenizing, oh, I have a fictional trans best friend nonsense meant to trick you and others into saying all of this is okay, that you can use their tools and make people think they're being allies by supporting an economy based on hate. I spent the last few days getting told Avada Kedavra by bigots in my DMs and comments online. People calling me mudblood. People dehumanizing me. People telling me to kill myself using wizarding avatars. The Wizard franchise...
Did anybody see the... She's talking about a YouTube comment, right? Somebody wrote... I think it was even 2 comments, right? But it was like a novel. Some transphobe spent like a long time coming up with a tweet. Yeah, it was like, you will never be a wizard, right? That was the analogy that they used. And they, yeah, it was like, you know, like basically they were they were echoing, yeah, you saw that novel? Yeah, it was disgusting. Yeah. They were echoing like basically the Death Eater line from the stories, right? So they didn't just like, you know, use J.K. Rowling, you know, as an own on trans people. They used the villains from J.K. Rowling as an own on trans people. They LARPed as Death Eaters, like, right? But instead of being angry at mudbloods and muggles, they were angry at trans people. Yeah, like, yeah, right. This type of divisiveness is what.
While an oppressor doing active harm owns and controls it, sadly can't be reclaimed. It is a tool for them. It is their terms now, their language now. Let's not try to claim their tools.
Not to make this about me, but the situation lets me know I am not crazy to feel like white people will choose their racist friends and family over the smallest inconvenience. True.
To fight them.
True.
Let's make our own and share them with each other. Oh, and speaking of which, the download link to Bloodborne PSX is in the down below, and it ain't $70. That's money you could instead then use to donate using the charity links that I also put down below. And by doing that, you get a game, and you help trans people, all while not supporting the wizarding game, or an economy of hate. Just saying. Anyways, I got a flight to catch.
Oh my god, okay, well, thank you for making that video before you had to catch that flight. That's Jessie Gender. Let me put her link in case anybody's not following, which I'm guessing most of you are probably already following. But if you need the link to follow Jessie, there it is. And she is an amazing creator. We are lucky to have her. There we go. YouTube and Twitch, you now both have the link. And let's see, speaking of links, let me see if I can grab you a Discord link. I've been reminded that apparently I just don't spam the Discord link nearly enough, right? And I should do that. Invite, edit. So this is a 7-day invitation for anybody who's not in our Discord yet. Here's your invitation to freedom. Right? You can join our Discord and level up your persona while you're there. Who knew? Who knew? My Discord, strangely enough, is the Velvet Room. Yeah, is a Velvet Room, right? A manifestation of that which is in between consciousness and unconsciousness, is in between reality and fantasy, right? It really walks the line. It's kind of a sublime place. Probably should have more of you in there. Definitely want to have more of you in there just so you can keep up with stuff, because like I don't really have a way to reach you. I noticed that when I got my YouTube temporarily banned. I didn't have a way to reach you, right? I couldn't make a community post. The best I could do is post stuff on my Clips channel, and not all of you are going to see that, because also not all of you are signed up for the Clips channel yet either. That is eventually going to become the VODs channel, and it's going to be where the VODs live, so you should probably go follow that as well. That's the No Comment Clips. And then what else? What else do we have in terms of links that I'm supposed to remember to spam at you? Probably the link for the blah 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 for the Twitter post that I made. Let me spam that again. And also, as always, on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, hit that like button. It helps me out immensely, right? That is the only way that YouTube recommends new people to come in the stream and check it out. Yeah, an invitation to freedom, just like the Persona Q2 song, right? Which I bet I could play. Do you think I could get away with playing that? Automod keeps smacking me. Oh no, Automod smacking you? It is set really, it is calibrated super high just because of all the harassment that I have dealt with over the past few years. Are you posting links? Oh yeah, the links will get you. If you have a link to share, the best thing to do is to join the Discord, and you can put it in stream suggestions, and I'll try to look at it there. But yeah, it's like yeah, there's so many random things. Like if you say a word that is totally innocuous, but also could be like a word that's bad, you know what I mean? It's ratcheted super high. It's ratcheted super high. Okay, so what am I trying to do here? The next one. Wait, somebody sent me a Hasan, somebody sent me like a Hasan, I think it's a Hasan video. There it is. Natalie Marie, thank you. This is from you. If it will ever open.
Public
Okay.
Square Pog.
Guys,
So this is from a year ago, right? Just so you understand, Hasan didn't do this just now to like, you know, piss us off even more, but this is from a year ago.
this
Oh, the Kavernacle. Yeah, we're gonna watch
is
that
a-
too.
Ollie Vander's bag, okay? Ollie Vander's. Makers of the fine wand since 382 BC. Okay? So we went to Ollivander's yesterday.
Wait, is it a real store or something?
And we got freaking wands, baby. And I got Yaxley's wand because I wanted. It said fragile. See, not for kids, not for babies. It says fragile, not a toy. Okay, it says not a toy. You understand? This is a gun.
Oh, it's a store in the theme park in Universal Studios.
How to cast spells with wand ready. Stand at the medallion and face in the direction it points. Raise your wand and trace the shape of the spell symbol through the air while reciting the spell. Where to cast spells. So in Universal,
Anybody British, like there's like a certain British accent that we do whenever we're like portraying like yay old, like, you know, like medieval kind of stuff, right? And I feel like that gets invoked with Hogwarts.
they have the map of the
This was 1 year ago, Jules. Yeah.
Harry Potter Hogwarts space that they've created. In Universal,
Yeah.
they basically have two kinds of wands that you can buy from Ollivanders. Okay? And this one it has like a little thing on the tip.
Is it the Shakespearean accent?
That interacts with the some of the storefronts. Sorry, I know this is not
God, I can't hear tip without like flashing back to all the promises of just the tip, and
proper trigger
it's
discipline.
never just
but,
the tip.
You know, I'm sorry.
Anyway, sorry, that's
I know,
not.
I'm not demonstrating proper wand.
This is not about
trigger
me. This is
discipline
not about
here.
me.
This is a live. This is way more than a fucking. You know, this is a gun. This is literally a gun.
This is dangerous,
Okay?
potentially.
It's really fucked up.
Or
I'm
very
showing you this,
healing.
but also, watch out. You know what I mean?
Okay, Hasan. Okay.
Get beaked. you know?
Yes. Thank you for joining the Discord, everybody that joined.
Also, I will be honest. Maybe it is made for babies because the holding, like the grip of the wand, is literally for like a child hand. Like it's not. Like I can three finger it barely. Okay, so maybe it is made for babies.
7 months is the
Watch
brain
out.
not setting yet.
Watch out! Whoa! Okay. Whoa! 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 Anyway, that's technique. Ultimate lib moment.
Anyway, yeah, that's just that's Hasan interacting with So let's look at the main channel, because I know there's a video about this. I know there's a video here. What's up, City of Doors? Yeah, he has huge hands. Such a kid. He's a big fella. Oh, pictures of Neville. That's awesome. Only the best Discords have them. one day ago. Are you transphobic if you play Hogwarts Legacy? What am I in for? Anybody watch this yet? We'll watch
What I was
so I anticipate this as being cursed. We will watch a blessed Kavernacle video, which will be a lot less cursed after this.
saying on my alt account was that like a lot of streamers are like
Oh, we saw what you said on your alt account. Yeah.
trying, or a lot of streamers are even
It's like Shakespeare in the Park. Yeah.
talking about like whether or not they should play the new J.K. Rowling Hogwarts.
That's weird. That version of Hasan, or Hank Pecker, who's I guess the Chud alter ego of Hasan, it looks kind of like the Kavernacle. Legit looks like the Kavernacle.
It's not even J.K. Rowling, but like the new Hogwarts Legacy game, which I personally think is good that they're even.
Also, I noticed that Hasan's going with the copyright-free music lately. Should we have copyright-free like lo-fi?
Having that conversation, like that's an unimaginable conversation that streamers would be having behind closed doors, in my opinion. The fact that people are like, wow, this is actually like J.K. Rowling is very anti-trans, like maybe we shouldn't play this, like that's fire. My own personal opinion on this sort of commodity consumption is that like it's silly as you know what I mean? It's just so insanely silly. Like I don't give a like if I don't play this on stream or don't play it in general, it will be because it's 1A, most likely mid, or 2B, too much backlash and it's not worth it. Like I'll just explain it like that so that we get that out of the way, because I personally don't give a shit about that, and I think it's so silly. I don't think people are going to genuinely be able to make a consumer side like boycott on a game like this. And not only that, but also it's counterproductive as well. Like it's just so stupid. Like J.K. Rowling already has made the money off of Harry Potter. You know what I mean? Like she already did it. Like what you think? Like you're destroying Harry Potter or something? Like what the fuck? It's like getting mad at going to the Universal Studio.
Okay, so here's your fundamental logical failing, Hasan, right? And this is pretty embarrassing. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, okay? The action is playing the game, right? So we have do, not do, right? And the do is play the game. You seem to have it twisted in your brain where like the do is like not play the game. That is the thing that you're being asked to do. That is not a doing. That is a not doing. That is the opposite of a doing. Okay. So like, it's just like this is painful.
Stupid. Like J.K. Rowling already has made the money off of
So because we're not going to destroy J.K. Rowling by not playing the turf game, we should play the turf game? Hasan, are you sleepy? Do you need more coffee? What's going on, bud? What's going on?
Harry Potter. You know what I mean?
Here,
like she already
have
did
some
it.
Boyd
like,
coffee.
What you think? Like
Yeah?
you're destroying Harry Potter or something? Like what the
Have
fuck?
some
It's like
Boyd
getting mad at
coffee.
going to the Universal Studios Harry Potter world. You know what I mean? Because J.K. Rowling is associated with the brand. It's like it's done. She's a billionaire. I don't know if you guys know that. And also like she didn't make this game. A bunch of developers did. Yeah, like 1,000 people worked on the
Okay,
game.
so if you're going to make the argument that J.K. Rowling has already gotten paid, guess what? The developers have also already gotten paid, all right? And if you're going to make the argument that like, you know, that doing a boycott is going to hurt them, no, they're going to make a lot of money from this regardless, okay? All we can do is try to bring attention to this. All we can do is ask people that call themselves trans allies, and this is who this is for. This is not to change transphobes' mind. This is not to reach out to normies who like don't care either way and change their mind, right? This is for people who call themselves allies. If you're an ally, put your money where your mouth is, or rather, you know, take your money away from where your mouth shouldn't be, and where your mouth shouldn't be is on J.K. Rowling's ass, okay? Can you please not kiss the anti-Semitic turf's ass? That's all we're asking, right? Is it that delicious that you have to kiss it? I don't think so. I don't think it should be that tempting of a treat. Void coffee looks dangerous and cool. Yeah, dangerous, cool, and necessary, apparently.
We have developers in this chat that have worked on the game. Like, I just don't give a shit overall on consumer activism of that sort. Do you think you're going to create transphobes?
No, Sip Daddy Kane. I'm stuck in metaphors here.
No. The game is also being seen as anti-Semitic because of the story. That is even funnier. It's like, yeah.
It's not fucking funny at all. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. Like every video
The Holocaust, famous, source of humor. What are you talking about?
game we play has like weird ass fucking plot points that you could consider.
It's not just you could possibly consider. It is fucking dead ringer. And they made it worse. They added a blood libel element, okay? So the goblins were already fucking, just basically, the goblins were already the happy merchant meme, okay? The 4chan fucking anti-Semitic meme. The goblins were already dead ringer on there, right? We're gonna take that and we're gonna add blood libel into it, right? We're gonna make it more fucking anti-Semitic, right? This should be like, I don't, what don't you get about this, Hasan? What don't you understand here? Like, this isn't some specious, like, you have to, like, if you look at it just the right way and kind of twist your perspective, look, it kind of looks maybe sort of kind of anti-Semitic a little bit. No, it looks a lot anti-Semitic. It looks very anti-Semitic. The fact that you can't recognize that super easily it's scary to me. That scares the fuck out of me, right? Like, it's right there, okay? And I'm not the first person to point it out. Jon Stewart has talked about this. For fuck's sake, Hasan.
I don't know if it is. J.K. Rowling has made like the whole goblins that are like the anti-Semitic depictions of Jewish people happen to control all the money or whatever. But like, I play.
This is not like, look, I will say that probably J.K. Rowling was not like literally like she wasn't like sitting like writing and she was like, how do I make an anti-Semitic trope in here? I really hate Jewish people. Let me see. Oh yeah, like let's make them the goblin. I don't think that it was intentional, right? But it was there. When this stuff comes out of your imagination, right? It doesn't come from nowhere. You've internalized that stuff. And when your creative output, which, you gotta question J.K. Rowling's like creative output if everything that comes out of her brain is some kind of weird fucking bigoted trope, right? You gotta really question where J.K. Rowling's is coming from in the first place, right? But, it doesn't have to be a conscious thing for that to be there and for that to transmit the prejudice. Yeah, that's how prejudice is transmitted in our culture, right? You don't get taught, like, here are the bigotries that we're going to teach you. Okay, first of all, these people fucking suck. These people suck. These people, will, steal from you. These people will, trick you. Like, it's not like a literal fucking teaching. It is in the stories. It is in the narratives, and that's why it looks innocent, and that's why it gets passed on, and that's why people don't want to face it. But it's right there, Hasan. It's right fucking there. You showed that image, right? It doesn't take much to turn the goblin into the literal fucking embodiment of that trope.
God, all the fucking time.
Oh my
you guys
god.
Love that shit.
Oh my god.
As far as like, the goblins are this or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I play video games with like expressly an openly imperialist propaganda baked into its main storyline deliberately. Me playing that plot point and like,
look, I get that dominance paradigm is like baked into everything, and that like people like video games where you fight and you dominate and you like, right, and like, yeah, I get that there's like some kind of like, there's something not nice in a lot of the things that we enjoy, but when it's that fucking obvious, you'd think that you could like, right, yeah, exactly. The names that Cho as it, for example, what house is she in? Ravenclaw. This book, the gay werewolf stuff, right? The analogy there tries to infect children. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even know. It's like the. I made a mocha so I can be cool like NCC. I should make a mocha. My coffee is just like just that coffee.
Looking at the story in and of itself is certainly going to be fun regardless. But I do think overall it's probably going to be, is it a Warner Brothers game? If it's a Warner Brothers game, it's probably going to be mid. I don't know. We'll see. But the idea that like, you're going to be able to do like consumer side boycotting on a fucking game that like most people don't.
Wait, when was this recorded? The way he's talking about it makes me think that this is older than I thought it was. Anyway, regardless.
Give a shit about is absolutely silly. Yeah, people boycotting just want to feel like they are doing something. Exactly.
No. You're the one who's doing something if you play the game. Like, right? All boycotting is not playing the game. It's not about wanting to feel like you're doing something, because literally what we're doing is not doing something. There's a huge difference, but God, this is painful. This is painful.
Look, I've talked about this a million.
Imagine groaning and complaining about a mid movie game, right? He's mad. And listen, these games that have like a built-in audience, do people know this? This is a grandma game, okay? These games tend to suck ass. And there's a very specific reason for that, because they have a built-in audience. If you make a Harry Potter game, if you make like a, like a game out of a, already popular series, right? You're going to have a built-in audience. You're going to have pre-existing fans for that thing that want to buy it just because of that. Now the gamers, we kind of know this, right? I know about this. And sometimes we're a little reticent to buy the game that's from like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter because we know it's going to suck shit. But you know who doesn't know that? Your grandma. This is a grandma game. This is a game. Your grandma knows two things about you, okay? One, you like to play video games. Two, you like Harry Potter, okay? And she puts those together and says, oh, a Harry Potter video game. My dearie will love this. And your grandma's a sweetie. Your grandma's a sweetie. So you're not going to say anything bad to your grandma, and I'm not going to say anything bad to my grandma. Nobody's going to say anything bad to grandma because grandma's a sweetie. Grandma wants to give you the thing that you want, and she's going to buy you the shitty video game because she doesn't know any better. That game is targeted at her, right? It shouldn't be something that people that know it shouldn't be something that gamers are buying, or at the very least, gamers should like demand a certain sense of demand proof that this is not just another shitty like major franchise game, right? Because most major franchise games suck, all right? Because they don't have to be good. They don't have to be good. I really don't like, I think a 30-something life of the party streamer really cares to play a game about a young teenager in a magical house with fake homework. Oh, is there fake homework like Persona? Yeah, Persona's kind of like that. I think he cares. Oh, I don't think he cares. Yeah. Hasan loves Harry Potter. Some grandma games are good. Yeah, sometimes they do end up being good. I mean, like there is, like the odd exception to the rule. But yeah, a big portion are bad. Harry Potter game. There's been 8 games before, and they all sucked. I'm hearing. I'm trying to remember. I know I played one of the games. I know. It was the one where you're like racing dragons. No, you're on your broom. You're on your broom and a dragon like attacks you or something. Which one was that? I played one like a long time ago. And I never beat it either. Hey, what's up, Geek Prime X? What's up, M Dragon?
I don't even give a shit
if you
enough
build it,
about
nerds
this
will
game
come. True.
To like withstand the backlash. But my point ultimately was that the fact that people are even talking about like,
oh, the last game was Deathly Hallows.
Essentially not playing this, or the fact that like a lot of people know that J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, Lego games tend to be really good. I kind of like the Lego games. I mean, I haven't played the Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Lego games, but like in general, Lego games are.
The shit is good. Number one. Number two, what I was trying to say was like, hey, look, if you're gonna play the game, if a lot of streamers are like definitely interested in playing the game, if they don't want to, I wanted to potentially do like a fundraiser where you just, you don't have to do it, but I wanted to do a potential fundraiser where everyone who plays the game would then donate the proceeds or raise funds for Trans Lifeline or charities that we pick. However, I do think that the negative backlash towards me would probably be way larger than like anything else, no matter how much we raised. So it's just like, I don't care enough to play this game. You know what I mean? Will I play the game ultimately? Even if it is to cover it, yeah, most likely. But do I play it online? Do I play it live? People saying just play a different game aren't even seeing the point of jumping on an already controversial game which brings eyes and more funds to charity. Exactly. I do legitimately think it's funny to fucking use J.K. Rowling's like IP to raise money for funds, to raise funds for charities.
Oh, I mean, there's something funny about it, but it's not funny, haha. It's funny, like, why the fuck would you do that? That's the kind of funny it is. It's funny that your mind goes to that place, and it makes me think that you just really want to play the turf game, like, and
ultimately, I'm not like that big of a Harry Potter geek, so it doesn't really matter to me, but I do think that there is humor in that, regardless of the fact that like she makes money. I know that you keep sending me that like royalties check tweet over and over again. When you consistently talk about like the royalty check, like what you fail to understand is that she's a billionaire. Like she's getting those motherfucking checks, whether she already sold. You're basically admitting to the libs in here and on Twitter that they control your stream. Fuck them and their backlash. Well, yeah, it's too much headache. Yeah, it's way too much. Yeah, I just don't want to hear motherfuckers chirp nonstop. It like
wait, how is that a lib thing? How is that a lib thing?
Ruins my mood. And the reality is that like they can't fucking stop transphobia.
BS, he did an unboxing of the Harry. Yeah, we watched that. Oh my god, Natalie, I'm sorry you missed that. We just watched, you sent me that link and we just watched that. Apparently, I did it at the wrong time though. But yeah, he did an unboxing of the wand. He was super excited about it too. The argument is like, hey, this game has racism in it, but as long as you donate money, it's going to be good. You missed it too. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like horrible timing. Horrible timing chick. That's what I'm known as. Yes, horrible timing chick.
They can't stop J.K. Rowling from being a transphobe. She's a fucking billionaire. So, but what can they do? Make me want to kill myself by being annoying every day in the stream.
Yeah, because you're the victim.
So they will do that instead. Hasan, a trans friend of mine, worked really hard to make the game trans exclusive in the character creation section. I think what you do is good. Please check this. That's the funniest part, is that there are like,
hey, whoever that was, did you get picked? I'm just asking, did you get picked?
literal trans people and shit working on the fucking video game.
You get picked?
Like there are people in this community that have,
I hope it was worth it,
worked on this video game. This kind of,
because you look kind of silly from my perspective.
So regardless, but whatever. Like the reality is, if I don't play this fucking game, it will only be because I just don't want motherfuckers chirping at me. I'll tell you right now. It doesn't matter how big of a fucking trans ally I am. It does not matter. People, radlibs especially. This is one issue that like radlib.
Wait. So now I gotta ask you, why do you support the trans community? Why do you do what you do, Hasan? Because it sounds like you were just. You thought that you were buying some indulgences from us, right? That if you do X number of good things for us, that we will like let slide like X number of bad things that you do to us. So I gotta ask, what are you doing this for? Right? And you gotta ask yourself, because you're the only one, you know, you're the only one who's seeing it from your perspective, right? Ask yourself that. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Are you doing this for brownie points? Or are you doing this for some other reason? Because I hope it's for more than brownie points, Hasan, but only you can give that answer, all right? I'll leave you to it.
Love getting upset over consumer side activism of this
He really needs to take a break.
That's where that will come from. So many of your haters who hate trans people would be ruining.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, there is a good point to be made of that. Like, Hasan, what does he stream? 15 hours? Is it really 15 hours a day? Damn, that's longer than me. I don't think I've ever done 15 hours a day.
Because they hate you more? Oh yeah, 100%. What is this? Let's see what this argument is.
Supporting J.K. Rowling is an act of hostility towards your trans friends. So obviously, don't buy Hogwarts Legacy. But also, just because something doesn't directly put money into...
Bro, it's like, listen, you want to know the truth? If this fucking Hogwarts Legacy game is as good...
He says like 9 hours a day?
As like...
So it is like a no comment check stream. No, I mean, I've been grinding a little bit, and apparently people have been appreciating that because we're growing and, you know, starting to get somewhere, right?
Chick-fil-A sandwiches are... Nobody will give a fuck about this, okay? That's just the reality. I don't know why people fucking make like this into this like weird political...
And since we do have a lot more viewers in the channel today, if anybody has extra money, burning a pocket in your hole, or burning a hole in your pocket, a great use for that money is to donate it as a community sub or a gift sub to get these people out of having to sit through 2 ads every hour. Unfortunately, That's what Twitch requires of me just to get y'all out of the pre-roll ads. Because I know the pre-roll ads are the worst. They're the ads that come when you click the stream, you get a pre-roll ad. That's terrible. That's ridiculous, right? I don't want people to have to sit there for however many minutes while the ads roll through. So I get you out of the pre-roll ads by putting 2 every hour, but that still is 2 ads every hour. So anybody that has extra money and you see somebody in chat that does not have a Persona 2 face by their name, that is a person that is sitting through 2 ads every hour. And if you wanna help them out, you can get them out of that by giving a gift sub. So
perspective. Gay people and trans people eat at fucking Chick-fil-A all the goddamn
let them know they are appreciated.
time.
No
You wanna
days
know
off,
why?
chick. Yeah,
the
right?
chicken is good and the sauces are fucking dead.
Okay, now wait a minute. This is an anarcho-Asperian take. Do people know what I'm talking about? This is an anarcho-Asperian take. Right? Anarcho-Asperian, I think, originally supported the Wow! Oh my god. Thank you, Moss Burbs. Thank you for the... Oh my god, you gave me money for... This is for more coffee. Oh my god, I should make the letters bigger. I should make the letters bigger, because, like, it doesn't show up on my, It doesn't show up on my activity feed, but I do see that you donated, and I definitely hear the wonderful, wonderful ASMR chimes. But yeah, the coffee is expensive, unfortunately. But yeah, this is an anarcho-Asperian take, right? I recognize this take from anarcho-Asperian. So like I said, she supported the boycott against Chick-fil-A for a while. But then she started to, like, on air talk about, oh, but the chicken is so good and the waffle fries, literally doing a Chick-fil-A commercial for free. For fucking free. Anna, just eat your fucking shitty sandwich and shut the fuck up. Because you're literally selling their shit. You're, this is when Anna started to be, like, shitty. Like, right, she's gotten a lot worse, actually. She's gotten a lot worse. But yeah, she just had to have this fucking Chick-fil-A so bad. And she would be like, oh no, I'm not gonna eat it. I'm not gonna eat it. I know, I care about gay people, but the chicken is so good. It's I've had Chick-fil-A. It's not that good, okay? What I remember most about Chick-fil-A is the fact that they wrap their sandwich in like it's like a paper wrapper, and it's got wax on it, right? And that's like a hot sandwich coming off the grill, right? They toast the bun, and the chicken is hot, so they put that in there, and the waxed paper starts to melt onto the sandwich. And if you turn the sandwich over and you smell the bottom of the bun, it smells like crayons. You're eating crayons, okay? What the fuck is appealing about that? Like, you could make a sandwich for yourself at home. You could do meal prep, right? You could make 1 million of these sandwiches. You could freeze them and put them in the microwave, and it would probably be better, and it wouldn't taste like ass. Whoa, where's this vegan emote coming from? Wow, okay. Can I eat you? Oh my god. I mean, that's like a very particular thing, right? Who buys a sandwich to sniff the bottom of it? That's so specific. Look, I mean, like, if you can smell what smells like crayons, and you're eating food, right? So you should notice that, right? You open up the wrapper, and you're like, and instead of it just being like, you'd think you'd smell chicken and bun, right? That's what you want to smell. But instead, you're smelling a little bit of crayon. And I'm a curious kid, or right? When I was a kid, I was a curious kid. And I'm like, where is this crayon smell coming from? And I turn over my burger, and sure enough, yeah, the bottom of the bottom of the bun of the Chick-fil-A sandwich smells like crayons, right? And like, I mean, I'm sure I ate crayons at some point, but I think at that point I was beyond. I was done eating crayons. I was done eating Play-Doh. I was done eating crayons. That was not appealing to me. I have recognized that this is not good food ever since I was a little kid. Why is it so hard for other people? I'm sorry, I just completely took you on a tangent, didn't I? That was a total tangent. Wow, we got a lot of vegans in chat, right? Crayons are wax. The wax paper is wax. It's gross. It's gross. I didn't know Hogwarts I do not have Hogwarts War streams in my bingo, but like I guess that's what we're doing. Kira has a vegan emote. Nice, Kira. There's a lot of vegans. There's a lot of vegans here. Popeyes. Okay, like I don't eat chicken. Like I said, I'm vegan too. But Popeyes apparently is the shit. So
Hank, that's it. What happened?
Total tangent Thursdays. Exactly, JT. Exactly.
What happened to the fucking consumer side activism on that front? Because it doesn't matter ultimately. It literally doesn't matter. No one is gonna.
What happened to your mind, like vacuum take? I don't know, Hasan. We forgot it because it wasn't a very good take, right? I know this is your take. Wait, is he doing the parasocial thing with his community, where they're supposed to just like Vaush? They're supposed to like absorb, like by osmosis, all of his bad takes. That's a bad take, Hasan. That's a flattened out, unnuanced, shitty take. It's more complicated than that, actually, right? And I would think that your brain could grasp that, but maybe not. Like I said, 15 hours a day, 9 hours a day, no breaks, no days off. Like maybe it's getting to you, right? Because that your brain's just not quite doing what it needs to be doing to stream. If you can't figure out that that's a bad take, because that's like legitimately a bad take.
Go, oh man, this AAA title that is like going to literally be a blockbuster sales, is gonna have blockbuster sales. That's like only tangentially associated.
Okay, so thanks, Hasan. I hate to debate, but you just made an argument that would work for Gone with the Wind and Birth of a Nation. Congratulations, asshole. Congratulations. That's a terrible take.
With J.K. Rowling's IP that she created many years ago, that every single person who's like built a career around at this point is like
Weasel.
And J.K. Rowling. It'll get review bombed.
That's the thing, is he's not being weaselly. He's just being like, I don't know. I don't know. What was so hard to get about this?
By like Normans probably, and then it'll get counter reviewed bombed by transphobes who'll give it like a 100%. It's like such a weird thing. So you are saying
so many vegans
transphobic, but once the reviews come out, it's okay.
No, this is wild, chat. Because like I'm vegan. Like when I thought about doing content, like I thought for a hot second about maybe doing vegan content, and then I decided I was going to do political content and trans content instead. But you're like convincing me to maybe like talk about talk about veganism some of these days. Maybe I don't know. I mean, like I'm not trying to like judge anybody or anything like that. I don't hate you if you're not vegan. Obviously, I spent a lot of my life being very unvegan, as in I am the daughter of a barbecue aficionado, okay? I'm the daughter of a huge barbecue fan. I have probably eaten more meat in my life than most of you meat eaters out there, right? Because my family was just all about the meat growing up, right? So I'm not judging anybody. But yeah, I am a vegan. I do enjoy vegan food. I do think been a lot healthier since I stopped eating meat. So
no, I'm not saying.
You would love some vegan content.
This
no pressure. We'll have to find a place for it.
What? But guys, people said Cyberpunk was transphobic.
Michael Julian, thank you for the sub.
But the reason why people didn't end up playing Cyberpunk was because they were just unable to. And Cyberpunk was not transphobic. Like, it's crazy.
Wait a minute. Can somebody? What do we think, chat? Right? Because I'm trying to remember what the deal with what was the deal with Cyberpunk? CD Projekt Red was the developer, right? They're developing that out of Poland. Poland, and this is not a knock on. I'm not trying to judge anybody for. I know Polish people who are cool, okay, in other words, right? Oh god, that sounded racist. The way I say it is just pedantic. I didn't mean to say it like that. What I mean is that like as in totality, there transphobia is pretty popular in Poland, all right? But CD devs, I think I remember the devs of there was something that they did which it seemed like it was purposefully to try to trigger a backlash. It seemed like it was trying to antagonize the trans community in order to get the shitlord Gamergate demo on their side, right? But I don't remember much like that. Criticisms might have seemed silly, but they were justified. It's just one of those attempts to be inclusive, but also sort of fell into some tropes with genitalia or whatever. Yeah, I do remember that. I have Polish friends. Yeah, I swear I have Polish friends. Yeah, like no, I've done like, you know, I've done like MMA and stuff. I actually, you know, like a lot of like it sounds like everybody in MMA is Polish. No, what I mean is I feel like there were a lot of Polish people in the MMA classes that I took for whatever reason. Criticisms, yeah, trans people were going, the game itself is transphobic, just that weren't going, the game itself is transphobic, just that the whole character customization missed a few things, clearly not equivalent to a J.K. Rowling product. Cyberpunk had the character customizer where you could make a trans character, but you couldn't change. Yeah, so that's what it was, is that the voice was locked to the gender, right? There was there was like what, 6 total voices, so you could be male. Wait, no, I'm trying to remember how that worked. There was like 3 voices or something. There was like a male voice, a female voice, and a non-binary voice, right? And it had to correspond. Whatever your character's gender identity was going to be what the voice was. And was that what it was? I remember there being some shitty jokes in CD Projekt Red's community manager. Oh, from their community manager. Weird sexualization ad in the game. I don't know. I haven't played it. Well, like, I never really interacted with the Cyberpunk, the game, but I do remember enjoying the anime. The anime is pretty good. Right? Because it's David Martinez, and he's got it's high time he chromed the fuck up. It's high time we all chromed the fuck up, right? That's what we need to do, is just go see a Ripper doc and chrome the fuck up. Just like David Martinez.
I just don't know. I don't know how to, like, I've argued about this shit a bunch of times, and I do think it's like...
And also, I really want to go to the moon. I thought it was only a masculine voice and a feminine voice. Like I said, I never played it, so I'm not sure. I still want to watch the anime.
Ultimately counterproductive, silly, and dumb. I don't know. I just...
Jim Sterling covers Cyberpunk, if anyone was curious. They do a pretty good... Yeah, James Stephanie Sterling.
Who cares?
I don't care.
SJWs, don't buy Hogwarts Legacy. J.K. Rowling is transphobic. I mean, most people are going to be like that. I don't care. SJWs, the game has anti-Semitic undertones and forces you to stop a slave uprising. I'm actually more interested in the anti-Semitic undertones and the fact that it, like, forces you to stop a slave uprising and covering that than anything else, really. When I think about it, I feel like that's way, way, way more interesting than, like, J.K. Rowling being a transphobe, which is, like, established. Everybody fucking knows it.
Hasan, yeah.
Everyone in here is spending so much effort rationalizing support for hateful people businesses because they just want to be mindless consumer drones that keep their treats. They want someone else to solve the problems.
Oh, Sophie from Mars has a good video on it?
Counterproductive, in my opinion. Or they personally understand that, like, playing a fucking video game or watching a fucking movie is not activism. Just like stopping yourself from watching a movie or playing a fucking video game is not activism, which it isn't. Sorry to break it to all of you motherfuckers, but it's not.
I love that you think you can turn your brain off and just, like, I mean, this is part of what's dangerous about passive entertainment, is it does encourage you to turn your brain off and immerse yourself in a zero consequences, like, escapist world. Now that's shitty. That's shitty culture. That's shitty movies, shows, games, right? That's what that encourages you to do. That's escapism, right? And granted, I understand shit's fucked up. A lot of people are looking for an escape, but there is another option, okay? And that is, like, interpretive. That is an interpretive angle on things, where you are escaping, but you're going through your own world. And you're recognizing that no matter how much you try to get away from it, reality's going to slap you in the face. Reality's going to meet you in the unreality that you engage with, right? Just like stories, right? This is what this is. This is stories. This is narrative, right? That's what entertainment, for the most part is. And the fact that this stuff comes from people in the real world using their unconscious mind to create things that feel like fantasy worlds, that feel like an escape, that feel like an alien atmosphere, that feel like a complete different thing, right? It's only feeling that way. It only connects with us because it comes from that unconscious place, right? And the unconscious mind is a strange place. It's like, Alice in Wonderland kind of stuff, but or even like Wizard of Oz. Like, look at Wizard of Oz, okay? Everybody that she encountered in Wizard of Oz was a reflection of somebody in real life. What I'm saying is that the stuff that creates this fantasy world for you comes from real life. And J.K. Rowling hasn't unpacked her shit. The question is, are you going to unpack your shit? Because you got time. Are you going to take that, as a serious thing, or are you just going to stop engaging, right? Because you can watch... You can watch, an anti-Semitic trope from a transphobic turf, like made into a movie, made into a video game, or you could watch something that's not that. And the question is, which one do you choose, gamer? Which one do you choose, right? That's not an insignificant choice. I hate to say it. Like, I know that you want to like have this escape. I know you want to think of this stuff as existing outside of any consideration of morality or life or reality or, what the future is going to look like, but it doesn't. The stories that you engage with have an effect on the real world. Yeah, they do. They like, right? The stories that you learn as a kid, right? That's why that stuff is like morality, right? When you're reading like or getting kid stories read to you, like there's like an element of morality in there, right? And if the stories you were reading was like from the perspective of the big bad wolf, and it was like, yeah, and then the big bad wolf had to trick the three little pigs, but in the end he got them and he ate them. They were so good, like, just gnawing it off the bone. You'd be kind of a different person, wouldn't you? If you put yourself into the big bad wolf rather than the three little pigs, if you put yourself into the big bad wolf rather than Little Red Riding Hood, that's a different world. That's a different set of morals, okay? Please recognize that this stuff is not entirely without consequences. Like, it is, the consequences aren't straightforward, but they're still there. You're still in the world, okay? I hate to break it to you, but no matter how much you immerse yourself into fantasy, you are still in the world. You are still in your body. You are still living a human experience, right? You are not in some kind of like, consequence-free environment. I hope that doesn't hurt.
Like literally the most liberal way of looking at things. I'm sorry. And it's built on the fundamental...
I got stun locked so hard. Oh yeah, good to see you. Good. I'm glad you were here, Michael Julian. I feel like we gotta play more Persona if I'm gonna drive this point home, right?
The plank of powerlessness. I feel like bullying people into not buying the game will have the opposite effect people think it would have. I feel like it would increase.
Yeah, all these trans bullies, right? Am I right, chat?
I just...
That's the thing I hate about trans people is they just bully the fuck out of you with their immense power.
Like, all of that stuff is marginal. It's marginal. It's marginal. It's not going to do anything.
No, plug us back into the Matrix.
It's just going to...
Yeah, exactly, right? Welcome to the desert of the real.
Individually annoy some people, okay? But those people are not going to become transphobic. They were already transphobic. Society is fucking transphobic. Hello?
What game? I think Hasan's talking about Hogwarts here.
Like, J.K. Rowling isn't transphobic because she like...
Oh, no, I was talking about Persona. Really doesn't matter which Persona, because like all these Persona games are they're like about consciousness itself. Like that's what I love about Atlas games.
Like personally decided one day that a trans person offended her. She's transphobic because she's British and that's her culture. She can't stop herself from being transphobic. British people are so fucking transphobic that even when Scotland's like, hey, yeah, like let's do something about this gender stuff, they're like, no, You will not! I will stop you! How dare you! At least you don't have takes about the game like this, Braindead. By buying this game, you support transphobic values. I say, as the metal in my cell phone used to record this video was mined by child slave labor. I mean, but that's not wrong. Like, sure, this is coming across like a reactionary take, but it's literally true. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. He is right. The Ackman, whether or not he's reactionary.
Okay, now Hasan, please recognize that if you want to have this take, you gotta show me how this isn't nihilism, right? You gotta show me how this isn't solipsistic nihilism, okay? Because this leads right there, okay? You gotta show me that you're not going there, right? There is a truth to this, okay? There is a truth to this, and we talked about this earlier. Like Coke Industries, people tried to boycott Coke Industries. It turns out Coke Industries doesn't make products that you can boycott. They make things that go into products, and therefore their things that they put into products are in so many different things that you literally can't boycott them. Like I said, you wouldn't be able to wipe your ass without Coke Industries, unfortunately. So that boycott didn't work, right? You know, like Vaush talks about cell phones, okay? Vaush talks about like the unethical way that the not trace elements, but like the elements that go into cell phones get mined, right? And like the child exploitation that's inherent in the way that it's done, okay? Yeah, that's a problem, right? But you don't have the option, realistically, in this world to just like not have a cell phone, right? You don't have the option not to eat. You don't have the option not to, like wipe your butt, right? There's certain things that you need to do, but this is not that. This is a game. This is entertainment, right? And you've got a bevy of choices, like Jessie Gender pointed out, some of them made by trans creators that need your support, right? That have got better stories to tell, that don't rely on anti-Semitic tropes about blood libel, okay? Like, you have other options. Don't act like there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, because that in and of itself is just nihilism repackaged, all right? Straight up, Hasan. Are you really gonna just like black pill your whole audience like this? Like, no, dude. You have too many people in your audience. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. This is not right. This is not right, okay? Do not come out here and just black pill your audience. You cannot just throw there is no ethical consumption under capitalism out there by itself, right? That is not the entire story, right? There's a point to that. There's a truth to that, right? But it's a little bit more nuanced than you're making it out to be.
Or whatever the fuck, whether or not you like them. This statement is true. Every component of your life, and you have to recognize this at some point. Sometimes people who are right-wing or reactionary, I don't know if he is,
that works too.
but like, those people sometimes make correct points. This is one of those instances. Everybody loved when I fucking played Call of Duty, and that shit was like baked.
Oh my god, so sometimes Bill Maher is right. Good one, Hasan, good one.
In with an infinite amount of fucking Western imperialist agitated propaganda.
Well, luckily for you, we have, what is that game that Bad Empanada played called? Like, we have an alternative to Call of Duty, and it's just as good, if not better. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? You know that the game, you know what I'm talking about? The game that Bad Empanada played? It's got bullet time. Hasan, there's no bullet time in Call of Duty, okay? You can't bullet time in that shit, but this game you can, right?
Run down on your consumer side activism take.
Okay, now I want to say something about Call of Duty, and not just Call of Duty, right? But a lot of video games. Those games are propaganda. I don't think you're a bad person for playing that shit, but like literally, if they want to get the specs, which they do, for the weapons, because people think guns are cool as fuck, right? And you could have a game that has just the gun that's like gun A and gun B shoots further than gun A, but gun A is more accurate. Like, that's kind of boring, right? But if you get the specs for actual military hardware, for actual military weaponry, that's going to make a cool game, right? Our military gives that stuff out, but it doesn't give it out for free, right? It gives it out with the understanding that they're going to have a little bit of editorial control over what you're doing. Yeah, this is well known, right? This is well known, right? Part of the reason that those games are pushed by the US military is because they want little boys primarily, but also now, like anybody, to grow up thinking that shit's cool as fuck. That shit, to have a weapon, to be a soldier, to go out and fucking like snipe people from distance, right? That's cool as fuck, right? Because they need that. How else are you gonna get somebody to give up their life, to get blown up for their country, other than making them think it's cool as fuck? It's cool as fuck, right? Call of Duty really loves the military and militarism in general. And in terms of those games, like, yeah, like, I mean, generally, like, any game that has realistic weaponry is gonna have some, like, influence in there, right? Wasn't there a Johnny Test episode about this? Possibly. Possibly. Quite possibly.
You can help those like myself who are confused / hurt.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, Tapelzi. It's that game. I can't remember what it's called, though. The name was in Arabic. Max Payne, right?
If you're hurt that I might be considering doing a Hogwarts Legacy stream with the express purpose of education, as I'm a political commentator.
I'm actually kidding, because that game was really the joke about the game that Bad Empanada played is that one was actually really, really a bad game. It was put together, but I think one person made it, right? It wasn't Minecraft, Sims, and Animal Crossing. Those games, and even Wizard game is not my genre. I mean, I'm the same way. The closest I get to first-person shooter territory is like Splatoon.
/ person who like fundraises for these sorts of things all the goddamn time.
But that's only because I'm a squid girl.
I don't know what
right?
to tell
I'm a squid girl.
But as far as like
who knew?
my consumer side activism take goes, unless things are like very well organized, like the original BDS movement, not the Palestinian one, but the original BDS movement on top of the apartheid, the South African apartheid, which was paired with legislation and had like the express purpose of ending the apartheid. Consumer side activism doesn't work on its own, especially because like every single
okay, now that is a right-wing take right there. X does not work on its own, therefore let's not do X. Bad take, Hasan. Bad take.
Consume is done in completely unethical means. It's touched by transphobes. It's directly fucking supporting transphobic people, homophobic.
Do I need tone indicators, Cisco?
Phobic people, racist people. That's it. It's just the real activism works on the labor side. Imagine if Muslim chatters acted like
I mean, hopefully I'm giving you that. If I'm not, let me know the individual thing if you're confused about it, and I'll make it real, clear.
This when you played COD. Hasan, I can't believe you don't care about me and about people who don't value my existence by playing COD. Yeah.
What is this?
Which, by the
meme?
way, like, I haven't played Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know what the fucking entire storyline is, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
It's like a poll. Like, are you cis or are you trans? 13% of his chatters are trans in August of 2022.
Directly fucking shitting on trans people in the same way that COD shits on
military fetishism, yeah.
People and anyone that America decides to be their enemy. So there is that too. I saw this already. I haven't even touched this discourse yet. The Hogwarts Legacy game is already out on early release for streamers to stream. And, XQC's held on 100,000 people all day playing it. And of course that was going to happen. You know what I mean? It's a very popular game. So what happened? Everybody was like, don't play it. Don't do it. Don't play it and fundraise for a trans lifeline by playing that game. Okay, I won't. It's too much of a headache. I didn't touch it. But that's not going to stop it from being incredibly popular. That's not going to stop it from other streamers who are otherwise.
That's not the idea, Hasan. We're under no delusion that we can stop this game from like selling. That's not the goal. We're under no delusion that we can like impoverish J.K. Rowling or take her clout away or something like that. That's not on the table, right? Nobody's thinking that. That's not where we're coming from. This is for allies, okay? You just showed a graphic where you showed that in August of 2022, 13% or more of your chat was trans. So you're getting some support from the trans community, and that's not for no reason. It's because you're an ally. It's because you've been good to us. It's because we appreciate you, okay? That's why the message is for you. The message is not for XQC. The message is not for Asmongold, okay? Those are not allies, all right? Let me be real. I don't know if they're Like I don't think that they're like, you know, haters or anything like that, but they're definitely, you know, have not shown themselves to be allies in the same way that Hasan does, right? This is for allies. We, you know, like if you're on our side, like, you know, show us by like just not playing one shitty game, right? That's what this is about, right? Just like putting, a little bit of putting your money where your mouth is, right? You don't like, you're against J.K. Rowling. You're against this kind of like casual anti-Semitism that she's like baked into the cake of the Hogwarts world, right? So show it. Show you learn something. Show it's real. Show that you know your allyship matters a little bit more than playing some, you know, crappy game, right? That's all anybody's asking. It's not, and they're only asking you because, you know, you're an ally, because, you know, on some level you are a good person, right? Because on some level you are reachable. I mean, and you know, you reacted with fragility this time, but I don't know. I don't think it has to be this way. I really don't.
Apolitical from playing it. All you did was get leftist streamers to not play it.
Yeah, boycotts don't work, except all the times they did work. No matter how Hasan rationalizes his take, the right wing loves his stance.
And
Absolutely.
potentially put together like a massive fucking charity for it. I will most likely play it just off stream, you know. Of course I'm gonna play it. I need to. It's a cultural thing, you know what I mean. I'm a cultural commentator as much as I am a political commentator. You know, obviously I'm going to get a better understanding of what the fuck's going on in the game itself, so I can provide adequate coverage over it. You can get mad at me all you want. People probably will still. The fact that I chose not to play it doesn't matter. People will still probably.
And like really, most like what Jessie Gender said, what I'm saying, what most people are saying is not about like don't, you know, play it, don't, you know, right? It's you know, it's mainly like don't stream it, like, right? Don't, you're a trans ally, like show you're a trans ally, right? Like if you want to, like, you know, somehow come into possession of a copy, I don't know how that would happen, but there theoretically could be other ways than actually buying the game, just theoretically, just, you know, possibly, right? Oh, thank you, Chronic Cowboy. No, I'm mispronouncing your name, I think. Literally lying to his audience, right? Yeah, I mean, like, fine, like, right, you know, realistically speaking, like, you know, if you're a gaming streamer and you got to be like aware of what's going on, or, you know, you want to see what's in there or whatever, fine, but like, you know, streaming it and building the hype for it is probably not, and doing that as like some kind of a trans charity stream. I pre-ordered D2. Blizzard came up, and their sexism could not cancel the order, so instead I just did not stream it. Oh, Chronic Clown plus Envy. Oh my god, I can't read today. I don't know what's wrong with me. Chronic Clown B. Chronic Clown B. Thank you for the follow. There we go. See, I got it right. I do care.
They use that as
I do care about your names.
Because they don't, because the people, how do I describe it? People don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They know that if they fucking chirp like all the big streamers that end up playing it, that's gonna fall on deaf ears. No one gives a shit. But yeah, here, this is the top post on LSF right now. Chat harasses streamer for playing the new Hogwarts Legacy game to the point where his girlfriend starts crying. Like, they're literally video game reviewers, dude. And like, this is their job, you know what I mean?
Chat, it's just
like, these people aren't bad people. They're not transphobic people, you know what I mean? That's the other crazy part about it.
I mean,
you know
listen, like I said before, the only way you're going to get pushback in your stream is if you have a substantial trans audience, and if your audience that is trans feels comfortable saying that stuff, right? That's not, I don't think it makes you a bad person. Like, I don't think that, like, you know, liking, you know, a series or playing I don't think that's not what I'm saying, okay? But do recognize that, like, you know, these people are kind of counting on you, right? Do recognize that you've gotten like our views because of the things you've said and done in the past, right? And I don't think that you need to be this fragile. Like, now, so what is it? Girlfriend reviews? Is that what they're called? Yeah, no one is saying that, right? Girlfriend reviews. is the streamer in question. I think it's a stream duo basically. And they really did make themselves the victim in this, right? And then they got clipped by transphobes as like just kind of propaganda against trans people. Darvo, right? You take a marginalized group that's fighting for its existence and you make them out to be the bullies. These poor streamers, these poor cis streamers, they just wanted to play a little game. And these mean trans people came and bullied them. They bullied the game they bullied the joysticks right out of their hands, right? You know, you're trying to play a game experiencing joy with your joystick. You can't even hold on to it because the trans people keep on vibrating your joystick right out of your hand, right? With their magical powers of cancellation, right? This is just more garbage. This is just more garbage. The chat didn't say anything? Wait, what?
Didn't you even have people in this community that worked on the game? Yes, of course. It's only because like J.K. Rowling is incredibly fucking annoying and is using every opportunity to be like a horrifying monster.
This is if you have like, look, if I'm trying to think of like, you know, an example of this, right? Let's say that I talked to Keffals behind the scenes, and we agreed to like switch our brains, okay? For one day, we're gonna switch our brains out, right? So I'm gonna come on stream with Keffals' brain, and Keffals is gonna come on stream with my brain, okay? And I started saying the things that Keffals has been saying. I would anticipate my chat might be upset, right? Some of you are gonna be upset by that, right? I'm gonna lose chat. Yeah? You're not going to be with me, right? If I'm giving you Keffals takes, if I'm giving you Vaush takes, right? If I'm giving you Xanderhall takes, you're not going to be on my side in that, right? And if I keep on doing it, then some of you might unsubscribe, unfollow, you know, forget that I exist, right? I don't have the right to your views. I don't have the right to your time. You're here because you want to be here, right? And so are the trans people in Girlfriend Reviews, you know, chat. They're there because they want to be. And if they start to not want to be, they're going to let you know by saying something in chat. If it continues, then they're going to let you know by, you know, disappearing from your community, by disappearing from your Discord, right? And you're going to lose subscriber. And there's no reason you should have to do that if you're an ally. You watch Vaush? Bruh. Look, Cisco, I hate to single you out here, but you are excused, and I'm not your bruh.
They're just an absolute fucking demon. Oh my god, this is like left.
Wait, do we know what I'm talking about here? You have a clip? That's what I was asking you earlier. That's what I wanted to get at. Yeah, if you send me that clip, Sarah, I'm curious. Do you know the meme? Does everybody know the meme? Sorry, it's a meme. I'm memeing at you. I'm memeing at you. I hope that's okay. You're excused. Oh, it's from Zoolander. Is that the original one? Is
Excuse me, brah.
You're excused. And I'm not your bro.
There you go. There you go.
Gamergate, big oof, bro. It's
You're
cool. Just say you want to play the Harry
Hey,
Potter.
I used to watch Vaush too. Okay, I'm not trying to make myself out to be some kind of like I haven't always been this awesome. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Potter game, not that you have to. Wait, what? No, I don't give a fuck. Do you think I play a lot of fucking video games? Don't be a dummy. I'm not like desperate to fucking play the game. I don't give a shit. I'm a political commentator, brother. I don't have to play a single fucking game for the rest of my goddamn life. But the reason why I want to play the game specifically is because it's a cultural issue, okay? This is a game that is like a cultural force, whether we like it or not. Half the reason why the game has become a cultural talking point is specifically because...
The second political creator you watched after Shu, let me see, I'm trying to remember. Okay, so the first political creator I watched was ContraPoints. What was the second one, though? I feel like it might have been Xanderhall, actually. Yeah, like, here's my cringe tape, okay? I was in Xanderhall's community, like, when Xanderhall was bigger than Vaush. That was a long-ass time ago, right? But, like, yeah, Xanderhall's community was just, like, a bunch of people, you know, Minecrafters and stuff like that, early on. And Xanderhall really didn't get toxic until Vaush came up. Like, cause Vaush got bigger than him, like, really fast. Like, Vaush leapfrogged Xanderhall. And that was when Xanderhall got toxic. Right? Up until then, Xanderhall was, like, kind of awesome. But yeah, that was a long time ago. And I was a different person, too. And there were probably things about Xanderhall that were not awesome. Obviously, you know, he's somewhat lacking as a streamer. Right. And maybe I was just, my consciousness was not to the point where I recognized that. But yeah, I'm not trying to put myself above anybody else by who I do or do not watch. Right. But I'm just saying in general, if I had cringe takes, like if I had cringe debate bozo takes, like it probably would, you know, I'd probably hear back about it from chat. Right.
Because of all the
last thing I saw from Vaush was him defending Keffals on Twitter. We have ways of making you talk, shows Vaush live stream. There we go. No idea. I stopped watching Vaush over a year ago.
Discourse surrounding it about.
But yeah, no, I think I got into Vaush for a little while too, right? And it was like it wasn't until the Thought Slime stream that I realized that maybe there was something wrong. The serfs, yeah, I was into the serfs. I was into yeah. Yeah, it was probably like Xanderhall, the serfs, non-compete, Vaush. Like that was the kind of stuff I used to watch back in the day.
Whether you are supposedly promoting transphobia if you play the game or not. I knew that this was going to happen. Everyone was just going to play it.
I actually didn't get turned on to Jessie gender until like, I don't know what, like a year and a half ago.
It was just going to be the
Corvidae, nice.
Apolitical people that end up playing it. But like, there are plenty of fucking people who are just like, you can't.
Yo, the serfs actually broke my heart though. Like the serfs kind of broke my heart. Cause like I really like I was kind of I don't want to exaggerate. Like I wasn't like best friends with Lance or anything like that, but Lance had me, you know, on the stream a few times. I talked to Lance. Oh yeah, we had Lance on Bird Brains. I forgot about that. Lance actually came through for Bird Brains, you know, a long time ago, right? But yeah, it was like the Lauren Southern debate. That's where I really fell off for the serfs, and then they signed on with Whiteleaf, and basically what was shitty is that like the serfs were kind of like the antidote to Vaush. Like Vaush is really like toxic or started to get really toxic, and the serfs were really wholesome. But I guess they just, you know what that represents, right? When you get like a GG website, like a Whiteleaf website, right? Like the serfs did, you're basically giving Vaush control over you. You're never going to be able to like massively disagree with him without having the rug pulled out from under you. Because that website doubles your donation money. Effectively doubles your donation money, yeah? And you get it, you know, it's, you know, apparently a pretty good deal. I think that White Nervosa ends up owning some of the rights to some of your media or something like that, but you know, that's not really that big of a deal. So it seems like a good thing. The problem is if you ever go against the Clout Network, that stuff's going to get pulled right out from under you. If you do anything to hurt Vaush's brand, if you do anything to hurt Xanderhall's brand, if you do anything to hurt Demon Mama's brand, like you're going to lose that, right? So the people that signed that deal, that is, you know, that's like Ursula, you know, being like, yes, it'll just cost your voice, you know, right? That's like, in fact, I believe that was who offered me a White Nervosa website. I think, was it Ursula? I seem to remember it being the Sea Witch that offered I had a chance to, have one of those websites, and I said no, because I didn't want Vaush to have control over me, right?
Even do negative cultural critique if you're like touching it. You know what I mean? Oh, Girlfriend Reviews was raising money for the Trevor Project while they were doing it, just like I said I wanted to do. Well, turns out doesn't matter. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Hey guys, I see a lot of not feeling.
Okay, Hasan, like you understand the concept of buying indulgences and what's like wrong with that. So indulgences was this thing. Okay, so you know how like in a Catholic church there's a confession booth, and you go to confession and you confess your sins, and like I don't know. I think back in the day, maybe, is this right? You would have to like pay something to get your sins forgiven, or there was some kind of deal like where you'd like, right? So now if you are poor, that's like, you're going to try not to commit sins, I guess, right? So you don't have to do that. But if you're rich, money is not an object. Got plenty of that, right? And you don't want to be guilty of any sin. So here's an idea. What if I paid for my sins up front, right? What if I just went ahead and give the church a whole bunch of money so that when I commit a sin, which I invariably will, that it's covered? All right. Now that's cringe. That's probably part of what made caused like Protestantism to be a thing. That's probably part of what like empowered like people like Martin Luther, right? That's part of why some people lost faith in the Catholic Church, was shit like that. Like just like ridiculous shit. Like you go to church to fucking buy indulgences so you can commit more sins. Like that's silly, right? That's bizarre, right? That's what you're setting up here, Hasan. Like, can I go ahead and buy some indulgences? Okay, so I want to be able to do some transphobia down the line and not get called on it or anything like that. So let me just go ahead and do some charity work for the Trevor Project. That's Vaushian. Hasan, the reason we like you, part of the reason that people like you is because you're not Vaush. You're not Destiny. You're not Vaush. You're at least a step above, right? You're not perfect. I'm not under any delusion that you're perfect, but you're a bit of a breath of fresh air compared to the debate pervs, all right? But when you act like that, there's a lot less difference between you and Vaush, right? That's one thing you got going for you. Please don't ruin it. Please don't ruin a good thing, all right? I like that you're less like Vaush than Vaush, all right? Please don't like heighten the contradictions. Don't like shrink them down. Come on.
This choice, if you go to a stream, you'll see that we're raising money for the Trevor.
In Catholic doctrine, you can pay for others to pray to undo your sins. The idea being that monetary value is an act of contrition, and after the First Crusades, you could pay in advance for stuff. Yeah.
Project, while we play this game, we spent no money on. We'll play it again for free, so you can know how it is without having to. It doesn't even matter. Guess what? They fucking bullied them. They bullied them.
I don't think turf is censored if you're typing turf in the chat. It's like,
you know why they bullied them? Because I'm sorry, guys, and this, just the sad truth.
Churches would have people pay to get into heaven. Yeah.
You can't bully actual fucking apolitical people.
And I'm not taking a shit specifically like on the Catholic Church. Like I grew up in a corrupt, weird church too. I don't really see like, I don't see any branch of Christianity being better than others, right? I think BC of the title, because of the title. Oh, wait. Oh, because they'll what is it called? Right? The thing where you don't get as many views as you should get. And nobody knows what triggers that, right? Nobody knows what it is. Like we recognize that there's certain things that when you say that, like YouTube kind of like is like, right? Doesn't want to like, cause YouTube will sometimes like, ban you for weird things or give you a strike for weird things. But sometimes it's not even like that. Sometimes it's just like, they kind of like a keyword will trigger like an algorithmic downgrading. So yeah, it's to stay viable in the algorithm. Same reason I try not to say the, like curse words, right? Like the F word. I try not to do that because, same sort of thing. Like you're going to get, and nobody knows what it's for or like what gets you downgraded or how much you get downgraded because YouTube doesn't want you to know. it's a panopticon, and they want you to police yourself, right? That's the ideal situation. They don't even have to hire a guard for the guard tower. The guard tower's empty because, like, I'm thinking there might be a guard up there, and like there's 360 degrees they could look at, but they might be looking my way. And if I'm doing the wrong thing while they're looking my way, I'm gonna get in trouble. So now I'm policing myself and being like, oh geez, I better not say, like these words that are gonna get me that are going to get me like algorithmically downgraded. So yeah, that's all, right?
You have no voice in those
It's kind of like a shadow ban.
The internet is a devastating place for people who are woke or people who are progressive. People who are progressive also have the capacity.
Also, like, I don't know if you know this, but TERFs, like, they name search, right? That TERFs have got like nothing to do, and they sit around and they look like they name search on Twitter and stuff like that. So I mean, like, sometimes I'll use it anyway. Sometimes it's a hashtag and you kind of got to use it to get into that algorithm. But yeah, in general, like, it's best if you can leave out a letter or two.
To over leverage. People who are progressive also have the capacity to go a little too hard. Okay, no one is saying that they're not, but everybody fucking understands that no matter where you go, no matter which circle you go to,
Hasan probably does need to touch grass
on the internet, it is not a safe space for you. It is a hostile space for you. So what do? You go to the fucking safest space you can, and you fucking chirp, and you cry, and you complain, and you cyber bully people from stopping doing the best of a shitty situation.
Okay, so here's where we come to an interesting thing.
Enemy of leftists or other leftists.
Oh my god. What do I have to say about this? The cyberbullying. Thank you for the follow, Cisco. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Gizmo Manning. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining the cat cult. All right, so what do I have to say about this? Cyberbullying. Okay, now I said before, you're accusing a marginalized group with no power of bullying you. Okay? Do you want our views or do you not want our views? Second of all, wait, remind me of what I was thinking.
You cry and you complain, and you cyber bully people from stopping, doing the best of a shitty situation otherwise. That's it. The greatest enemy of leftists or other leftists, always. I mean,
here's the deal. Like, Hasan, I hate to break it to you, but you're a shit sandwich. Okay? When you do shit like this for trans people, as a trans person, I gotta tell you, you're a shit sandwich. I don't watch a lot of other streamers, and I probably wouldn't spend a lot of time in your stream, even if I had extra time, right? Because you're kind of a shit sandwich. Now, you're not the worst shit sandwich out there, right? There's a lot of worse shit sandwiches than you. The people that are settling on your shit sandwich, right, are doing that because your shit sandwich has, like, I don't know, 30% less shit than Vaush's does, right? 30% less shit than Keffals, right? That's why people are settling on you, okay? We don't have to settle on you, right? And in fact, you know what? I shouldn't even tell you this. I should let you alienate your trans community and be left with nothing but pick-me's, nothing but trans people that tell you exactly what you want to hear. So you don't even know what a shit sandwich you are, right? You can't taste it because you're used to the taste of shit, and they're used to the taste of your shit too, okay? I shouldn't be telling you this. It's better for me if I let you crash your shit, if I let you alienate your trans audience, right? At least the trans people that are willing to stand up for themselves, right? And they come over here, right? But I do recognize that you are 30% less shitty than some of the other sandwiches out there, all right? That's what we're doing. But when you start accusing people of, like, cyberbullying you, okay, like, do I need to pull up my thread? Do I need to fucking pull up my thread here? Is this what we're gonna do? I made a thread talking about this exact subject, all right? It's not that one either. It's a different thread. It's a different thread than that. Let's see if I can find it. I don't want to get, like, too into this. Oh my god. Gotta do that, and then I gotta do that. And I gotta scroll down here. It's not this thread. Oh my god, that thread is doing okay. We got 42 likes on that. If you haven't liked that already, it is in the... Here, let me give you another copy of that. Can I do it with my phone? Do this with my phone. There we go. Yeah, that's the thread that we're working on today, okay? But there it is. Okay, so like this, you're barely gonna be able to see this, okay? But I'm gonna scroll through this real quickly, right? Now, like some of these are like, you know, trans people saying base shit. Some of these, like, right, this is a Twitch streamer. I'm gonna point you out, Millie Mozilla, even though you didn't come on stream with me, even though you didn't have the guts to do that, because your take, even though you disagreed with me, was less toxic than 90% of the takes out there, all right? So bullying is okay when it's for a good cause. I feel, you know, that's not what I said, all right? But like right, this is the best we've got. Of the people who are disagreeing with me, Millie Mozilla, you are the least toxic. Congratulations. That's why I wanted to have you on stream today to talk it out and see if maybe you could see things from my perspective, right? Right. So yeah, my perspective is this. Tiger Jones, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so we got some base people in here. We got some, yeah, I'm going to play it anyway. You know, but you also have like a whole bunch of harassment in here. Look, all those replies. Oh my God, somebody asking me about tampons, right? I'm sure that's a golden thread. I'm sure that's a great person, a person that has like, right? I get harassment all the time just for standing up for trans people. I'm getting shit on. I'm getting told you will never be a woman. I'm getting all the fucking garbage. I'm getting all the fucking transphobic garbage out there. So please, Hasan, miss me with this cyberbullying bullshit, because I've actually experienced it. I've actually been harassed. I have been, you know, like, I don't even want to say, I want to go through what I've been through in the past year, but any of you that know my history know what it's about. Like, this stream has been unviewable at times because of all the fucking hate raids, right? I've had people tell me to Minecraft myself in Roblox in 87 different ways, okay? So please, fucking miss me with this, you know, trans bullies narrative, all right? Can you leave that transphobia for the transphobes? Thank you. Thank you. I mean, thank you, Hasan. Look, like, I'll say it again, okay? You're excused.
Excuse me,
Hasan,
bro.
you're excused.
You're excused.
And I'm not your bra.
And I'm not your bro.
There you go, Hasan. There you go. Okay. Like, look, I don't hate your guts, all right? But this is doing my head in, okay? This is slightly doing my head in Minecraft, of
When
course.
shitheads say I'm a fucking rich person who's a piece of shit or whatever, it doesn't bother me as much as when I see leftist people who are like, fuck you. The only reason, I've told you this already, the only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get fucking bullied endlessly and called transphobic.
I won't do that. Don't worry.
endlessly.
Thank you for your concern, Tiger Jones. Yes, I will not. Like, look, I'm tough, okay? I've been through it, all right? I have been through the fire, all right? And I'm strong enough to get there. And it's not because I hate transphobes that much. Understand? It's because I love trans people. That's what's kept me going. There's a reason that I'm doing what I'm doing. There's a reason that I won't let the trolls get to me, all right? There's a reason that I didn't just quit when all of Twitch came down on me at the same time, and I got dogpiled by everyone in the political space, including supposed, like, trans advocates like Demon Mama. Yeah. I got fucked over. I got betrayed. I got stabbed in the fucking back for standing up to Dylan Burns for trans rights, okay? And I've been getting harassed by the most toxic fucking people you could imagine in ways that you cannot possibly imagine, Hasan. Until there's somebody going around like saying racist slurs to people and trying to convince them that they are you, then miss me with your fucking pity party, you asshole. Not that I think you're an asshole. Like I said, you're excused, and I'm not your bra.
And when we have massive queer communities and audiences, that's it. Everybody fucking knows how much leftist motherfuckers love to chirp on the internet.
I love you all.
They got no power. All they do is chirp, chirp, chirp.
Like, this is not about hate. This is about love, okay? But I've been through a lot, and I want people to recognize that. I need people to recognize that. I need you to recognize that your chat turning on you because you're being shitty to them is not the same thing as harassment, okay? I know what harassment looks like, believe me. All right? Believe me. It's worthwhile, and no one can ever take that away from you. Thank you, Tiger Jones. Yeah. No, everyone has their own experience, and in their own time, you live the best life that you can. Sorry if that's wait, I didn't miss your bad. I did miss your bad take. If there was a bad take there,
and that's precisely why so many fucking people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for charities or whatever, they're not doing it. I knew that this was going to happen.
Can you stop treating your trans chatters like children? We're trans. We're not kids. All right. We're not 5 years old, Hasan. So stop talking to us like we are. Right? And I'm doing this to help you, okay? Understand, it is the easiest thing in the world for trans people in your audience, the ones that have a spine, to just leave and forget about you and go off and, they can hang out with me. Like, right? I'll take care of them for you, right? It's no sweat off my brow. In fact, it's great. If you want to wreck yourself with the trans community, go right fucking ahead. It will materially benefit me. But I don't think it needs to be like that. I think that you have been a trans ally in the past. I think that you can continue to be a trans ally in the future. And that's what I want to see. I don't want you to wreck your shit for something as silly as a goddamn anti-Semitic turf game, okay? Please, Hasan, why? Why do you need to do this? Why do you need to be like this, right? You don't need to talk down to your trans audience, all right? That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. All right? We're people, and we appreciate your help, and we appreciate your support, but we don't need it, okay? We don't need to affix our lips to your ass, okay? We're not looking to be picked, okay? Understand that. We can take you or we can leave you, right? But there's no reason that you should force us to leave you. That's the road you're heading down. That's what I'd like you to change. Oh, I don't think trans people in general are marginalized. Wow, especially if they're white and straight. Hey, you're touching on intersectionality. That's neat. I find that neat. I find that neat that Cisco Ponch just brought up intersectionality. Yes, we have many identities, not just one, and they are intersectional. And they like have an interaction with each other. So in other words, like my experience as a white trans woman is going to be a hell of a lot different than if I was a black trans woman. If I was a First Nations trans woman, right? Yeah, like my experience is going to be vastly different. But I think like you might be losing the plot a little bit in the thing that's bad about your take, right? Because I can see the good parts of your take and I can see the bad parts of your take. And the bad part of your take is that you use absolute language, right? I don't think that trans people are marginalized, right? So you could say that, like, I don't think that white trans people are as marginalized as black trans people, and I will 100% agree with you. But when you say we're not marginalized at all, like, where are you living, right? Where are you living, and can I move there, okay? Because I would love to be in a place where, like, I wasn't marginalized. I would love to be in a place where streamers like this didn't try to talk down to me. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. And like, I mean, if you're fortunate enough to really live in that world, then yeah, like, take me with you, right? Yeah, take us with you, right? Everybody in chat is saying take us with you, right? So I don't hate your take. You brought up something important, right? Intersectionality is important. Thank you for reminding us.
Happened. That's why I wanted to set it up ahead of time. I got fucking yelled at endlessly and relentlessly on my alt account. Like, they were making it seem like I was already transphobic for even thinking about
I mean, look, trans will be an unneeded term when everybody realizes that trans women are women and trans men are men, and that you don't have to be a woman or a man, that your gender is a definition of your subjective experience that you're sharing with others so that they can better interact with you. But oh my God, are we a long way off from that? One day, though. One day, right?
this, and now look at
California.
that. What happened? Now only the ape.
I mean, I think there's probably a few people in chat that would love to live in California too.
Political people are playing it, and their audiences probably are like, "Oh man, I hope I hope the game is extra transphobic." You know what I mean? Yeah, if you don't want to support transphobes, you're gonna be broke. No, I mean it doesn't. Guys, me playing the game or not playing the game is a blip on my fucking radar. This, for me, at the very least, is like indicative of a problem in leftist spaces. That's it. I think a lot of people don't recognize that, like, it's well-intentioned to feel like...
Ironically enough, it is. Your takes on this, Hasan, are indicative of a problem in leftist spaces. And it's called a lack of solidarity brought on by privilege. That's all.
These people don't care about you or your well-being. It's coming from a place of, like, legitimate fear at a time when, like, legislation is being actively written to erase trans people from existence in the United States of America, and it's truly, truly harmful. Like, they're fucking trying to kill doctors or punish doctors for even, like, allowing people to have gender confirmation surgeries and shit. And, like, that is a genuine problem that exists.
Okay, so like I said, this is kind of a
like
cursed,
just one fucking transphobe out of all.
This is kind of like a series of cursed takes here. After this, we're gonna take a look at what Kavernacle has to say, and then I guess we'll look at Girlfriend Reviewers stream. We were fortunate enough to have Zara Zarex editing the stream down to the key moments in it, so we can kind of watch it without, like, going through the whole thing.
Of the corporations that you consume shit from, at the tippy top of those corporations, if you think that, like, there aren't, like, insane transphobic racist people at the top of every fucking corporation, I don't know what to tell you. The only difference between
again, Hasan, the black pill is not as tasty as you think it is.
them and J.K. Rowling is that J.K. Rowling can't shut the fuck up. She just can't shut the fuck up. She can't just, like, bank on her fucking IP for the rest of her life and be a person who's, like, you know, happy with her cats or whatever the fuck she does. She has to actively be transphobic on the timeline. And that makes you go fucking crazy. That makes you go insane. You're like, how the fuck is this, like, adored figure by the liberals so openly transphobic, and yet people don't give a fuck? And the secret part of that, the secret thing that you don't want to recognize, is that because most people don't care about trans people or trans issues. That's it. That's the sad and scary.
I love being talked down to by, like, a cis streamer that thinks I don't get this shit. You think I don't know that, Hasan? You think I don't fucking know that? Enderpig576. Thank you for the follow.
Reality. That's the main reason why they don't give a shit about J.K. Rowling being, like, an insane...
the black pill is like nihilism, right? The black pill is like nothing matters. Nothing has any effect. It doesn't fucking matter. Nothing that you do has any effect, so just do whatever the fuck, you know, because it doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. That's the black pill, right? That's what black pill is.
Perf. Maybe some people look at that and go, okay, that's a bit too much for me. I think you've gone out of control. But that's just the sad reality. And most of you know this already. So at that point, it's like you have to be more free. You have to, it's like, obviously I'm coming at it from such a point of privilege. And, you know, you're totally valid for telling me that.
Right, Chronic Clown B?
You can't, like, you got to give up on that idea. You got to give up on the idea that, like,
What did Keffals do? Keffals made a video of her reacting to what could be the only black YouTuber. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Who basically gave her a pass. Could be the only black YouTuber who basically gave her a pass on the Arsler and the Pit Crew invasion. He was like, I don't really care about this, but what she didn't bother me. Although she probably shouldn't have done it. Yeah. I watched a little bit of that. That was great. Talking for an hour straight about people that need to talk less. No breaks. Oh, that's my line. Wait, did I miss your line of belief? Black pill?
Move the needle by like hyper focusing on like singular anti-trans individuals, you know? It's just not going to help. It's just never going to help. And you know, the ratings, the Metacritic ratings, and also the you know, the wide positive reception that this game is getting is just proof of the pudding. You know, you're going to see Kotaku articles and people say it's really fucked up that people are playing this game and shit, but ultimately it's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, most people would look at you like you're speaking a different language if you told them that J.K. Rowling is a TERF and therefore you shouldn't play a video game that like she didn't even touch that's based on her IP originally.
So again, Hasan is going at this with the misunderstanding that trans people are trying to convince everybody in the world, transphobes, Normans, and allies, right? All three categories, we're going for them all. We're going to the transphobes and being like, don't play the game, don't play the game, don't play the game. We're going to the Normans and we're saying, don't play the game, don't play the game, don't play the game. And we're going to the allies and we're saying, don't play the game, don't play the game, don't play the game. When in actuality, the only people worth talking to this about are the allies. That's why you're hearing this, Hasan. If people thought you didn't give a fuck, if people thought you were Asmongold or I don't know, I don't want to put that on Asmongold. I'm sure Asmongold cares a little bit, right? Maybe, I don't know. I'm sure, like, right, he's not a complete piece of shit, but like if people thought that you were like a Norman, like you wouldn't be getting this stuff, right? You're getting the outreach from the trans community that doesn't want to leave your stream, that thinks that maybe you might listen. And when you say shit like your life is going to be terrible and worse and I'm doing so much better and you like almost everything but you should go Roblox and Minecraft. Like, I mean, what are we supposed to do with that? What are we supposed to do? He has 359 subs on YouTube.
Most people will be like, what the fuck's a TERF? Shut up. I don't care. You're being weird. I want to play the Harry Potter game is the most...
No shit, Hasan. No shit.
Response that you're going to get from normie civilian people, okay?
Oh, you're not saying Normans.
Is Norman... SDI? What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, no. Wait, what? Are we not saying Normans anymore? Are we just calling them normies again?
The game itself
are we back
is
to normies?
Like created by fucking a massive group of individuals, some of which are queer themselves, you know what I mean? There's like chatters in here that worked on it.
Yeah. Hasan, you think I've never met a pick me before? Please.
There's queer people that worked on this game.
I'm on Twitch politics.
On this game. Like no
Hasan, I'm in Twitch politics. Of course I've met pick me.
No matter what happens, like you'll be able to get a lot of impact here. You'll be able to get a lot of impact in the girlfriend reviews community because they're not transphobic.
No,
you'll get a lot of impact in my community. You'll get a lot of impact from like Ludwig's community, Valkyrie's community. Like,
isn't Norman a derogatory term for Scandinavians? Is it? I don't know. It could be. Where is this energy on Cyberpunk, on The Last of Us Part 2, on Life is Strange 2? Hasan, where has the concern for those games? You disingenuous douche. Thank you for the follow, Turbo Nerd.
Those are places that you could just eat motherfuckers alive. You could chirp all day and those communities will respond to you, okay? Because a lot of people are just afraid of even engaging in that kind of discourse and coming across as like mean without even realizing they might be. You know what I mean? I normally, maybe a younger Hasan would take the smoke and be like, I'm gonna do it. Fuck it.
Okay,
fuck
no,
you.
that little bit of you know, like the nihilism I do buy. Everyone's normal because everyone's weird. True.
Suck my dick and make a lesson out of that. But I'm done. I'm too old. I've gotten ass fucked by Twitter weirdos so much that every single time this kind of shit heats up in my chat or
I feel like you don't get anything by Twitter weirdos. I feel like, am I wrong? Can Twitter weirdos touch Hasan? Can Twitter weirdos affect Hasan? I don't think they can. Am I wrong? Like Hasan has been like, okay, you could say on Twitch maybe, right? That like people, you know, when you were 34, which, you know, like you could see sort of how spoiled Hasan is. Because he started off with what he said was like 34 trans people in his chat, right? He thinks that's like a beginning starting point. That Bud, I hate to break it to you, but like 90% of the streamers out there who don't have a rich, famous uncle, okay, who don't have a social media profile already, start with zero, and then they have to get their they have to start up their laptop or their like, you know, iPad or something like that and put Twitch on there to have 1 viewer, right? And then they get their friend in to have 2 viewers, and then maybe they can start to grow their community from there, right? Maybe, right? In fact, most people start and end with 0 viewers. Like, I think I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure like that, like a 0 viewer. There's a lot of 0 viewer Andys out there. You started with 34. Consider yourself lucky. And like I was saying, even when he had that, he was an entity on Twitter. I don't know, like, when was the last time Hasan had to care about Twitter? You know, nobody's like saying shit. I don't know. I've seen hate comments, but nothing too wild. Twitter weirdos were mean to me. I know, right? Famously tame on Twitter, Hasan. Look, you know, it's not Twitter weirdos. It's like when a bigger content creator comes in and like swamps you, like SDL tried to do to me the other day, right? You know, oh really? What reactionary takes do I have? And I offered him to come on stream, right? I'm not gonna burn somebody on Twitter and then not bring them on stream. But SDL didn't have the guts because he knew that like there's stuff that I could put in front of him that he could not explain away. Now on Twitter, I'm like limited to 140 characters or whatever, right? I can't really get into the SDL reactionary like greatest hits, right? I wouldn't know where to start. SDL, you like sorry, bud, but you're a target-rich environment, and so is Merrick, right?
On Twitter, you see it. You see the designated haters that come crawling out of the woodwork to say how fucking transphobic I am when they're, you know, taking a moment off from saying anti-trans slurs.
I mean, look, canceling only works if you care. Canceling works on marginalized people, right? That's where it works, right? If you've got some kind of like tropes about you, that people think about you in a certain way, and they can characterize you in a certain way. Yeah, it's one of those intersectionality things, right? If you got privilege, yeah, you can pretty much avoid cancellation, right? That it doesn't really apply to you. There's going to be more people sympathetic to you for quote unquote getting canceled than there are going to be, you know, coming down on you. But if you're somebody like me who stands up and talks to one of the bigger political streamers out there, then yeah, cancellation's quite real. I hate to break it to you.
You know what I mean? Like a lot of those haters who assume the role of being pro-trans just to shit on me.
They can bully your audience right out of your chat.
Like disconnected with the hatred they
literally
get for being
with hate
alive.
rates,
Creators
right?
who just keep their spaces free of that toxicity when it's meant to be fun and games. I kind of see the point people are making, but I think it ultimately makes any material difference whether people play it or not. Yeah, it doesn't. There might even be a negative material impact on it. You know what I mean? Like the negative, because nowadays a lot of marketing is led by like, you know, political activism marketing. You know, M&Ms are making a gay woman M&M, and then like, you know, conservatives like, we're boycotting M&Ms, and then liberals like, we're gonna buy more M&Ms. Like, so when people are just like anti-Hogwarts, when they're
listen, Hasan, unless you're gonna come to me with like a study and data on that, then just miss me with that, because that's all speculation. You don't fucking know, right? You could think of it in different ways. Like, you know, does it have a positive effect to bring that up? Does it have a negative effect? You don't fucking know. And neither of us are going to know unless they do a study and you bring me that study and we look at it and we say, yeah, the randomized control trial, you know, pretty good, like high enough number of participants, or wait, what this is, oh my God, like, right? Bring me the fucking data. Bring me the data or shut the fuck up. Quit speculating.
like, oh man,
We don't need your speculation. There's nothing fucking magical about your brain that percolates just the right ideas that's gonna, you know, that I'm gonna trust that, right? That's just speculation. You're proposing a mechanism. Great. Awesome. Show me the data.
game is super
Show me the data.
transphobic. Most normies look at that and go, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a game about wizards. There's like a trans character in it. And, you know, so now they're just going to go and consume it.
Hasan, please scroll up. If he doesn't scroll up, he's a jackass, okay? He's worthless, not really worthless. I'm exaggerating, okay? Like I said, Hasan's not as bad as a lot of other big streamers out there, right? But if he doesn't scroll up to show us that trans character and take a look at that trans character, and notice what's wrong with that trans character, then fuck his opinion on this, right?
Extra hard. Transphobic people are going to go and consume it extra hard. You just gave it like free advertising. By the way, of course it's like top of the charts on Steam. It was already going to be top of the charts on Steam. It was the #1 most sold fucking pre-sold Steam game. It was record-breaking when I was like, maybe I should fucking do a pro-trans charity off.
So then what's the harm of like raising awareness about it? So you just admitted that it's already a blockbuster without trans people doing anything, okay?
This fucking off this video game. It's an open world Harry Potter game. If you thought that like you were gonna make a dent on the sales, you're delusional ultimately. My goal ultimately was to turn an otherwise negative thing, which I knew was going to happen. I foresaw it because I know this industry. I'm in this industry. I'm one of the fucking, whether you like me or not, one of the top players in this fucking industry.
Dude thinks he's Jesus. You're gonna turn water to wine for us. Thanks, bud. You're gonna walk on water for us. Awesome. You're so fucking amazing. You can turn an anti-Semitic turf game into something positive, right? That's great. Are you fucking Ma Deeb? Right? Are you the Quetzalcoatl? Is that what we're dealing with? You're gonna transform the water all by yourself.
I knew exactly
Great,
what was gonna happen. It's already happening. And I thought,
hey, what's up, Cryptid Mage? Good to see you. Meow.
It's impossible to fucking combat it because it's impossible to do like a full-blown boycott for the most.
By the way, Cryptid Mage, let me know when you stream if you want to. I want to hit you with a raid one of these days.
Pre-sold game of this year so far. Let's make the most out of a negative situation.
Also,
and yet people did not have the capacity to understand that. Consumption isn't activism. Yeah, exactly. There is no, you are not able to boycott like meaningless shit.
No
you
shit,
can't boycott
Hasan.
jalapeno poppers, okay?
How the fuck did you not have VIP already?
The easier it is. You raise money for
well, anyway, you have it now.
I mean, I would do this regardless. But also on top of that, I was going to do the other thing too. Peace and love, the way you're wording it makes it sound like some people you are withholding a fundraiser because of meanie bobinis. People still want a fundraiser. It doesn't matter. I can do a fundraiser. I can just give money to.
Does it not matter? Look, I have a fundraiser, right? That's a good thing. I won't deny it. Usually Fridays and Saturdays. Okay.
Trans causes like I do out of pocket. The difference is discourse would have been happening around this. It would have made a statement.
Any other streamers in chat that I should know about?
Me doing a charity when it's like peak discourse is going to garner a lot of attention, some negative, mostly positive, and most likely
I feel like I
raise
forget to give out those
significantly
VIPs.
more money than me just doing a charity while playing another game that would get me.
If I make y'all super mods, can you do VIPs?
Fucking 10,000 people to watch. Do you understand? No, you don't.
There's no way to know if those numbers are real anyway, because Right Wing heads with a bunch of dollar. Oh, good point. Yeah. Goodbye, an entire store worth of supply. What? It's like 10 to 15 copies. That's not totally crazy.
It's fine. That's why I'm the Twitch streamer. Okay? I don't know why nobody listens to me. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, not just with politics, but also when it comes to streaming.
You know better than a Norman would, but like I mean, you know you're not a game streamer, right? I mean, yeah, he does. He sees his numbers. He knows. I'm sorry.
Twitch,
I'm not trying to rub that in.
For 8 to 10 hours.
Look, this is a sore spot for Hasan, for a lot of political streamers, right? When we play a video game, we don't get nearly the same numbers. Like, which is why I'm going to ask you right now. If I were to play Persona on stream, what Persona would you want to see? Would you want to see me play Persona 2, Eternal Punishment, which is like it's like from the same era as like Final Fantasy 7, right? So it's like old school. It's like it's old school, and it's kind of cool in that way, right? It's got really cool pixel art. You got Persona 3. That is the one with the famous evokers, right? They in order to summon your persona, you're literally putting like a evoker to your head and like simulating Minecraft in Roblox, right? Then you got Persona 4. That's the one with Marie-chan. That's the one with they put on the glasses to see the ghosts. Persona 4. Or Persona 5. That's the newer one. That's the one with Morgana, the cat that turns into a van. And you get in the cat, or you get in the van, and you ride around mementos and stuff, and you're all like, You know, like that's that one. Which one would you want to see? Simulate Minecraft in Roblox in Persona. Oh my god, we should do that. I've heard Persona 5 is good. It is indeed good. They're all good. Atlas Games is actually, I mean, like, there's some problematic elements with Atlas Games. I've only seen Morgana. Oh my god, yeah. Like, well, I mean, I kind of started a playthrough of Persona 5. I'm in, or I think we're still in Kamoshida's castle right now.
Every single fucking day. Another piece of trash.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is I'm playing through as Featherman because, like, do you know about Featherman? Oh my god, do we have to we have to bring up Featherman? Okay, see, like, people tell me they like this, right? Let me know if I'm ever just like distracting you and you're like, no, I was trying to, you know, watch Hasan and I wanted to finish that and you went to Featherman. It's like Phoenix Ranger Featherman. This is from the dancing game.
Persona 3 Dancing Moonlight.
I need to get these dancing games. Okay, no, we can't do this. We can't do that. I forgot how distracting this is. I forgot how distracting this actually is. But we're fine. So this is the version from Persona 3. It's basically a Super Sentai, but if it's in the world of Persona. And this song kind of goes hard too, like, right? You get ready for it, get ready. Busho Sentai. This is so sick. Oh my god, it's Igus! Do you see Igus? That's Chie from Persona 4. Is that Anne and the pig? Oh, it's Morgana! Wait, where's Kuma? part 3 and part 5. Wait. Wait, so, does that mean that the green one's not cheating? Okay. See, it goes super hard. It goes really, there's Featherman when they finally, okay, that's a bit of appropriation that we didn't need.
Propaganda. Is it true that there's a trans teacher in the game? Well, an entire book of combo.
I feel like what's getting lost here, and like I mentioned this before, is like the slippery slope argument, right? You can see problematic elements in like everything. That's true, right? You can see problematic elements in my fucking stream, right? And I try my best to, deal with those and unpack that shit. And so, like, so that, because I know the less of that shit that I'm putting out, the better I am going to, be able to facilitate, the kind of cooperation that's necessary for actual change, right? So I know, I mean, I understand that, right? But like, there's a difference between a game that's got some like problematic elements in it, like, like all games do, and one that's literally made by the chairwoman of trans exclusionary radical feminism herself, and contains blood libel, repeats the fucking trope that like, has got... that has been part of the violence, that has spurred violence against Jewish people time after time after time. Like, it's not just, Germany in the 30s and 40s, right? This is like, unfortunately, like a tradition that goes way back. And the tropes like blood libel are what enabled people to see Jewish people as being less than human, and facilitated the violence done towards them, right? So like, I hate to get really, like, I'm talking about some really horrible stuff here, and I'm not trying to, make this painful or make this, emotional, but I'm trying to make this real. This is not just an element in the game, all right? Tropes are not just like offensive. This is not about being offensive at all. It's like, that's not where the harm comes. It's not, you're getting reactions from people who are not just offended, but who are scared, and they should be scared, right? Because all signs are indicating that you've got like a good part of the country that wants us gone, okay? So please act like you care. Act like you can play a video game and still stay in reality, and not completely sublimate your, suspend your disbelief and sublimate yourself into that immersion, right? To recognize that there's parts of that game that are informed by real life, and the way that that's how culture travels, right? That's how things like, that's how tropes work. They don't just, they don't just exist and like kind of hurt people, right? They hurt people through being repeated. So we try not to repeat them. And sometimes we're going to mess up, and, some accountability needs to happen, and some acknowledgement and some understanding needs to happen, right? But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to move to a better place. That's what these people seem to be missing. They are so sucked into this nihilistic, no fucking ethical consumption under capitalism. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. No fucking shit. But there's a difference between, like, literally any other game and this one, right? You gotta admit that there is something profoundly anti-trans and anti-Semitic in this game. Please recognize that. God, I don't feel like I'm asking that much.
But this is just deleted. It's amazing how they can cut us off from the conversation. Censorship is quite unreal, and it should anger you. I ended up buying this game due to the reviews overall, and understanding this game is being sold hot like, because it didn't fall to the demand of wokeness. I was wrong.
Okay, so people are gonna say this stuff, and I've had people say this in my thread. You know what I got to say to that? If somebody tells me, I bought a copy of the game for my PS5 and for my PC, I'm going to say, bullshit. You don't have a PS5, and you were going to buy that PC copy anyway. They're full of shit. How hard is this to see? They're not really buying extra copies of the game. They're saying that because they think it triggers you, right? They're all about the offense. That's what's attractive to them, you know, in this. But like, they don't actually need to buy the game to offend you. They need to say that they're buying the game. They need to say that they like the game. They need to say that they're playing the game. They need to say that J.K. Rowling is a sublime genius who we're not smart enough to understand, right? That's all they need, right? You saw what they did in J.K. Rowling's comments, like the disgusting, you know, the Slytherin posting, you know, like transphobic rant that they did in there, right? That's all they're doing. Please don't buy into that. Hasan, please tell me you're smarter than this. Please, please, for the love of God, tell me you're smarter than this. Thank you. You're a breath of fresh air in the nihilistic environment. Oh my God, thank you. Yeah, they just want to expose you to more hate. Yeah, exactly. Super Sentai. Oh my God,
Apparently,
yes.
I'm now stuck with this purchase.
Oh, Persona 5, it drags on. Yeah, isn't it like 135? No, they expanded it. That's right. It's literally longer. Like the part that you played to in Persona 5 in the original to beat it, you're not done with the game there, right? Like you go ahead and do that and beat the boss, right? And then they're like, but it's still going on. And like, you got to find there's a new boss who I totally won't spoil for you. Who I know who that new boss is, right? I know who you have to face after facing the Demiurge itself, right? You got a whole nother boss to take on, and it's a whole nother arc, and you get to know Akachi. Oh my God, I'm looking forward to getting to know Akachi, because I only knew Akachi as like the knife in my back, you know what I'm saying? The gun to my forehead, like, right? I've lived through Persona 5, like, right? I've met academic Akachi. I know all about this, okay? But I want to find out, what is Akachi really about? What are we missing, right? What can Akachi do given like a little bit of extra time, right? Because I know Akachi's not all bad. And I think you know it too, right? I'm just waiting to hear back. what Akachi knows, right? I'm curious what Akachi has learned in the time since we were last together. Because I haven't played this new version of the game, okay? I have not played, you know, I haven't played I've only played through Persona 5, like the regular one. I haven't finished R yet. So I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen with Akachi, right? What is, right? Like what? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm gushing because this game is so good. That's how good. Persona Strikers. Oh my God. I haven't played that either. It looks like fun though. And the music to Strikers is actually like, I've worked out to that. Okay. So oh my God, we'll get back to this. All right. I just want to talk about video games for a second more. Okay. I got into Persona not because of like, I don't know, any kind of gaming advertising or anything like that. It was the music, actually. I would work out and I would play like video game music because I'm really like into video games. And like, you know, if you play video game music while you work out, then you feel like a video game character. You feel like you're grinding, right? In fact, I think they make the music the way they make it on purpose because they want you to grind that shit. They want you to get invested. They want you to get into the game and stuff like that, right? And so the music's just made to kind of like hook you, but like, why not let the music hook you to a good thing like exercising? And that's what I've always done. I do kickboxing, so it's a lot like a video game, actually. You know, you get to hit things just like in a video game. And so like, that's how I got into it was actually like, the music. That's how I became aware of the existence of Persona. It's only because Persona has such awesome music that I ended up even giving it a try in the first place. But yeah, I've worked out to the Strikers soundtrack too, although I haven't played the game. So yeah.
GMG already activated. I probably will end up getting a sex change now.
We need to do some shit on the gaming channel, chat. I've let the gaming channel go for way too long. Is everybody signed up to the gaming channel? Do I need to put that in chat? Do I need to put the link?
Now it's all over. They win. No, these are memes. There's no fucking shot. That's awesome. Yeah, the loony left at it again, baby. It's over. After countless sorties costing the jobs and dignity of a number of devs, led at Avalanche, attacks that delayed this game over and over again. After a lengthy, vivid campaign of hate and vitriol that took the form of a
Wait, scary games like jump scares?
God, demanding that the masses refuse this game under penalty of judgment that threatened to label us bigots and even killers. After post, this is that even if the game does sell well, it will only be because you all bought it to stick it to the woke activists. And they go on to pound their chest and say, you're welcome. After insisting that this game will not be good over and over, that we bought a mid-game to prove a point, and now you won't even give it a truthful review because it makes you look bad. It all comes down to this. You lost. Not because you were wrong. Not because we bought the game to stick it to you and the world was full of bigots. Not because you all started a boycott that did more to insult people, including trans people, than it did to empower anyone. You lost because you misunderstood people so deeply. You are so morally bankrupt that you thought punishing... This guy thinks he's like an anime villain.
Yeah, it does sound like that.
A guy who wants to play the Harry Potter game.
I mean,
really
Hasan,
bad.
can you try to see yourself in that a little bit? Can you try to see yourself just a little bit?
Sorry, but if your overarching goal is to play the Harry Potter game really bad, you can't write like an anime villain. You are the furthest away from an anime villain. You're a fucking guy who wants to play the Harry Potter game so badly. That's bananas, man. Motherfucker thinks he's Sasuke. He's like, Sasuke is relapsing from like, his entire fucking village being eviscerated, dog. He's not pissed off because he couldn't play the anime game. I mean, the Harry Potter game because like people would be mean to him. Magic will always win over hate. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Hufflepuff rules.
And honestly, I don't know. Like I'm trying to decide it's the best idea just to play on YouTube by itself, so I don't crash my Twitch numbers, which are actually better than they've been.
Oh no, we're
actually
funny.
doing okay
I actually
on
think
Twitch.
theirs is funnier than mine. Sorry. We are happy to announce that
Hey, if I can get enough people to watch it, I'll play it on Twitch too.
That was the first trans character in the Harry Potter franchise. Shia, male. Sirona Ryan, the Harry Potter series' first trans character. Is it? Oh, Sir Ona Ryan.
Do you fucking get it? He was making fun. Earlier he just like looked at the whole, like he looked at look, they got a trans character. I mean, what's not to like? What's not to like? Look at they got a trans character, right? Now he's seeing what they can we get a trans character? We've got a trans character at home. Trans character at home is Sirona Ryan, right? That's the meme that we're dealing with right now.
Ryan? Wait, like Sir Ryan? Wait, is that deliberate? Because like, here's the thing.
I don't fucking care if it's deliberate or not. Like, I hope it wasn't. I hope that it was just a weird, bad choice that was not thought out very well. Like, right? We can all relate to that, right? Saying the wrong thing. But like, it's still like, it's a game. You can make the name and then look at the name and ask yourself, is this the best name for the character, or is there maybe one that could be better? Oh shit, maybe we could find a name that doesn't start with Sir. We're making a trans sim character. Maybe it shouldn't be Sir anything, right? Maybe we could just give them a name. How about that? Like just a oh wait, that's right, because it's Hogwarts, so it's gonna be like weird ass stilted names. Anyway,
this is the joke, right? Like, it's not even a joke, but it's like, this is what it's tailored around. My wife said there are no Jews at Hogwarts. I'm a Jew, so I assume she said it to be the only magical one in the family. Thoughts? Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw, Jewish wizard. She is personally incapable of like engaging.
Wait, did she just invent that off the top of her head?
Creative naming conventions. Irish people in the fucking in the book are literally like Patty O. McBrien face. Like, I mean, Cho Chang, Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw Jew wizard. Like, she names characters like 4chan when they're trying to be anti-Semitic.
They could have done like Celeste or another fantasy name.
You know what I mean? When they're like, Sheckelberg, that's right.
Oh no, God.
Like Groypers, you know what I mean? Like when Groypers want to be anti-Semitic, like that's J.K. Rowling thinking she's being accommodating. Introducing, have they streamed that wizardgame.com. Find out if anyone you follow on Twitch has streamed that new wizard game. Dude, I'm telling you, this is like Shinigami eyes make sense, okay? That's like valid. This is a little bit beyond that, you know what I mean? No, don't like go over there, harass the person or whatever. Again, it's just, that's it.
Oh my God, you really have to tell your, oh God. I mean, maybe if he knows his chat better than I do. I'm just kind of like, it kind of sucks that you gotta, that would, like, given your bad take, I guess it makes sense that your chat might want to harass this person or laugh at this person.
That's like, it is what it is, you know?
Look, Hasan, would it be better if we had a way to like beam that out like a bat signal to like only trans people? Yes. Right? Because I get what you're saying, that some shitlords are going to look at that as like a list of people to go to or something like that. What, you know, right? But there's just no way to get around that, like on Twitter, right? Like when she decided Dumbledore was gay, yeah, after the fact.
That's part of the reason why
when there was no consequences.
I didn't want to fucking touch it. As a trans person, the worst part is just the
retcon
apathy towards trans issues and people. People are hurting from the endless attack on trans lives, so this game is a lightning rod to unload that pain into. Since it's tied to the queen turf and the vast majority of people are apathetic to trans issues, I wish I could fast
like understand the symbolic nature of like this stuff, right? Understand that has like a propaganda like element to it, like not propaganda in the pejorative sense, but just like propaganda in the like there's like, it's not just like a video game, right?
forward through the discourse because it's exhausting.
And symbols are important. Symbols make up narrative. They're an important part of narrative. The symbols are the like part of the narrative that connects to your unconscious mind. Like, right? That's pretty fucking important, I would say. As a Persona fan, I can tell you that the unconscious mind, quite powerful actually, right?
That's, yeah, exactly. And there's the secondary component of this, because get ready for this.
Hufflepuffs, ride or die.
Pre-watches shit like this all the time. I told you that this was going to happen. And now the secondary part of this is going to be victory laps, where they're like, see, trans people, nobody cares about you. Yeah, did you notice that? Like,
you really think that we could avoid that by just like what? Like instituting like bullying each other? Hasan, like, listen, you're asking us to bully other trans people out of talking about this? Is that really, like, after the arguments that you've made, does that really make sense? Think about what you're saying. Like, actually think through the implications of what you're saying. That's all I'd ask.
People are gonna fucking...
And again, Hasan, I don't hate you, right? You're shit sandwich with 30% less shit. That's wonderful. That's a pretty good on this. And you're the lowest shit factor in your shit sandwich, right?
Bought the game extra hard. It's like, no, most people didn't buy the game because or against trans people. They bought the game because they love Hogwarts. They love being a wizard or whatever, and they want to like fulfill their childhood fantasies. And
no shit,
just don't care about J.K. Rowling either.
No shit.
Don't know or don't give a shit about J.K. Rowling being transphobic.
No shit, Hasan.
They just don't give a shit about trans people. But all the psychotic weirdos on the right are going to be like, see, didn't go woke and didn't get broke. Fuck you guys, lol. Meanwhile, there's literally a
you cannot care about what the psychotic right-wingers, like as you call them, right? I feel like, there's a lot of things we could call them. Like you cannot let them get in your head. Like they're in your walls, Hasan. They're in the walls, right?
His character in the game, you know what I mean?
Okay, we finally got done with that. We finally got done, and I promised you we're gonna look at Kavernacle now. Or should we go ahead and do the? I guess we've got the girlfriend reviews. I could do a theme song about them if I was so inclined. Girlfriend reviews, get at me. Like, look, I could, okay, so here we go. Here's the crucial moments of girlfriend reviews. From our very own Sarah Zarex. Friend of the VOD. Go follow Zara. Can we get a shout out? I feel like if I have your stuff on screen, I need to get a shout out for you.
Maybe doing some research on where your iPhone comes from, where your fucking Nikes come from.
Okay, so this is their.
Also consider maybe like getting off the internet for 5 seconds and getting some fresh air. Maybe doing some research on where your iPhone comes from, where your fucking Nikes come from. Okay.
That's true. Everything is bad in the world, so.
Harry Potter's.
There we go. Everything is bad in the world, so why even care? Like, then why are you doing a charity at all?
It was a massive franchise made by a OK Boomer a long time ago who turned out to be a cuckoo bananas, and we don't agree with anything she says, But you basically can't touch anything in this world without your money going to some horrible evil person.
Yeah.
Probably someone even more horrible and evil than J.K. Rowling,
Of course. So yeah, be mad about J.K. Rowling. don't support her
Yeah.
and know that it's really very hard to.
So if you're dying on the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy hill, then it's a little cringe.
I would say, yeah, it is a little cringe. It is a little cringe that you literally cannot not play the turf game, girlfriend reviewer.
You know.
I would say,
but good for you.
I would say die on the trans rights hill for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Die on that hill.
But
I will be buried right next to you.
I don't think going into video game reviewers' streams and berating them, you know.
So you're saying going into your streams, but I'm gonna guess that some of these people aren't going into your streams, they're in your streams, right? These are your community members. There are trans people in your community, believe it or not. We are not like a roving horde that goes around looking for fucking like go, you know, like as a group going into, like, we're not a herd. Like, right, I don't know what a herd would be like on Twitch, right? But like, yeah, we're not that, right? There's people in your chat. There's trans people in your community. They appreciate you for some reason. There's something good that you've done for them. There's something good that you've said to them. There's some reason that they chose you over the millions of other people they could have been watching, right? Please, like, appreciate that and care about us too, because we're part of your viewership, right?
Fair.
Is really the way to go about it, especially, you know, streamers who I consider allies, very outspoken allies. And in fact, Shelby and I have been in lots of trouble for being outspoken allies.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, but please don't rest on your laurels then.
Of certain groups and communities. So
Am I supposed to be reading the
I don't want to hear
chat? Is there anything in chat to read? Did I miss anything that was in the chat? I was concentrating on what they were saying. It's funny how people act like there are these roving mobs of trans people who are just waiting to cancel people. Yeah, and half of that time that's your own audience. That's your own audience, please. We're not delusional. We don't think that not buying a turf game would destroy capitalism. The chat shows the criticisms that we were getting. Should we watch it again? Okay, we'll watch this again, and hey, I'll try to read off the chat.
Yeah, and also consider maybe like getting off the internet.
Okay, it's extremely hot button topic because like politicians are actively trying to G-side run trans people, but I don't think playing a review copy of the game. Okay, so that's like a supporter. If anything, reviewing it will prevent people from buying it. I'm not sure about that.
For 5 seconds and getting some fresh air, you know, maybe doing some research on where your iPhone comes from.
Okay, so you know, touch some grass. Definitely have some people that are
Where your fucking Nikes come from.
disappointed to see you play this. I expected you would be supportive of marginalized folk. Ah, well, your channel was fun for a bit. See, that's the worst they can do, right? And that's somebody saying that they're not going to watch you again. Maybe they will. Maybe it's worth it to like take a second look at this, right? People say that a lot. People say I'm out, right? They may be out, they may not be out.
That's
Okay.
true. Everything is bad
You know?
in the world, so.
Somebody wants Lord of the Ring games.
Harry Potter is a massive
Want to see more reviewers review it while calling J.K. Rowling
franchise
trash.
made by a OK Boomer a long time ago who turned out to be a, you know,
Touching grass is never been more vital.
cuckoo bananas. And we don't agree with anything she says.
Know a whole lot of trans rights things in. It's very hot in Scotland right now.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Just put a big text on the stream that says J.K. Rowling sucks. Excited to see the video you make. Would love to hear your thoughts on the criticisms in game. So wait, was this the chat that was supposedly harassing them? Has anybody seen anything? Like, I'm not trying to downplay anything at all, right? Because I've experienced harassment, and like I'm not trying to minimize anybody's experience, even though, you know, yeah, you probably haven't. You know, there's different levels. Definitely has levels. Okay, there's levels to this. But I haven't seen anything that even seems like Like, I heard somebody say, you know, that they might be out. That's...
You basically can't touch anything in this world without it being
problematic.
No ethical consumption under capitalism. Thank you.
your money going to some horrible evil person. Probably someone even...
Wait, it's okay to agree with her too? Wait, it's okay. Okay, so like, I mean, JKR. So most of, I mean, I don't know if that's what they meant. It's okay to agree with her. If they're talking about Rowling. Anyway, regardless, there's bound to be some shitlords in every community. Research on where, oh my god, research on iPhones. Yes. Gotta remember the iPhones.
More horrible and evil than J.K. Rowling, you know?
Of course. So yeah, be mad about J.K. Rowling. Don't support her.
Yeah.
And know that it's really very hard to...
So if you're dying on the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy hill, then...
Everything we have is made from evilness. Okay, according to The Good Place. I haven't seen The Good Place yet. Are people banning yes, trans people, yes, whoever chatter, people banning the Universal theme parks because of J.K. Rowling. That's right, they're closed down. That's right, trans people have the power to cancel. Canceliamos or some, you know what I mean? It's like, what do you think?
It's a little cringe. You know,
I would say,
but good for you.
I would say die on the trans rights hill for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Die on that hill.
But,
it's still morally gray for the advertising the game itself. Okay, just came to watch y'all and anticipate this thing. Ignore them. Ignore who though? There was like one person that had like slightly unhappy words for you. People complaining. Yeah, I hear people complaining about the people complaining. I don't really see the people complaining. What's going on here?
Well, I will be buried right next to you.
I don't think going into video...
The only thing I can think of is that, like, wait, Sarah, can you tell me, was this recorded live? Like, was this recorded live? Did you record this live? You recorded this live, right?
Game reviewers...
So we will see. It's not like this is a VOD. You're not watching a VOD. So in a VOD, anybody who got banned, just... they're gone. You're never going to see what they said. It's gone. It's not there, right? But I'm pretty sure that this was recorded live by Zara, and therefore it's not a like, right, it's going to have everything in it. So there's nobody that you're not seeing because they got banned later on, right? You're seeing everybody that was in there. Please consider donating to the Earthquake Fund. They're talking about, I think, is that Hasan's Earthquake Fund that they mean?
Dreams and berating.
It's like veganism. I hear more people complaining about vegans than I see vegans complaining. True.
You know,
it's fair.
Is really the way to go about it.
The Treasure Project. I got a big old 666 weed pride flag. Amazing. And it was a donation-based thing. It's the best thing. That's a pretty cool flag. Okay.
Especially.
Okay.
You know, streamers who I consider allies.
Somebody said never liked Harry Potter, lol. Okay, there's slightly negative, I guess. Harry Potter IP is so much larger than JK at this point, so not negative. Everything is owned by like 10 terrible companies, not negative. That's, well, I mean, it's black pill, but it's not negative, right? Did something bad happen? No problems playing the game. You can enjoy things without supporting or agreeing with everything the creator believes in. As an Anita Sarkeesian stan, I know this, right? I remember well that you can enjoy content that you criticize, right?
Very outspoken allies, and in fact,
I think this is a little different, though. I really do. This wasn't live. The hate raiders were banned. Okay, so there was other stuff. Why hyper focus on the game? Oh my god. I will refer you to Chud Logic talking about the attention economy for that, right?
Shelby and I have been in lots of trouble for being outspoken allies.
Yeah.
You know?
Wait, are you I don't know, are you asking why I'm talking about this right now?
Certain groups and communities. So I'm not gonna hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. So wait, there were hate raiders, were there hate raiders saying like toxic, awful stuff in there? Because like, if you don't know, chat, hate raids are something that have happened on Twitch probably since the summer, in a large degree, probably since the summer of 2021. And you know what it started out as is people would create burner accounts and they would raid other people with, I guess, bots, and the bots would just say horrible, like racist or transphobic or violent or terrible stuff, right? That's your generic hate raids. There's also hate raids directed at specific streamers. This is something that we've experienced, where it's literally trying to bully me off the internet. So that's the ironic thing about these people saying that they're being bullied off the internet. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay. Like, right, like, hate raiders in exposing personal information, stuff like that. It's like a tradition, unfortunately, at Twitch. And the big characteristics, like the majority of the hate raids are oriented towards attacking trans streamers or attacking POC streamers, right? The vast majority, that's who gets targeted, right? So like this could happen, there's probably multiple people doing this, and especially when it starts going on in mass, like there's this big organized effort to harass trans and POC streamers off the platform, right? Then there's going to be more people with their own little pet peeves, which is probably what the hate raids that we experienced were. They were latching on to the fact that there was this massive effort to attack trans streamers to sort of hide what they were doing, which was more personal. Like, right, these were people who had a personal gripe with me and, wanted to see if they could scare me out of streaming, right? And, we're saying, I don't know, just as bad or worse things than the transphobic hate raiders. So since we know that like the majority of this stuff is like transphobic in nature, what do you think the hate raiders hitting these people are? Do you think it's like individual trans people who are mad about Harry Potter and have decided to kind of like do this for the first time? They figured out how to hate raid and they're gonna go do this. It's the first time they've ever done it. Or do you think it's the same fucking transphobic assholes who've been destroying trans Twitch for like over a what is it, like, oh my god, like 1.5 years, 1.5 years now, like, right, coming up on 2 years. I think there's a very good chance that it's the same fucking assholes, and now they're disguising themselves as being trans, as being anti-J.K. Rowling's, and they want you to start this narrative, right? They've done this before. Where they raid and pretend to be individual streamers, individual, mods of streamers, etc., in order to get those people in trouble, in order to sow division. And they've been somewhat successful because there's some very, let's just say, impressionable people out there, right? Like, so if there's hate raids going on, please figure it out that it's most likely not trans people trying to bully you off the fucking internet. It's people who want you to talk shit about trans people. It's people who want you to play victim and blame trans people for what they're doing, right? So please recognize that and don't fall for that bait. We've been through this before. Polly's fans know this. My fans know this. More people out there on Twitch need to know this. They need to understand how this shit works, because at this point, we all know how to shut down a hate raid, right? We all know how to configure our Twitch settings to avoid that stuff, to ban the people, to not let those people talk in chat, right? So what they do now is they go and they try to, their tactic is mainly to get people to think that a certain streamer or a certain community or a certain person is doing it. They're like targeting, they're targeting people based on hate rating and seeming like them, right? That's their, it's like a form of impersonation, basically, and that's how they try to hurt you, because they know that mostly, especially if you've been a target of these things, you sort of know how to shut it down, right? Blame the Picrew accounts. Oh my god, it's Keffals fans. Yes, there we go. Okay, so like I said, I promised you if you were good, you would get a treat. And by treat, I mean a better take than Hasan's, a better take than Keffals. Let's see. Keffals has a new Bad Empanada video, apparently. We're, what are we looking at? We're looking at Kavernacle. And chat, if there's still interest, like I want to figure out how to do like a
what I was saying on my alt account was that like a lot of
Okay. I want to figure out how to do like a member sub Patreon stream for the FD Signifier video. Like I want to watch that, but it's just too long to watch on the main stream. So I want to do like a special bonus stream for everybody that supports me. And if anybody wants to, join those who support me financially, it's just $5, as somebody famously once said. If you're a sub on Twitch, if you are a member on YouTube, or if you're a member on Patreon, I want to do a special stream for just you. And we're going to look at FD Signifier doing drama. That's right. He's really just talking about the drama that like other streamers have tried to pull him into. And there's some interesting stuff, right? There's some people that aren't happy, with what FD Signifier said. See if maybe you're one of those people, or if you like what he said, or maybe it's a mixed bag for you. Okay, so here we go. Twitch streamers say leftists are bullies for criticizing them playing Hogwarts Legacy. You ready?
So hello everyone, once again.
Oh, it's exclamation point Babel actually. Here, let me help with that. Let me help with that real quick. It's like this. Yeah, and so what that is, Babel is language software, right? You can learn any of 14 languages, which I will now read off to you. This one, yeah. Spanish. That is both Spanish from Spain and Latin American Spanish, right? Two different versions of Spanish. French, German, Italian, Brazilian Portuguese, Polish, Russian, Dutch, Turkish, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Indonesian, and English, right? If any of those languages sound like something you want or need to learn, let's say that you've got, family in another country, let's say that you got friends in another country, let's say that maybe you're traveling for business, or let's say that you just want to learn another language and be able to watch, actually there's a lot more anime subbed in Spanish, I've noticed, than there is, subbed in English, right? So, in Portuguese too, right? Anime is incredibly popular in Latin America. So a lot of times the subs I find are actually in Spanish, right? You can watch anime with Spanish subs if you learn Spanish, right? So yeah, the deal is that for now, through my affiliate link, you can get 60% off of your web app, right? And that gives you access to lessons, not just like lessons like on the computer, like where there's that too, right? It also listens to you speak and gives you feedback about your pronunciation. And there's also classes, right? So you can participate in live classes on Babbel, where you get to speak it with a teacher and a group. So it's like a conversation group, and that's really where this excels over some of the other language software that's out there. So yeah, you can hit exclamation Babbel if you want to find out about that deal, see if it's right for you. You've got 20 days to decide if it's something that you want or not, but seriously, don't get it unless you're serious about it. It doesn't really help me for you to get it and then just like immediately send it back. Only get it if you think it's something that you'd want to try. But yeah, if you do want to try that, we've got a special deal for you right now. It's 60% off. Seems like a pretty good deal. It helps me out if I can meet this goal. 10 subscribers, 10 people subscribing to Babbel, then they'll probably offer me more sponsorships in the future, and that helps me out immensely. So yeah, go ahead and take a look at their offers, exclamation point Babbel, and then click on my affiliate link. If it's something that you like, if it's something that you want, if it's something that's worthwhile to you, then you're going to get a pretty good deal through my affiliate link. Anyway, back to the Kavernacle.
From the Kingdom of Cambodia.
Ooh, French subs? I wish I could get French subs. I remember all the Vocaloid stuff I would watch, the subs would be in Spanish.
Yeah. Now, I didn't think I'd actually be making another video about Hogwarts Legacy, but I felt like I should because the game is now out. And also,
I mean, algorithmically you should.
So people are just acting generally insane about it. Now, when I say that,
algorithmically it's a good idea.
You guys probably have seen a lot of videos about all those terrible leftists who are going around cyberbullying.
Oh, did you hear about these
everyone because
leftists?
they're playing Magic Game. Well, that's not what this video
Did you hear about the online left? The online left
is about. It's more about people twisting.
Tell me about the online left.
Themselves into knots, trying to justify like both playing the game, but also saying they are an ally to the trans community. I honestly didn't think there'd be such a big backlash to leftist people saying like, don't play the game. Because if you go check out the comments on the video I made like nearly 2 weeks ago now, I have so many people saying,
left.
oh, I'm going to buy 2 copies. I've just pre-ordered loads for my children, which apparently is somehow owning me.
Yeah, exactly. They're lying.
Loads of money on a game that looks like...
Keffals needs to quit using the R slur as a relative of a person who that word was used to hurt. It's about as funny as misgendering.
Pretty average in my opinion. But at the same time, my video wasn't like really combative. I wasn't saying, you know, everyone who plays this is a terrible person. My main point was in the video that, you know, if you claim to support transgender people and want to help fight discrimination against them, then when they say don't buy this game, why don't you just not buy it, right? In my opinion, it's like really, really simple. And even if you don't think it's important, I just don't understand why some leftists are so mad about it. Is it so hard just to not play it? Like, I'm not telling people to go out and start shaming their relatives or like younger cousins who are playing this game and call them transphobes and stuff like that. Because to be honest,
I mean,
like I
honestly, with my cousins, that sounds like fun.
said in the video last week, a lot of people don't even...
Be right back. I gotta go shame my cousins. Oh my god, but I do have to go pee. Wait, I should probably do that. Wait, should we do a weasel break while I pee? Let me see if I can find, like, this is the appropriate way for me to use the weasel song, right? I can weasel my way into taking a break and peeing while you all get weaseled. Weasels! Everybody loves the weasel song. This is another Zera creation. Involving me. Yeah, who knew? That's the weasel isolated. We're looking for the weasel. Just scroll up to find the weasel. It's not the weasel, that's not the weasel, that's not the weasel. That's not the weasel, that's not the weasel, that's not the weasel. That's Keffals. Wait, where's the weasel? Oh my god, I need to like I need to make this easier to find because I really need to pee now. Why am I having problems? Oh, it's up. There it is. Oh my god, it took so much scrolling. So much scrolling to find this. Okay. I'm gonna pee and I'll be right back. Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, it better be good for me. Weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 Weasel!
What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel!
Meow. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes Logan Paul does that. Sometimes Logan Paul does that. Okay, back to the content.
No.
Thank you for letting me pee.
There's a controversy about this because I don't even know
Is shaming your cousins a new euphemism for peeing? Possibly.
anything about J.K. Rowling. But if you are someone who's left wing, if you're someone who consumes politics,
Go shame my cousins.
if you're someone who knows
I
what
love that.
J.K. Rowling is like, and if you have seen trans people saying don't buy the game, then is it really, really so hard? And is it really even a big deal? Like, is it going to make a difference to your life if you don't play the Magic?
You're gonna
So
steal
I thought
that?
It was pretty simple, but of
Feel
course
free.
there's been a hysterical reaction because some streamers have faced the backlash from their own audience, and now everyone's saying about how unhinged all the wokies are about this game. And I just want to talk about like all of the reaction to this stuff, including people accusing me of endorsing harassment against people
Oh
who
my
play
god,
this
that's the
game, or,
most
like, the Vaush
disingenuous
subreddit
shit
I saw
out
a post
there.
today about me
Endorsing
and people like Hasan
harassment.
saying the only reason they won't play
And listen, like as a trans person, I can tell you this is not these people that are accusing Kavernacle of endorsing harassment don't know what harassment is. They have no fucking clue, right? You have no fucking idea. People do not get hung up on you the way they get hung up on like me, Jessie, gender, poly, people like that, like trans people who speak up for themselves, the way that, you know, like Vaush fans get hung up on Professor Flowers, right? You have no fucking clue. You have no clue.
Is because they're scared of their audience being mean to them, which I think is a pretty bad excuse. And then I'm just going to talk about the weirdness of the IGN review of Hogwarts Legacy, because I posted a comment on like the game subreddit, and this is before I saw people actually talking about the review. This is literally just came out, and I said, basically, this review has too many negative points in it for me to believe.
Oh my god, I love the
apparently
emotes
a
though.
9 out of 10, and then we have some more drama around that. So we're going to get into all of that today, but before we go any further, please like the video, and in the comments just let me know what you think about all of this. Also follow me on social media at the Kavernacle on Twitter and also on Instagram.
Wait, this is not the end of the
Instagram
video,
where I'm
is it?
posting about my travels around Southeast Asia, and all of
Damn.
that stuff is archived to my highlight reel, which I've broken down by like month. So go check that out. Also, I am filming in like a more rural part of Cambodia. I can hear bugs outside. That's why I've got a headphone in right now just to kind of drown that out and help me focus. If it looks weird, if it sounds weird, feel free to let me know down in the comments. And also, if you care about my traveling content, I posted 2 exclusive videos on my Patreon page about my travels, and the other benefits include getting access to my...
Is he like living abroad, or is he just like kind of is he like on vacation?
Switch friend code and the private patrons Discord server. So if you care about any of that stuff, consider becoming a patron and check out my subreddit and check out my second channel. All of the links are down in the description. So as I was saying in the introduction, like if you are like a left-wing person and you say you care about transgender people, then just don't buy Hogwarts Legacy, because transgender people are saying, by and large on my Twitter, don't buy it. Now, massive credit to GameSpot that before they released their review of Hogwarts Legacy, they actually let Jessie, who you guys might know as the YouTuber Jessie Gender, write this massive article about how J.K. Rowling like embodies transphobia and all the political elements. Because a lot of people were saying to me in my last video, oh, what has J.K. Rowling even said? You're cancelling her over tweets she made like 3 years ago. And I think Jessie does a really good job at basically breaking down like how terrible J.K. Rowling is and how she is.
Yeah, and that shows you that the trans people on Kavernacle's timeline are uninhibited, are free to speak their minds, right? Or in the words of Keffals, uncucked, right? As opposed to the cucked trans streamers such as Keffals herself, right? Now she had that, like, she kind of had that backwards in her take, right? In terms of the people who were giving in to the prevailing forces, that's Keffals, right? That's Keffals, that's Vaush, that's ridiculous fake trans advocates like that, right? You know, people that are not really there when we need them to be, people that are not standing up for us, people that are giving in instead of standing with us, right? That's sad. That's really sad.
Important in like the TERF movement and transphobia. I'm going to link this article in the description because it's long and I think you should read it, but I want to focus on the ending of it where she talks about Harry Potter and her relationship to Harry Potter, because I feel that's important. So called J.K. Rowling's anti-transgender stance and Hogwarts Legacy. So if we skip to the end, it cannot be ignored that J.K. Rowling has placed herself at the head of this active hate and discriminatory movement to the point that her name has become synonymous with anti-trans hate. Gender-critical groups have paid for I Love J.K. Rowling ads to be displayed in Canada, used to dog whistle support for anti-trans movements and to make trans people feel uncomfortable.
This is the new subscribe to PewDiePie.
Public spaces. One of the people who put the signs up was unsurprisingly arrested for being antagonistic to trans people and attempting to punch someone. I have seen numerous comments on my work for GameSpot and elsewhere be targeted by transphobes with statements of I stand with J.K. Rowling alongside active misgendering, transphobic language, and hate directed at me and trans people in general, all used to give plausible deniability that they were just standing up for the author or defending the rights of women, apparently ignoring the irony that they were actively attacking a writer and a woman in the process. Many trans people themselves have endured harassment both online and off by people using Harry Potter iconography as their symbol of hate. This occurs to many public-facing trans women. This, sadly, is what Rowling and by extension the Harry Potter brand has become associated with. It has become co-opted to indicate a hate for a deeply
So I mean, like, do you see how backwards this Hasan take is? This Keffals take and this Vaush take? This is backwards. This is backwards. People are getting bullied. It's trans people. Yeah. That's true.
Minority group. Still difficult for any trans person to look at any element of the Harry Potter franchise and not see the harm that continues to be perpetuated by the woman who created it. Rowling herself has claimed that support of the Harry Potter franchise is seen by her as support of her anti-transgender views. As a result, I can't in good conscience support the game, no matter how well I wish for developers in their endeavors. By buying the game, I'm not just supporting them, I'm supporting Harry Potter, which supports Rowling herself. You're not a bad person if you want to play Hogwarts Legacy. The important thing is not to condemn the game or announce your love of Harry Potter. It's to wrestle with the complexity of it and decide for yourself. Trans people don't get to ignore the pain the franchise has become linked to, and those who wish to care for them shouldn't get to do so either. Many will ignore this article and others like it in order to turn a blind eye to the harm done or seek absolution for their choice in buying the game. Some will even proudly proclaim their forthcoming purchase to express their disdain for having to think about trans people at all. You don't get to defend Rowling or Harry Potter and not understand what that actually means to a trans person or the ramification it has for all of us, not just trans people. If you are not willing to give up a piece of entertainment in solidarity against the harm J.K. Rowling continues to enact, then how can trans people feel assured you'll be willing to fight for us in more important areas, such as against anti-trans violence? So while I will say you are not transphobic or a bigot if you buy Hogwarts Legacy, do not also claim to be a trans ally if you do buy the game. Being an ally means being willing to give something up, and what's more, to stand up for those who are vulnerable. So really well put by Jessie there, and I thought it was important to actually have a trans person speak about this issue and make people realize on the left that while you might not see it's important because, you know, it's just one video game in a sea of a million video games, at the same time, like she was saying there, if you claim to be a trans ally, it's literally like the bare minimum, right? And like she said, how can they trust you to fight for them on more important issues if you won't simply just not play one game? And if you're like a more hardcore gamer, how many games do you play every single year? How quickly will you be done with Hogwarts Legacy? You probably won't complete it. You probably won't be playing it within a week of buying it. So maybe just do the bare minimum and don't do it. But also, like she says, she's not calling people like a transphobe or bigot just for playing the game. But at the same time, a lot of the discourse has now gone that a lot of left-wing people are now saying, oh, it's stupid. And you're seeing that with this discourse around Hogwarts Legacy, where people are saying, oh, I support trans people. I really do. But I just have to play this game. I have to stream this game. I have to get a free copy of this game from the publisher and then stream it to my massive audience on Twitch. But I still support trans people, when trans people are specifically saying that, well, if you want to support us, don't buy the game. Is this really so hard? I don't understand why so many leftists think it's so controversial. Now let's get into a bit of this, because I'm actually in this controversy, apparently, according to the Vaush subreddit. So obviously there's this clip of Hasan going around a lot, and people are...
Speaking of bullying, did Vaush... This is the Kavernacle. This is like, it's like a left tuber, from, England, right? Am I right about that? They can't have their cake and eat it too, right? But yeah, this is Kavernacle, left tuber. He makes like, I don't know, they're not exactly video essays, but they're like pre-written and I don't know. These things, they kind of are video essays.
Now, generally, you guys will know my opinion of Hasan. I actually probably, out of most popular like political streamers, I agree with him far more than I do with other people.
Yeah, this is the thing, Hasan.
Issues, but I don't.
The people that are disappointed about you are the people who value you because you're better than some of the other big streamers out there, right?
I think he's above all criticism. I don't think, you know, you can't say a bad word about him. Like, I do appreciate what he's been doing for Turkey over the last couple of days, but at the same time, this take on Hogwarts Legacy, I think is not really helpful because, like I said, if you listen to trans people, they say don't buy it, right? So don't buy it. But there's another reason why Hasan says he won't play it, which I think is kind of weird. So let's get into this.
Only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly in when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it. Everybody knows how much leftist love to chirp on the internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp, chirp, chirp. And that's precisely why so many people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for, charities or whatever, they're not doing it. I knew that this was going to happen. That's why I wanted to set it up ahead of time. I got yelled at endlessly and relentlessly on my alt account. Like, they were making it seem like I was already transphobic for even thinking about this. And now, look at that.
I do find it funny how he says people who don't want him to play the game have no power, but he's specifically not playing the game because he knows he'll get a backlash. I think this is a terrible justification for his reason for not playing it, right? Like, it's just so simple, in my opinion. If you support trans people, people like Jessie say don't play it, don't buy it, don't do it, right? The only reason Hasan's not doing it is because he's scared of being bullied online, apparently, because there's a massive hate mob going around that dwarf every other community of people who support trans people who are
This tinfoil is delicious. You're right, Black Phillip. Welcome to the stream.
bullying all the streamers who play this. Very weird excuse.
Oh my god, it's
I mean, at
spicy
least
though.
he's
The dip
being
is spicy.
honest.
Oh, it just
I
got
guess
to me.
At the same time, like I said, it's
Oh,
really
damn.
not the hardest thing in the world. This guy doesn't.
Oh damn, that's a spicy jalapeno dip. I didn't realize. Like I was going to town on that, and then it caught up. Do you ever have that? You eat a spicy food, and at first you're just like loving it, and you're just like, oh no, right? And then at a certain point, it like catches up with you, and you're like, okay, that you are legitimately hot. No, you're not kidding. You're not. This is no joke. This is like, we're not playing around here, right? This is real.
Need to play Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah.
He's literally one of the biggest Twitch streamers
Yeah.
in the world. He can do whatever he wants. He can, of course, have any take he wants.
Whoa.
But like I said, if you just listen to trans people, they say
Okay,
don't buy
okay.
it, they say don't play it. And for Hasan, it would be irresponsible because he starts playing it. Then, of course, a lot of people in his audience, because of this parasocial relationship and probably how much...
Yeah, right? Moni987-3 or _3. Enough power to get him to not play at least. Exactly.
Who they are, they'll probably go out and buy it and start playing it as well because their favorite streamer is now playing it. So that's an even bigger argument for him not to actually play this. And I don't understand why he's getting...
Hasan really thinks we will have all this power. Yeah, that we have all this power. Look, this is like, okay, it's not as... I don't want to compare him to Dylan Burns, right? Because he's not as bad as Dylan. He's not as bad as Vaush. He's not as bad as Destiny. I'm not going to compare him to any of those other streamers, right? I do notice the difference. I do, and I appreciate the difference, right? But it's a little bit like Dylan's fear and Destiny's fear that trans people have the magic power to cancel you. Like, right? That all it has, like, when Destiny came on the stream to talk to me about Demon Mama, that's what he said. All it takes is one of these woke skulls going, blah, 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 and all of a sudden I'm losing my sponsorship, and I'm gonna get like, he was worried that Demon Mama had the power to cancel him. Now, funny enough, it was actually Keffals that had the power to cancel him, not Demon Mama. He should have been looking in another direction completely, right? But no, he acted like Demon Mama was like an existential threat to him, and it's like, my dude, you're the one who's trying to silence her. You're the one who's trying to shit can her because she beat you in a debate, right? She kicked your ass in a debate, and you looked like you looked ridiculous because you didn't understand the issue, and you were trying to lecture a trans person about trans rights. Yeah, of course you're gonna look ridiculous, but Destiny takes that as this existential threat, right? Dylan took me having a problem with his platforming of Rob Noor, not as just a smaller trans creator who really has no impact at the end of the day, not liking something that he did, but as an existential threat, right? He had to shit can me. He had to like lie about me. He had to stoke like anger and violence against me, right? Because he overreacted, right? These people think that trans people have like the magical power of cancellation, and I swear to God, I wish we did. I wish we did, because a lot more of you would be canceled. But no, we don't. In all reality, in all honesty, that is not a power that we have. So, yeah, again, miss me with that.
Getting so butthurt.
Yeah, transel culture, right?
Backlash that he considered
Wait,
maybe playing.
Nina, did you see that VOD?
On stream. I know this probably to a lot of people.
There was actually a Mr. Girl like a panel called Transel Culture.
It seems so stupid, and maybe in some ways it is, but it's also
I watched,
just incredibly simple. And I think he was floating the idea that he would play the game while raising money for like a trans charity and stuff like that. But a lot of trans people I've seen have said, don't do this. Like, please don't do this. This isn't what we want. Like, it's all well and good to raise money for like a trans charity, but don't do it while you're playing the game and promoting something that is so hurtful to us. And on that note, I've been cancelled apparently by the Vaush subreddit.
Do I need to keep cupcakes in the refrigerator after I open the container? I would, but I'm like super vigilant about like food going bad. I don't think I saw the VOD. I just remember that phrase. Yeah.
Because I had a take about this, Twitch streamer called Girlfriend Reviews. Now, Girlfriend Reviews isn't a political Twitch streamer like Hasan, but she does apparently have like a fairly progressive community. And I was reading some tweets that said she was told beforehand that, people in her community didn't want her to play Hogwarts Legacy. So then she tweets this before the game comes out: "We will be playing Hogwarts Legacy early today. thanks to a code we got because we're real big time reviewers following up saying, hey guys, I see a lot of you are not feeling this choice because I got backlash on a tweet. If you go to our stream, you'll see we are raising money for the Trevor project while we play this game we spent money on.
Wait. 150 quote retweets? Wait, let me read that again. Wait, no. Oh, damn, I can't see. It covers up what I'm looking at. What am I trying to see? 173 retweets, 156 quote retweets. Look at that shit. Yeah, you got some unhappy customers there.
We'll play it again.
But again, it doesn't say that to me that you're a piece of shit. It says to me that you're a good enough person to have enough people aware of you, enough trans people and enough trans allies aware of you to get this pushback, right? You don't need to take this as like it's not a personal insult, right? It's that you attract enough trans people and trans allies for us to care about what you do.
And for free,
God.
So you can.
I just wish people didn't have to take it that like center themselves as victims when they're not being victimized at all.
Know how it is without having to. And of course, a lot of trans people said the same kind of thing. Like, yeah, it's good you're raising money for the Trevor project. Like, but why are you promoting this game? Why are you playing this to your massive audience? You're not playing it to show like how trash it is. You're not playing it to show how garbage it is. You're playing it because you got a free code and it's good for your brand. So audience backlash is very different from harassment, right? And a lot of people were saying...
Yeah, this is what I've been trying to say. Oh my God. Kavernacle.
Girlfriend Reviews was essentially harassed off her own Twitch stream by absolute zealot haters.
You know what I love? Is when I start to explain something to a cis person and then they say something that makes me realize that they already understand it. That's the feeling I'm getting from Kavernacle here.
Of J.K. Rowling. Now, I was watching like the Twitch stream VOD and seeing the comments she was getting, and there was like a lot of criticism she had. But if she was getting like actual harassment, people like doxing her, messaging her non-stop, calling her like horrible things, of course I condemn that. I don't know if people seriously believe I support like just like harassing people or think that's a good thing, like you'll change their mind by harassing them. But at the same time, I do know a lot of people, often when they get backlash, start saying like it's harassment. And as someone who is going to show you backlash against myself in a second, I know the difference between harassment and backlash because I've had both. I've had actual harassment.
This is such a like mature take. Look at this. Like, I feel like Kavernacle is probably like, am I right in the guessing that Kavernacle is like younger than Hasan? And yet this is such a more mature take.
Like
I could be wrong. Maybe they're the same age. Who knows?
Right, people.
I can't tell ages.
4chan, and I had significant backlash to my views on people like Mr. Beast. And although I got like a massive pushback on Twitter last week about my tweets of Mr. Beast, I wouldn't say anyone was like harassing me and stuff like that, even though some of them were being, you know, pretty terrible to me. I wouldn't call it harassment. I'm happy to prove them wrong if people can link it in the comments. I
mean, if you look at that thread that I showed you earlier, right? The thread that Jessie Gender retweeted, like I got a lot of attention there. A lot of it was negative, some of it was positive, right? But I can tell the difference between, you know, somebody like that Twitch streamer I was pointing out who disagreed with me, but, you know, was just like a human being to me, and somebody that's like, I don't know, trying to get in my head with like transphobic harassment, right? I know the difference.
I haven't seen stuff around Hogwarts
Tabernacle's in his late 20s, so Hasan is, significantly older.
Legacy, and this case study in general.
Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing, Hasan, that your take is less mature than a 20-something.
Of just like overwhelming, insane harassment, which a lot of people experience. And
he's around 25, yeah.
Now, everyone cares about Twitch harassment when marginalized people are getting harassed on Twitch. Seemingly no one really cares. But let's get into this. Basically, the Twitch chat made her cry. So let's have a look at this.
Toxic and repeating yourself and just sitting here seething, being mad that we're doing our job, you know?
No, it's not. It's subs. I'm serious. It's a sub.
Yeah, subs see, did you see what they're saying? It's subs. That's not like harassment. That's like your own community. If I get pushback from my subs, okay, It's because I've either gone into some subject matter that I've never talked with you about before, and my views are like legitimately like yikes, you know, or you know, we switched my brain with Gammies, and now Gammy's doing the stream, or Gammy's got me tied up in the closet, and she's you know, she's using my VTuber to impersonate me, like, right? That's the kind of thing that would get my subs mad, right? It's like people, you know, you're posting like, I don't know how to say it, cringe, like, right? Like you're saying stuff or you're doing stuff that your audience just is not okay with. And what you realize at that point is you have built your audience to some degree on trans people. That's not a bad thing. That doesn't speak badly of you. That speaks well of you. But like, fucking rise to the occasion. You can do this. You got this, right? You got this. If you've got that audience, I would think that you'd have the ability to understand this stuff. Hasan has a large audience that isolates him from reality. True. Yeah, it's hard to read everybody, even in here when the chat gets... Not that I'm telling you not to chat. I want you to chat. I want you to make it impossible for me to read. The more impossible for me to read, the better, right?
It's if I see you, I hear you,
that
I love it.
That lets Twitch know, that lets YouTube know, that lets whatever platform you're on know that you're enjoying the stream, you're engaged, right? Then they'll bring more people in, and...
Thank you for your longtime support.
We'll have more
I will
fun.
Personally ban you if you don't give it a rest.
Yeah, we're taking your opinions into consideration. We might not even make a YouTube video on this if that's, you know, whatever. But, you know, you don't need to sit here and make us feel bad. And now it's like, whatever. I'm almost like thinking of just like either going offline or like, I'm barely into the second combat here. And every time I look at chat, it's just the conversation.
Yeah, you're right, Nina. They want echo chambers.
Maybe we can do like
bothering
a
me.
be right back. Like
I'm sorry, I shouldn't dunk on Gammy. Gammy's got like...
You can take a break if you...
Gammy's got like 8 friends at this point.
I'll just stop talking and I'll just go fight.
I need to shut up about Gammy.
Y'all done did it now.
So I don't like anyone to like be upset and stuff like that. I don't want anyone to feel like they are being targeted. But at the same time, if I knew I had a left-leaning audience, at the very least, out of like some sort of self-preservation, like, why would you stream this game? Because you know you're gonna get backlash against it. Like, they are getting like significant harassment. It's obviously not their fault and the people shouldn't be doing this. But at the same time, they even saw from the tweet that people didn't like this. Like, so why are they streaming it? And just saying, well, we're also raising money for the Trevor project, that doesn't, you know, deflect from what you're doing. Because like I said, it's really, really simple. Trans people say, don't play it, don't buy it. If you care about trans people, don't do those things. You streaming it because you want to get in on the zeitgeist, you want those nice Twitch subs and Twitch views because everyone is playing this game. And if that's more important to you than trans people, then just say it, right? You don't have to start raising money for charity on the side.
Here's the other thing that I don't get. Like, okay, so you know how Twitch works, right? It's a kingmaker system. If you're a big streamer, then Twitch is recommending your stream to a lot of people. If you've got more people in the audience, right, it's a snowball. The better you do, the more Twitch helps you out, right? That's how that works, right? That's why that's why it's top heavy. There's a few really big streams, and a few more like slightly less big streams, and a few more slightly less big streams, and a lot of like 0 viewer Andes, right? That's how Twitch works. And this is so Asmongold, XQC, gaming streamers. I mean, like, they do other things, or yeah, definitely XQC does other things too, right? But a lot of gaming is going on. What's up, Postcob? Good to see you. Meow. Kavernacle is pretty cool. I'm liking this take. I'm really liking this take from Kavernacle. So this is so the game Harry Potter is attracting a lot of people to watch it, right? And you see 100,000 people, somebody said earlier, watching Asmongold play this. Hasan, I love you, dude. Like I said before, you're like the least offensive of the... You're like the least shit sandwich of all the big political streamers, right? I appreciate that about you. Wouldn't compare you to Vaush. I wouldn't compare you to Destiny. You're different. You're better, okay? That I will give you. But, Hasan, you're not gonna get, like, those views, right? I mean, you're gonna get some of those views, but you know how your gaming streams are, right? It's not. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe with Hasan, I'm wrong. But for other people, like, I don't think that it's the bonanza that they think it is. Here's the deal: when there's a big game, you've got a lot of people wanting to watch it. True, okay. But you've also got a lot of people streaming it. And usually, that's a wash. Usually that's how that works out. Now, if you're Asmongold, then, you know, you're the big snowball rolling down the mountain, rolling up all the more snow and just being huge, right? You're that 100,000 streamer. Oh my God, it's going to benefit you at all. But if you're like a, either, you know, like a mid to like low number gaming streamer, like if I was to try to play this, not that I'm going to, now I probably wouldn't get a lot of views. I would definitely get less views than I normally do, right? So it's not even as good of a deal as people are trying to make it out to be. It is not a bonanza for anybody but the biggest, you know, gaming streamers. And a lot of these people complaining about this, frankly, are not the biggest gaming streamers. So, you know, you're thinking about a different charity? Yeah, Trevor Project? Oh, wait, Hasan has a larger audience than... Oh, yeah, that isolates him totally.
Because you want to make yourself feel better, because this stupid game is more important to you than actually having solidarity with transgender people. It really is that simple. So now for the take I was getting cancelled over on the Vaush subreddit. So if you go there, it might be like one of the more upvoted posts.
So understand that cancel culture is not what you think, right? The Vaush people would have you believe that cancellation is what happens when you go against the woke scolds and you get canceled. But look at what's happening, right? So in other words, like you want to play the game anyway, and you're getting canceled for it, right? Because the woke mob or whatever, right? That's what cancellation is. Look at how it really works, though. The Kavernacle tries to do something good, tries to promote something good, has solidarity with trans people, and gets canceled. No Comment Chick takes a great personal risk to speak up to one of the biggest political streamers on the platform and gets canceled. Polly People refuses to back down against Keffals. Polly was standing up to Keffals before it was cool and gets canceled. That's how cancellation happens. That's what cancellation really is. It's not the fucking woke mob, it's not the Tinder queers, it's not the woke scolds, or whatever the hell else you want to call us that are doing the cancellation. We're the ones standing up and getting canceled for doing the right thing. So understand, that's really what we're talking about, all right? Oh my God, sorry, Minecraft is opening in the background and it is just like destroying. Somehow it's like destroying my frames. Oh no. Are we really effing? Is it F as in frozen or F as in... Okay. Are we back? Let me know, chat. I don't, it doesn't look like I'm, it doesn't look like, yeah, just as I'm talking about cancellation, like I get canceled by my bitrate. It looks like we're okay. YouTube, let me know. I haven't heard anything from you. Twitch, I haven't, yeah. F is in frames. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, it's because I tried to open Minecraft. Silly me. Silly me thinking I could play a fucking game. Like, yeah, I guess I'm not a game streamer.
Yeah, they're saying...
Oh my God, thank you for letting me know, though. Yeah, if there's ever anything wrong with the stream, don't ever think that I'm going to be upset at you for pointing it out. I appreciate that, actually. I will not take it as complaining. I will take it as important feedback, which is what it is, right? And if you're telling me what's going on the stream, you're helping me out a whole bunch, right? Some people, they want to spare my feelings, but never feel like that, right? I don't want you to think that I'd be upset for you just letting me know what the stream is like on your end.
You guys can disagree with me all you want, but this is insane behavior from the left. The optics here are awful for the left.
I try to be.
Like Kavernacle
I mean, mostly.
are supporting implicitly harassing people over streaming the game to review it. And I honestly don't really think I did that. And if you want, go read that post. You can read loads of smears against me. Apparently, I have awful foreign policy takes like, I don't know, the British government shouldn't be occupying Northern Ireland, apparently, to that community. That's controversial. But what I said is, if your audience are progressive because that's what you've cultivated, maybe just like
God,
don't play
that's
the
what
game,
Labour
because
is
at
like?
the very least, you know they'll hate you for it. I don't have much
That's what
sympathy,
Labour
to be
is
honest.
like?
Plenty of streamers are playing this game without issue.
Damn.
Because they have cultivated an audience that is more like them. If you create your livelihood on a more left-leaning audience,
Labour used to be better.
They don't like the Magic game. Someone's saying they did raise money for the Trevor Project during the stream, but that still felt like it rang hollow and tasteless. And I say they could have raised money and not played the game. So yes, it does. So yeah, like I said, you cannot really have your cake and eat it too with this game. And of course, I want to clarify, if I didn't make it clear, I don't have much sympathy in terms of like getting a backlash from her audience. If she is genuinely getting like insane harassment for this, I of course completely say that is wrong. But what my point with my tweet was basically saying that, yeah, like a lot of people are playing Hogwarts Legacy right now. Like it's really popular on Twitch and loads of people are playing it without issue because they've cultivated an audience which probably has the same politics as them. So they're either somehow unaware of the backlash against the game, or they just simply don't really care about trans people, and their audience don't care either, so that's not controversial.
Wait.
But if you are going to create like a more progressive audience, maybe one that is more like LGBT friendly, and you're making your...
Does this just look like tinfoil, or does it sound like tinfoil too? Like... Boiled lettuce, yes. But I mean, I heard somebody say it's like tinfoil, but I don't even know. I'm assuming they meant that it looks like tinfoil, which it kind of does, and not necessarily. I don't know. Maybe it sounds like tinfoil too, though.
Livelihood off that audience through their loyalty with Twitch subs and other stuff like that, then yeah, even from a business standpoint, you're just being an idiot for playing it. And then if you have any morals and want to stand with that community, then you just wouldn't do it. And no amount of doing charity on the side of streaming this game at the same time is going to make that okay in the eyes of a lot of trans people. And then people like Hasan, like the only reason they're not playing it because they don't want people to be mean to them is just absolutely ridiculous, to be honest. And also this other note that was brought up in like the Vaush subreddit cancelling me is this thing about popularity, which I never really understand, and it's something I have a problem with class reductionists. It's that you don't do stuff that is unpopular despite it being morally right because it's bad optics, right? Not that like Stonewall, which one of the main LGBT charities gets its name from, was a bunch of LGBT people beating up the police in 1969 New York. Do you think they started taking polling around the country if that would be popular or something? They did it because it was right. Now, I'm not comparing not buying Hogwarts Legacy to the bravery they showed standing up to the cops at Stonewall, but what I am saying is, in life and in just general society, a lot of the things you do that are right are unpopular. And if you are a communist, if you're a leftist like myself, so many of your opinions are deeply, deeply unpopular.
Jellyfish.
They go against the status quo. They're not in line with this. A lot of the things you do that are right. Do you think they started taking polling around the country if that was class reductionist? It's that you don't do stuff that is unpopular despite it being morally right.
Okay, this is what I wanted to say, okay? Like, so we're kind of seeing something interesting here, and you may not recognize it, right? This is Kavernacle, okay? He's almost at 100,000 subscribers. He generally, does pretty well for himself on YouTube and has grown a lot, right? He got here not by being part of a clout network. You know, he's not in with Vaush, he's not in with Destiny, he's not in with like Twitch politics, right? None of that stuff, right? And not through doing drama, right? Not through going back and forth with arguing with people and having like drama cycles, right? Kavernacle has just uploaded a lot of videos on almost everything that happens. He's got, a video talking about it, and he's just done it on his own. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of neat, right? And like I said, he hasn't really had drama with anybody. Obviously, he's got very different views than somebody like Vaush, right? But he hasn't really talked about Vaush. At least I've never seen him talk about Vaush. He's talking about Vaush. Interesting, right? Interesting. And I think that, you know, what precipitated that is Vaush's subreddit talking about him. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's not talking directly about Vaush, but he's talking about Vaush's subreddit, which does have to do with Vaush. And that's kind of interesting. So it's like their toxicity. They couldn't let Kavernacle just be Kavernacle, right? They can't. They look at that. You approach 100,000 and people go after you, right? You're not allowed to succeed without a clout network. What do you think you're doing? You're not a ridiculous, like, radlib ass clown like Vaush. What do you think you're doing, lefty? Right? You're not an irreverent shit poster like slur addict like Keffals. What do you think you're doing, right? They can't take it. This is cope, right? And that cope just got them farmed. They just got kind of farmed by Kavernacle here. It's beautiful and wonderful to see.
Because it's bad optics, right? Not that like Stonewall, which one of the main LGBT charities.
Yeah, I mean, like, you'll either like him or you won't. Some people, you know, like, obviously there's not a lot of editing done in his videos. It's just him, you know, going off on, you know, something he feels passionately about. You may or may not like him, right? But like, he's not, you know, nobody's everybody's cup of tea. But I will point out that the way that he has gotten big is kind of unique and kind of cool and kind of inspiring, actually.
Came from was a bunch of LGBT people beating up the police in 1969 New York. Do you think they started taking polling around the country if that would be?
Yeah, right. Popularity is not while we do the right thing. Yeah, he's based. Really enjoys his videos. Nice.
They did it because it was right. Now, I'm not comparing not buying Hogwarts Legacy to the bravery they showed standing up to the cops at Stonewall. But what I am saying is, in life and in just general society, a lot of the things you do that are right are unpopular. And if you are a communist, if you're a leftist like myself, so many of your opinions are deeply, deeply unpopular. They go against the status quo. They're not in line with the establishment. And oftentimes they'll have minority support and they won't have much support at all. But you stand up for them because it is right at the end of the day. You're not worried about optics. You're not running for president. You're not running for Congress. You don't have
Last time I saw some sort of talking about Vaush, it was about Cav saying that he could understand China wanting to reunite with Taiwan as a guy. Oh yeah, that Vaush should be able to understand that. I've never heard of the Kavernacle before. I heard the name. I've never watched his content until now. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a streamer, if a streamer just made videos and like wrote them, and like, it's making me realize that like I want to make in fact, we've got some ideas. Like, some people in the community have been offering me ideas about videos, like things that they want to know about. One of the things is like the origin of the clout networks. Like, where did the Vaush clout network come from? How did it start? Wouldn't you like to have a video about that? I don't think there's anybody that's like kind of just like put that together, like just a little timeline of like, you know, how it got started, you know, where it almost went, where it almost all capsized, and then why it is where it is now, right? There's some history to that. There is some and something to be learned from that too, right? I feel like there's a lot of background knowledge of the things that I talk about, like clout networks, that I could kind of maybe do a better job of making an easy on-ramp for, in terms of like a video. That would be an interesting video, yeah. And like, I mean, obviously when I do videos, or Zero does videos, like, right, we both like to edit them heavily. We want like a seamless experience, right? But I mean, you know, here's Kavernacle doing it. It's almost like Ludwig, right? The way that Kavernacle you know, shoots his videos, it really does remind me of Ludwig. Ludwig has this technique where I think he somewhat memorizes his script, or maybe he just has an outline or something like that, or maybe he has a maybe there's, I don't know, is there like a teleprompter involved? But for whatever he does, he has a rule where he shoots everything in one take, right? And it actually works out for him. I mean, he's got a really big channel, so Yeah, I mean, like, I don't necessarily it started with Destiny. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of like the origin of Irish laddie back in the day.
Worry about those.
And the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree.
Things. If you want to have solidarity with a specific community, listen to that community and then do what they suggest, even if it's not like the most popular thing in the world. And then we can maybe focus on like economics, universal healthcare, and stuff like that when we're running for president or running for Congress, not when we're having a discussion about a video game. Now, just because this is the last video on Hogwarts Legacy, I wanted to move on a tiny bit. So this game reviewed very, very well, and apparently, from most prominent reviewers, it's a pretty good game, right? Now, one review that stood out was IGN's review, because they gave it a 9 out of 10. Now, IGN gives quite good scores to a lot of games, but 9 out of 10 seemed quite high on the surface, but I bet if you read it, it's an absolutely glowing review. I'm going to read you a few snippets of it because it's really...
Thank you for the follow, Brandon Allison. Meow.
Does not read like a review of a game that got 9 out of 10.
Why are we not getting...
Steph Sterling was tweeting about the review. Apparently, they've got conflicting information about, what was going on. So from a source they say they trust, they said...
Oh, YouTube
they stacked the deck
alerts.
with who they sent the review codes to. Hence why almost no reputable outlet got a code.
Okay, I guess I gotta say, it used to be nice up here, but now we've got these communists invading radicals. That's the stream alert that you would have heard if I had had my YouTube stream alerts on. I'm sorry you didn't get to see Minnesota Mike. I feel like I should have a video of Minnesota Mike, just Minnesota Mike talking about communists invading radicals.
And I was told they work with IGN heavily to find their one writer who would touch it and be kind to it. Part about the review is not surprising, even with the game's history. I've covered the industry's deck stacking in my work before, the wildcard tactic. That said, devs were sweating it really hard until the reviews dropped. Doubtless they're happy with WB's results. Then Steph also said, someone from IGN
I mean, that sounds so weird, right?
My contact said, and countered by saying,
I just realized I was being a complete weirdo. I hope you get what I'm saying. When you follow a streamer and usually like there's this little thing, like a noise that happens or a little kind of like graphic that goes across the screen and goes or something like that. Mine is like a dude in a truck. It's a Republican guy in a truck named Minnesota Mike, and he says like, it used to be nice up here, but now there are communists invading radicals, right? And he's just all about the, it's you can tell that it hurts him that there's communists invading radicals. So it's almost like every time somebody joins, subscribes on YouTube, it's one of them communists invading radicals again, right?
And they actually struggled to get a code.
That's what I'm trying to get across, if that makes sense.
Now, I trust both people on each side of this. Certainly enough to believe both sides have been given to
just
me in
playing
good faith.
along. Okay,
for as little respect
fair
as
enough.
I have for IGN's review, it's only fair to offer their side. The one thing I would say is these two stories don't necessarily like counter each other. Like WB could be super unhelpful and they can struggle to get a code, but then if they offered up this reviewer as the person who would cover the game, maybe WB would give them the code. We don't really know about that. Let's just review a bit of Travis Northup's review. Right in line with most Harry Potter tales before it, Legacy's plot has more holes than a fishnet stocking and sort of just expects you to accept that its magical world...
That's the 9 out of 10 review? That does not sound like a 9 out of 10 review, does it?
Makes no sense. If you're like me, you'll roll your eyes during moments when you're introduced to 100 years worth of dead characters lecturing you from paintings about the importance of some stuff that happened a long time ago and how you have to save the world or whatever. But
there's like a lot of like lore to like there's a lot of like just meta lore or whatever do you even call it, right? There's like, okay, so because like the houses, like, right, the Snape and Gryffindor and Hufflepuff and oh my god, how am I forgetting Snape, Gryffindor? Did I say Snape? Why can't I remember? It's not called Snape. Oh my god, I haven't watched Hogwarts in so long. It's called Severin. Ravenclaw. How did I forget Ravenclaw? Snape was the teacher that was also, he was Severin, right? Slytherin. Severin, why did I got both of Snape's names. I got both of Snape's names in there as the house that he's in, but no, somebody just corrected me. It's actually Slytherin. I don't know why I can't remember Slytherin. That's like obviously the best house of all. It's obviously the Slytherin, or you know, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. Wait, and Hermione's a Hufflepuff, right? Harry's obviously Gryffindor. Is Ron... No, Ron's Hufflepuff. Hermione's Ravenclaw, right? Did I have it correct? Snape, Severus, Snape. Weasel. Okay.
Once that's over with, Legacy mostly redeems itself with a fantastic cast of non-painting characters.
Wait, Hermione is Gryffindor. Wait, they're both Gryffindor. Okay. They're all Gryffindor. Luna. What's Luna? I don't even remember. This anti-snake propaganda is strong in that series. Yeah, but isn't like Harry would have been like Slytherin if he wasn't Gryffindor or something? She's Ravenclaw. Okay, so Ravenclaw is pretty cool then, because like I love Luna. No, I don't love any of them. They're all characters created by a horrible person, and I do not love. They're all Gryffindor. Well, okay, I forgot about this. Why did I want to think that they were all like in the different things? I don't know, because Gryffindor, yeah, we're supposed to like Gryffindor, right? We're supposed to really like be all about Gryffindor. Okay.
So the immersion can occasionally be broken.
She's just not a good writer. See, I would have written that totally different, and therefore mine's better. And therefore mine's better. Mine's better than J.K. Rowling's, okay? Ravenclaw, little representation of houses, yeah. Sorting Hat and Heather said Harry was a Slytherin, but he's self-ID'd as Gryffindor. Oh, nice. And the hat respected it. What? That's just the thing. It's like, the hat's better than the author. Asian characters are all Ravenclaw. Interesting. Edward Cullen was Hufflepuff. What was Neville? What was Neville? I don't remember.
By Legacy's dicey performance though, which suffered from just about every issue that makes IGN's performance review team cry during my time on PS5. Those greatest hits include frame rate inconsistency, weird issues where the lighting switches from too dark to too bright, aggressive pop-in while moving around the map quickly, and more. There's even this weird thing where every door in Hogwarts has a brief
also Gryffindor. Okay, so like a lot of people were in Gryffindor, I'm getting.
Loading screen. It's
God, I don't remember any of this.
So much packed into this beast of an adventure.
Oh wait, what about Cedric?
The PS5's promise of the death of loading screens hasn't quite been lived up to here.
He's not.
As it's clearly struggling to keep up with the
Slytherin.
spellcraft and whimsy of the Wizarding World. Isn't that pretty amazing?
Wait, he's got to be Gryffindor, right?
PS5
yeah,
for Hogwarts
yeah, because he was on Harry's team. Oh my God, I got it.
Is poor performance. Like, have you seen this game? It's not like a technical showpiece. This isn't Horizon Forbidden West, which looks absolutely amazing and pretty much has no load times. This is a game that runs on most
I was
consoles.
wrong.
Apparently it's even being ported to the Nintendo Switch.
I thought I remembered. Oh no, that's right. The teams are the schools. The teams are not the houses. The teams are the schools. That's right. Okay. And he's a Hufflepuff.
And he's blaming the PS5 for not being able to run this game
stuff
without loading
I knew at some point,
every
ostensibly.
single door. And these are massive problems, right? So many games get such bad reviews just on the technical side. This is terrible from a technical point of view on a really, really powerful console, which runs amazing looking games like Horizon or like Demon's Souls. So even just with this paragraph, for the game to get a 9 out of 10, you'd expect it to have like zero problems and just have performance issues. I remember with Breath of the Wild, people were giving Breath of the Wild a 9 because of the performance issues. I seriously don't believe Hogwarts Legacy is that good that performance issues only bring the score down by like 1 maybe, but that's not even the only issue this reviewer has. So beyond the performance issues, Legacy is also a fairly glitchy adventure in general. You'll probably fall through the map a time or two, or see a character or object get caught in the environment, or maybe even have the person you're talking to just up and walk away from you in the middle of a conversation, leaving you to speak with the empty spot they were standing in for about 2 minutes. I didn't encounter anything game breaking.
I love those kind of glitches.
Or so common that you'll likely want to curse its name, but things like this do happen enough to be an irritation. Again, this doesn't really read like a 9 out of 10. While the combat system never stops being entertaining, the creature...
I mean, if it means that you have to go back in the game, yeah, fuck that, right? If it means you lose your save or whatever, yeah, fuck that. But like, I love glitches. Wait, do other people, do you all like glitches? They were all from the same school. Cedric was Hufflepuff. Like, I like glitches. Like, as long as they're not game breaking, glitches are great.
You fight soon run out of tricks up their sleeves.
I wish I could play a game that was like all glitches.
You'll see the same familiar
what would that
faces
be like?
a lot. As you spend an enormous amount of time fighting dark wizards, spiders, and goblins, every once in a while they'll trot out the same repeated troll enemy or magical suit of armor as well, but the enemy's legacy throws at you wear thin pretty quick. That's a shame, since the Harry Potter universe is known for having an all manner of beasts and
I just call it the transphobia game.
to face off against, and yet,
well, we're
here,
almost done
there's
with this.
practically
We're
no
almost done.
variety. What's especially weird,
And I got
is that
something
it's not
really
like
cool
there
next,
aren't
okay?
other
You're gonna
enemy
like what
types
we
to be
got
found in
next. We got a new
Legacy.
hero.
It's just that they're scarcely
We've got a
used
new
in any of the
hero,
main
okay?
Dungeons or levels. Instead, they send about 500 spiders at you in a row, which is a baffling decision. Again, 9 out of 10. So in the verdict, it says, it's weighed down by technical issues, a lackluster main story, and some poor enemy variety, but even those couldn't come close to breaking its enchanting spell over me. So if you guys want, go watch the video review, go read the review. I promise you, there isn't enough praise in that review to offset
Skyrim. I've never played it before. Is that the one with the Fusro Daw?
How much criticism there is
Fusro Daw people?
for me to believe this game is a 9 out of 10.
Oh, wait, and the arrow to the knee?
Reviews are like subjective, right? Like, I love a bunch of games people hate. Like, I'm a big fan of like Dynasty Warriors games, Hyrule Warriors.
Those moments in Quake where I shoot a bad guy through a bad guy and they fall halfway through the wall.
Games. A lot of people can't stand them, right? So to me, what is a 9 out of 10 for Hyrule Warriors is not going to be a 9 out of 10 for everyone.
Hi, Campos.
But I feel like pretty universally we can accept that poor performance and repetition are things that would lower a review score in a game. Like, am I crazy for thinking that? Combined with him...
In Skyrim, I get stuck in a rock and they have to reload it, though?
Oh,
God.
Like,
that's a bad bug, then.
Main
that
story?
sucks.
Isn't this like a story-focused RPG? You just can't tell me this guy's review of the game
Which is galore in that game
by how much he loves Harry Potter, because even he can't help himself really criticizing this game. Now, I've actually made a whole video.
I want to play a game and get myself like really glitched. You know what I mean? Like really glitched.
Talking about ethics in games journalism and basically how capitalism ruins games journalism, because at outlets like IGN, they're way too in bed with game developers and their marketing agencies, because
my
like
favorite game glitch, who
which
me?
I really love as a game. That was probably the best example.
Am I a game glitch?
It had a massive marketing deal with IGN to, you know, push the trailers, to advertise on the site. And then IGN was one of the few sites that agreed to their review conditions that you had to play the game on a really
glitched a euphemism for getting high? It could be a euphemism for a lot of things.
PC, and you could only use the footage they sent you, because a lot of outlets didn't agree to do that because they didn't have marketing deals with CD Projekt Red.
Cyberpunk 2077 on release. Wasn't it supposed to work for the PS4 and it was just like, it was like no go?
And then you had IGN giving the game like a 10 out of 10, then loads of people buying it, right? So of course, I don't know what to think of what Stephanie Sterling said. Could there have been backdoor shady deals to get the right reviewer for the game who they know would give it a positive score? Perhaps, but I guess to a lot of people, what makes that seem more credible is that the review is pretty scathing in
Pokemon glitches, hell yeah,
ways, but then gives the game a 9 out of 10, which is far higher than a lot of games that have absolutely quality performance. So anyway, that is it for the whole drama surrounding Hogwarts Legacy. Even I was cancelled. At the end of the day, you guys
cancelled.
might think this is a non-issue.
Cancelled.
Who cares? You know, it's stupid and stuff like that.
I don't know. I gotta
wouldn't
stop
say it's stupid,
making
but I
fun
would
of
agree with you.
British
There are more
accents,
important
because
things
apparently I'm no
in
good at
life.
that.
There are more important things.
There are
to
better
talk
people
about.
out there,
But
chat.
I would also say, because it's so non-important to a lot of people,
for making fun of British
really
accents.
so hard not to buy it if you claim to care about transgender people. Like with people like Hasan, like if you build your whole career on cultivating like a leftist community, which I assume is very pro LGBT, and you have a lot of LGBT people in your audience, especially trans people. I don't know how hard it is just, you know, to not play it and to say I'm not playing it because people like Jessie Gender and stuff said that it's very hurtful and I don't want to hurt my trans allies and I stand in solidarity with them, so I'm not going to play it. It seems really, really simple, but apparently to people on the Vaush subreddit and other places...
I would be remiss. Okay? I would be remiss. Okay, so here's Vaush talking about the trans character. The new game, this is from 10 months ago. Oh, here he is talking about the boycotting. Cringe virtue signaling, huh? Okay, let's see what he has to say about the boycott. This is from 3 weeks ago, mind you, okay? Or more. Because it's Coconut Island. And I know how this shit works. Alright, Coconut Island clip channel.
What are your thoughts on listening to music or watching movies from problematic creators? There is nothing wrong with consuming media made by people who are problematic. At all, okay? That is totally fine. That is completely fine. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a liberal. The idea of
Who's a liberal, Vaush? Who's a liberal?
like boycotting as some kind of final blow against bad people is stupid. Especially when you're talking about
Cyberpunk has some fun glitches, but they patched it up and made it, yeah.
like historical. Can you imagine somebody refusing to read Shadow over Innsmouth because they heard that Lovecraft is a racist? Like, okay. Okay, sorry his estate's not going to get 99 cents for his collected edition works, and you, like, lose out on basically the origin of an entire genre of horror. So I can still read Harry Potter.
Okay, Vaush, cool. So I can add Turner Diaries to my reading group for next week? Or is that different? Or is that different? Maybe that's a little different, Vaush. Maybe that's a little different. Right? And maybe the queen of the fucking turfs writing a fucking book, that getting turned into a video game now that we know that she's the queen of the fucking turfs. And them throwing in extra elements of blood libel as if the goblin plot, which they've chosen, is not enough, right? Now we're gonna have the goblins, like, enacting, like, basically, like, the kind of stuff that would, the kind of tropes that cause that blood libel thing to be spread. If you don't know, I hate that I have to talk about this. Chicago's, thank you for the follow. Wait, Turbo Nerd, did I already thank you for the follow? I think I did. Lovecraft's not alive to tell. Oh, I mean, that's true too, right? And Lovecraft is not getting more clout. Like, so, you know, people have pointed out before, J.K. Rowling is a billionaire, true, right? She's not going to be dispossessed of her fortune by me not buying the game, true, right? But she does get clout, and she does get kind of cultural capital, like, I guess you could say, from this kind of acceptance that comes through, you know, people playing the game, including people who talk a good game about trans rights. They talk the talk, but they can't seem to walk the walk, right? That is a bad thing. That is a bad thing, right? But Vaush is just going to bury this under his solipsistic, nihilistic drivel. Absolute just drool coming out of his mouth in the place of thoughts and ideas and arguments, right? Just absolutely, you know.
No, because Harry Potter sucks.
Just slobbering all over us, right? Like a St. Bernard. Anyway, not that I'm saying anything's wrong with St. Bernards. I love St. Bernards. I would let a St. Bernard slobber all over me over Vaush. But yeah, good point, Turbo Nerd. Lovecraft's work is also public domain. Yup, good point. There's another point, yeah? So it's not even his estate. This ignores the existence of the boycott in the modern day and ignores the fact that all of Lovecraft's work is free, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, I did. Okay, meow.
You can't... Listen, I don't have a problem with you reading Harry Potter. because of J.K. Rowling being a transphobe. I have a problem with you reading Harry Potter because Harry Potter sucks, okay? That's my issue.
Okay.
This is
agreed.
the quality gatekeep. Transphobia? Okay, sure, fine. Low quality. That's
oh my god, look how much he cares about, like, you know, you gotta fucking not do it for the right reason.
my issue. It's not good.
Do it for the uncucked reason. That's what he's saying. That shit is so cringe. Like him and Keffals being like, yeah, we're uncucked because we fucking cuck ourselves out to the right wing. Like, right, I don't like saying that word, and yes, I'm aware of the trope that's like kind of embodied in that, but this is their language. This is what they're talking about. You know, this is how they sell themselves as being tough. This is how they sell themselves as being some kind of mavericks or something, like they're the real leftists, the real tough, like renegade leftists. You are not renegades. You are absolute bitches to the right wing. You are absolutely their. You in a lot of ways, you're their puppets. Right? They say jump and you say how high. Like, right? You are so scared of looking cringe to the right that you end up looking cringe to the left. Did you ever think of that? Okay. Anyway, let's go.
Do not
Let's
support.
go.
I just got 2 tickets to the Bill Cosby comeback tour. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my god, of course you did. Of course you did.
Rejection of liberal tactics like boycotting.
Wait, I'm trying to remember who said, like, they were talking about, like, if Harvey Weinstein, like, oh my god, I can't remember who this was. I can't remember who this was. Somebody was like faced with the question of like, so let's say that like Harvey Weinstein, you know, came back and started doing movies again. Would you, you know, like, right? Would you? Because most people would be like, no, but this person, I can't remember who it was, but this person would be like, I'm gonna buy 10 tickets immediately.
And give as much of your money as possible to horrible people.
It was recently.
That's the leftist take.
So oh yeah, Vaush is okay with Pedialyte drinking. And do you hear that, FD signifier? Vaush is okay with Pedialyte. He's a big he might, I don't know what you want to consider the metaphor for Pedialyte drinking to signify. Do you see what I did there, FD? Do you see what I did there? And we are going to talk about the FD signifier video. It is it's something, right? And I can only tell you that something if you are. We're going to do this as a sub-only stream. We're going to do this as you have to be subbed. You have to be a member. We kind of need a paywall for this one, right? We kind of need a paywall because this goes deep. This is like a 3-hour stream where he talks about the drama with Vaush. He talks about like some of the cancellations that Vaush and his community have enacted. And, you know, he gives some thoughts on those. And those thoughts actually might surprise you. I can tell that they surprised me, right? Vaush definitely surprised me with his thoughts on, sorry, not Vaush, FD signifier really surprised me with his thoughts on the Vaush drama and everything. And I want to present that to you, but that is going to be a reward stream for everybody who is subbed, Patreoned, and or membered on YouTube. So yeah, we're going to try to get that going. If I can get to, if I can get back to 100 subs, I'll do that today. Otherwise, we'll probably maybe next Sunday.
Whether the art is good enough to separate from the author.
Like, you could watch Kevin Spacey doing House of Cards again. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Post-Cobb. Yeah. It's different once you know. It really does feel different, even if you don't want it to. Like, I mean, I like, okay, this is gonna sound cringe, but I had been getting into the last few seasons of Rick and Morty. I stopped watching at some point, right? I was never like the big, you know, like, right, the biggest Rick and Morty fan in the world, and definitely checked out after all the Pickle Rick stuff and all that crap, right? I stopped being that interested in it. But I caught up on the series, and I was kind of excited to see where it went, just because I really love Summer, and they were doing more with Summer. But yeah, like, would I want it to go on with Justin Roiland, right? What would it be like to watch that, like, knowing what I know about Justin Roiland? It's kind of like, I don't know, that would be creepy as hell. Oh my god. Well, thank you, Jules.
Just so you guys know, the death of the author, mode of interpretation, is a
don't
choice
anybody feel obliged. If you don't have enough money for what you need at home, I am never talking to you about subs. There are people here that if you are around and if you talk enough, they will see you and they will give you gift subs. So, you know, if it's an issue where, you know, you need to make your, you know, ends meet. I'm definitely not asking you for money, but yeah, for those who do have a little extra money, you can really help people out by getting them out of the ads, especially the ads on Twitch. The ads on YouTube are fine. You can just like you fast forward to them, but I don't know if can anybody speak to the ads on Twitch? The ads on Twitch are like merciless. There's no fast forwarding. There's no skipping. There's just like sitting there watching the ad, knowing that Irene's probably doing something ridiculous that everybody else is laughing at, and you're missing out, right? It's that FOMO.
Make a choice to analyze a piece of media, a piece of art through that framework. It's not like whether or not it's okay to do that. It's just a way of looking at things, like how to whether or not it's worthwhile to examine something in the absence of that.
I didn't get into Rick and Morty, but I did like Solar Opposites. I don't know how I can continue to watch after that stuff came out. I never got into Solar Opposites. I had people tell me it was really good, but yeah, I never watched it.
As long as you're doing it like knowingly,
oh, no.
I don't think there's an issue with employing that.
That's annoying. I'm gonna see if I can take those off. Right? There was Hogwarts Legacy ads on YouTube.
Really, my issue with the Harry Potter books are that
my
they're
God.
bad. Whatever.
I'm running ads on YouTube. God, I hope they're not
supporting bad people.
Hope they're not like
people
that.
freak out over the J.K. Rowling stuff, but like, honest to God, you buy from Nestle. I guess I just don't really care. Like, I'm not exactly going to throw a fit if you guys don't want to buy something because J.K. Rowling would benefit from it financially. But the systems that we exist within are so, like, basically universally that it feels like the lines people draw are very virtue signaling in terms of...
I am totally weirded out. Oh my God, I can't talk because the spicy is too spicy. Oh my God, the spicy is so spicy. I was totally weirded out by the fact that... Wait. Okay. Like, the fact that they're going to go on with Rick and Morty, to me, that's wild. That's wild. All right, on two different levels. Okay, one, I mean, what happened is pretty, like, and it wasn't just, it's not just like Justin Roiland. Like, Dan Harmon also had, something. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember what happened with Dan Harmon. Does anybody remember what it was with Dan Harmon? Now, Harmon offered some sort of apology, which, wasn't like a half apology or apologizing, but not really taking into, like, Dan Harmon, did, say something of significance, right? But now I can't remember what it was that Dan Harmon did that he was apologizing for. But either way, right, like, you have at least one of the major, creative contributors and like the voice actor for the titular characters, right? Gone. There's no way, right? He's gone, and they've said he's gone. They've cut ties, severed their relationship, as they say, with it was sexual harassment when he was working on Community. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Harmon had a good apology and the victim accepted it. Okay, so that's kind of rare. So, I'm like, I don't know if Dan Harmon is going to stay or what, but yeah, the voices of Rick and Morty, both Justin Roiland. So, like, I've been kind of wondering, speculating, a little fan theory. I mean, like, I wasn't expecting them to continue the series. I thought it was done. Like, I'm surprised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised any day to hear they're actually not going to do it. But if they are going to do it, two possibilities, okay? One, something happens canonically. Something happens in the story, like where they move to another universe where Rick and Morty have different voices, okay? And maybe they turn into jellyfish. I don't know. Maybe Rick and Morty, it's Jellyfish Rick and Jellyfish Morty, and they just go like, blah, 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 and that's like what it is from now on. That's the show from now on. Or the other thing is, like, maybe Rick and Morty, like, some cataclysmic event happens and they are no more. And now the show is about Summer and Jerry and Beth and Space Beth, right? Maybe. I don't know. It's got to be one of those two.
Like, well,
Good
sure,
morning, V.
98% of my income goes to bad people, but this 2%, that 2% I use
Look at
on...
what we're watching.
It's just like a very, The early books were great at their time. Whatever makes you happy. I basically said men's issues are a thing, and it devolved with no changes in my position.
Back
to him
into the
saying I was
men's
defending
thing.
incels and Nazis. So, you know, it went pretty much exactly like how you'd expect.
Look,
I still don't understand.
I don't
what he
think
meant.
he's
what. Okay, you know what he meant.
I don't think he's defending incels and Nazis. I think he's catering to incels and Nazis. I think he's trying to expand his community in that direction. How can you not admit that? Strawmanning Vaush? Wait, am I strawmanning Vaush? Or was the chat? Maybe Vaush's chat was strawmanning Vaush. Yeah, I didn't take it as like, you know, he was defending these people. I took it as like he's seen what Destiny has done with courting the red pill viewer base, and he wants that for himself, right? Not like the most toxic of those people, but he's giving like it's basically a vice signal, right? Of like, he's presenting men as a marginalized group. Yeah, that is like really the TLDR. Now, granted, this is not, wait, what's going on here? What is up with this segment? Okay, the boycotting J.K. Rowling, Twitter drama. We're in Twitter drama here. What's more Twitter drama up until here? Vaush boxing Matt Walsh. Okay, that I would watch. Ben Shapiro and more. I doubt that'll happen, but great idea, Vaush. Wait, so this is only this first part is actually about J.K. Rowling. That was the entirety of him talking. Okay, I guess this is just him talking to chat, and chat's bringing up different things. But yeah, like Vaush's, you know, I mean, look, what this is basically about is the fact that he wants a new audience. He wants his audience to be less woke scold, less likely to have problems with the things that he does, and to be able to expand into some of those areas that Destiny has. Like I said, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree with this dude, okay? And he is a DGGer through and through, like despite not wanting to admit it, right? There's not a huge difference between DGG and VGG in the greater scope of things. They do tend to have better takes than they're not as into the anti-communism as DGG is, but very much the same aesthetics, very much the same obsession with optics, right? That's what you get. That's what you get from the, you know, Destiny community. Same thing with Demon Mama to a lesser extent.
It means that, let's be real, he's a soy boy who's the kind of guy who will talk to a woman.
But he still chafes under like any sort of criticism, right?
And say, "Oh, guys, am I right?"
He wants to work with Walshy. He says he wants to box Walshy.
Guys are just like that. Not me though. That's what it means. Everything follows from that. Vaush, this dude was a clown, but generally speaking, I think it's unwise to open with something like me when my brain's small when trying to have a productive convo. Nah, that I can just read people better than you can. That guy ended the convo by calling me a Nazi defender because I was saying that men have like men's issues that should be taken seriously. That guy wasn't worth taking seriously from the beginning.
That's the sad thing is he's so like, look, so we've got this thing called targeted advertising, and I tweeted about this the other day. All right, I feel like I should have followed up on this tweet. All I did was find a picture of an ad targeted at men for some bullshit for men to waste their money on. Some supplement bullshit, okay? Honestly, I don't even remember what it was. But there's some supplement bullshit that they're selling to men. And the ad says estrogen is killing men, right? And my tweet was targeted advertising is killing men, right? That like the things that men are worried about are pretty fucking illusory. Like, oh, you got too much estrogen. Is that what you think is going on? Yeah, society these days, they're forcing all the estrogen down the corporation and the blah, 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 estrogen, and you got to take our supplements so that you can have lots of testosterone to be like a real man, like back in the old days, like, right? It's just some bullshit advertising. But it works because it plays into male exceptionalism. The thing that men don't realize, right? If you really care about men, Vaush, tell them this. They're human beings first and men second, okay? That's what they don't seem to get, right? They meant like, and I'm not saying all men, obviously, not all men. Okay, there we go, not all men, right? But this kind of advertising, which is what you're doing, you're just doing targeted advertising. All right. If I'm to take you like interpret you as charitably as I can, right? In other words, not like assume that this represents some like rightward turn in your mind or anything like that, right? Then essentially what this is targeted advertising. You want to make men feel special because you know you're going to get them into your audience. You know, more when they feel special, when they feel reached out to, when they feel talked to or whatever, right? That's targeted advertising. But what that relies on is the divide that men see between themselves and the rest of humanity. And it need not be so. It really need not be so. Like, you're talking about loneliness, Vaush. We all feel loneliness. We all feel desperation, right? The only difference between like male desperation and non-male desperation, at the end of the day, it's really just about the fact that men have traditionally relied on a cope. And that cope is displacing their emptiness, their uncertainty, their existential angst over life onto a wife and a family that they would see themselves as in charge of, the head of, right? That's been men's outlet. And if they're losing anything from, feminism, it's that outlet. It's that women do not see ourselves as being a missing piece that is reliant on something called a man in order to exist, like, right? And because you don't feel like that absolute need, from a woman, or like, right, you don't, like, you could look at it in one way as that you're giving up this like male exceptionalism and that you're losing something, but I don't think you're losing anything. I think you're gaining something, right? You know what you could gain is your humanity. Like, if you really want to know what the crisis in masculinity is, I'll tell you. Most people, men and women, struggle with an existential crisis of meaning. I'm not trying to go too deep on you here, okay? But, like, Carl Jung was right about one thing, and it's the quiet desperation that afflicts us all. Men are used to coping with this emptiness by ruling over women, by ruling over their families. The role they play as the king of their castle is what fills that void inside them. The more women live full and independent lives, the less men are needed to fill this imaginary role. There's a crisis in masculinity, Vaush. Men do lose something to feminisms. And it's their cope, okay? That's what they lose. And you holding their hand and treating them like babies isn't helping them any more than Peterson's lobster puppet show, okay? It's a scary world, and it's easy to feel alone, especially when the myth that you've been using to fill that void is being taken away from you. But you don't have to be alone. You just have to realize you're a human first, like all the rest of us. We don't need a king. We don't need a hero, Vaush. We need each other, and as silly and trite as that might sound, that's the truth. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, just some thoughts.
I knew it. I looked into the future and I thought, wow, this guy in all timelines I observed never respect people who are passive aggressive. It's one of the least respectable.
Well, I mean, the thing that's wrong with it is that it's disingenuous, right? And like, if you want to unite people under a common banner of solidarity, you shouldn't insult their intelligences like that, right? You shouldn't be marketing to them. That this is part of what's at the core of what's wrong with the online left. Is that we're using like business models as praxis. And that is literally trying to disassemble the master's house using the master's tools. In other words, it's not going to work. We got to try something different. And I think it's about time we say that we need new leadership. These debate bozos aren't cutting it, okay? I don't think they really have our best interests in mind. I know that seems trite to say, like, of course they don't, right? Of course, like, I mean, I'm understating it, right? I think most people can see this now, right? It's clear what's going on here. This is a commercial product that you're viewing, not a real person. And I want to be real with you, okay? I don't want to section you off and try to target advertise to you, like, right? I want to be real with you.
That a person can have as being passive aggressive. It's genuinely pathetic. There's nothing wrong with being a bit snarky sometimes if people deserve it. That's like, I think that's fine. But if you're like,
a lot of Vaush's opining feels self-serving and self-aggrandizing. This is feeling like a tangent.
If your default way of engaging with conflict is passive-aggressive behavior, like that, it's mega pathetic. You got to be direct. Have you guys ever had, Vermin will be here for this, have you guys ever had a passive-aggressive roommate? I'm not saying that because Vermin is. Vermin's the opposite of passive-aggressive. I'm saying because we've had passive-aggressive roommates. Nothing in the world worse than that. Like minor grievances stacking up and they act, they're like, when you're...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so for anybody who's not understanding what's going on here, right, he started off talking about Jessie gender. No, he didn't. What is wrong with me? He started off talking about Hogwarts Legacy, right? But we only got like 2 minutes of that. And then it was right onto the red pill content. So if it's feeling like a, what did you say? Like a tangent? Yeah, that's why. I think this is like a, I don't know. Coconut Island is weird. Like it looks like they clipped him just like talking to chat and he's talking about Twitter drama here. Then he's talking about boxing. We really just wanted to see this first 2 minutes with the boycotting J.K. Rowling. And he has talked about this. That was 3 weeks ago. This is the most recent video. State of the Union. Okay, that's all we're gonna get out of Vaush on this subject. He talks about the trans character. Hopefully he has a good decent take, halfway decent take on that one, right? It's just from 2 weeks ago. Let's take a look real quick here. I wanted to I
didn't want to have to talk about this because
I put Vaush in the thumbnail and I didn't want you to feel like ripped off by me only talking about his tweet.
Last time I talked about ethical consumption, I got canceled. I want to be clear about this, okay? Can people on the left, I know this has incited a bunch of discourse. You guys have to stop drawing your arbitrary goddamn line on the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy game, okay? Shut up.
How about me as a leader? Wow.
Right? If you don't want to buy it, that's fine. But nothing is less productive than like infighting and going after.
Is that like an old school opener?
Other people in the community.
That's his main channel.
Because they're not boycotting the specific thing you boycott. Do you have any idea how much you buy that goes immediately into the bank account?
Look at how fragile this guy is.
Of evil people. It's so weird. Like here, let's watch it.
Okay,
watch
so
the video.
Thanks for
okay?
the.
Here, we're gonna
it's more black pill.
Watch. Apparently,
more
this video is from Seattle, so I guess this guy is me.
Please do not support the upcoming Hogwarts Legacy game.
That's a fine statement to make, okay? It's fine to say, please do not. That's fine. That's okay.
Okay.
I don't think that's infighting. If you want to say, hey, please don't fight.
Infighting, it's literally advocation for supporting trans people. What are you how are you getting infighting? Like even if somebody goes hard, right? Even if somebody makes a moral argument, oh my gosh, Vaush, are we gonna have a moral argument and it's not from a rule utilitarian standpoint? I'm gonna freak out.
This game. First of all, it's a Harry Potter game, okay? Harry Potter wasn't good. This is not a hot take anymore, all right? It's not.
Wait, did you talk about the shofar lookalike? Wait, shofar lookalike at the game that has Gorgonzola stuffed into it hidden at the Hogshead? Oh wait, the Harry Potter game? Gorgonzola is usually what? Oh no, I don't know about this. Gorgonzola is usually not kosher, and the dates used correlate. Oh my god, correlate to a massacre of Jewish people.
Harry Potter as a character is boring. The books are full of reactionary.
So, yeah, like a shofar is like a horn that like is blown in ceremonies. I only honestly know about the shofar from the Majority Report.
Messaging. But even if they weren't, they're still pretty bad. They're just not that interesting. They're just not, okay? It's fine. You liked it when you were a kid. Grow up, read more stuff, realize it wasn't that good. Oftentimes, stuff that's made specifically for kids.
I do agree with him that this is, it's as literature, it's garbage.
Actually that good in retrospect. You're just stupid when you're young, and it makes it easier to sell stuff to you, okay? But anyway, go on.
Friends, colleagues, cohorts, the whole lot of you, I'm asking you very sincerely, please, do not stream it. Don't make YouTube videos about it. Don't buy it. And don't bloody pre-order it. The reason being is that you may not be aware that by supporting this title, you are essentially aligning yourself.
This is really stupid. The idea that purchasing a commodity means that you're aligning yourself with the ideology of the people who made it is an unsustainable belief to have in capitalism. You literally cannot do this.
By unsustainable, he means he can't stretch it to like an absurd length to satisfy his weird rule utilitarian bullshit. A philosophy that most people leave in their 100 level courses. But Vaush has obviously only taken the 100 level course here, so he still thinks this is a fucking big brain, take to be a fucking rule utilitarian. Unless I'm gonna apply it as a big universal rule, it fucking doesn't count, right? When in actuality, life is more nuanced than that, right? That's part of why his, belief is so laughable, right? That's part of why he's such a. My baby crawled for the first time today, and all she wants to do is crawl all over the bed. Oh my god, that's really cute. Meow. Horns like this were used by goblins. Oh my god, during the 1612 Goblin Rebellion to rally troops and generally annoy wizards and witches. That's part of the text description of the game. Oh my god, what is wrong with these people?
You can't do this. It's not possible. You can't. It's not possible. You can't do it.
Now I'm worried about the studio.
Now, I do say you should not pre-order it, and if you do pre-order it, I think people should beat you in the street, because pre-ordering games is exclusively to the detriment of the industry. The fact that pre-ordering has become an accepted practice does nothing but allow developers to get away with shoddy launches where they've already stolen your cash, so you get a broken product and they use the money that they got off release to determine whether or not it's even worth fixing up the game. You know that, right? When buggy games release, it's the pre-order sales and the first week sales that help them decide whether or not they should even bother to fix up the broken game they just released. Have fun with your goddamn Suicide Squad game or that Gotham Knights game or whatever. Those Skinner box, stupid live service, microtransaction filled. Okay, Vaush, your argument is just as arbitrary as the person you're criticizing. Rock! We need a rock emote.
A rock
we need an emote of
Wait,
like a
why?
rock being tossed.
Why?
So that people can be named after it, so the rock hits
them. Oh my god,
We
extra
with some really heinous
epic Vaush rant.
J.K. Rowling, aka Joanne, has made it extremely clear that they see the success of this title as being vindication of their transphobic views.
That is true. However, please understand
I mean,
that
it was gonna succeed regardless, right? Like I said, built-in audience, right? So anybody who has a concern about like the developers getting fucked over by this, that's not gonna happen, right? The developers have been paid, and like, you know, it's gonna do well regardless. All trans people were trying to do was say, hey, if you walk the walk on trans rights, like, please talk the, or sorry, if you talk the talk on trans rights, please walk the walk too. Please be, you know, put your money where your mouth is, and you know, don't support something that you know is fucked up. That's like all that's being asked.
this you cannot apply this logic ubiquitously, because if you do, you will find that, like, do you think, like, for instance, continuing to buy Coke after Coca-Cola was caught funding death squads in Latin America, like, that you still buy Coca-Cola. Like, the executives at Coke are like, yeah, doesn't fucking matter what we do, does it?
You know what? Nobody's telling you have to buy Coke, right? It is one of these big monopolies that's pretty hard to avoid. But if that's your argument, then shut the fuck up about J.K. Rowling's turf game in an industry where there's so many other games that you could play. Like, yeah, you are not bound to playing the turf game, okay? You have other options. Unlike, like what I'm saying about Coke, though, is like, right, you could maybe, you know, buy something made by Pepsi or some other company, but, like, I will grant that, like, in terms of, like, you know, you could even buy bottled water and think it has nothing to do with Coke, and it turns out, you know, it was, you know, owned by, like, the bottled water, you know, things are owned by soda companies too, right? So it is kind of hard to get away with, from that, right? But this is not that. This is the opposite of that, right? This is a situation where there's way more choice than you're granting. He says people can't do this, but they can. That's what's so silly. People can feel that you are aligning with TERFs. Yeah, exactly. You're so sensitive to being, like, morally judged, right? You are so sensitive to the fact that somebody else might think that you are not the best person in the world. It just shows me how entitled Vaush is, right? Vincenz Fettmilch was a grocer and gingerbread baker who led the Fettmilch uprising in the real world, right? This is the guild, it's not the game stuff, right? This is real world stuff of the guilds in Frankfurt, Maine, targeting the municipal council to determine the price, disclose the special privileges of the aristocracy, and to rob and expel Jewish people from the city.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They'll still buy the Coke. We could have a child.
Yeah. So there are examples, and the earlier example I gave with Coke Industries, right? The Koch brothers are these two evil, were these two evil brothers. I think one of them is dead now, right? So the Koch brother, right? They own Koch Industries, and that they make so much stuff for so many different companies, and they don't make the things you buy, but they make the things that go in the things that you buy. So it's really hard to boycott them, even though a lot of people would like to. Whereas, you know, we're talking about, like, you know, we're talking about, like, one game here.
In Ghana, and they would still buy our Coke, the stupid fat American pieces of shit. That's what they're thinking. They are thinking that. Again, they're evil, but I think things are largely unproductive. You know, when you do this, like, infighty stuff. I want to be clear. This guy right here isn't, like, doing anything horrible. Like, he made a little video. Maybe it's a bit cringe or soy or whatever. I don't think this guy is being super awful. I am seeing a lot of very
maybe it's a little cringe or soy.
A lot of very unnecessary infighting.
I don't know, Vaush. I think it's fine. But then then again, I don't have, like, right wingers, like, living in my head. So, you know, maybe it's different for you.
No, and that's the problem that I have. If you want to boycott, that's fine. If you want to ask other people to boycott, that is fine. But the problem I have is when you start using this desire as an impetus to initiate, like, moral gatekeepy bullshit it's a soycott, okay? Within the left. That's very annoying to me. Because I see this happen all the time. I also saw it happen with, like, the Hasan house and the Hasan car thing, where, like, can you have valid questions about
Yeah, right? It's very easy to avoid J.K. Rowling's franchise. There were four, right? Two actually run, oh, there were four Koch brothers? Two actually run Koch Industries. One hates the other three. Oh, yeah, one is, like, different politically, right? The Koch brothers? Yeah, I know, right? No one is gatekeeping. You know, it's vintage in a gross way. A cisgender ripoff of doing a SJW cringe compilation in 2023.
Conspicuous consumption as a leftist. Yes. Does that mean you should then like excise any leftist who engages in conspicuous consumption or start gigantic infighty wars over the subject? No, I really don't think so. If you're going to start gigantic wars within the left over anything, you know, be like me and only do it over meaningful stuff like, are men people? Do they have feelings? Should white people be genocided?
Oh my god!
You know,
oh my god, Mr. Like, do you realize this? Do you realize what he's doing? Like, the parallel would be like all lives matter. You know, men are people. They have feelings. Oh my god, no shit. No shit, Sherlock. Like, this is... And this is what he does on every single issue. He takes the privileged and presents them as the victims and implies that we have achieved what we need to achieve in terms of liberation for the marginalized group, and that the real victims now were actually the ones with privilege because we're being a little too hard on them, and could we just please be a little nicer and take their feelings into consideration because they're very lonely. Vaush, we're all fucking lonely, okay? We're all fucking lonely, and frankly, you'd be a lot less lonely if you didn't have so much male exceptionalism baked into your cookie crust.
important questions like that. That's what infighting should
He's
be.
keeping like a boss. Like a mouse.
That, you know, by this title doing well, that means that they
I've
were
not said that in a
correct.
long
honestly,
time.
You just have to look on the Steam forums to see the kind of people that are cheering for this game. Please don't be among them. If you weren't aware of all this, I'll do a longer video after this to explain a bit more of the nuances, but I just had to say,
Meow.
Please don't support this game. Please. Please do not.
I don't think the video here is that bad, really. It's not, like, I've seen way more annoying discourse. And then the Act Man, it really took off. You know?
Were they like trying to send him this to be like, look at this soy cuck?
By buying this video game, you support transphobic values. I say as the metal in my cell phone is used to record this video mined by child
Oh my god, Black Pill.
slave labor. Hey, I made this argument before.
Everything is bad, I guess. Nothing
you guys
matters.
remember when I made this argument and then it led to 4 consecutive years of cancel?
Yeah, it was a shitty argument then too. What's your point?
I remember this argument.
What's your point, Vaush?
I recall. I'm familiar. It's, I mean, it is a valid argument.
I could go for a good soy cuck latte. Me too, right?
That
Me too.
This is a non-workable standard when applied broadly. Continue making the argument.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you've got a rule utilitarian shithead, like applying things without nuance. Jesus Christ, Vaush.
Right? I'm always right. Rare L from Brianna Wu. What did Brianna say? Hogwarts Legacy isn't a game, it's a character test. A lot of people are about to fail it. Yeah, I don't like this. There's also like the optical harm here. I mean, you can see from the quote tweets and the response to this video here. In that
soy chai latte, that sounds so good.
It does make us look kind of hysterical.
Oh my god, that
right?
does sound good.
We're all like we
argument
represent
remains
like
terrible.
a niche political minority.
True.
And this giant game is about to drop, and these lefties are running around screaming, "No! If you play this game that a ton of people are gonna play, no matter what, it means that you're pro-transphobia."
Oh my god, I'm
and then
so
that
done
will
with
inevitably
this.
get the people who actually are pro-transphobia to point at you and go, "Ha! See, the ridiculous standards put forward by the left mean that no matter what you do, you're always a transphobe." Nah. You know, whatever. I'm just asking you guys to not be crazy about this stuff. What do you think about this argument then? Giving money to charity, putting your money where your mouth is? All the people boycotting Hogwarts Legacy instead of bitching about the game. No, right away. This is.
I'd rather him just put his. Oh wait, don't say that. Don't say that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try to be like the. We're gonna try to be the good NCC that doesn't give their enemies any free points. And that was about to be some free lunch for Vaush, which I'm not willing to give him. Okay, I'm good. I can't believe people tried to cancel Vaush for saying that CP is like. Wait, what did he say? Like, I'm trying to remember. As far as that goes, He said some yikes stuff. Yeah. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, because they always zero in on you, like, you know, like, right, you gotta find his exact words, and then, you know, there's not enough context, and you gotta watch longer thing. You really have to work to pin Vaush fans down on that stuff.
Kind of dumb. You can always bitch about the game. Why don't you donate that $60 to a trans hotline that offers emotional support to people going through shit and actually contribute to a good cause? Just a thought.
For the record, the response to calls for boycotting South Africa was largely the same for years until the tide turned.
Yeah, do that if you want to. However, the idea that you can't make a good point or
yeah, I mean, like, this is what's frustrating to me, is this guy calls himself a leftist, and yet essentially he is part of the force of societal intransigence. He's not even progressive here, right? Let alone leftist.
Unless you donate to a charity is bullshit. It's good to do that, but I will always argue against any like weird gatekeepy hoops people have to jump through before they're allowed to participate in discourse. It just reminds me of the if you really, you know, leaving aside the fact that I did raise a lot of money for it. And if you
He made the PLA. Oh yeah, that was the, well, I mean, it was his main argument there was like that everything, it was like the no ethical consumption under capitalism argument, right?
really care about Palestinian stuff, stop spending your time on Twitter complaining about it and go donate to a charity. And it's like, shut the fuck up. You don't actually give a shit about like the amount donated to a charity. You just want,
he's who Tim Pool claims to be.
Want them to stop complaining about the treatment of Palestinian people on Twitter. Like, this is just a lazy effort to shut people up when you dislike them. You know, it's not.
Oh, tell me about shutting people up, Vaush. I think I know about a little bit about what it feels like to be shut up.
Not actually any like motivation or impetus to improve things here. Likewise, this seems to me to be more about like spiting these people than it is to donate. But then he did provide the link, so that's good, I guess. Maybe I don't think the Ackman's a super bad guy, right? So yeah, maybe this is more sincerely motivated than a lot of other
trans people, gatekeeping cis people is the overall problem in society, right? It was just a self-report for why he's done charity.
People would be. Oh, he kind of is? Oh, okay, well, I don't really remember. Pretty sure he's a reactionary, kind of chubby.
Well, I mean, I am going to do a video coming up about this, right? Like, just going back to the history of Vaush.
Okay. Not a full-on neo-Nazi. It's a huge win for discourse these days. He's kind of like Ordinary Gamer as far as
I know what you mean, City of Doors.
Well, I think Ordinary Gamer's fine.
Okay, Ordinary Gamer, great. Okay, so wait, we need a I gotta have a what do you call this? A Turon. I gotta have a Turon.
Hey, Ina, check out this neat trick. Look, there are already some people here. What idiots. Luckily, not many more will be showing up.
I want to go home. I don't like this.
And I got something really cool after this.
I'm allergic to people.
You know, it smells like I'll finally be able to make my wish. Come on, Jenna. Come on, don't ruin my moment.
I keep hearing voices inside my head. They tell me to eat my veggies.
I just had the bestest idea. We'll make a bet. Whoever reaches the top of the Great Runas and makes their wish first has to pay the debts of the loser.
Pay your debts? That sounds awful.
Yeah, but it's a proper punishment.
I mean, that is fair, yeah.
You hear that?
See, like, here's the thing, though. Like, I would not want to be saddled with the debts of the moon. If you think about it, like, how much do you think the moon owes? Probably more than me, and that's a lot, right? That's a lot. So this is a race you definitely do not want to win, in other words. Okay, so that's the Great Runas. The Runas, that is great.
No way! The Great Runas is here!
Oh my god.
The bet's on! Now
So
let's
excited.
get him! Ugh. So it goes.
Oh my god, here we go. Are you ready?
I want to take anything! Someone, please end my suffering!
Ugh, I'm giving you an advantage, you know. Just go.
Yeah, my intro. It was very, very impressive. Stunning. I suppose you're here to save the youth.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Finally, language I can spit at. Anyway, it seems you are trying to climb the Great Runas to get a wish. My only hope is you achieve your righteous mission before this event expires.
Verily, you preach true, honest words.
I will watch over your quest from here. Climbing makes me itchy. Plus, you know, it's fun to watch all the bodies falling.
Buenas, comadre. ¿No le gustaría algunos dulces para guardar estos momentazos? Dulces para su cafecita, para su cuerpo, pues.
I'm horrendously sorry.
But I've been assigned to a sacred mission, and I ought to make haste.
¡Turrón!
¿Turrón? ¿Turrón?
¡Turrón!
¡Turrón! ¡Turrón! ¡Turrón!
¡Turrón!
Turron. Okay, so this is like inside the Great Runas. Turron. Wait. It's spelled with a... I think it's like an O with like an accent over it at the end. Turron.
Hark! I believe I'm in dire need of your services to learn my current whereabouts.
The celebration is over.
But it seems your greedy soul
Brought you here.
brought you here.
You are bearing witness to the incredulous residents of our
Great Runas.
Great Runas.
Runas.
Unfortunate for you, the divine door is fully closed now.
No! Must I assume there is no escape from these lands until that door opens? Well, how much longer until the next celebration?
Years.
That's a lot! Nevertheless, I will find a way to reach the Great Runas and make my wish.
I have a bet to win.
In that case,
Your way to our Great Runas.
Runas.
is through the holy code behind you. But heed this warning. Warning!
Desires are never fulfilled.
Nor quenched. You will fail. Fail.
Fail. Fail. Fail.
Like the rest of them. Like the rest of them.
Like the rest of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yesterday, Matt Walsh was testifying in Tennessee. I have to a link. Oh yeah, we can do both. We can do both, right? Wait, how much did he talk? Because like I've heard there's some real instances of Matt Walsh getting pinned down. This is Joel G, right? Animator who makes these created this character called, I think created the character called Ina. You've probably seen her in different places. And this is like the third video that he made. It's called Temptation Stairway. Temptation Stairway. And it's you know, the next thing that's coming out is actually going to be a video game. So like, right, everybody's waiting for Dream Barbecue to come out, which is going to be the video game version of this. Max Headroom, I think, yeah, the glitch bot from the 80s.
Punishment is imminent.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Are you ready for punishment? Even like eternal punishment is not enough to scare me off. Rawr! I'm fierce. I'm a warrior. Do you want me to give you the link for Joel G or for... Yo, that's Joel G. Go follow Joel G. Amazing animator. Oh yeah, this is my favorite part. I love this. Oh, you want the link too? Okay, YouTube chat also wants the link. I can help you with that.
Еще один энополомот. Погоди. Наш великий Рунас уже не дает гороскопе.
Dare I ask you for some private time with the famous entity?
Not happy. Not happy.
Великий Рунас был бы очень злой, если бы какой-то простак, как ты, появился.
Oh wait, I should be making this bit for you.
А? Это Турон?
Турон! 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 Турон!
Возможно, ты выиграл эту войну, но проиграл битву. Возьми это ID крови. Это значит, ты собираешь щедрые предложения для нас. Продолжай. И род, и внеси святой кодекс. Потом найди
The shepherd's so mean, but is also very cute. Your alarm is telling you to go to bed, but you don't want to. I mean, this is like a... I think there's like 7 minutes left of this, maybe. So into the code, here we go. Into the code. Over the river and through the code. No. I don't know what language that was. It could have been Russian. It could have been Polish. I don't know the... Water code, yeah. Oh, and also like the music in here is just like... I say in here like I'm in the Great Runas. Wait, am I in the Great Runas? I'm not, right? I'm just streaming this. That's all. That's all.
なんでそんなにバナナ見てるの？あんたそれ好きなの？悪趣味ね。
Yes, that's right. Yes.
まずあんた誰なの？この自分大好きキモータバナナ信者が。
Surprise ready. Yes.
なんてこと？それはあんたと違う味だけど。
You're all living a lie!
あ、 まあ、あんたは合格できるでしょうね。私はあんたのこと好きじゃないけど。まっすぐ進んで次は右、3番目の穴を選びなさい。
ドリンクザブラッド&スモークザバナナ。Yes。
何よそれ。
Okay. Turn right. Okay, so we're gonna turn right. And it's the third hole. Not that hole. Not that hole, but that hole. That one right there. Oh my god, there has been a Backrooms recently. Yeah, actually. I don't think we watched the latest Backrooms. Does it feel like the start of the weekend? Third hole, right? That sounds like a Haze, yeah. That sounds like a Haze comment. Banana. Okay, so what do we got here? Is that like a biblically accurate angel? Oh, here we go, here we go.
Hey, what's the data, Theta? Hey, you're pretty cute for a newbie, but now's not the time for me to go off on a tangent. The name's Findall.
A tangent?
Don't wear it out.
Wait, a tangent? I would never.
You know why camels don't do professional wrestling? Because they... That's dolphin humor for you.
How are things, Dolphin?
Things are wicked! Seems like you're ready for the initial interview ritual. Well, it's a fist fight, so prepare to scrap. Kerpow!
Why is everyone
Oh no, sorry, Ina.
Stop me today!
Quit the hitting and finish the job! Whoa, 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 whoa. Take a chill pill. I meant no ill will. Here's the new prescription. No initial interview for you. Just stain the water red and the pyramid door will open. That's door number 5. My star, cha!
Okay, well at least they're giving very specific. Oh my god, is that is that an Eye of Ender? That's gotta be, that's an Eye of Ender, right? This is totally Minecraft. I feel like I'm doing a speed run. Oh, she kind of is doing a speed run. Yeah, that's true. They need to make this into a game. Okay, so there we go. Stain the water red. Okay, so what was it? 4th pyramid door? So here we go. Jump. Yes. Jump. Do you ever get the feeling you've been here before? Do you know what I mean? Like really, like, been here before?
Boo, give me your lunch money.
It looks like I'm the best and you're the worst. Wonder who got the chest hair.
Where are we anyways?
I don't know. Seems like the bedroom of the Great Runas. It's pretty lame though. And by the way, Runas doesn't look all that handsome in person.
Dearest chum, could I inquire how your physical form was able to reach this place in such a short duration of time?
Ha! You are asking too many questions, buddy.
Can I ask for one more?
Yes.
Would you kindly reveal the wish you made to me?
I'm not telling you. You were going to make fun of me.
Oh my god, a thirsty demon.
Cheese and rice, Mooney!
All right. I wish to be thinner. So what?
Okay, so yeah, that's Temptation, Stairway, Joel G. Go follow Joel G. Oh my god. Joel Gira. Oh wow, there's like a whole team. Never mind, it's not just Joel Gira. Maybe he's the artist. Nice. Even the ending is like kind of a bop. Feels like Persona 2 music when you go into like a store. Anyway, yeah, this is great. This is great. Okay, so I'm supposed to look next at the Matt Walsh thing. Let's take a look. Matt Walsh. Nashville. Nashville? Oh my god, thank you! Thank you, Cryptid Mage, for the community sub. Wait, it goes into the community. How does that work? Do I need to do anything with that? I don't even know how that works. But thank you. Okay, so this is some sick shit. Rally to end child mutilation. This is what you deal with Matt Walsh. Like, he wants to get us hurt. Clashes with Tennessee Democrats in debate about gender affirming treatment for minors. I guess this is going to be the best one, right? You might get a drink for this. Yeah, I might get a smoke for this.
Who would this be directed to?
Not a smoke, but like a blinker blink.
Come up. If I could ask
A blinky blinker.
Mr. Walsh, if you would mind. Matt, thank you for being here. You're recognized. Just a quick question for you. We've heard in the news last week and even today.
Yeah, I've never seen somebody give a sub without it being like it goes to, like saying who it goes to. I don't know. What is it? How does it hang in the air and just like magically fall on somebody at some point, or
that
it sounds kind of magical. That's what I'm saying.
Pro-life to vote against this bill. We've heard that suicides are prevalent, and suicide has impacted my family. So I'm.
So I mean, like I think they're saying that it's pro-life, as in, yeah, like obviously, like it's not in the abortion sense, but do you see, like, these are Tennessee Democrats, and my guess is that they're kind of co-opting right-wing language in order to be convincing. Oh, it went to, okay, wait. Is there a reason it didn't say it? Okay. I don't know if some people are like just keep their subbing private, or like getting subs private or something like that. I'm worried that like
when I hear something like that,
put somebody on the spot. But yeah, thank you for.
I've read some of the stuff.
I've just never seen it do that before. It was interesting.
Done, and I was wondering, can you speak to the statistics of mental health and suicidal tendencies for the people who...
So in other words, Matt Walsh, do you know what the you're talking about?
Have gone through transition, and for people
do you even know
who have not? In your studies, from what I've read, can you speak to that?
Mr. Walsh, you're recognized. Sure. Well, the claim that doing the chemical castration drugs or surgery or hormonal intervention, the claim that this prevents suicide or has positive psychological effects down the line is utterly, totally baseless. There are no credible long-term studies that bear that out. And one of the reasons for that is that there couldn't possibly be any credible long-term studies because we've never done this to kids on this scale ever before in history. So
it's weird. It's like what he's saying, like, so the politician, I don't know what they're called. Are these like members of the Tennessee State House? State House. Okay, this is the State House. So the representative there asked him, Matt, do you know what you're talking about enough to kind of assure us that you're not doing something that seems very likely, you know, with this bill, which is increasing the rate of you know, unaliving among trans kids? So the burden of proof, where should it go? It should go on him. That's where the burden of proof should go, because the result of him being wrong is people not being alive. Therefore, the burden of proof is his. Look at what he does. This disingenuous debate fuckoid, right? This disingenuous weasel, Matt Walsh, instead tries to turn the burden of proof. Oh no, well, I mean, there's never been any studies to show that is a thing, even though he's actually not even saying that. He's saying that he's disputing the studies without really offering like a valid criticism. He's just like, you know, those studies are bullshit. Those are the worst studies ever. Oh yeah, he's got nothing to go on. He's got no expertise. He doesn't know what he's talking about. All he's got is a fucking beard. That is the source of his authority. I swear to God, you shave Matt Walsh, and just like Samson, he's completely weak, right?
This current,
it's that
shall
beard.
we say, crop of
the beard is doing the talking.
They
the
are
beard is,
the guinea pigs.
That beard is doing all the fucking talking
this is
here.
all experimental. We're sort of trying it out on them to see if it works.
No, you're trying it out on them to see if you're not like causing more fucking pain and suffering, right?
Now, they have attempted a few times to do studies, and the interesting thing...
And if you're wrong, it's them that pay the cost.
...is that the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, WPATH, which is a radical far-left pro-trans organization...
Radical!
They commissioned...
Radical left!
...the study to try to prove that that hormones and puberty blockers decrease suicide rates among trans-identified youth. And even in their own study, they found that they couldn't prove it. They couldn't make that link because it's just not possible to do. The other thing I would mention...
Why does he lie like a fish swims? It's what he does. Unless he gets caught on it, right? And that happened on Joe Rogan.
The number of trans-identified youth has skyrocketed in recent years. We're talking about exponential,
oh my God,
10x, 20x
because
growth.
It's almost like if you tell people that they're not weird and fucked up for identifying a certain way, then they're going to say that they identify that way. You know, there's going to be more people who identify that way that are going to say something, right? It's almost like that's the case here, Matt.
Huge numbers
no one would listen to him without his beard. Exactly.
And what we hear from the pro-trans side is that, well, this is not a social contagion. It's just that, you know, there's always been this many trans people.
No, but if it, like, where's your fucking evidence, dude? You never have to show any evidence because you don't have any. You don't get to fucking suss people out, you know, like suss people when you don't have any evidence for what you're proposing.
Just that they were not in an affirming environment before in history, and so they couldn't come out. And now, for the first time, trans people have the ability to live their truth, so to speak. Well, if that's the case, and there have always been these sort of like millions of trans people, and if it's also true that if we don't affirm them, that it would cause them to commit suicide, then we should be able to look back in history and find just this.
That was ridiculous what he just said. What population of the world, Matt? The graph looks something like this. Like and then there's some downs and there's some ups, there's like plagues and shit like that, right? But it's like, you know, like, right, this is how it goes. It goes. So there have never been, you're making like there have never been X amount of trans people, right? There's millions of trans people now, but there have never been X amount of trans people in the history of the world, right? That couldn't possibly take a census of the people, a world in which there were a lot less people overall. That gets a meaningless statement. This guy's just full of shit and vitriol and transphobia and beard.
Unbroken, incredible epidemic.
Ready for bed, but not quite in bed. I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
Killing themselves because they weren't being affirmed as trans. And what you find is that...
Okay, so here's the deal. Have there been a lot of suicides in history? Yes. Have we measured those suicides going back very far at all? No. You're making claims that you don't have any way of knowing, Matt. This is like Nick Fuentes level shit here, right? Where like Nick Fuentes is like, okay, so let's say that you got Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster wants to cook cookies, but he's only got this many ovens and he needs to cook this many cookies. How could this is like Nick fucking Fuentes logic, right? It only works if you are willing to go along with the authority of the weasel speaking. And in this case, I am not willing to submit myself to Matt Walsh's weasel authority. No, thank you. No, thank you, sir. No, thank you.
The youth suicide rate has increased exponentially alongside trans affirmation. So trans affirmation causes the suicide rate, not the other way around. Last thing I'll note is that the suicide rate among trans-identified people is sky high. It remains sky high. All the data shows this. It remains sky high even after surgery. And in fact...
No, I'm sorry. You lost my trust there. You lost my trust entirely. Do you see how full of shit this guy is? Right? So first he says the suicide rate has gone up even after we did all this stuff, which, did you do all this stuff? Did you do it? Like, has anything meaningfully changed except for the fact that there's like a little bit more awareness about trans people now? Yeah, right? And while this guy is stoking violence against us, right? Now, I don't know if what he says is true or not. I'm going to tend to not trust him. I don't even know if he's right about like the suicide rate. And what does he mean? The suicide, he means the suicide rate, the rate of everybody in humanity. How many people, unalive per 100 or per 1,000 people or whatever, right? That's what he means by the suicide rate. But then he says, so therefore, it's made things worse. First of all, you haven't even shown correlation, you shithead. And second of all, you still have one more step to go. That's causation. You proposed causation. Matt, causation in science for people who know is a high fucking standard. That is not just some, you don't just fucking propose well, it seems like maybe there's a correlation here. I can't really show it to you, but if you believe my stupid beard, then I guess you'll buy that too, right? So therefore, let's just assume a causation as well. You irresponsible shitmonger. What is wrong with you? You got no business talking about any of this. Your mind is it's like anti-scientific. That is just leaps of bullshit from this guy. Right? He's basing this on nothing. All we've got there to trust is a fucking beard, okay? And I bet you that's a fake beard too. I bet you if I pull on that beard, it comes right off. I bet that's got it's got those little things that go around his ears. Yeah, it's one of those kind of beards. I don't think the beard is even real. This guy is so dishonest. Everything about him is fake. He probably doesn't need those glasses. He probably doesn't. He probably has a fake beard on. Everything. If you take his face off, there's gonna be a robot under there or something like that, right? There's nothing about this guy that's real. Okay.
In the most reliable data that we
have. Oh my God.
It's
hey, Amanda Panda Sensei. Sorry you come in right when I'm going on a rant. I just
years after surgery when suicidality is the highest for trans-identified people. That's the reality.
Professor, you good? Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Walsh while we're out of session? Mr.
That is true for every major surgery. Right? Surgery is traumatic. Not even taking liberties with that word and talking about mentally traumatic, which it is also. It is also mentally traumatic, but it's physically traumatic. It's literally the definition of trauma. That's what surgery is. It is a gross physical intervention with your human organism, with your tissue, with your organs, with your systems, right? Yeah. Surgery is a big deal, and yeah, there's a lot of stress placed on the body, placed on the mind, etc., etc., etc. There's trauma being done, and yeah, so yeah, if that's true, which again is a great leap, we don't trust this guy, remember? This guy's already been super dishonest. This guy's already made claims that could not possibly be reached by the things that he cited. So this guy's already playing games with us. So we shouldn't even believe like what he's claiming. But even if you did, you know, there's an explanation for that besides whatever the hell he's proposing, that trans people do this to ourselves despite some gross amount of self-harm and it making us worse, not better, less functional as human beings, not more functional as human beings, which isn't true. And, you know, it should be obvious, but yeah, no, this guy is he is a big stinky head. He's unironically a super meanie butt. That is true.
Hammer. Representative Hammer.
Thank you. I found it, thank you, Mr. Walsh. I found it interesting. One of our people testified today that they had their gender affirming surgery at 16. And I know you in former comments mentioned this on your blog. At about 16, you're an adult who's mature and can make decisions.
Any surgery sounds awful when, oh, that is ironic. That is ironic, right? So he's combining, he's bringing two things that Matt Walsh said at different times about different things together and trying to say, how is this even logically consistent? And the answer is it probably isn't.
You're that at
yeah, any surgery sounds awful when you talk about specifics,
16,
too.
I don't care what anybody says, even going so far as to say, you know, 16.
Yeah, it always comes back to you're weird. I don't understand you. It must be Satan.
When you're 16, you
must
should
be Satan.
Married and could be pregnant or should be pregnant. So I'm curious if 16 is an adult.
Wait, didn't he say that anime was satanic or something? Didn't Matt Walsh say that anime was satanic?
Why does this bill have the minor defined as 18?
Mr. Walsh, you're recognized.
Yeah, that's a hit piece you took from Media Matters, from something when I was a radio host 13, 14 years ago, in my early 20s. It's also not an accurate reflection of what I actually said. I was talking about the fact that people tended to marry young historically, and that's all that was about.
No, you said that 16-year-olds were mature enough to get married, okay, dude? Come on.
How does that relate to this subject?
Just curious of your definition of if you feel like people are adults at 16 should.
Well, people are adults at 18, but actually, your brain is not fully developed until you're 25. So we should be having a conversation about whether we should even be doing these surgeries to people at
He's trying to run from what he said so hard.
18. But certainly before 18, it's absurd. I mean, do you think that a 16-year-old can meaningfully consent to having their body parts removed? Do you?
I feel like that kind of surgery happens in other matters, right? Yeah. Like, right? Because, you know, like you're talking about there's a name for this. But like that kind of surgery, yeah, like, you know, for different medical reasons, amputation, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Like that. So sometimes it's like borderline whether an amputation would be better or worse for the person, and they let the person just wait. I'm right about this, right? Like I'm pretty sure that like in that kind of like, you know, edge case, they're gonna let the person, you know, obviously with input from their parents and stuff, but decide. I don't think like all this stuff is like normal and totally fine, and there's no problem with it unless it's about trans people, and then it's like a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother standard.
No.
Oh yeah, right. Wisdom teeth. Exactly. Yeah, that's yeah. There we go.
We do not.
If they really care, they'd have public medicine, and gamete storage would be free.
Yeah, we asked the questions. It's not. It's. Representative Hammer, you are recognized. No more questions. Okay. Representative Clemens, you are recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You had to okay that, the wisdom teeth removal. All I remember is being loopy as fuck.
Can you give us a summary of your educational background or your healthcare education experience?
Yeah, right? Can a 16-year-old meaningfully consent to marriage?
Mr. Walsh, you're recognized.
My experience in healthcare?
your educational background. I'm just curious.
Yeah, what do you know? Do you know anything? You're a fucking expert witness here. Do you know what you're talking about?
Research. I'm curious for what purpose.
Expert witness called by the GOP. Do you know what the you're talking about?
And what background you have to qualify you to speak to that?
Well, my background that qualifies me to speak to this is that I'm a human being with a brain and common sense, and I have a
bullshit. Look at this guy. Look at this weasel. I'm a human being with a brain and with common sense and with a beard. Most importantly, because like we're human beings too, but none of what we say fucking matters. Like we're talking about trans people, but none of what they say matters. What matters is what Mr. fucking Beard says. What Mr. Fake fucking Beard up here, Mr. Disingenuous, like lying cyborg, Matt Walsh. Okay, this is canon now. Matt Walsh is a cyborg with a fake beard. He doesn't need those glasses because he's a fucking cyborg, and it's purely ornamental. Everything about this guy is fake. Everything about this guy. You strip off the skin, and he's like the what is it called? The T-1000? The thing from like Terminator?
Soul. And so, therefore, I think it's a really
Cyborg
bad
Walsh,
idea
yeah,
to
it's
chemically
canon.
castrate children. That is my experience. Also, I did. Now it's true. I didn't go to college, but I did go to school long enough to learn how to.
I never went to college, but I did go to school. Oh my god! But I did take some I did take some biology in when I was in high school, and 1 semester of chemistry. You shithead! Look at this guy.
Read, so I can read the data for myself, and that's exactly.
No, he learned to read so he can read data. So you don't need to go to college. You just need to read, and then you can read studies, and studies are kind of academic. So I guess that's like the same thing, right? Right? There's no need to go to like any sort of rigorous academic environment in order to learn things. You can learn to read, and that's apparently enough. You can read the study, and like even without being at all literate of the science that you're reading about. You're gonna know. No, but this is the thing. He's like, look at me. I'm a man. I got a beard. I'm a dude. I speak with a low voice. All right. So what I say is correct, right? He's fucking Jedi mind tricking you. That's all this is. That's all this garbage is, right? Is a Jedi mind trick. He's like, no, you believe me and you trust me. He does some Jedi shit, right? Like that's fucked up. Like there's no reason to believe what this guy's saying. You are not an authority. You do not know what you're talking about. You have very motivated reason. That motivation is the fact that you are a weird Christo-fascist, like tradcath freak, okay? That's the reality of this. He's a weasel turd, a giant pile of weasel turd. He is not an expert, and I bet he has never read a study in his life. I always assumed Matt had more in the way of higher education, considering he works for a major media company.
Exactly what I've done.
Representative Clemens, you're
And for what purpose do you conduct your research and use this?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm like, this is pissing me off, okay? This is pissing me off. Wait, they brought Matt Walsh to be the yes man while rubber stamping anti-trans bill. Dog whistle of hating trans people is the blowhorn. Yeah, really. It's not a dog whistle, it's a blowhorn.
Brain of yours.
Mr. Walsh, you're recognized.
I use it for the purpose of trying to protect children from being castrated and mutilated. That's one of the things I try to do.
So, like, look at this evasive motherfucker. Look at this weasel.
You don't use it to... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You don't use it to get clicks on your publication?
Well, are you using it right now to try to get clicks with this interaction? No, I really like the
Mr.
idea
Walsh.
of getting of drawing attention to the fact that this is happening to children. I know you seem to find it
Yeah,
very...
exactly. I am a white, cis, hetero, able-bodied, neurotypical Christian man. Therefore, I should be listened to.
Amusing. I don't.
Representative Clemens.
Like, this is some emperor without clothes bullshit.
Well, you made a
right?
lot of misrepresentations and characterizations in your comments. So I think it's fair for me to question your background.
What did I mischaracterize?
Let me finish, please.
You're recognized, Representative Clemens.
You know, if you're going to come before a committee and make mischaracterizations and misrepresentations, it's fair game for us to ask you your educational background.
I probably also assumed that he had a higher level of education, and like that shows you that like things like sexism, neurotypicalism, racism, like they affect a lot of us, like more than we want to admit, like, right? I was fooled by the beard too in some ways.
Background and your foundational knowledge for making such characterizations. That's my point. So I'm curious about you speaking to the development of the
Conman $10 word calendar grift
brain by the age of 25. I seem to recall you advocating on behalf of firearm possession at the age of 18. Do you think that's appropriate?
Let's stay on the bill, please.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, well, can I respond to that?
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
I can't respond to what...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think your original article, blog post, or tweet, or whatever, kind of started this firestorm. So
I'm like a little bit surprised though. Like if this is all of the Democrats here in Tennessee, like I guess I would have thought that there's like more. It's a very powerful magical beard. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm trying to figure out, where we need to look for these surgeries, because I'm still trying to find, the surgeries, because, the sponsor of the bill last week, I kind of agreed with him. I said, we need to split this bill into two parts. I may agree with him on the surgery part, because I don't think it's happening. So, you seem to have started this, so I need your evidence of where these surgeries are occurring in Tennessee.
I was kind of assuming that some of the Democrats would totally sell trans people out, right? Just given that it's Tennessee.
Could you give me,
it's a
places,
pretty conservative state.
Times, maybe some names, or something that you know of?
Yeah,
he wants receipts.
You're recognized.
My
Walsh.
evidence is the healthcare provider's own words. I outlined Vanderbilt Health and their transgender care program, and the people that work for that program, their own words, talking about what they do, and talking about, for example, providing the chemical castration drugs to adolescent children. As far as surgeries, double mastectomies do happen, and the way that I know that they happen is that after I called attention to this program at Vanderbilt, they said that they were going to stop performing, they were going to put a pause on the program that performs these surgeries on minors. And so if you're pausing...
No. You cannot make those assumptions when you're dealing with a large institution which has got like PR considerations. And from what I heard, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was something like the thing that Matt Walsh wanted to ban, they were already not doing. So to get everybody off their back and to prevent a situation like Boston Children's Hospital, they just said, fine, we're not doing the surgery anymore. Like, never mind that they weren't doing the surgery to begin with. But yeah, he's citing basically, like, he'd need receipts. He'd need to show this, and he can't. He's just like, well, logically, why would they say that we're no longer doing the surgery if they weren't doing the surgery in the first place? Possibility one, to get your dumbass off their backs. Yeah, you think so? Maybe?
The program that performs surgeries on minors, then I'm going to assume that the program existed. Otherwise, you couldn't have paused it. So now, the exact number of kids who are being subjected...
Matt, they were fucking with you.
...to this, I don't know exactly. It's really hard to...
Oh, here we go. I don't know the numbers. He doesn't want to get into trouble, because remember when he said there were like hundreds of thousands of like some kind of surgery going on, and then they look at the real numbers and it's like under 1,000.
Up with those numbers, I think, because the people
he doesn't want to get fucked by that again.
Doing it aren't really proud of it, and there's not a lot of interest on their end to tell us. But I do think that even one child being horrifically mutilated is too many. So I know that it's more than one, and that's reason enough to put a stop to this, I would say.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah. So last week I had an amendment that, we're looking to protect children from abuse. And I also had an amendment to stop cosmetic surgery of rhinoplasty and breast enhancements to minors. How would you feel about that? You know,
Sure.
is that mutilation of children as well under the age of 18? They can't think for themselves?
Representative Mitchell, that's not on the bill that we have.
Yeah, it is. It's surgical. It's surgical.
I'm happy to answer that.
You're free to answer, Mr. Walsh.
Okay. My personal feeling about banning breast enhancements for minors? Yes, I would be all for. Personally, I'd be all for banning.
But it's not a priority. It's not a priority. Like, right? So if you really wanted to make this law and you thought that there was a problem with this, the morally consistent way to, see that would be to say there's a problem with minors doing that. But Matt Walsh doesn't fucking care about like what minors are doing, what cosmetic surgery minors are or are not getting. He cares about like forcing trans kids to go through a puberty that they don't want to. That's what it's about. He wants to take kids and force them to go through a puberty that they don't want, despite the fact that we have the medical technology to be able to put that on pause and give them more time to decide. But Matt Walsh wants to take that away from them. That's how screwed up these arguments get, right? That's the truth of the matter. That's not me framing it in some bizarre way. That's just the real deal. That's the truth. That's what's going on. But he's got it twisted around to where, like, the way that he talks about it, you would think that parents are either forcing their kids to do this or the state or some kind of liberal organization. George Soros is coming around, forcing kids to get like, the chemical castration or whatever, when in reality, you're talking about trans kids that want to pause. They want to use puberty blockers to offset a puberty that's going to make physical changes in them that they do not want. And Matt Walsh wants to take that right away from them. So that's what we're dealing with. But it's so twisted, right? We're not even talking about what we're really talking about. Notice that, right? 17-year-old trans kids aren't mature enough for HRT, but totally mature enough to deal with trauma of going through a pregnancy caused by SA to raise a child. Exactly.
That absolutely. Yeah.
It's like the suffering is holy bullshit. The cruelty to the point is the point of this cult of pain.
Representative Mitchell.
Okay, and so I think the previous representative, proved that you have no medical background, correct?
No.
So you're here probably just as a public policy. You're trying to address good public policy, correct?
Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
So I just have to question, some of your public policy, expertise when, I'm reading here, Singapore is able to have nice things in part because they execute drug dealers by hanging and arrest even petty vandals and thieves and beat them with a cane until they bleed. We don't have nice things here because we aren't willing to do what is required to maintain
implying that,
them. So, with statements like that, I kind of
torture, implying that state-sponsored torture is going to get us to a better society. Fuck this guy. Fuck his expertise. He doesn't have any. All he's got is a beard.
Public policy beliefs. And, and you also stated there'd been no study.
At the end of the day, that's all he is a beard.
Well, I'm sitting here holding a study from the American
Academy here we go.
of Pediatrics.
Here we go. There's no studies, huh?
Pittsburgh about the suicidal disparities between transgender and cisgender adults and children. So I think, before you state things, you may need to know all the facts.
Or even just like what you're talking about. Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Okay. Do you want to see the new Backrooms? Because it's kind of wild. We're talking about damage control today. And for anybody who doesn't know, Kane Pixels just got himself a movie deal.
Mark, this is Team A. Do you read us? Hey, Team, this is Mark. I read you. What is it? We need immediate armed support in room 14C. My team now being held at gunpoint by a hostile. I repeat, please send immediate armed support to room 14C. Your
For that panel, it should connect. What was that?
that's where we last when it left off. The async employee that got separated from his group while in the backrooms, right? And then was magically transported to 3 months in the future, although no time had passed for him. He was still out there, right? Despite the fact that he came back to the entrance, right? He was still out there in the backrooms, and we don't know why. But they bring a unit, like a group of people, like 3 people, 1 person with a camera, 1 person with a flashlight, and 1 person with a gun. They bring them out there, and they go explore, like a darkened room in the backrooms, and they run into this guy. And he says, he knocks the gun guy down, grabs his gun, he's holding it on them, and he's like, I don't want any trouble, I just need to know, like, did they have a funeral for me, right? And the guy with the camera says, yes, they held a funeral. Like, everyone thought you were dead, and, was really surprised to see him. But then the guy on the ground, the guy that had the gun, started radioing for help. And said, "There's a hostile here. We need backup immediately." So the guy that had picked up his shotgun just shot him, and that's where we're at right now. Like this chaos of and the figure that you're seeing running through here is the man who just shot someone. Did we go? Oh, the Tim Pool podcast. So there's the man. He's still armed. It looks like. Oh yeah, Omni, right? Yeah. Oh no, Cirrus did a video to oh no. I haven't watched Cirrus in ever. Okay, so look, he's leaving, he's running, still got the gun. Now he doesn't have the gun. It looks like, is that the outside? Or is that like an elevator?
I'd like to thank you all once again for your patience on this. It has been a stressful 15 hours for all of us here, and while he cannot currently be with us, Dr. Beck sends his apologies regarding the numerous inconveniences caused by our decision to keep you here overnight. Now, it appears that the situation has reached a point of some stability. We're still looking into a few things, but I feel that we can now properly address what occurred without running into speculation. What happened last night should not have happened. Not here, not with us. What occurred was a gross misunderstanding that was the result of some severe information mismanagement. Even now, I believe most of you still have an incomplete idea of what took place last night. So before I fill you in, I need to address the fact that there has been information deliberately withheld from many of you on the project. Now, these choices were not made lightly and were done for only the best of reasons. However, I want to make it abundantly clear that following the events of last night, it has been proven to us that that method of conducting ourselves was not viable. So, I'm coming to you now to correct this mistake and begin delivering the authentic order of events as we understand them. On the morning of March 1st, a team of 4 researchers was sent into the complex to conduct their routine layout analysis. George Levy, Marvin Lee, Ronald McCarthy, and Peter Tench. At around 12:45
Right,
p.m.,
Yokio,
they
right?
realized that they had lost track of Tench while traversing the previously accessed branch of hallways. As you'll recall, this prompted an immediate withdrawal of response back to standard, followed by several days
Okay,
of
so Vaush knows who Surus is. I don't know if Keffals knows who Surus is. I doubt Hasan does.
search efforts. However, those ultimately yielded nothing, and as far as any of us were concerned, Tench had simply vanished, leaving no physical trace. Now, for obvious reasons, that wasn't something that...
So Tench is the man that picked up the gun.
So, roughly 2 weeks following his disappearance, our security team was forced to...
So do you understand that? He becomes separated from his team and he enters like a weird time warp zone. And he actually goes forward 3 months, right? Everybody else, like, so when he goes and turns around, nobody's there. And he's like wandering around the complex, like looking for the exit. He finally finds the exit, but the exit looks different, because you remember how they built that whole structure? Remember how they built that whole structure around the exit? So they'd have a little bit of like secure space where like no monsters are going to come in and like, I don't know if have they run into the monsters yet? Like people have run into the monsters that get stuck in the back rooms. I don't know if the async employees have run into, oh wait, no, they did. That's right. What's his name? Marvin ran into one of the monsters. So they know about the monsters, right? And maybe it's after that they like secure the extra little room in there, right? And so he comes back and it's like the exit's not like, it doesn't look like it should look, right? And he's confused. And he goes into the like kind of like a research room that they've built, in order to keep that area secure. And it sets off alarms, right? Some alarms go off saying something is here that's not supposed to be here. And it's not Marvin, but Trench, yeah. So yeah, there we go.
More acceptable cause of death that would keep attention away from this institute and provide closure to the family. So that is all close to common knowledge, I presume. Not all of you were with us at the time of the incident. However, you're certainly aware of the effects it has had on our internal procedures over the past few months. Regardless, that was where Tench's involvement in this came to an end. Or, at least, that's what we assumed. Because on May 8th, at approximately 5:30 p.m., a motion alert was sent out from the complex, which was closed off at the time. One of our senior engineers was sent down to assess the situation, and discovered a male dressed in hazard gear who we were able to identify as Peter Tench. Immediately following this discovery, Tench was moved to a secure room on this floor where, over the following days, a select group of doctors were able to administer a panel of tests in order to determine what had happened to Peter in the 2 months he had been gone. Those tests yielded very little useful information. By all measures, Peter appeared to be in excellent health. However, we were still provided one very useful tool in understanding how the situation unfolded from his perspective. Some of you may recall that on the day of his disappearance, Tench was his team's designated camera operator. Well, when we recovered him, he still had that camera in his possession, and in fact had documented the entire ordeal. The footage will be presented in its entirety later today. However, for the purpose of this discussion, I will only be highlighting key events. This is the hallway where Peter was last seen. They're not in view, but you can hear the others walking behind him. Now, as he approaches the branch on the right here, pay close attention to the audio.
Guys, can you hear this?
Do you hear what's picking up on the audio? It sounds like a party or a restaurant or something.
Guys, can you hear this? Hey!
Now, I'd like to save the discussion for afterwards, but what you just saw is what we believe to be the moment that Peter was instantaneously transported 2 months forward in time. Following that abrupt flash you just saw, Tench proceeds back out into the hallway in search of his team, but is without any indication of their presence. The next 30 or so minutes of the tape follow a fairly panicked Tench as he attempts to navigate his way back to the threshold. He does obviously find his way back. However, the threshold appears not as he knows it, but as it appeared on the date of May 8th. And this ties us back to the moment when we recovered him. So, to summarize, from his point of view, he had only been inside the complex for several hours. So to him, all of the new developments surrounding the threshold were completely foreign. Luckily, though, as I already mentioned, there were people available to manage the situation as it unfolded. And over the course of the following days, we were able to properly sit down with Peter and work with him to gain a collective understanding of what had happened. However, there was still the very significant fact that Mr. Tench was considered legally deceased as a result of the cover story, and reversing that would be no easy feat. He understood this and was willing to cooperate while we looked for a way to reintegrate him without raising suspicion. Unfortunately, though, that process ended up taking quite a bit longer than we had anticipated, and all the while Peter was sucked out here waiting idly by. We did our best to keep him engaged, but it is hard to combat the effects of prolonged sensory deprivation on the human brain, and as a result, Peter's mental state took a toll. Not to a degree that was outright concerning at first, but around the end of week 2, we noticed that he was starting to exhibit a number of behaviors common in patients diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, though we don't have reason to believe that Mr. Tench was afflicted with that condition. Whatever the case, while he didn't express it outright, from what we could gather, he appeared to have deluded himself into believing that he was still inside some sort of illusion created by the complex, and that we were secretly looking to do him harm. This all came to a head on the night of the 22nd.
I mean, they kept him in the building adjacent to the Backrooms, so basically, like, they built like there's this big, the async building is like built into a mountain, and then there's this place within the building where they open that portal, right? And that's the portal that leads to the Backrooms. So it's almost as if there's like a doorway that in reality goes nowhere, like, right, the other side of the door is just like, the mountain or whatever, or wall, right? But when they open it, they can walk through that door into this liminal space that's essentially a pocket dimension, and that's what the Backrooms is. So he got out. They kept him. He came back to the entry room, right, the first room in the Backrooms where they'd built this whole, and he didn't recognize anything because it's all new to him. And then they bring him into the async building, and they were holding him there. So it's an industrial workplace, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's or a scientific, sort of workplace, but he's just being held there because they told everybody that he was dead. He's been gone for 3 months. They have no reason to think he's still alive. So he's just but yeah, he's in the complex, but not in the Backrooms, if that makes sense. Like, don't say that wrong. He's not in the complex. The complex is the Backrooms. He's in the building, not in the Backrooms. Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, that's the most, wow. Anything strike you funny about that name? Why not tell people he's really alive? Because they had already held a funeral. They thought that, he was dead. This is a mysterious new dimension that they've just opened, right? And, he disappears. He's gone for 3 months. So after a certain amount of time, they just have to assume that he's dead. And they hold they make up a cover story of, how he might have died. Because, nobody can... This is, top secret work. They can't, tell anyone, right? So they have to tell his family that, it was some accident or something that he died in. But yeah, in reality, they just haven't, he disappeared and they don't know where he is. And, it's this horrible, kind of inhospitable, dangerous, chaotic environment. And they assume that he's dead. But yeah, when he comes back, they start thinking, okay, what are we going to tell everybody? How are we going to do this? Like, right? How are we going to reintegrate him, right? Because he's so disoriented, right? In his mind, he was only in the back rooms for like 3 hours, right? He's with his group. He goes down the hallway. Something happens and they're gone. And he wanders all the way around there for like 3 hours, finally finds his way back to the exit. And the exit doesn't look like it's supposed to. And people are surprised to see him. Right. And so like, yeah, like this wears on him, like being held in this research facility essentially wears on him. And he starts to really think that like, that he's still in the back rooms, that like, that this is like, that this is some kind of like that this is not reality. Right. And so he wants to get back to reality. And where does he run? Well, they'll tell us.
And while Tench was finally about to be transferred to a temporary above-ground residence, he broke away from us and, using stolen credentials, forced his way back into the complex where he would go undiscovered until just last night, when he ambushed and violently attacked Team B in room 14C, leaving Dr. Bloom in critical condition. We can presume that during the Jerusalem days, Tench spent in the complex.
So he runs back into the back rooms, right? And that's where they encounter him, right? That's where they had a fire team go through there. Because remember, at this point, they'd already seen the monsters, right? They'd already run into the bacteria monster. And they knew that thing was potentially deadly. Like, I mean, yeah, it definitely looks like it could hurt you. So they bring a fire team in there with a shotgun, a flashlight, and a video camera. But instead of running into a monster, they run into Peter. And Peter knocks the gunman down, takes his gun, and basically is like holding them at gunpoint, asking what happened. Did they hold a funeral for me? Like what's you know, like, right, he wants to know what's going on, and they start to tell him, but the guy picks up the walkie-talkie. He's like, yo, we got a hostile right here. Send help immediately. And of course, Peter panics and shoots the guy. He's not fatally wounded though. It sounds like he's in critical condition though. So good for him.
He met drove the idea that he could somehow escape through an alternate threshold, but still held on to the belief that all of us here were working to trap him in some way, despite our actions saying exactly the opposite. Immediately after firing a single shot from the Remington 870 to Dr. Bloom's side, Tench fled the scene and headed to the Threshold outpost, where he would turn the weapon on several more of you while progressing into Standard and through the lower offices. Given the abrupt and chaotic nature of the unfolding situation, it took our security team several moments longer than it ideally should have to figure out what was happening. But thankfully, while
there's this guy running through through the building with a gun, and they're like,
passing through one of the empty labs next to storage, Dr. Maxwell was able to act quickly and managed to disarm him, accidentally discharging the weapon into the ceiling in the process, though. However, Tench still managed to avoid apprehension, fleeing into the maintenance wing and evading our security staff by taking the freight elevator to the surface. Now, this situation could have played out very badly, given the potential number of witnesses around the building at the time. But, luckily for everyone involved, as far as we can tell, Tench was not noticed as he exited the property. Around 5 minutes later, our security team made it to the ground floor and began a thorough sweep in the direction of the hillside where cameras had last observed Tench. Now, there's no easy way to say this other than to just say it. I am terribly sorry to inform you all, but Mr. Tench was found deceased halfway down the hillside. The result of an extreme blow to the head. It appears that while he was running through some brush, he failed to anticipate a sudden dip in the ground and tragically fell forward into a large rock. Given the circumstances, it was not something any of us could have anticipated or prevented. the tragedy of the
So now we know that Async is a little bit scummy. Like the fact that they didn't, tell his family that he was found. The fact that they they're being understandably, I guess on one hand, this is new technology. They want to use this place as like a living space, a storage space, like an industrial space, just like extra space within space, because that's what it is. It's a pocket dimension. So it's basically extra space within space. They talk about like storing waste there, nuclear waste, nasty, toxic waste, whatever kind of waste that needs to be, stored away. They can store it there. They can, build, they can run, sort of industries down there. They can, and they even talk about like housing, like, adding some housing down there. Right. But they don't want anybody to know about it because it's new technology and they're just trying to, figure out how this pocket dimension works and stuff. And they don't, I guess, want anybody getting a competitive advantage. So like the capitalist sort of incentive causes them not to communicate with the rest of the team and let them know what's going on with Tench, and also not to let his family know that your, family member is actually alive. And, we just, he traveled forward 3 months in time is the truth of the matter. So yeah, and this really does throw like a curveball into their plans to use the space as a storage facility, given that time doesn't behave normally here. This is not a normal. This is a place that doesn't behave by the rules of physics and time as we know them. So, little bit of a curveball there.
The entire situation undoubtedly remains, but Dr. Tench, regardless of how troubled he was in his final days, was a brilliant man who gave his all to this project. He would certainly not want us hindering it in his name. What we're doing here is so much...
Okay, that sounds scummy. He would not want us hindering it in his name. Here's why I said it sounds scummy. They said that he fell down and hit his head on a boulder, and he died from that. X'd out, right?
Bigger than any one person. It is the work of a unified effort, and we need to ensure that is never lost sight of. That we hold on to the pre-established notion that Peter is and has been deceased. That is done, and there is nothing more to be extracted.
Something sounds a little off, yeah. Okay, so here we got. There's a PSA to tie your shoes, yeah. There it is. Okay, so, like, I mean, that might be, like, the end of the Backrooms for now. But my understanding is... Let's take a little look. Here. Okay, we go to Kane Pixels channel. We go to the community page, right? And look at this. The Backrooms, horror film based on viral shorts. Viral shorts? I mean, they should. When they say shorts, it makes me think they're talking about YouTube shorts. They're not YouTube shorts. They're short videos. They're 10 to 25, 30 minutes at most, right? That's what they mean by shorts. It's not like a full-length movie. Okay, viral shorts by 17-year-old Kane Parsons, aka Kane Pixels. In the works at A24, Atomic Monster, Churnin, and 21 Laps. So that is... There we go. Like right there. Like right there. Do we have any frames dropping? This is annoying. I'm gonna wait till the frames chill the fuck out. Okay, are we good? Yeah, he definitely earned it. Okay, so here we go. Over the last year, director and VFX artist Kane Parsons has shot his YouTube following into the stratosphere with the viral success of the mysterious short The Backrooms found footage. It's the first in a series of found footage horror videos, which have thus far garnered nearly 100 million views and will now be adapted for the big screen by A24 Atomic Monster, Chernin Entertainment, and 21 Labs. Parsons, who's just 17-year-old, will direct from a script by Robert Patino. He'll just have to wait till his summer vacation. Okay, so that's how they're doing it, right? They're gonna film it this summer, it sounds like. Details to the plot of the sci-fi horror feature are under wraps, but in the 90s set original short, so it's set in the 90s. Original short, which you can view below, young filmmaker falls into another dimension, leaves him wandering through an unsettlingly yellow, empty, labyrinthine office space, which may or may not be home to otherworldly beings. The film's title and setting draw inspiration from the imagery from a creepypasta or internet urban legend. That's what a creepypasta is. I guess they're saying for boomers, right? That's what creepypasta is, if you don't know. I mean, I guess, right? Published to the website 4chan in 2019. Deadline hears that A24 was one of several suitors. That's the magazine, right? This is the publication. Chasing the Backrooms feature pitch through what their price point was at closing. Oh yeah, what their price point. So yeah, how much did they pay him? We don't know. Lucas Ford brought the Project 21 Labs with Chris White bringing Atomic Monster, Chernin Entertainment, and A24 will co-finance. Sean Levy, Dan Cohen, and Dan Levine will produce for 21 Labs along with James Wan and Michael Clear for Atomic Monster and Patino. Aliana Blasthal will oversee... Okay, this is such industry speak, right? Parsons has thus far helmed 16 entries in the Backrooms YouTube series, with his most recent entry, The Backrooms Damage Control, having been uploaded just days ago. Little else is known about the NorCal-based filmmaker, though he's previously created a number of animated videos inspired by Attack on Titan. He launched his YouTube channel under the name Kane Pixels in 2015. Patino is a 2-time Emmy nominee, best known for blah 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 boring. Writer under the deal with Netflix. Okay, industry speak. The TLDR is that they're gonna make the Backrooms into a movie. So yay. Yay, yay, and yay. Okay. So what do we got going on? I kind of wanted to watch this Lucy Haze thing with y'all. So let me just show you. This is Lucy Haze. This is the hero of our story.
What is it?
Did you hear that? Where there's a quack there? Because it's It's Ducky Gang.
A battle queer. Is that what they're calling themselves now?
That I was overly cruel to a scared trans person
They?
who was only asking for my empathy. But you don't have to.
Hey, hold on. The mama is a she, right? Not a they.
Understand? You can just believe what we're telling.
Oh my god! This is Polly's whole thing. She's terrible at making arguments, so it's just, you think I'm wrong?
So that's Chud Logic reacting to Polly versus Lonerbox. Obviously Chud is not a big fan of Polly's. He's kind of standing Lonerbox here. It looks like here's Lucy coming on screen as a VTuber, right? So this is Lucy Haze.
And that is exciting the vampire castle.
We've seen her before a little bit, okay?
And he
we watched her go back and forth with Bad Empanada, and you know, have a few bad takes, but overall, like she made Bad Empanada really mad, and it was kind of funny.
But he's a pendant fisher. This has been bothering me so much. Disagreeing with someone on the opposite team is completely different than disagreeing with someone who's supposed to be your ally. True. Like, I'm not sure why.
I think she's reading chat.
People try doing this argument that poly people is combative, therefore she cannot be afraid for her own well-being about a genocide.
So again, like
you know, this makes no sense. Like, it doesn't matter if she's combative in debates. Like, even the biggest debater will be afraid of being genocided, I would think. You know? This is such nonsense. Why do people think this is a good argument? Like, Chud Logic means it like that she's combative in debates and aggressive, and therefore she cannot possibly be afraid in any scenario ever. Like, nonsense.
Okay, so that gives you a little taste of like her, and
but, you know, I don't know if she's done this as
like so there's like, so understand our protagonist here is not perfect. Okay, Lucy Haze is not perfect. Lucy Haze is kind of close to President Sunday and therefore kind of close to Vaush. We're gonna see her. So Chud Logic did a video. So you saw her. She's a VTuber. You know, kind of a smaller channel and stuff like that. Adorable, loves ducks, and you know, awesome little VTuber, right? Obviously a little too close to the Vaush Clout network for my liking, but you know, whatever, right? So Chud Logic,
this person needs another.
Straight up did a video on Lucy. Yeah? This is Chud Logic. Like, I mean, you judge for yourself. It feels like Chud Logic attacking a much smaller streamer. Like, trying to have a laugh at her expense, right?
Another fundraiser for some mental health treatment.
Yo, his editor's busy being a transphobe, I see.
What's going on?
Easy, yeah.
This is a sketch. This isn't real, is it? This is some sort of elaborate ruse. I cannot imagine someone unironically like watching this channel and being like, yeah, this is actually good content.
I would enjoy watching Lucy more than Chud Logic any day.
What side is she on? She's like a chaos agent.
We have to play rapport. We have to deplatform this menace, Chud Logic.
What's this? I've been linked this channel. Apparently, they've got some videos about me, and wow. Chud Logic's saddest video yet, 3 hours 43. Damn, they really went to town.
I mean, honestly, I feel like this is Chud Logic's saddest video.
Doesn't care. I don't agree with this. Okay? I don't agree with this. Wellness check on Chud Logic, written with small letters on purpose. I can't believe I'm saying this. Let's check on our friend, Chud Logic. Let's go.
She does not look happy with these comments that he's making.
Lucy was the one that Demon Mom and President Sunday did a charity for. Yeah, with Mr. Girl. Yeah, I mean, like, that was unfortunate, and I got invited to that one too, and I didn't go for several reasons. First of all, like, I didn't want to ask anybody to donate to get me on stream. Second of all, the people that I would have wanted to talk to in that set probably wouldn't have wanted to talk to me. And third of all, yeah, Mr. Girl, I don't want to be involved in anything that Mr. Girl is involved in. But I thought about just like donating. If I was in a better financial position, I would have just donated to Lucy, because yeah, it was for some family stuff that seemed pretty important. And I'm glad they did a charity. It's hard to criticize a charity, but again, like, Mr. Girl, really? Like, whatever. I mean, I hope she got what she needed out of that.
She's not happy.
Chud Logic reading Chud Logic's saddest video, and yeah, it's sad, very sad.
She's not happy, mate. She's not happy with those comments.
Really comparing those people.
What is this?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know what this is? This is, okay, so this is what's great, right? I told you before, I am not great at making fun of English accents, right? I'm not super knowledgeable. I cannot tell you like a northern English accent from like a southern, like a London. Like, there's people that can tell you what part of London somebody's from by their accent, right? That's not me, okay? I can't tell the difference. I have to ask British people. And Lucy, though, Lucy does a good Chud Logic.
We're really diving into the
Watch this, okay?
We're getting
I donated money to this person's charity fund. If it's who I think it is, are you regretting that decision now?
political now. Oh, politics. Oh, politics.
I do not agree at all.
I do not agree at all with this. I'm not buying this, mate.
I do not agree at all.
I do not agree at all with this. I'm not buying this, mate.
By the way, you wish to die. Those people as heroes.
Sorry, don't care. I don't care because they got the wrong thoughts in their heads.
Jesus Christ, Chud Logic. Chud Logic doesn't even do timestamps, and he has an editor. I have to do everything myself, so I have an excuse. Chud Logic doesn't even like, of course, me, I can do
Why are they Why are they just pausing in like the sizzle of fucking real shit? Why are they? I don't understand.
Chud, you just have to like look. There's like, you're not gonna win, okay? I'm just telling you. I'm warning. Like, I mean, I know I'm talking to Chud like back in time or whatever. Chud can't hear me now, right? But I just know it. He's not gonna win.
I'm not even. This is like the spiciest bits.
You're not gonna win here, Chud.
To, like, get people interested. What are they? They're just kind of pausing. What are they even saying?
You don't understand that you're up against the Ducky Ducky Literature Club, okay? This is the Ducky Ducky Literature Club, okay? And you cannot defeat Monica.
No.
And by Monica, I mean Lucy Haze.
Yes,
yeah.
mate.
Sorry.
Of course, mate.
Sorry.
Of course. Yeah.
Look, Chud.
But yeah.
Like, you're playing checkers, okay? And Lucy is here playing like 11-dimensional chess on your ass, right? She has already mapped out this whole chess game, all right? She knows how this is going to go. And you are just a pawn in her hands.
Yeah, like, I can't believe I wanted to check the timestamps, but, oh, you want me to do his accent all the time? Okay. Oh, you were gonna...
See, we're gonna do
reaction like that.
Listen, this person needs another fundraiser for some fucking mental health treatment. What the fuck is going on?
Chud. Like, that's the best cope you can manage? Okay.
Yeah, relying on the pretty thought and thick, eh?
To tweak on the heartstrings, and I don't like.
I don't like tweaking on the heartstrings here, mate. I don't like it at all. I like,
listen to Chud cope. He's getting roasted and he can't take it. He's like,
his editor's busy.
You know what? Maybe she needs another charity event for her mental health, but and it's just crickets. It's crickets. Nobody's laughing. Nobody's laughing, Chud.
A transphobe, I see.
What's just so? I mean, that's the fucking basis thing that this person said. All that's just true. That's just fucking true. Is this real? This has got to be some fucking like performance art. This is crazy.
I hope y'all are here for this, right? Because I don't see the love from chat, but I want you to know, yeah, regardless of the numbers right now, I want you to know that this is premium content. If you're seeing this right now, this is premium content. we're probably gonna have to do the FD signifier thing another day. I'm thinking that's gonna happen Sunday probably, along with, okay, and this is contingent on getting me up to like 100 sub points, but like that's gonna be the next thing. When I get up to 100 sub points, we're gonna do a sub only stream, sub/member// Patreon. And we're going to go over FD Signifier's new video because it's actually got some really interesting stuff. Sunday is a good day. That's good. It's a good day for me too. Sunday, like, I don't know. I love Sundays.
What's going on? Get autistic, man. You know, she's obviously...
Wait. Maybe I'm like the related distantly to President Sunday?
What is with this?
Maybe that's why.
BGG, Chud Logic Sphere insistence on using autism as like an insult. Like, what is it with that?
I mean, seriously, Chud, what is it? What actually is? Like, I would love to hear your answer. What's your preoccupation?
Chud Logic. What's going on?
She's got a lot of experience dealing with autism.
In the internet alone,
you're here for this? Okay, good. We're still in the Sizzler, though.
Hi, bro.
What's it called? The Sizzle Reel?
I would like you and...
Ooh.
So...
So, mate.
He doesn't know what to say.
This reminds me of like, what's the guy's name? It's like anti-SJW guy. Oh, Undoomed, and they like let 5 seconds of the video play, and they just go, "Oh yeah, you fucking idiot!" And it's like the woke version.
Here's the thing: Lucy's having fun. And Chud is taking this way too seriously. It's very funny to see.
That, like, I literally just have said so.
Like, I find so much humor in
this. Like, I don't know what's the substance here? What's the criticism?
Where's the nuance?
The situation.
Where's the nuance?
I'm gonna dip and hit it up. Let's see. I'm gonna move so you can see Chola Jack's brilliant facial expression.
Got him. Got him. Did you see what just happened? Right. So he moves himself to not be in front of her, and then immediately she moves herself to where he was, right? Look at how annoyed he is. Look at how annoyed.
Right, Chud Lover, you're testing me.
Right, Chud Lover, you have tested me, and I'm gonna bang you now. I'm gonna bang you and then bang you.
You're gonna bang?
Because, you're going over the line.
You're watching but working?
You're gonna,
this is premium content right now. This is premium content.
You're gonna
I mean, not really. You're not paying for it, but...
I'm not liking this at all.
Premium isn't really good. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's going on?
Easy, yeah.
This is a sketch.
Easy.
He then decided to basically shoot himself. Yeah.
Sorry. Don't care. I don't care because they got the wrong thoughts in their heads. So I cannot possibly care about this, okay? Maybe they shouldn't have been a fucking Nazi if they didn't want to kill him.
Exactly. That's exactly what Vaush is saying and predicting, mates. That Vaush is accusing him of wrong think. And I assume, mates, that he's going to say it. I'm going to no sorry, mates. Don't care. Wrong thoughts in his head. There should have not been a Nazi, alright? It should have not been a Nazi. So I'm predicting now that Vaush is gonna Vaush the posh.
What's going on?
This is crazy.
This is beautiful. This is content, Chud. This is like you are content here. She's turning you into content.
This isn't real, is it? This is some sort of elaborate ruse. Someone has been uploading videos to this channel to ruse me when I discover it.
To rouse you.
Now say this exact words, alright? He's gonna say these.
Yes, exactly, Yokio. It's Elmer Fudd versus Elmer Fudd versus Bugs Bunny.
That's
Perfect Chud impression.
It's just mental to think that, like, that.
This is all mental. All
Chud,
those things.
why are you posting your L's like this? This is what I really want to know. Why are you posting your L's?
That I'm predicting Vaush to say and think. It's just mental. All those things that I'm predicting and.
I mean, obviously, I think it's pretty obvious. I'm not like necessarily predicting what Vaush is going to say. I'm making like a meme or joke about this idea that someone would kill themselves, and your response would be, "Don't care. Shouldn't have had the wrong thoughts." I mean, the fact you've got to explain this is kind of.
This is Chud feeling sorry for Nazis. Cool,
wild, but
cool
apparently
beans.
this person.
Cool beans, Vaush. Cool beans. Lucy is very entertaining to watch. I agree.
Needed some sort of fundraiser or some
I
shit.
agree.
So yeah, I don't know. They probably got other problems than making actual decent, compelling content, I guess.
My head that Vaush will do. Is this so mental? Can't you believe? Do you not believe how mental those things that I'm accusing Vaush of are? Oh, I'm sorry. I have to omit the ahs.
Do you know what I mean?
You know what I mean, mates?
Like, it's tragic. Like, regardless of what someone's thought process is.
That is tragic, Vaush. Like, how can you do this, Vaush? How can you do all those things that I have decided in my head that you're doing? Mate, it's mental. It's mental, mate. Stop, Vaush. Just stop. Stop being so hard about Vaush.
This is like the
That
best.
story is fucking tragic. And
Exactly.
This is the best Chud logic.
Like,
Exactly.
Look, like
Vaush.
President
So hard.
Sunday. Like, what did President Sunday do Chud's voice? I think, right? But this is way better.
In my head.
This is way better.
Things to happen, you know, and
You know, yeah. And Vaush just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. I'm sorry. I have to omit the.
This is great content. Yeah, fair play.
Of course.
Apparently, they report me. They report my channel in another video. We'll have a look at that when we finished whatever this is.
I don't know.
It's no as well. This is all as well. It's
So, like I said, she's having fun with him, and he's saying that, like, he said, like, so get ready for this. He set us up for, like, him being the victim. Like, he wants to say this bizarre leftist is trying to report me. I'm just trying to be out here having my free speech, and she's going over here, she's going to report my channel. Look, what a victim am I? You know, like, that's what Chud Logic's going to try to do. But watch what actually happens. Like, watch what he's calling, like, a call to action, right?
That copium.
Jesus, Vaush. How can you think all those horrible things that I decided that you're thinking, Vaush? This is mental.
Yes, on Soul, they got. In fact, we should probably point out they're only like a small YouTuber, but they've got some content under their belt. Demon Mama stuff. How Vaush can become a better ally. Keffals.
So you can kind of see Sonsol's in there with Chud Logic, right? And Sonsol's a little bit like, Chud, why are you bothered by, like, a smaller content creator? Like, right? It seems kind of like he's getting ready to punch down or something like that. It's even got Sansoy, right? We all know Sansoy. It's even got Sansoy feeling like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. And the truth of the matter is that Chud Logic does indeed fuck around and find out, and DK makes the video. Oh my god, please, Minecraft, don't break my, oh, come on, we can do this. Pump through this. Oh my god, I just want to be able to play Minecraft while watching Lucy take down Chud Logic. I need that to be able to happen. And for the stream not to freeze too badly. But Lucy has power in her commentary. True. Okay, let's keep going.
Fall from Grace. I guess it's a meme thing. That's another video about me. See Haze's romantic date.
Okay, wait. Oh my god, come on. Oh, come on. You can do this. Please, just open. Like, because it's like, if it gets it open, it's going to be fine. But, like, while it's trying to open it, it's, like, not fine. It's the opposite of fine. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. I promise. I promise. No. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. We can do this. Come on. Come on. There we go. We're back. We're back. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. One more thing. One more thing. Oh no, encoding overload. Encoding overload. Encoding overload. Just trying to open Minecraft up. Oh my god. Why is this such an encoding overload? I don't know, but it's an encoding overload. Encoding overload. Encoding. Okay, there we go. Quack. It's the duckies. It's the duckies. Okay.
The segment begins. Yo, Cloud, you still up? Oh, the romance. The romance.
What's she playing? Is this? Oh, this is Final Fantasy VII, right?
Oh,
Yeah, so this, yeah, apparently this is the person that there was that big fundraiser for. But yeah. Probably ought to do another one to sort out this whatever fucking mental health issue is going on.
Sorry, your jokes are falling flat. Your jokes are falling
So
flat,
weird.
Chud.
Yeah, they got fucking tons of videos. Some stuff about Destiny. Loads of stuff about Loaderbox.
We're back. We're back.
D-Mama spitting facts about Trump. Yeah. There we go, guys.
I don't know honestly if he did. Maybe he got taken. But this was basically the moment when I saw you saying that. They should put guns in their mouths and shoot themselves.
I mean, you know, this is like the kind of channel that gets pity views. I cannot imagine someone
Like, it's like, you gotta be, like, for something not to be perceived as mean, it's gotta be, like, really funny. And the meaner you want to be, like, the funnier it has to be. And you're just, like, so far below that level, it's actually kind of funny, like, at Chud's expense, right?
And ironically, like, watching this channel and being like, yeah, this is actually good content. Like, it's all pity views, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
Or someone being like, oh, this person's done something. I hate Chud Logic. I'm going to watch this video about it. And then they're like, oh, this person's a bit fucking weird. Oh, well, I'll try again another day.
Oh, right, stupid. So basically, yeah, I'm sorry for the emotions, but this is something I want you to
Wait
consider.
for it,
The man
okay?
was Jewish.
It's worth
Jewish
it.
Greek, not a Nazi. A lot of them in Mariupol, by the way, Jewish Greeks for some reason.
Wait
So
for
yeah,
it.
this is the man. You basically wish to kill themselves, and I think he took your advice. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
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 Wait.
The ulting, I'll accept.
Yeah, I'll accept this, mate. I'll accept it, mate. I'll accept it, mate.
I'll accept the ulting, okay?
Yeah, okay. I'll accept it, mate.
But that's a bit fucking much.
This is a bit much.
On Vaush.
This
As if this
You're just putting this on Vaush, mate. You're putting this on Vaush, mate.
person was fucking... Well, hang on a sec. I'm actually, like siding more so with Vaush here against what she said. What side is she on? She's like a chaos agent. Chaos agent of fucking, like, you know, doesn't matter what side I go on, I'm getting mocked either way. Fucking watching a Vaush video or looking at a Vaush tweet and was like,
yeah.
oh, what, Vaush, American YouTuber Vaush thinks I should kill myself. Well, guess that's it. See you later. We'll see you later, world. Like, obviously, this has nothing to do with Vaush.
Yeah, come on. You're gonna put this on Vaush. You're
Oh
gonna
my God.
emotionally manipulate Vaush, mate. You're gonna manipulate my mate.
That's fucking ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
You can't put that on Vaush.
You can't put that on Vaush. Ridiculous.
Well, I guess we got a new, like, store
That's
for the
excessive.
traveling
Yeah, this is
llama
excessive.
dude.
And this is a regular person.
This is just excessive.
Oh shit,
Hey,
no.
never, mate.
No. He was never anti-Semitic. He was a Jewish person.
No, you're saying it's an...
No. You're being excessive, mate. You're being excessive. Man, no.
I love this.
Ridiculous.
Analogy. I know that she's not literally saying that But come on, you are using emotion in a manipulative way at that point. Okay?
Emotionally
Come on, that's too
manipulative,
much.
okay.
I get her getting upset. I get a story, and I agree with all of that. Okay, but she's laying it on pretty fucking thick.
Yeah.
All right.
You're laying it thick. Come on.
People are getting caught out by the white women's tears.
This
I
is so
agree.
good.
Religiously Jewish, by the way, ethnically Jewish.
Why is it so funny? I mean, I don't know. It is funny. I think this is, funny content to watch. I think it's just because there's like, it's irrelevant what I'm saying or what my points are. It's just single thing I say is getting brutally mocked.
He was incredible.
Brutally, poor
Can you please
Chud
say
logic.
Chud and no mouth and no trousers? Absolutely no bottle mug. Chud, all mouth, no trousers. Absolutely no bottle mug. Yeah, there we go. We said it. Chud, all mouth, no trousers. Absolutely no bottle mug.
I don't know what she's saying there exactly.
It's gonna be for this fragment before.
This is boring. I mean, maybe.
This is gonna be like the thing for the short bit for the intro. There we go. We've done it. We've done it.
Incredibly kind.
Wait, chat. I just had I just had deja vu.
In terms of like Ukraine, so very like even pro LGBT, feminist, not feminist. He didn't
Just
call himself
remembered.
that.
Wait a minute. Okay, I gotta know. Is Chud Logic banned from my channel? I don't remember. I don't remember banning Chud Logic, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It's an effective formula. I'm not sure. Okay, I just had deja vu where I'm watching some kind of super hyper meta Chud Logic reaction content, and this qualifies, right? This definitely qualifies. This is super ultra mega you know what I mean? It's like okay, so it is me watching Chud Logic, watching Lucy, watching Chud Logic, watching Vaush, having a debate with this woman. That's how the levels work. And I remember, I have this, weird deja vu where, that happens and then Chud Logic comes into the chat. Because I think I have him banned, but he's not actually banned. And so he's in the chat with his green, name tag. And he's like, what's this? What's this about? How many levels deep of content are you actually doing? Don't you think this is a bit excessive? No comment, chick. I don't know if that means that that's literally about to happen, but Chud, if you're in the chat, I had deja vu about you being in the chat before you actually said anything, so I think I win something based on that. I mean, I don't know, chat. Maybe I just have deja vu for no reason. Maybe Chud Logic came in the chat some other time. I don't know. It feels like I remember this, though. It really does. It really feels like I remember this. Anyway, let's go on. If Chud Logic comes into the chat,
I don't think her thought
Chud Logic
process
comes
is,
into the chat.
I'm going to say things to be emotionally manipulative.
I don't think she's overtly evil, mates. I just think she's a typical manipulative woman. Alright? All mates?
Based?
I just think, mates, she's just being a woman. I just know what I think.
But, and I don't, calling it manipulative is probably a bit of a stretch even. All I'm saying
all I'm saying, mates.
I'm sorry.
Mates, is she's being manipulative.
Sorry, I got confused there. That's Chud in the video saying that the woman that Vaush is talking to is being manipulative.
Mates.
Being emotional, which again is fine. She's telling a very emotional story.
Yeah.
She's just saying things that I think are laying it on too thick for my taste.
Yeah.
Okay? That's all that I'm saying.
Too tasty for my butter, mates. Too tasty for my butter wagon.
Wait, too tasty for my what? What is she saying? Too tasty for my...
Mates. Little Cindy Dindy, mates.
That's all I'm saying. All right.
Yeah, all right.
He was pro women. It's strange here for people, men especially, to call themselves feminists, so they would never say it, but he was very pro women, pro choice, decent person in all accounts. So this is a regular person in Azov, my friend who went to defend their homeland. But you, for some reason, and many other people are hell-bent on thinking all of them are Nazis just because the original creation was done by a Nazi. So yeah, sorry.
I'm
about the
very
emotion,
sorry
but that's,
that has happened.
yeah.
You don't need to apologize for crying. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to get emotional over. I do
Damn,
take issue
I
with
was
your
harsher than
framing.
Vaush.
You didn't take
Oh.
my advice. You never heard.
Ooh, oh, I was harsher than Vaush. Oh, no, no, no. I made a mistake, mates. I made a mistake. Woman, always so emotional when their friends die in the midst of brutal war. Am I right, mates? Yeah, those birds, am I right, mates? Take
This
a
is so
bird
good.
and it's like a emotional cry fest. Am I right, mates? Am I right, mates?
I'd have this person on a course I would. It'd be
What I have to
funny.
say.
Okay.
I want to be clear
There we
because
go.
I feel like we.
There we go, mates.
Lucy, don't go on Chud Logics, okay? Come on my stream, okay? I'm saying it, okay?
Both her mates.
I don't want Chud Logic.
Both her mates.
So
Well, I'm sure you can hold your own.
Right?
It's very reasonable, Morris. He's got my seal of approval, mates. He's got a little bit of a seal of approval for me, mates. But the thumbnail
I think you're too awesome
doesn't care.
of a guest for Chud Logic to get.
He's saying it's okay to cry, but like your friend. Oh, they're complaining about the thumbnail as well. God, people moaning about thumbnails. Fuck me. Did you hear the thumbnail criticism? Framing it in an unreasonable way, which actually I agree with. I think she is.
Agree.
So
Agree.
Yeah, so it's
Agree,
not just
mate.
that, like,
Yeah,
right, so you know the whole...
Chud Logic.
You know the whole Chud Logic and his editor thing, right? There's this whole thing between, like, the editor and Chud Logic's always like, that's just my editor, you know, that has nothing to do with me. That my editor is a bit of a, you know, a bit of a ultra-right fascist, but I'm not, you know, that doesn't have any bearing on me. And it's funny because he's always consulting his editor. Like, that's who his go-to person is. He's always asking his editor. And it's like, okay, well, you know, if you two are really two separate entities, you know, you would think that maybe that DK wouldn't play such an seemingly integral role. What do you think about that, chat? Look what I did. Let's see how it looks from the outside. Oh, yes.
On my stream, my mate, are you going to berate my
See it.
mate, Chud Logic, on
You're
the
gonna
stream?
berate my mate?
Are you really going to do this annoying thing of berating
Are you gonna berate my mate?
Chud Logic? Look at Chud Logic.
Don't
What
berate
a
my mate.
five face it is.
Of American
Come
society,
on.
which means that
Chud
it's essentially
Logic.
just a large.
Let's go to Chud Logic's finishing thoughts. His final thoughts, mates.
For me.
For me.
I was wondering why it seemed like, because I remember doing that. You know, I obviously don't recall exactly every word I said, but I vaguely remembered, and it just seemed like it was like, hang on a sec, I got cut off on a sentence there. But they're just like clicking through the video. I guess like, I don't know. Is it just to mock my accent? Is that the link to this?
I mean, it's pretty high yield.
I'm pro the bag.
It's pretty high yield.
Pro the bag, yeah.
Yes, that is what I am.
I am, yeah. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. And it's just, I can't believe what's happening here.
Name them. Well, the thing is, it's difficult to name them because I can't see
True,
inside their
true.
head.
Yeah. I cannot
Everyone's
see.
making content out of it.
Yeah, people are making content out of it, but not me. Not me. Not Chud Logic, you see. Chud Logic's not the one to make this content out of it. I'm not gonna make a tabloid-like thumbnail, mates. I'm not just gonna take a.
I mean, it is a tabloid. It is a tabloid thumbnail.
But
she's
who
right,
truly
though.
cares?
She's
Who
right.
truly cares, exactly. Who truly cares, mates, if not Chud Logic?
How many Chud Logics are there on screen?
not gonna be
Okay,
Chud-
right now there's two Chud Logics. Let me go over the layers again. Okay, so we got me on the outside. Hi, I'm Irene. I'm watching Chud Logic right in the upper right hand corner. Watch Lucy Haze in the lower left hand corner. Who's watching Chud Logic in the lower right hand corner? Watch Vaush. And I don't know who his guest is. Vaush and his guest on the screen above, right? So those are the layers. It's like me, Chud, Lucy, Chud, Vaush. And Vaush is having a conversation with somebody. So that's why this is so confusing. But it's kind of beautiful. It's kind of beautiful.
Everything else.
I gotta hand it to Chud. You're less like you're less egotistical than I thought you were. For the fact that you're willing to post your L's like this, like that's pretty amazing. I'm impressed that you will post your L's like this. Right? I would not have thought you to be the type. Oh my god, is this even how this building should look? This building looks weird. What did I do? What did I do wrong? It's not how you build a building, right? Hey, what's up, Yolmandra? She sounds like a chimney sweep wife.
Set out to be content.
Well, she's about to roast Chud Logic here.
Definitely does care, and it isn't just about content.
It's Chud Logic, isn't it? Is it Chud Logic? Chud Logic cares about it, isn't it?
100% on the money.
100% on the money.
It's literally every word I utter is 99%. I don't want to say 100%. 99%. Dylan Burns.
This is what it feels. Chud. This is what it feels like to be completely owned. Lucy Haze is the avatar, correct?
So I argue that, like, I'm not saying people have to do that, but I'm just saying that I look at Dylan and I'm like, well, I'm pretty certain that he genuinely cares about this. You know, with others, it's like, well, you claim to care and you probably do somewhat, but I don't.
But at the end of the day,
Dylan Burns, no comment.
Chud Logic just wants to say that everybody's like him, so everybody just wants to make content, mates, just like he does. And all those other streamers, they're no better than Chud Logic. They're no better than Chud Logic, mates.
I don't know what the accent is. How much of that is genuine and how much
pathetic.
Of that is
It's true.
Anyway, is that it? Is the convo over? Is that it? We got enough?
Okay, we have done a wellness check.
Okay, so I mean, she's being a little ableist too, I guess. It's not just Chud Logic weirdly speculating about her mental health. Oh no, watch this. Here's the big own. Here's the big own. Here's the big. Are you ready?
What is this? They got more patrons than I do.
That's right. Look at those patrons. Lucy's got the patrons.
Jesus Christ. They're oiled the fuck up.
They are. Ducky gang. Quack, 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 quack.
DMCA them. I mean, listen. I don't really like the idea.
I, for one, welcome our new duck overlords.
DMCA people anyway, but I genuinely don't think I'd have a case because this would easily fall under fair use. Somehow, some way.
Yeah, so he's feeling a little, you know.
It's beyond fair use. What's this?
Messaging. Chud Logic on his vacation. Can you believe?
Oh, so now we're talking about the President Sunday thing.
He's going to be watching.
Hovering on the report
exactly. Button. Report button. Where's the report button? Where is it? Where is it, Chud Logic? Want to report you right now. 3 dots. Exactly.
So remember how he said, this is the streamer that reported me. This is the streamer that came after my income. Right? This is what he's talking about. Like, he's sitting there saying, they're gonna report me. These woke skulls, they've got their finger hovering over the button. They're ready to hit that report button. Anything that I say, they're gonna come and get me, right? And like, Lucy's making fun of him. Lucy's making fun of him, but he's all fragile and like, look at this streamer that's gonna report me. Come on.
My finger is hovering over the report button.
Come on.
You know, any moment now. I advise you all to do the same. You know, you have to report. We have to deplatform this menace, Chud Logic.
Jesus.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
We need to be careful.
Oh, he's invisible. I see.
Don't worry, guys. You know me. Always very careful when it comes to TOS, okay?
Exactly. I know. You slimy ball. Exactly. We all
slimy
have to
ball.
do the grift. He's literally the British version of the quartering now. Literally. He's gonna try to avoid the TOS like the quartering does in his video. British quartering.
I mean, every content creator is considerate of TOS when they make their videos, right? Like,
no, I mean,
following TOS sounds like the quartering to me. Okay. So.
Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. Yeah, the report button on my keyboard. Is that what she said? Did she actually say that? She's clearly making fun of this. She's not, like, seriously, you know, reporting him. He's trying to make himself like a victim, but the truth of the matter is, it's like, if you break TOS, that's kind of on you. And, like, he just said that he's very conscious of TOS. I feel like I've seen him be less than conscious of TOS, right? And he still hasn't gotten reported. This slimy ball Chud logic, yeah. Like, right, he, like, doesn't he regularly have, like, either watch people or have people on that are banned?
Oh, where are we, mates?
DK bad.
Like, him acting like, you know, he's so concerned for...
What does DK have to do with you? What the hell?
This guy actively flaunts TOS.
Good question. I ask this all the fucking time because I'm expected to answer for everything he ever does. Good question, actually.
The thumbnail said that they want to deplatform you, and now it's becoming suddenly about DK. Like, this is so silly.
Basically, as many things do. Good question. Good question, Lucy. Lucy Haze. I agree.
Don't fall. No, you're gonna fall, aren't you? Don't fall. You better not fall. Okay. He bounced off the bed. That's good. That's good. We got one more. A lot of people watching Destiny on stream. Yeah, like I don't feel like people are that careful on TOS.
In recent years, the online political community known as the BreadTube has gained a significant following among the most prominent figures in this community is YouTuber Vaush. While Vaush is widely respected for his progressive views and his ability to articulate complex political ideas.
That's what I think of when I think of Vaush. I was like, oh, he has such progressive views. Oh, I widely respect him.
DK is only a liability in as much as, like,
I'm trying to remember, is this the Chat GPT one? I'm not sure if she even means this.
Shit about lefties sawing out.
Like, is she a Vaush fan?
Him. That's the only liability that DK is. I found out that if I'm like, I don't actually give a fuck about what you've got to say about that, there's no liability. I'm totally fine. I'm absolutely fucking golden.
There have been some concerns about his behavior as an ally. In this essay, we will explore the ways in which Vaush
I think this is a Chat GPT.
Particularly in regards to marginalized communities. Okay?
I feel like we gotta get rid of
this. It is important to acknowledge that Vaush has made significant contributions to the progressive movement. His videos
at least she's not saying leftist.
Politics and social issues have helped to educate and mobilize a large number of people. However, as an ally, it is important to recognize that our own privilege can blind us to the experiences and perspectives of marginalized communities. Vaush must strive to listen and learn from the voices of those who are marginalized rather than speaking over them. One of the key ways in which Vaush can be better allies is amplifying the voices of marginalized communities. This means sharing and promoting the works of marginalized creators and activists, rather than taking up space and attention for oneself. Additionally, it is important for Vaush to recognize that marginalized communities often have different needs and priorities than those who are privileged. Vaush must work to understand and support these needs and priorities, rather than imposing his own agenda. Another way in which Vaush can be a better ally is by using inclusive language and avoiding harmful stereotypes. This means being mindful of the words and phrases that are used and ensuring that they are not
The
offensive
soy nod
or
spam is unreal on
dismissive
this.
of marginalized communities. Additionally, it is
They're spamming
important
soy
for
nuts in his
Vaush
chat because they
to
like
be
think this
aware
is
of
like
his own biases and to
like I
actively
think okay, if
work
anything, this is letting Vaush off way too easy. Okay, if anything, this is letting Vaush off way too easy. Yeah, it's her. I don't think that she's well. I mean, when she's making fun of the way that Chud Logic talks, like then she's doing like a she's putting on an English accent, but no, I think this is I don't know though. She's a VTuber, so some VTubers do voices. She's so based. Yeah. She just had Chat GPT write a How Can Vaush Be Better script.
Vaush is an important voice in the progressive movement and has made significant contributions to the education.
What the fuck are the comments on this going to be? I honestly can't tell if this is satire. This video is like a Rorschach test.
Could anybody else tell? If I hadn't told you, would you know this was Chat GPT? I probably should have kept that secret. Meow, meow.
Boring.
Meow.
By deleting his channel, okay. Yeah, me and my girlfriend stopped watching Vaush because he tried to justify tactual sexism. Okay.
And the mobilization of many people.
Fuck, this got 719 views. That was the little Vaush bump.
It's kind of a banger.
However, as an ally, it is important to recognize the ways in which privilege can blind us to the experiences and perspectives of marginalized communities by listening, learning, amplifying.
Well, like earlier when she was like, "Come on, mate, that she was doing like a British accent, right? She was putting on a Chud Logic. Come on, mate.
Using inclusive language.
Oh, what is ChatGPT? Glad you asked. I can't talk. Cheese GPT. ChatGPT is an artificial intelligence program, which, given certain inputs, can output what sounds like meaningful language, right? Sometimes, like, it can be put into a bot where it chats with you. Sometimes it can, you can give it commands like write a short script on how Vaush can be a better ally, and it'll come up with stuff like this. And it's generic. If you listen close enough, you can kind of tell that it's not written by a human, but it's sort of amazing. It's there's been leaps forward, right? It's it's better than it used to be.
Can work to be a better ally and support the needs and priorities of marginalized communities.
So it would be funny if Chud's chat started calling it this, like
to listen to more content like this, consider subscribing, hitting the bell, and
yeah, was that script written by an AI?
Patreon. I will see you all in my
I'll
next
speak to them, no problem.
video essay. Thank you. This has been an AI-generated message.
Oh, it is AI generated, okay.
He's looking for something, like, right, this whole video, he's looking for something. He's watching this to try to, like, dunk on her.
The level of patrons they got is unreal. They're fucking making bank off this shit. Fair play. Get her on. Not now. I'm not fucking... Listen, I'm about to end my stream. She makes $64 a month. That's about, like, $50 more than me. On Patreon, at least. I mean, obviously, you know, disregard all other income sources. This person is absolutely killing it.
So there it is. There is Lucy Haze. Why did I want to... I feel like there's one other thing that... We're not watching the Destiny... Oh, yeah, yeah. Speaking of... AI generated. Now, wait a minute. I can't watch this, can I? Oh, my God. Okay, so you see this Jerry Seinfeld, like, pixelated model that's sitting down at the couch? I was about to show you this, but then I realized technically I would be platforming a banned streamer. I don't think I can show you this on Twitch, right? This is an AI generated Seinfeld, okay? So what that is they like take the format of the show Seinfeld, right? And they just automate it. They set their AI to generate scripts that, you know, all the way down to like having a laugh track. That whenever the AI thinks that it said something funny, it gives a laugh track, right? And it's really, you know, weird. You know, some of it is funny, but not like purposefully funny. It's just, it's a kind of amazing. This was a huge Twitch channel. It had like thousands of people. Is Seinfeld banned on Twitch? Nothing Forever is what this is called. It's technically not Seinfeld. It's like a approximation of Seinfeld. But you want to know why it got banned? Because when they had an issue with one of the programs which was administrating the AI, they had to switch to an older version of the program, right? And when they did this, they got a script spit out where, you know, Jerry Seinfeld gets up on stage as he is a stand-up comic, so part of the show is him doing stand-up. He gets up on the he gets up to do his stand-up, and he remarks that there's not that many people there, and so he's going to do something edgy, and then he proceeds to say horrible stuff about trans people. He says that like liberals are gay, and you know, just like all this weird like conservative stuff. And then he ends his set early because like nobody is laughing. And it's bizarre. But anyway, this got banned on Twitch because it was transphobic as fuck. Ben Shapiro and Geeks and Gamers have both made a video on Hasan for him losing it over the Wizard game. And Hasan is so upset. Really? Wait, they're making fun of him for going off on his chat? Yeah, it's almost like, yeah, some Dave Chappelle or some other edgy comedian. But yeah, I can't show you this. I cannot show you this because it's technically banned. What else is going on with Keffals? Let's like take a look really quick. So I think she made another like Bad Empanada video. Now I'm like a little bit, so this is the Omni Inferno. Like we can like safely watch this. This one, she decided to stop slurring, I guess, in this one. Wait, I just want to see what this one's even about though.
Oh yeah, my entire comment section is flooded with people saying like, I can't believe you would just say you don't care. It's just, it's so, yeah, I don't care. I don't give a like this is
Okay, so it looks like she's finally started censoring words.
completely meaningless internet drama. It's just pivoting thing to thing because he wants more content, right?
No, wait a minute. No, this is funny because this had reached its natural conclusion. Like, Bad Empanada proves Keffals wrong, and her response is, "I don't care." And then he comes and just like is like, "All right, well, you don't care. I guess like you're like, right, you're posting your L's, right?" She's basically watching Bad Empanada like own her, and the only cope she can muster is, "I don't care." She has somehow turned around and she's making this into a video. What the See, now I'm
You may have remembered in my...
Yeah, she must have gotten... I don't know what happened. Yeah, she must have gotten some bad consequence from...
incredible dispute with the amazing and very intelligent streamer Keffals that I said she would need to avoid actually watching my responses and showing them to her viewers because, they're so just rife with evidence that makes her look terrible that she would have no avenue of response. And she nonetheless went and did exactly that, and it went exactly as I said it would.
I can't believe she's doing this.
As I said it would. And she uploaded it to her channel afterwards. Like the lack of self-awareness that one would need to have for that to be possible.
Really? Like, I don't know if we're gonna watch this.
To her channel. The title is like Bad Empanada's hilarious meltdown.
Like, can this go on?
Creepy, tanky. Like, it's all completely just non-descriptive and very general, because if she described what happened in the video, well, you'll see. You can form your own descriptions. I can just show you.
Let me get the Bad Empanada video up. Okay.
Big mistake. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, Bad Empanada jump scare. Okay, let's see.
So Keffals just...
It's just kind of crazy. Like, it's the self-seriousness. The self-seriousness of like, oh, these fucking drama streamers. But it's like, dude, you're drama streaming. This is drama streaming. You are doing literally everything that you're accusing me of. The difference between me and Bad Empanada is that I'm honest about it. That's it.
The difference is that I don't care, so nothing can hurt me.
It's
oh
like
my god.
He has the veneer of, I'm a super serious political person.
What's up, lol?
Whereas I'm like, I'm getting into drama because it's funny. Like, that's the difference between us. I'm actually honest about it. And I think that people appreciate that honesty.
I don't think that when you go to the J-Reg school of irony, there's anything honest about you, right? What you are is not honest, Keffals. What you are is evasive. What you are is a weasel. You're a weasel. Continue, weasel.
I don't want to lie to people about what I'm actually doing. I don't think that this is politics. This is literally just internet drama.
Made the very poor choice to invite people onto her stream to refute the claims that she made about the Holodomor being a genocide. And it's once again a great doozy. She pretty much just outs herself again as a massive liar, and I'm going to show you exactly how. Let's get right down to the clip where she was confronted about what she said about me. She claimed that I was a genocidal Stalinist who supports...
So look, if you want to like make funny fish memes or something back and forth with somebody and just be silly, fine. But you accused him of supporting Stalin, referred to a video on his channel which is him like having a pretty serious problem with Stalin, right? And you want to retcon that as like, no, I was just shit posting. Oh my god, why is he taking this so seriously? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Let me show you the clip of that first. I bring receipts.
What a weasel.
She never does. She basically relies on her audience being too stupid to actually seek out...
Okay, but here's the thing.
I think I might
said
have a
earlier,
weasel here.
He never actually answers the question. Instead, his response is, I made up this claim. And, like, that's not an answer. He has not answered whether or not he believes that Joseph Stalin committed a genocide or committed ethnic cleansing. I would love for him to actually answer that question.
At the facts and just accepting whatever she says. And yeah, precisely. So why would you upload this, Keffals? I think
Weasel.
you might have made a mistake.
Weasel.
I think this
Weasel.
is a good idea on your part.
There we go.
It's like the default truth no matter what. Listen.
If you go onto Bad Empanada's channel, one of his most popular videos is him defending Stalin's mass murder and ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Okay, let's go to Bad Empanada's channel.
Weasel!
Well, this is the 8th most popular video on my channel, but it's also the only one that's actually about Stalin. So this must have been what she's talking about. Let's click it. So this is a video about the Holodomor genocide question. It goes over the scholarship on the question of whether the Holodomor was...
I love, by the way, this is such a funny pivot, right? Because, like, this all started because of him sliding into people's DMs and telling them to kill themselves. He's a master at pivoting, right? Because this has nothing to do with the original thing. Like, the point that I was making had nothing to do with his video. The point that I was making is that he was engaging in this incredibly authoritarian Stalinist behavior of labeling all of your political opponents as fascists.
Weasel.
And but like by doing so, it gives you free reign in order to dehumanize your opponents and
Weasel.
immediately dismiss them. Hey, don't.
Do we have to go back over this? This is something that Bad Empanada found an example of her doing herself. She's done the same thing. She has the same kind of coat for it, right? I think it was like it wasn't like a farmer that she told to unalive themselves, right? And her justification is because this person's a really bad, like this person, like, you know, harassed me. And so it's like, okay, well then, like, you can't, like, you can't be on your high horse about people doing that. You can't, like, you're acting like, and look at, do you see how she's switching back and forth? She can't decide if, like, does none of this matter? Or is it, like, actually bad that Bad Empanada, like, told somebody to unalive themselves? And granted, like, you know, that's not behavior I would partake in, but she's just in no place to criticize this, right?
Okay, I don't care. That's okay. That's a problem though. It's like I actually don't care.
That's what she's like.
Weasel.
She's like a fucking 14-year-old who's, you know, gotten into some dumb fucking argument or something, and their response is like, "Oh, I don't care anyway. I don't care. She doesn't care. She just doesn't care." That's amazing. You get proven wrong in the most.
Dude, it's like he's flirted with me before. Like he has definitely hit on me before.
Weasel.
There's other trans women I've talked to that I know
Weasel.
that he's acted that way towards. It's like if you think that I act like I'm 14 and you're hitting on me, you're a fucking.
What the fuck? Now, like, look, if that's true, like, you know, that's inappropriate, but, like, he's got receipts on you literally doing that, right? And yeah, I know, like, hopefully, like, it was a shit post. I don't know. I don't know that, like, this is super weird. He said he felt sexually harassed by the things that Keffals, like, said to him. And, you know, I think they were done in jest, but at a certain level, it kind of doesn't matter when somebody's, like, you know, saying sexual things about you, you know, and won't stop doing it, which is what he showed her doing. I mean, I don't know if he does that too, then, you know, he's also bad. I am not excusing, like, I don't know what Bad Empanada has said or not said to her. Like it. Oh wait, no, they didn't have like voice calls. He didn't he show receipts? He showed receipts, which, you know, he showed complete logs, right? And there wasn't, like, you know, a voice call, right? So I don't know what she's even talking about when he's, like, said stuff like this to her. I thought she admitted that they weren't actually that close, that they hadn't really talked that much. I don't know. Something seems really fishy about this. I don't want to, you know, I'm not going to accuse her of being a liar, but this is certainly odd.
Pedophile, I'm sorry.
Okay, and that's a real stretch. So he says I act like I'm 14. I guess he's a Pedialyte drinker, or would that be Vaush? Remember, this is the person that works with Vaush, right? Accusing Bad Empanada of being a Pedialyte drinker because he said that she acts like she's 14, and she says that he hit on her. I don't know what to make of this.
Far away possible, and your only response is, "I don't care."
I really do not know what to make of this.
She did seem to care, though, because if she didn't care, why was she inviting people onto her stream for like 3 hours straight to debate this? If she didn't care, why did she make this video that was...
Yeah, so the background is that she, were they Bad Empanada fans or something like that? I don't know. They were somebody, right? She brought on people to debate whether or not Bad Empanada was a Stalinist, you know, authoritarian genocide enjoyer and appreciator. And the consensus was that she got owned. Right? He shows his video that she's talking about. It shows him disagreeing with Stalin, having problems with Stalin, like, you know, criticizing Stalin. I don't know what to do with that. Like, thank you for the follow, Legendary Super Terran. That's awesome of you.
Of her just plain making shit up about me.
Welcome to the cat cult.
She read it off a teleprompter. She put.
This is actually really funny because, like, that video that I did, the Bad Empanada Won't Leave Me Alone and It's Creepy, there was no script. I don't have a teleprompter. When I do those videos, it's literally off the top of my head. I've never written a script for a video ever.
Wait.
Everything is just off
That's
the top
like an
of my head.
own. Oh my god! You know
It's
what?
like, I'm
Actually,
sorry.
it wasn't a
Criticizing-
teleprompter.
And he's criticized me for that on stream before, but that's the point of the live stream format. Like, people, if I was doing video essays, yeah, that would make sense, you know? Pre-scripted videos, but this is fucking live streaming, right? The point of it is that it's off the cuff.
Like, legitimate effort into this. She was really careful with everything involved with it, you know? And she doesn't care, though. She doesn't care. It's just admitting that you're a fucking grifter. Okay, you don't care. That's your response. She would care if she thought she had an avenue of response, but she doesn't. So conveniently, she can just feign indifference.
Like, I don't care. Like, regardless if I was right or wrong, I actually just don't care.
Okay, but he hasn't answered the question. He has not answered the question
Oh my
whether or
God.
not Joseph Stalin has committed ethnic cleansing. He can keep pressing me on this and like talk about his video, but he has not answered the question. Instead, it's like
This is like a Vaushian kind of thing. Like, this reminds me of Vaush's debate with Mel, right?
he's playing the blame game. When if he just answered the question, it would make me look really, really bad.
Oh, nice. You
Unless
subbed the
he does
YouTube
actually
channel.
believe that
Awesome.
Joseph Stalin didn't commit ethnic cleansing. Care.
Holy shit. An actual little child.
Even if the famine was not a genocide, it was still a massive failure.
This is what I said. Like, she could not show this on her. Why did she upload this?
So, I mean, if you haven't followed this is like a saga that's going on and on and on. And it's been, like, honestly, it's gone on too long. Keffals brought on Bad Empanada a couple weeks ago. I should put up that video. It's actually almost done. I should get that up, though. I've got a video going over... I guess it was a debate. It started off as a nice little conversation and it just devolved into like kind of weirdness and stuff. Keffals accusing Bad Empanada of telling her friend to Minecraft themselves in Roblox, right? Bad Empanada didn't remember the event, didn't know what she was talking about. Keffals then admits that it's not really her friend, it's like somebody else, and that she was wrong about who it was. I don't know. The whole story goes like sideways, like, right? Keffals apparently doesn't remember anything about this, but is accusing Bad Empanada anyway. I think Bad Empanada ends up pointing out a situation where she told somebody to Roblox themselves in Minecraft, and she's like, oh, but that's different. That was different. That was okay for me to do, but it's not okay for you to do. Bad Empanada calls this person a fascist and, you know, like a... I don't remember. It was a shit show, right? And then it gets really weird, right? Because Keffals does all these videos where she first says she's afraid of Bad Empanada and he's like obsessed with her or something. And then she goes and does a video where she says like, I love you, Bad Empanada. I'm getting my plane ticket to come down and see you in Argentina. Like, it starts acting like they're either like old friends or maybe even like romantically involved, right? Then Bad Empanada shows logs. There's a whole bunch of logs of Keffals acting like they're romantically involved. And I mean, like, that could be, if that's a prearranged thing between two streamers, that could be fine, right? If if I know another streamer really well and I want to joke with them about that and they know and they appreciate that, right? Fine, whatever. But there's not really a sense that Bad Empanada appreciates this. So she's kind of just doing this to Bad Empanada. He ends up coming on my stream, at least in, as a chatter, and basically saying that he felt sexually harassed in that situation. So, he's already accused her of sexual harassment, and it kind of looks like that fits the bill. She might have been trying to joke. She might have been trying to be silly, but she was excessive, and it feels like it's like one way. It feels like there's no consent given by Bad Empanada for her to act like this way. So now she's accusing Bad Empanada of hitting on her in I guess on, I don't know, in Discord on voice, right? Bad Empanada showed the entire logs. There doesn't seem to be a conversation in which this could have happened. So it's really sus, right? But I'm not gonna deny it. I mean, like, I don't know what's going on between the two of them, right? Like, I don't want to, call her a liar on this, but it just there's something really off about like the allegations that she makes after Bad Empanada reveals like the sort of unwanted and I think they're joke advances, right? I get this straight. Like, I don't think that she was really like seriously making advances. I think she was making jokes, but it was it was not consensual on Bad Empanada's part, and it was kind of like inappropriate, right? So I mean, this is just a weird situation. Now, then the last where we last left them, it was Bad Empanada coming on to Keffals. No, it was Bad Empanada watching Keffals watch his video debunking her accusations that he loves Joseph Stalin and is a huge Stalin fan and supports everything that Stalin did, right? In a video where he criticized Stalin for the starvation in Ukraine, right? And that's it's the opposite of what she says it is, right? Rather than him simping for Stalin, it's not that. So yeah, she's come back again. Now she's trying to play the Vaush game where she's like wants to get him on record for right. She wants to get him on record. Yeah, he blames Stalin for the famine. So I don't know what else you want him to say, but apparently that is not enough for Keffals, right?
Why did she watch this video? She knew that she was going to be in big trouble already. Why did you watch it? And for two, why did you upload it to your channel? This is inexplicable. This is like inexplicable.
It is pretty weird.
Policy, and the government reacted with more concern for its self-image than for the people who were dying en masse. This is not at all something unique to Stalin or the USSR.
It's weird. It's just like weird how he's going off about self-destruction. He said like, this is the end for me. This looks so bad for me. But my audience doesn't care. Like, like my comment section's obviously getting brigaded by his fans, which
It wasn't. It was her fans, right? Her audience did care. She's been losing subscribers like for 2 weeks now, right? And it probably started with this. Like her like she started kind of spiraling like this when she attacked Polly. But in terms of actually losing subscribers, it probably started with just getting caught on lie after lie after lie.
expected, but I don't really care what they have to say. Like, they're just going to repeat the talking points that Bad Empanada's already said, like they're NPCs.
Governments in general love to cover up and downplay events that are inconvenient for them, but it happened nonetheless, and it's impossible for such a massive human disaster.
Keffals, I know what Bad Empanada is like. I kind of know like the Bad Empanada's chatters. That's not who I saw there, right? Those were your people, and I say was, right? I say were your people, right? Because I think some of them did leave your community during that. Like, that was the start of the exodus away from Keffals. She's lost YouTube subs. She's lost, Twitter subs. Like, I mean, she's not doing well. I don't know what kind of cope this is, but
not to be attributable to the authorities who oversaw it, and especially not the ultimate authority, in this case, Stalin. The fact of the matter is that Stalin heavily deviated from principles formed by Lenin and earlier Bolsheviks regarding the autonomy of peasants and of nationalities, with disastrous effect, demonstrated by this famine, along with many other things, such as Lysenkoism, the deportation of the Crimean Tatars, and the reversal of Lenin's cultural and language policy.
And I did tell you, right? All that she does is plays video games and just sits there like waiting for a moment where she can make like some sort of snarky but nonetheless idiotic comment. Incredible high level.
Okay, it's so weird. It's like the self-seriousness of it is so fucking funny, dude. Like, come on. This is live stream.
It's almost like there's this presupposition that you two are like political streamers or something, right? It's so self-serious. I can't believe he's not buried behind 500 layers of irony like I am. Hasn't he watched J-Reg? Come on, Bad Empanada.
This is a format that was made for fucking playing video games. It's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy to use that as an insult.
level content here just cannot stop playing the video game even for a second.
Which were designed to foster each Soviet republic's unique identity. Compared to other Soviet leaders, Stalin was uniquely brutal in ways which were not just completely unnecessary for the economic and social development of the USSR, but also just actively detrimental to it. So under no circumstances can his crimes be justified as simply being for the greater good.
Okay, so that has to be what she's referring to, because it's the only video I've ever made about Stalin. That has to be what she was addressing. So she just plain lied about that because, you know...
So he's sitting there talking about the crimes of Stalin,
tanky Stalin,
and she's still on this, like,
I mean, it also
tanky
pays
bad
in the
shit.
circles that he is in to downplay the crimes of Joseph Stalin. Like, I want him
Wait,
to
no, he just said that he's not downplaying those crimes. What are you talking about? Oh my god, my prepaid sub needs to expire? Wait, what is that? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, for Keffals.
Joseph Stalin committed ethnic cleansing, but he's not going to do that.
Like I said, I mean,
You know,
I would love
he's
to
going
see
do
her
that.
turn
You know,
this around.
He did some great things, but also he did some bad things.
Not
but the bad thing
what he's saying. He is 100% dwelling on problems with Joseph Stalin. Like, you know, the crimes of Joseph Stalin. What more do you want him to say?
Things are...
Oh my god.
People dying and millions of people getting deported.
She was confronted live about
I mean, I feel bad too, because like I supported Keffals for so long.
She's like not even trying
while she was getting attacked by really bad
she doesn't
people.
Actually have anything to say. I think she's realizing how bad this actually makes her look. Like, she's realizing in real time how much she fucked up, but she's already kind of committed to watching it, so she can't back out now. Oof.
No?
Talking to me live about something that actually depends on her showing hard evidence to prove her claims. Do you think someone who just plays video games and says whatever...
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to think that I got fooled, but maybe I did.
What is she doing? She's playing video games and saying whatever 2-bit dumb shit comes to mind while watching a video where I said that that's what she does. I fucking love... I love it. Everything about this is perfect. Everything about this just like this makes me look good. Why would she upload this? Knowledgeable on? Obviously not. Anyway, let's see what she says.
People keep going back to Ukraine. I never mentioned Ukraine. I never mentioned the Holodomor.
You lying fucking weasel. My only
Weasel
is on Ukraine and the Holodomor, so that has to be what you're...
Now, here's what I don't know, okay? Like, I feel like I came up with calling Keffals a weasel before Bad Empanada. But I'm not sure. I could be wrong. What do you think? Who came up with the weasel thing? I think it was mine. I think it was not Bad Empanadas. I think it was mine. I think yeah, because we know that Bad Empanada watches No Comment Chick, all right? This has been established, all right? He's been in my chat multiple times. Oh my god! Wanna be! Welcome, Poly People Raiders. You caught me watching Keffals again, okay? You caught me, Polly. You caught me watching cheap drama. This is Keffals versus Bad Empanada. I don't know how many, like, go-arounds we've been on. Like, I don't know how many times we've done this, but it seems like a lot. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Friend of the stream, Keffals. Exactly. Our good... Keffals, would you say Keffals is like... Polly, Keffals is like the person of the week, if not the month? Like, Keffals is like the Twitter person of the century, right? She has been providing content to everyone for such a long time, and it's not a good thing, right? It's like, this is an example of what we say of, like, you know, getting attention by jumping into the orchestra pit rather than, oh my god, the Caplog, thank you for the follow, and Polly, thank you for the raid. Everybody, if you are not yet long-term main character, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I didn't favorite main character. That's really what I was going for there. Polly's the main character. That's what we're gonna call it of Twitter, and has been for, I don't know, quite some time now. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Polly. Everybody, if you are not already following Polly People, what are you thinking? You should be. You literally should be, okay? So get to that, go follow Polly. We're gonna give you a link in chat where you can do that super easily. Super, not hard. So yeah, we're in the middle of Bad Empanada versus Keffals. What we're dealing with here is a video I never thought would happen. Because we're at the point where, you know, Bad Empanada has dumped logs, has exposed some logs, some screenshots of Keffals saying some really inappropriate stuff to him, like that. And let me put this in context, okay? I don't think that Keffals was trying to sexually harass Bad Empanada. All right. However, when you joke about being in a relationship with somebody for a long period of time, right? It's not just one-off joke, right? It's like this constant thing, and there's no consent from the other person. Like Bad Empanada said, he did feel sexually harassed, right? That's how he described it. Now Keffals is saying that at some point Bad Empanada hit on her. We haven't seen any, we haven't seen any kind of receipts. I'm not saying it's not true. Like, I don't know what happened between these two, but it seems weird after somebody, accuses you of sexual harassment that you would come out and say that they hit on you. Like, it seems weirdly vindictive. The other thing that she said about Bad Empanada is that he's a huge Stalin stan. He loves Stalin. Stalin's his favorite, right? He's like he's Stalin like 24/7. And she mentions a video where the Stalin simping supposedly happens. Bad Empanada looks at the video, and what he's saying is actually criticisms of Stalin. He's accusing Stalin of crimes, right? He's talking about Stalin's crimes, and she's trying to characterize this as some kind of a, tanky, authoritarian, hate, I don't know, affection that he had for Stalin. And I mean, that's clearly not true. So I don't know what's going on here. She kind of got owned in the last video. She probably should have just left it at that. However, she's Keffals, and she can't leave anything at anything. She can't leave anything alone. She's incapable, right? So she has come back for one more go around. And that's what we're doing. I hope just one more. I hope this does not continue. And now it's like a mix of her just being kind of black pill. Like saying that, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Right? And now she's just kind of said that Bad Empanada hit on her at some point. And she's combining that with something that Bad Empanada said about her acting like a 14-year-old. So she said, "You hit on me, Bad Empanada, and you said I'm a 14-year-old. Therefore, are you a Pedialyte enjoyer?" Right? Are you a Pedialyte enjoyer? That's what she's just asked, and it seems it's a fucked up thing to say. I don't know what else to say. Empanada arguing for accountability. Keffals, oh well, you like Stalin, right? But no, she's too black-pilled to care, and she says Bad Empanada's just being too self-serious. So let's see what you think. I don't know. It seems like Keffals been watching way too much J-Rag lately. To me.
Or you just completely making shit up.
Welcome to the stream, Soxy Goblin. Soxy Goblin. Okay, I get it. Welcome to the stream.
Only two options, and both of them involve you being a lying piece of shit snake. Very simple.
Okay, I don't care.
Did we get a shout out, or do I need to hit that myself?
Oh yeah, my entire comment section is fucking flooded with people saying I can't believe you would just say you don't care. It's so fucking yeah, I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Go follow Polly.
This is completely meaningless internet drama. It's just pivoting things.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Yeah, her comment section does indeed contain a whole bunch of people, calling her out. However, she's characterizing these as Bad Empanada fans. I've looked at it. I kind of I've seen a Bad Empanada comment section before, right? So I kind of know who's there. I kind of know the constant posters, the constant commenters on Bad Empanada. That's not what I saw. I saw a bunch of Keffals fans. And possibly, from what the sounds of it, former Keffals fans. There were people. This seems to be the first instance where people started kind of leaving Keffals, where people started to be so disgusted by her behavior that they just stopped following. And you can see that this is continued, right? She's down over 2,000. Sorry, 2,000. What am I saying? 20,000 followers on. Is that right? 20,000. Oh my God. Am I right about that? I think it's 20,000. 20,000 followers on Twitter, and who knows how many on YouTube. I gave Polly a shout out when she first raided, and there was a cooldown for the second one. Oh my God. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being rude. But Sarah, you were so thoughtful. Thank you for shouting out Polly. Meow. what's up with Bad Empanada? Sometimes he seems incredibly based, and sometimes that's true. Photophile, you're onto something. I agree with you. Sometimes he seems incredibly based. Sometimes he seems like a total shithead. I believe is the dichotomy his thing? Maybe so, right? He definitely calls out some sussy bakas from time to time, but sometimes he just doesn't get stuff, and he still has like a very strong opinion. And that's my problem. Like, there's some stuff he just doesn't know about, doesn't understand, and he wants to opine. And sometimes he's sincere, but he's sincerely wrong, right? We've seen that happen before. That was when he blocked me and called Zara a moron because he's a super meanie butt.
Thing, because he wants
I think
more
it's
content,
20K.
right?
I think it's 20K, and she doesn't.
This entire thing started.
She's acting like she doesn't care, but I think it's cope.
Because he negged his way onto my stream when I didn't want him on the stream.
Negged his way onto my stream. He showed all of your. He showed your entire Twitter chat logs. I didn't see any negging. And the fact that you've said that nothing fucking matters to you, the fact that you've been proven to be a liar and a weasel, and you say it doesn't matter, that makes me disbelieve this. You understand? You understand? Like, I mean, I'm not calling you a liar, because like I said, I don't know, and anything is possible, I guess, right? So I'm not calling you a liar, but I am calling you a weasel. You are definitely a weasel, Keffals. You are and continue
and then
to be.
I was pissed off, and
weasel.
I brought up the fact that he told one of my friends to kill themselves in DMs, and then he decided to say, "Oh, well, your friend's a fascist." So
no, again, she admitted that this wasn't true. This wasn't her friend. It wasn't who she thought it was. She didn't even know what she was talking about, right? And she's trying to resurrect this shit again after it's been disproven, just like the Stalin thing.
Whatever, they deserved it.
Weasel.
And then I used the fact that he's a tanky. To talk about how he's engaging in this behavior where he paints all of his political opposition as fascist in order to delegitimize their opinions and dehumanize them.
Weasel!
So you can justify engaging in that kind of behavior.
I don't
Weasel!
Care. She doesn't care, so she cares so little that not only has she
What a
uploaded
weasel!
4 videos on this, but she specifically wrote a script that she then read off.
It's her friend again, right?
To frame herself as like the victim of some sort of harassment.
This is so hard to take.
Respond to her and defend myself. She cares a lot about this. The reason why she's pretending that she suddenly doesn't care is because this makes her look so fucking bad. And her only out, the only out that she sees is well, I don't care. I don't care. That's it. This is fucking amazing. Why would you upload this?
I don't care. Like, I don't
Like, what a weasel.
Oh my god, the feigning indifference.
understand. Like, how am I so owned? Like, dude's made like 4 videos about me this week. I was just wrong.
He's made 4 videos about me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh.
Okay, but he made the first video, and all of my videos on him have been...
He made the first video because you dragged him on to do some kind of, I don't know, like he didn't know what, right? Was it going to be a debate? Was it going to be a friendly conversation? Supposedly you two had been amicable before, right? But you obviously brought him on to to attack him for the Clout Network, right? That's why you brought him on, to please people like Vaush, who you're absolutely under the command of, right? At this point, right? You're just doing Vaush's dirty work here. This is an enemy of Vaush, and you're gonna attack him, right? That's how the initial confrontation, the stream went down. Now he put out the debate before you did, so that you couldn't put out a misleading version of the debate, right? That's why he put out the video first. Stop trying to, but he put out the video first. No. You made 4 videos about him. He made 4 videos about you. You got nothing to complain about. What are you even complaining about, Keffals?
Me reacting to him making a video. He started this. I never planned to even make a video about him. I tried to...
You brought him on for an ambush interview / debate, whatever the hell you want to call that thing, right? It didn't go your way, and he put out the video first to protect himself. That's understandable when you're dealing, chat, when you're dealing with an absolute weasel. like Keffals, yeah? When you're dealing with a weasel like Keffals, you've got to be proactive on that shit, right? I would put out a video too.
Apologized to him in DMs, and he decided to block me, and he wouldn't even pick up the call. Like, he didn't want...
What a weasel!
He didn't actually want to reconcile. He wanted to shit on me. He wanted me to be the enemy of his stream because it's easy views.
Okay.
That is some Darvo right there. That's exactly what you were looking for, Keffals.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's exactly what you were... Is a new Gamergate era breaking out? I mean, I don't know. It feels like Keffals kind of stabbed us in the back, and she's doing a heel turn to become a commentary streamer. So, you know, all those streamers that did 1 million videos on her this summer, that accused her of the Catboy Ranch and all that other crap, and were like critical of like her fight with Destiny, were critical of her fight with the farms, like those people, she's joining them. She's trying to become one of them. Tipster is her mod now, right? She's trying to be like Turkey Tom's best friend. I don't know what's up with Keffals, right? But she's absolutely stabbed everybody that ever cared about her in the back, right? Starting with her like really close friends. Some of the people that she, you know, blames and drags and attacks were actually like her closest friends and wanted nothing for her but, you know, to kind of like help her course correct. And that got taken as some kind of an attack. That's where, yeah, Tipster was defending her. Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's trying to join the commentary community. I'm not sure if they're going to take her, though. I'm not sure if they want her. They still hate her guts from the summer. We'll see.
1, 2, 3, 4. She's made 4 videos about me this week.
Like, I'm a fucking idiot. You're
We
treating
know.
me like I'm this, like...
Oh, by the way, we have new sound alerts if you guys want to try them out. We have some new sound alerts. Let me give you a sample.
He looks vaguely ethnic.
Yeah, that's one. There's also this.
I was just wrong. Like, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay,
It's true. So she says she was just wrong. She's a fucking idiot. Okay. The thing is, she wasn't just wrong. She lied. There's a difference between being wrong and lying. Being wrong means that you legitimately believe in something, yet you are wrong about it. Lying means you maliciously make something up or lie about something that you know not to be true. She did the latter. She obviously knew that video was not what she said about it because, you know, she tries to make it out like she watched it. You know, there's two possibilities. Either she didn't watch the video, but nonetheless lied about what was in it, or she watched the video and then nonetheless lied about what was in it. Both of those are malicious lying, not just being wrong. And, well, she's going to get to the parts.
I mean, yeah, no, I didn't watch his Stalin video, but, like, I've known him long enough, like, I know that he says Stalin.
You cited his Stalin video. What are you talking about, Keffals? What a weaselly little liar!
All the time on his stream.
What a
I remember that
weasel!
clip where he puts on the Soviet anthem and he like salutes Joseph Stalin.
Oh my
for, like,
God!
a solid, like what, like 5
He
fucking
weasel!
minutes? And it's
Weasel!
like, you know, if you were to do that same shit,
so you're
except
allowed
for
to, so
Adolf
wait a minute,
Hitler.
you're allowed to meme, but he's not allowed to meme. You're allowed to meme, but he's not allowed to meme. What the fuck is this?
Even if it was ironic, no one would find it
Weasel!
funny. Absolutely no one.
Weasel!
Soon, where even aside from those
Look,
two options,
Keffals,
it becomes very...
like weird champ anti-communists like yourself and Vaush are the reason that shit is funny. Alright? They're the reason people fucking make jokes like that, right? You are the reason. Because your reaction to that is funny as hell.
very obvious that she was actually specifically maliciously lying and not just wrong. She's like, I admit
Oh
that I'm
my
wrong,
God.
okay?
What a
Well,
weasel.
It's not that you were wrong. That's not the problem. The problem is that you lied. There's a difference between being wrong
What
and
a
lying.
weasel.
And you lie a lot. I heard that you have a bit of a cease and desist going, so you stopped mentioning a certain person because you...
By the way, that's really funny because I mentioned Destiny in this video.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wait, Keffals. Nobody thought the Arsler was funny either, right? You lost how many viewers?
He sent me a cease and desist. The cease and desist said I had 7 days to respond. It's now been like 5 weeks. He's not taking me to court. I have retained a lawyer.
So the thought of this is this, okay? Destiny did send her a cease and desist. Generally, a cease and desist is the first part of any kind of legal action. It gave her 7 days to take stuff down. She didn't take it down. But the other thing that she hasn't really been doing is talking about Destiny, right? So she hasn't been going after Destiny. She hasn't been talking about Destiny. She hasn't been making new accusations against Destiny. Now, a court case would cost a lot of money for Destiny to get going. He's got a lot of money, so he can do it if he wants to. But most people have concluded that unless he's feeling vindictive, he's probably not going to spend that money, right? So in all likelihood, through you not further pursuing this stuff against Destiny, he's not going to pursue his legal claims. That might change if you do another stream exposing the lies of Destiny, and he thinks he's got something that he can get you on for libel or slander or whatever he's accusing you of, right? Maybe something will happen then, but like for now, you're looking at a holding pattern. Like you two are at a state of détente. And since you can't make drama with Destiny, what are you doing? Making drama with other people. Like, right? Dying on the hill of saying the R slur. Doing a Picru invasion of Tinderqueer Twitter. That's what you're doing instead, right? This is Keffals diving into the orchestra pit.
If he decides to take me to court, I am going to court. But
by the way, let me spam this Discord in the Discord link. I need to give you the Discord link. I never give out my Discord link. Somebody made me aware. They were like, how come you don't have a Discord link anywhere? I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. We'll start with like giving you a fresh Discord link here. If you want to join the Discord, boom, there's the Discord. There's the Discord. There's the Discord. There's the Discord, right? And of course, word from our sponsor, Babbel. You can learn up to 14 languages. Just hit !Babbel if you want to find out about that deal. It's 60% off through my affiliate link. So if you're looking to learn a new language, if you're looking to learn, let me go down the list one more time. That's not the list. Spanish, either Latin American or Spain Spanish, French, German, Italian, Brazilian Portuguese, Polish, Russian, Dutch, Turkish, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Indonesian, or English. You can learn any of these languages, 60% off, and you've got 20 days to try them out. So if you want to, click the affiliate link by hitting !Babbel.
He in his in the podcast where Destiny was talking with Null, he said that he did not want to take
Destiny. Okay, not Destiny. Sorry, I'm all over the place today, chat. Hasan had a DM meltdown when he was reacting to Ben Shapiro's video about him. Have you got that link? Maybe we'll watch that after this.
Take me to court because
have we got the link
he thought
to that?
it would reinvigorate my career. So he actually doesn't. He doesn't actually fucking care. He's not actually going to do it because he's afraid that it's going to give me clout.
You like to lie about them a lot, so you might want to be a bit careful with the things that you say in the future. You might want to stop lying.
Like master manipulator and not like I'm just like this fucking lady.
No, I don't think you're a master manipulator. I think you try.
Streamers have been disappointing you lately. Look, you're not. I mean, like that's understandable, right? I talk a lot about on this stream about the perverse incentives that are present in our streaming ecosystem. There's the way that things work is fundamentally corrupt. You've got a bunch of clout networks, right? So that even if you got streamers out there that are good people, in order to get a leg up, they're having to compromise themselves and they're having to cape for people like Vaush. That's how Keffals, I think, went wrong. She was, I mean, not like a close friend of mine back in the day, but we talked. She seemed cool, like, right? She seemed fun back in the day. But obviously she's changed a lot, and I don't even recognize, who she is anymore. That all started with her joining the Vaush Clout Network, right? It would have been the same thing if she'd become a Destiny orbiter. Destiny, we all know Destiny's community, that whole orbit, those people are gross, right? Yeah, there's also another Clout Network around Twitch politics, right? That's really gross as well. So, I mean, like, that's kind of what's corrupting people, right? They have to kiss somebody's ass. And it's like people like Vaush, right? And so you have Demon Mama, who would be a pretty strong trans advocate, absolutely bowing down to people like Vaush and Dylan Burns in order to get clout from them. And that's the problem. You don't have a lot of people doing this independently. That's sort of what I'm striving to do. And it's not easy. It's a much steeper path to climb your way up that way. But I think it's worth it. Like, right? I was offered a White Leaf website by Zonia. Yeah? You all know Zonia? Back when Zonia was a mod of mine, I expressed a desire to have a website, and she says, oh, let me hook you up with my friend White Nervosa. And I'm like, because I knew what that meant. even back then, I knew that that was a way of Vaush and his network having control over me, right? And even though I wasn't as critical of them then as I am now, right? I'm very, very skeptical about Vaush and his, orbiters, right? I am very skeptical on them. But even back then, I knew that I did not want to give them leverage over me. So I said, Sonia, no thank you, right? And, right? The history of that is, very shortly after that, Sonia secretly recorded my mods giving the tape to Dylan Burns, trying to imply that we had done something wrong just because some of the mods were joking about like him being a shitty creator and having shitty politics and, oh, this guy's going to go into politics. Yeah. Like, right. It was stuff like that. Right. And I mean, yeah, she's kind of been obsessed with me ever since then. So we try not to talk about her too much. And I'm going to kind of segue out of that discussion because what we're really here to talk about is Bad Empanada and Keffals. But I do understand your frustration at the creators in this scene. Yeah, a lot of these creators are absolute shit.
To manipulate, but you're too stupid to really do so. Hence, for example, you thinking that it was a good idea to upload this video to your channel. This video that makes you look terrible.
I got owned.
ADHD rattled autists that can only have conversations if I'm playing Raft. Bad Empanada's video.
I feel like I really want to add a Subway Surfers window. Should I add a Subway Surfers window?
So, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh my god.
A secret Bad Empanada video.
Oh my god. Emotes. Welcome to the stream, Mech Secular.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've talked to him privately. We've been friends for years.
That's a lie. This way that she keeps, even if there's some sort of plausible.
Honestly, like I'm not even exaggerating when I say that like Polly is like one of the only debate streamers I watch and like root for. Right? All the rest of these fuckers are like a huge disappointment to me.
First claim, of me being tanky, Stalin, genocide, ethnic cleansing. Then there's this claim that is her saying that there are private conversations that we have had.
I love that he's not willing to say whether or not he thinks that Joseph Stalin committed ethnic cleansing. He's not doing it. Like, he's saying that I made this claim. However, this claim is baseless. But he could just say
You debate pervs get so hung up on like definitions, right? That you don't even care about the important things. He said that Joseph Stalin, he talked about the crimes of Joseph Stalin. What else do you want?
I think that Joseph Stalin committed ethnic
This is
cleansing.
The same shit that Vaush tried to do to Mel, right?
Just say
this
that,
is the same
and
bullshit.
It would be over. But he's not. Instead, he's focusing on the merit of my claim when he has the ability to be like, no, I believe that he committed ethnic cleansing. This is a lie.
Instead, he's focusing on literally what you accused him of. And he's falsified it. Keffals, you fucking lied. Why should we believe you that he's some fucking tanky menace? When you've already been caught in a lie. This isn't the first lie either. Keffals, you lie all the fucking time. It's your brand. That's Keffals. That is literally where that meme came from, okay? That is literally where wait. Oh my god, do we have to run this again? I think we do. I think we have to... Look, you're making me play this, okay? Wait. No, not that one. We're gonna have to listen to the song again, okay? It's your fault, too. You brought it on yourself. Are you ready, chat? Here we go. Weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel! This is kind of a bop. feel like I need more bling somehow. Wait, what's the other one of these?
Weasel.
Weasel.
Weasel. Weasel. Weasel.
Where did I put the other one?
Weasel.
Mystic, thank you for the follow. Meow. What a weasel.
Weasel.
How well in time the emotes are with the music.
Weasel. What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
What a weasel! What an absolute weasel! Like, how is she such a weasel? Wait, do I have multiple weasels here? Oh my god, we got how many? 15 minutes left? No, 14. Let's make her go faster.
That one is clearly just a straight up lie. There's no possible.
This is
excuse
such
for
a
that.
weasel.
Let's see how she defends it. Claiming that people who were never her friend were her.
Don't use my mental health issues as a shield. Okay, first of all, having ADHD is not an issue.
She just like brings. She does love to use it as a shield, doesn't she? While simultaneously being ableist as much as she possibly can, all the time. Oh, you know that?
Yeah?
Let me leak the logs, Keffals. Let me leak every log from the second that we became so-called friends. Let's do that.
Okay.
Stalin.
He's skipping over all of the funny bits. That's not fair. That's not nice. He should do better. He should do better. He should be more accountable or something.
What?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay.
So, was she wrong or was she lying? There's no Stalin in the logs. There's nothing to do with any of that in the logs. So it's not that she was wrong. It's that she was maliciously lying and knowingly doing so.
She's a weasel. That's what it was.
But she then later made up more malicious lies.
Like
in order
how
to
this looks,
try and
though.
defend the initial
I don't
claim.
like this.
That's not being wrong. That's lying. 0 results. Oh shit. Oh shit. Just for good measure, let's scroll through them all. Let's scroll through all of the logs. Anyone see any mention of Stalin? Anyone see any mention of Stalin? Any times that I've ever spoken to her on voice, they were on. You notice how little she's interjecting because she really just doesn't have any means of response. This is exactly how I said this would go. She actually.
No, it's like when I'm responding to someone I don't have a lot of respect for, I think it's really funny to react like as little as possible.
Oh.
Because at that point, I'm basically just like stealing your content and re-uploading it for money, which is way funnier than giving you a legitimate response. As long as I chime in every now and then.
I feel like you're
Still fair
coping.
use.
I feel like you're coping hard.
What can she say? On stream or on my stream or both. So it's all public. I've never talked to her over voice in private. Oh shit. Check out all the times that I told her about my secret views on Stalin. In our very long friendship, we've been friends for so long, according to her, aka we exchanged 2 or 3 messages, like once every 2 months. For her, that's a friendship. Where's the Stalin, Keffals? Where's any discussion of Stalin or my secret views on Stalin that you claim there? Oh shit, is she gonna respond to this? Wow. Is she gonna Lying respond? Snake. She will say anything for clout. Absolutely anything to attack the people who the people that she's trying to suck up to don't like. She will gladly just. Like she's just like, like, why would she think this was a good idea? She just like lets it play, doesn't even try to respond. Like she's just sitting there trying to listen for something that she can like try to form like some sort of snarky, idiotic response to, rather than responding to the actual substance of anything. Because that's what these people are. They just.
Like, why is it considered so heinous that you listen to the full sentence that people are saying before responding? Like, why do I have to interject mid-sentence? You know, I want to hear the full argument before I actually make a response.
Make shit up.
This is sad.
They just sort of skip over it and hope that no one notices. Why would you upload this? What she calls friendships with other creators, just for the sake of getting more clout with the fans of big creators who don't like them. That's who she is. If you want to talk about someone like
that's true. I will literally say anything for clout and money, which
she
is why
did not address anything like what was said at all, and then she just makes a funny joke to try and deflect. Holy shit! Why would you upload this? It's just you admit to lying. You don't even try to contest anything.
True.
You just straight up admit to lying. Do you think this makes you look good? And like if you look at the comments, half of them, it's like people who just make shit up about me rather than trying to deal with anything to do with the actual content of this supposed argument. And like then it's like people like being like, hey, you kind of just admitted to lying. Someone says kind of admire
what
your
a
confidence,
weasel.
that's the right word, in uploading this and not giving a shit that this bell end comes out of it looking like the person in the right. Come on, Keffals, this is incredibly stupid and dishonest. You
Oh, wow. I love how he's just reading off his fans in my replies and being like, wow, your fans have turned on you. Like, I'm pretty sure people who watch my stream.
I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak. I don't know like what the Keffals like chatters really look like. I don't know who those are and aren't. But it didn't seem like Bad Empanada chatters. Right? I mean, I'm somewhat familiar, like I said, with a Bad Empanada comment section. I'm sure in Keffals' mind, that makes me a big bad tanky. And you know, that's tanky bad and stuff. So yeah, I guess I like Stalin too. I'm like Stalin's, you know, I'm like Stalin's biggest fan. Oh my god, okay, let's see. Like, I feel like Keffals is gonna be like, are you now, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Right? That's what this feels. This feels like a...
Don't give a single shit about Bad Empanada.
Be a Stalin apologist. You said his video defended Stalin. You said he had chat logs where he praised Stalin in private. And when he proves you wrong on all points, you hand the wave it away.
What's up with this Vaushian McCarthyism?
Why even make this video? Like half the comments, he's getting a bit worked up. But if you care about your,
I'm secretly Stalin's. Wait, wasn't there a deal with Stalin's niece or something?
On Stalin. Keffals, I don't like this guy either. But come on, you accuse the guy of being a genocide apologist. He shows that he's not down to having similar views on Stalin as you do, and you're just like, I don't care. Keffals, I am new to your content.
He never said whether or not Joseph Stalin committed genocide or ethnic cleansing. There has never been a point in any of these response videos where he has actually clarified his statement.
And Keffals, no one cares because literally everything you said so far has turned out to be a lie. All right? We need to trust you. If we're gonna be like, okay, he's a secret Stalinist, right? Then we need to trust you, and there's nothing there to make us trust you. You're just a disingenuous liar who doesn't care. When you get caught in your lie, you're like, I don't care, right? You said it was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was a lie. You were lying. You knew it wasn't true. You said it anyway. That's what a lie is, okay?
Instead of actually
what a weaselly little liar.
He turned it around on
weasel.
Me and said, please, you know, he wanted me to verify the validity of the claim rather than him, which he can easily do.
Oh my god.
I don't care whether I'm right or wrong. Some community. Am I missing something? It's like the comments are like people being like,
thank you for the follow, Sarah Cookie. Yeah, you get the special
is that really it?
Like, alert for that.
I really hate Bad Empanada too, but I'm not sure about the whole. Yeah, I'm wrong. It also doesn't matter.
And look, if you want to make that happen again, if you want to make the man come on and say, it used to be nice up here, but now we got communists invading radicals, then you too can follow me on the YouTube channel, right? And if you're on the YouTube channel, why don't you hit that like button while you got a chance, while you're thinking of it. Ooh-woo.
I stand by my comment in the last video on BE. I've seen both sides and you're so full of shit. While I have my disagreements with Bad Empanada, he has done a good job at showing proof to back everything up. Regardless of if I'm right or wrong, I don't care. This was the second videos of yours I saw.
Like, you getting proved wrong time after time does not endear a lot of trust.
I don't care. I don't care if I was right or wrong about it. Shut up. Like, just shut up. You're just embarrassing yourself. And I'm done. I tried to give Keffals the benefit of the doubt, but if she struggles up lying so easily and doesn't care about it.
Okay, despite all of these comments that are obviously from Bad Empanada's fans, the video that I uploaded, I gained subscribers.
I don't know if it's obvious. I don't know if it's obvious.
The tanky purge already happened. Like, the tankies are not in the community anymore. I don't want them. I don't like them. I think that they're bad for the left. I don't think that they should be around here.
I can't trust anything that comes out of her mouth. Why would you upload this? You're fucking fans.
But there's a simple solution to this, Keffals. Admit that you're not a leftist. And you can get out, right? Who must go? You must go. Get the fuck out. And don't let the, something or other hit your ass on the way out. I don't even have a funny joke there, chat. I'm going to leave that one blank. You fill that out. Tell me a funny joke.
Why would you
don't
upload
let the axe hit your ass.
Fucking wrong here. When, like, even
what can I
your
say?
fans, like, you're like an idiotic drama streamer who just plays video games while you watch videos in the corner and say nothing of substance. And even still, your fans who have the like, equivalent intelligence of someone who was lobotomized age 2, they fucking nonetheless are still intelligent enough, half of them, to notice that what you're doing here is a fucking joke. Straight up, just don't feel like it's a good look to be, regardless if I was right or wrong, I don't care. I mean, isn't that kind of the whole point here? I'm a Keffals fan, and I just don't see the point in disregarding something you claim that ended up being untrue. Keffals, you are really disingenuous here. I really like your content, but in this case, I think you are in the wrong, which you kind of admit.
Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretend that you being wrong doesn't matter.
Don't let the weasel hit you on the way out. Yeah.
I feel like you owe an apology in this case. Why would you upload this? Why would you upload this? What's wrong with you? Like, she just makes herself look bad.
No, he said the same sentence over and over again. He's like a broken NPC. He's just going to continually ask the same questions over and over again. Because he's just trying to squeeze more content out of it, right? He doesn't actually have anything of substance to say about the situation anymore.
Wait, he's like a broken NPC, says Miss I don't care, it doesn't matter.
I'm like surprised that he was still making videos about.
You did a whole video where all you said was I don't care. He'd be like, okay, so she made this claim. Here's the proof that that's wrong. I don't care. You're the NPC. You're the fucking you're the one that's stuck on repeat. All right. He said the same sentence several times because he just can't believe how ridiculous you're being here. But you were literally saying, I don't care, over and over and over and over and over.
When I wasn't even taking him seriously. Like, how do you win an argument against someone who is not invested in winning arguments?
This is such an own goal. It's unbelievable. And she pinned this.
I don't know, Keffals. You tell me. You're so good at doing it.
Comment. Bad Empanada has literally accused other streamers he doesn't like of being pedophiles with no evidence. No, I've accused Vaush of being a PDF file, okay? I've accused only Vaush of being a PDF file. And I have evidence, okay? Pretty classic clip where he straight up admits it.
Okay.
By his own standards.
Simulated child.
He's a Pedialyte drinker.
I think it's pretty sussy.
What's that?
I think that if you have an interest in that sort of stuff, you should definitely be checking yourself as to why. You know, like the thing that really bothers
me. Wait, why is that an issue? He just said that Lolly is sussy. That's correct.
Good to meet you too, Mexsecular. You have a cool name.
About this shit. Apart from the fact that anytime you want to look at like hentai on a hentai site, you have to like negate the tag lolly, and thus 50% of the sites come.
Man, that is a really fucking not normal person problem.
What? How is that? He just said that he doesn't want to look at simulated child porn. How is that? How is that? What?
He's saying that the fact that you're on places where you have to dodge dodgy shit like that, it says something. I don't know. I don't want to judge Vaush's porn habits, right? Didn't somebody suggested something else after this? Like, I'm trying to remember what it was. Ben Shapiro goes over Hasanabi, and Hasan reacts to it, and it's supposedly very funny. So we'll watch that next.
How is that him being a pedophile?
To have Jesus Christ, man. Anytime you're looking through a hentai site, why are these people just Jackson Hinkle is more normal than these people?
Vaush is expressing this huge problem of like, I'm always looking through a hentai site and I gotta dodge all the underage related stuff, right? And it's like, okay, that's
relationship whatsoever between like drawn lolly shit and actual attraction to children. Of course there's a relationship between those things. It's ridiculous to pretend otherwise. So they need to be aware of that, if anything. Nice right now? We've all jerked at the lolly at some point or another. Well, you don't have a penis.
Okay, so there we go. What are you going to say to this?
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy.
This is like the poison pill that...
Communism is based. As hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh, jeez.
Okay, that's enough of that. Okay?
Oh, boy. Some of these girls look pretty
So,
good.
yeah, did you hear what he said? This is Vaush basically admitting, like, he says, who among us have not, like, looked back over our browser history after a session, a FAP session, and been like, oh, geez, oh, oh, geez, no, that's not cool, right? Okay, there we go. I mean, I don't know what you want to...
Thank you.
How is this actually...
That's right, we got to play the whole clip. Ian, DJ Cooper knows what's up.
How is that evidence that Vaush is a pedophile? Like, oh my god. This is such a self-own. Like, he's actually saying... He's
talking about jerking it to... He just said that you can't pretend that there's not a relationship between, like, lolly stuff and, like, attraction. Like, I don't know. Like, it's right there. It's not, I don't know. I feel like I'm being trolled. Like, she sees this, she knows this, she's pretending like, I don't see, like, no, the Emperor's got great clothes. What are you talking about? The Emperor's got the best clothes out there. You know, I heard that only, like, really stupid people can't perceive the Emperor's clothes, and to them, it looks like the Emperor's naked, but we all know that the Emperor's not naked. The Emperor's got great clothes. The best clothes. The ultimate clothes, right? These are the best clothes out there. The Emperor, right? These are beautiful. Oh my god, I love what you're wearing. I know that thing totally looks like your ball sack flapping in the wind, but it's not. You're not naked. You're totally wearing clothes.
Pedophiles here.
What is
That's
this?
what Bad Empanada's doing.
Playing that. I was about to play it myself.
We all heard it,
He also
yeah.
admitted that he defended CP.
Oh my god.
So I have evidence, okay? I'm not basically calling him a PDF file. I'm basing that
Oh
assessment.
no,
off
is
that.
this where he gets... I think he might actually be looking at my clip from No Comment Clips, which you should all go follow, because I'm going to be hosting I think what's going to go there is like clips and I'm gonna put clips and I'm gonna put VODs. That's gonna be the two kind of content, and then we'll put videos on this channel, right? So if you want to go over there and follow that for all the clips and all the VODs and all the cool stuff, then yeah, it's no comment clips.
His own standard.
This is a cult.
And he has admitted to defending CP before. It's that simple.
Wait,
So
me
the entire
am a
comment section
cult
is
or
half
like
people
Vaush?
calling her out for lying and just being like, oh, I don't care if I lied, and half her fans just making shit up about me because they can't actually address the content of the
Like,
video.
look,
And that's
if I had a cult, it would be like the most wholesome cult imaginable. It would be so wholesome that somehow it wouldn't count as a cult. I don't know. Something like that.
really tells you all that you need to know about these people, about the sort of audiences that they foster, like the level of analysis, the level of worth they actually
Both,
have.
yes,
It's zero.
true.
It's none. They just
True.
make shit up and hope that audience is so
This is
dumb that they
definitely a
somehow just
cult.
Hear the streamer straight up admit to lying and don't notice it. Like people like unsubscribed, best of luck to you and your channel, blah blah blah. This video convinced me I'm wasting my time if I take your opinion seriously. But responding to call out videos of lies you said.
Yeah, and honestly, Keffals, having your video analytics screenshot to show me that video and show the +5 subscribers or the +10 subscribers or the +50 subscribers, however many subscribers you claim to have gained from that, that would be a little bit more convincing. Because now that you're kind of a known liar, the assumption becomes that you're lying, right? Do you see how that works? You've lied to us like multiple times, and now when you make a claim and there's no proof of it, one has to kind of assume that this true is untrue unless shown otherwise.
The person for defending themselves
Yeah.
in something that I want to be associated with. Why would you upload this? Bad Empanada's hit piece.
The Emperor in the New Groove, yeah.
Everything makes him look more mad than him proving a point about you. Like, is the response really, lol, you're mad? Lol, you mad? Is that it? Like, sure, I'm wrong, I lied.
Oh my
but lol,
God.
you mad? Sure, I'm wrong, I lied.
The Bad Empanada strat of going on stream and then going to my comment sections and encouraging his community to brigade my comment sections and then being like,
bitch, prove it.
Oh,
I
look
don't-
at all of these negative
Do you understand I don't believe you now?
comments on
I
your
don't
video.
believe you.
It's not like I just told my
You've
followers
lied about
to go to
so
your YouTube
much
comment
now.
section or anything.
Nobody
Come on, give me a
can
break.
believe you. Nobody. Do you guys, this is why you don't fucking live out, like, not even J-Reg lives life like J-Reg, okay? Understand. Not even J-Reg does this shit, right? Like, you are literally living the J-Reg lifestyle where you are constantly under 500 layers of irony and nobody knows what the fuck you're actually saying. Like, nobody knows what the fuck you actually mean because you're, you know, and you say that you're joking or you say that you're mistaken, but it's kind of like when you know what you're saying, that's different. That's lying. That's not just joking. That's not just being wrong or not knowing or not caring, whatever the hell you wanted to claim, right? That's lying. And after you get caught lying, you know what I'm saying? The assumption becomes that you're just a liar. You're a weasel. Like, we can't stop here. This is weasel country.
I don't care. I'll lie. Like, okay, say that. It's not going to make you look good to anyone aside from like the niche of like indoctrinated children who you rely on to make a living. Why would you upload this? What is wrong with these people? It's unreal. And I mean, again, it's not a matter of her just being wrong as she tried to.
By the way, I looked into my YouTube demographics, and the biggest demographic of people who watch my videos are between the ages of 25 to 34. It's not kids.
Wait.
That doesn't make up the biggest demographic.
It's a matter of her maliciously lying and doing so intentionally. If it was just her being wrong, then, well, that means that she didn't even watch the video that she was trying to claim involves me doing tanky style and shit or whatever the fuck she claimed. Yet she still decided to, nonetheless, say that it did include that. She's willing to assume whatever the fuck she wants about something to try and make someone look bad. And that's the best case. Obviously, I'm 100% sure she knew that the video wasn't that, but she knew that her viewers are too stupid to check, so she just maliciously lied about it. But the second part, where she just straight up made up chats that never happened, where I supposedly...
Is he just really going to rehash the same thing he's already rehashed in several videos? This is so boring. You like say what you want about me and like my content, but this is way more fucking boring than what I do.
Admitted that I love Stalin. That is her maliciously lying when she was caught in a lie by some random guy on Twitter who came on to debate her. And she needed some way to defend it in the moment, so she decided to just make something up. That's a malicious lie. That's not being wrong. That's lying. So yeah, this person is a fucking joke. What more is there to say? She made herself look more than bad enough. Why the hell would you upload that? Amazing
Okay,
stuff.
so, I mean, except for the fact that you already made it clear that you've pre-watched this, you know what goes on in this video. You know what this video is, right? If it was boring, you wouldn't be watching it. You're lying again. You can't stop lying. She cannot not lie.
I'm
What
kind
the
of sad that
hell?
he didn't upload the last half of that video. Like the half
What
where
the
he pissed off my
hell?
chatters by calling them terminally online and brain dead. So they decided to donate a whole bunch of money because they thought it would piss him off. I know like he was quietly seething over that when he watched it. Because obviously he pre-recorded before he watched it on stream. I didn't do that because I didn't think it was worth it. Honestly, like, why would I put the energy into watching something beforehand?
No, you did. It's so clear. No.
If you want to participate in...
No. Oh my God. No. No. Okay, so what is this? Hasan Ben Shapiro, go. Are we ready for this? Susan from YouTube says her audience is mature. So, yeah. Hasan won't play hot. Okay, so that's the Ben Shapiro bit. 5 hours ago, Ben Shapiro livid at Hasan over Hogwarts Legacy. Somebody told me that Hasan was kind of livid here. Is that... Do I have confirmation on that? The link is in the Discord stream suggestions. Thank you. Thank you. Meow. 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 Thank you. Discord stream suggestions. Discord stream suggestions too. Oh, there's the Surus video. Surus defending Vaush. Oh my God, there's so much potentially good shit here. Oh, that's the one I was looking at. Hasanabi Industries? Yes, Hasanabi Industries. It's this one. It's this one. All right, are you ready for this?
Shapiro talked about you in Hogwarts Legacy for the first 7 minutes of his stream today. I added onto the playlist, FYI. You were right. He is a LSF Andy now. There is 0% chance that this talked about me.
The woke left goes after Hogwarts Legacy for the supposed transphobia of Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling. Matt Walsh humiliates a Democratic legislator over child gender views on places like Metacritic. However, some fans and gamers are boycotting the game in protest of J.K. Rowling because, of course, she has said that men are men and women are women. Some popular game review sites like Kotaku, Polygon, and Eurogamer have not yet reviewed Hogwarts Legacy despite the review embargo lifting on Monday. Others have denounced J.K. Rowling's comments and voiced support for transgender people in their reviews. Jessie Earl, one trans YouTuber and writer, tweeted in December that unlike consuming previously owned Harry Potter books or films,
so that's Jessie Gender.
Purchasing Hogwarts Legacy while Rowling is, quote, using her ongoing platform to target and also justify her continued targeting of trans people is hateful to trans people. Rowling responded accusing her of pure think.
Why are you, a deeply religious man, all of a sudden advocating for witchcraft, which is inherently satanic? He's like, witchcraft is fine as long as it's a trans.
Oh my God, that is kind of weird.
That's advocating for said witchcraft. If it triggers trans people, then I'm on board with it. What's up with this, Ben? Why are you pro witchcraft, motherfucker? This is some heretical bullshit, dude. What the hell? You're an idiot. Satanism is religious. Wait, what? You think Ben Shapiro considers Satanism to be a real religion? He doesn't even think Islam is a real religion, dog. You fucking crazy? He can't say shit. His side was boycotting M&Ms. Yeah.
Some streamers on Amazon-owned Twitch platforms, including Will Overguard and Nicotine, have publicly voiced opposition to the game. And the idea here is that we have to make sure that no one engages in a game because the creator of the game does not agree with you on a very radical point of view. All of this, despite the fact, by the way, that apparently there is a transgender character in the game. I'm not kidding you. Apparently, Hogwarts Legacy actually does have a transgender character named Serona Ryan. Again, is according to Forbes. That, by the way, would be the middle managers at Warner Brothers deciding that in order to avoid the flack, they're simply going to give in to the woke left. But Serona...
The woke left.
Into the woke left. I know it's a religion. Shut up, chatters.
A cavern in Hogsmeade Village, an NPC that the player can speak to. Serona doesn't outright say she is a trans woman, but she implies it through her dialogue when she talks about her old classmates and says, took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Now, is that going to buy off the woke left? Of course it's not going to buy off the woke left. Of course not. They're still angry. And one of the people who is, I think, most hilariously involved in this controversy now is Hasan Piker. He used to be associated with the Young Turks, and now he is...
Stop! Get my fucking name out of your goddamn mouth, Ben. Do not go there. No!
A gamer who declares himself a socialist while buying himself mansions. Really good socialist, Hasan Piker. He's doing some good stuff this week, by the way. He actually donated a bunch of money to...
Bro, he literally did the same thing. It's like socialism means no mansion. The fuck? Dude, anyone who considers themselves a social democrat or a leftist on the internet, if you are repeating what fucking Ben Shapiro is saying as a... Or sorry, the Hammer and Sickle Twitter folks that love farming drama so they can get some like get like 8 new people to listen to their fucking Substack, okay? You're doing the same shit he's doing because it is right-wing propaganda to claim that socialism is a fucking poverty cult, okay? It is about your relations to the means of production. It is not about, oh, this person is rich and I kind of don't like him, so I guess fuck that guy. Anyway, We got to get Ben off LSF for real, man. It's been his bread and butter for the past 10 days. I know. He's like literally watching LSF like fucking Dick Serto.
Yeah, he does.
He's using LSF talking points.
Of the Turkish earthquake. And then he also did some stupid stuff, which is sort of what he normally does. He announced that he is not going to play Hogwarts Legacy. And the reason he's not going to play Hogwarts Legacy is not because he is in principled fashion.
Fucking god damn it, dude.
And angry that J.K. Rowling is such a transphobe. He's not going to do it because he says he's a coward. Which, okay, I mean, points for honesty.
This is how I literally got fucking ass blasted by everyone involved in this argument. Me saying, I don't want to fucking play this game because it's not worth the headache, even though originally I wanted to do a fundraiser around it because I understand the space and I understand how popular this game was going to be. So I knew that it was inevitable that the boycott efforts were not going to work, means that I have a difference in opinion, okay, with some of the louder trans voices in the space who wanted to boycott it. Okay, that is a difference in opinion.
You know about our loud voices, right? Right, Hasan, you know tell us all about our loud voices.
Now, of course, what was going to happen inevitably happened. People focused their attention on me and got mad at me because I was speaking as a cis ally
like
over
I
trans
said,
voices, which doesn't.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Matter. Yes, I was speaking over trans people as a cis ally, not as a cis ally, but as someone who understands the space better than you. That's it. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's just the truth. I understand the streaming space better than you do. Most of the people that are chirping on Twitter don't understand it, and that's fine because you have better shit to do. You don't understand the streaming space. You don't understand the gaming space as well, and that's fine. That's why a lot of people made valuable criticism that fell on deaf ears, like, why don't you play a different game and raise money? That's not about fucking, playing any game. The point was to take the narrative and shift it into a direction that was positive because it was inevitable that it was going to be successful. But it doesn't matter. We have a difference in agreement on how to protest in that regard, okay? And everyone got very upset. And that's okay. That's not going to change my convictions. It's not going to change my mentality. I'm not going to be like a why I left the left type motherfucker, okay? Because I have a backbone. And anyone that says that this is a grift is hilarious, especially if you're trans and you're like, this guy's doing like allyship points for a grift. Are you stupid? Do you not know how much more successful it is to just be transphobic? Matt Walsh exists. Ben Shapiro exists. These are multi-million-dollar platforms that almost entirely disseminate anti-trans propaganda. Please, for the love of God, if you're a trans person, you know this better than anyone else. Check yourself before you fucking tweet dumb shit like that. And it's fine. I understand why you're mad because everyone is against you. I understand why you're mad because legislation is against you. But trust me, there is no clout to be had by defending trans people, just like there's no clout to be had by defending marginalized communities. There's no clout to be had by being a fucking socialist. Your life is bullshit when you do this. It's awful. Hence why I don't do it for the clout. I do it because I believe in it, okay? Jesus Christ. We're not that far removed from Steven motherfucking Crowder getting a $50 million deal and casting it aside, and everybody forgot about it. They're like, you're doing it for the clout. Yeah, dude, it's so clouded. It's so sick. I love having, internal arguments.
So, I mean, look, I've been frustrated before, and I've let it out on stream, right? And it's always backfired. And if I get frustrated on somebody who's a friend of mine, I assume that, Hasan's kind of a friend of the trans community from at least, tries to be, right? I'm gonna end up hurting the cause that I'm trying to support. Hasan, this is kind of an unforced error that you're giving to Ben Shapiro. Could you stop? Could you not it's too late now, right? But in the future, can you just keep that in mind? Maybe? You're chiding us about strategy. I think you're the one who needs to listen, though.
Intra-community arguments on a daily basis over minor disagreements, dude. It is the best. I love looking like a fucking fool to the right wing as one of the most prominent voices on the fucking left every goddamn day as they laugh at us and go, lol, look at how fucking stupid you are. You made your bed. Now you have to sleep in it. This is what happens when you cultivate a woke audience. That's literally what everyone fucking says all the goddamn time. No one does this shit because it's really exciting and is a good way to make money. There are infinitely better ways to make money. I saw some ex-fans saying that you were inciting hatred against trans people. Yeah, I know, because people are fucking unhinged and emotions go high. Emotions are, emotions inflame people and make them say things that they might not even fucking believe 3 seconds after they press send tweet. Okay.
Here, Hasan.
Only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly in when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it. Everybody knows how much leftist motherfuckers love the chirp on the internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp. Yeah, it comes from a place of powerlessness, which I'm right on. I stand by that. Okay, straight up chirp. And that's precisely why so many fucking people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise.
I said it before and I'll say it again. This is as Vaushian as Hasan has ever sounded, right? The reactive nature of Vaush. Here it is.
Money for
on full display, right?
They're not doing it.
Kind of sucks
Okay,
to
it's
see
kind of
that
amazing
coming
thing
out
to
of Hasan
go on your own
like
show
that.
and then just admit that you're a coward and that you won't say the thing.
So like, this is so stupid. This is me having a conversation with my audience about how leftists should conduct themselves. This is not something that you should turn into fucking agitated propaganda by saying you're a fucking coward. It's like, if anything, it's the opposite of being a coward. Right-wingers, if they had any fucking comprehension, would look to this and go, you know what? He's actually cleaning house, quote unquote, by staying true to his opinions and literally fucking mentioning.
Look at how much more he cares about what the right wing thinks about his opinions than he does about what trans people think about his opinions.
That the reason why I'm not doing this, even though I had a good strategy, in my opinion, and I still stand by that, to protest or to turn the fucking, to turn the conversation towards J.K. Rowling being transphobic in a positive manner to a broader audience as a media personality who understands the space better than you. I'm sorry, that's just the fucking truth, guys. Holy shit. Okay? And standing true to my opinion and openly stating it and openly using this as an opportunity to be like, this was wrong.
This feels
Let's
like
not do this
Vaush
again next
so
time.
much.
Okay? Let's not do this again next time. Ben turns around and fucking says he's a coward. If I'm cowardly, I would just say, oh my God, I'm such a good ally. I'm such a good ally. That's why I'm not playing the fucking game, because I literally believe that like consumer side decentralized boycotts are totally valid and
look, you are cowardly, but not in the way that Ben Shapiro says, okay? You're cowardly in that you care what Ben Shapiro thinks about you.
Totally effective, and I care about your point of view.
You care so much. You care about fucking Ben Shapiro.
I've built a community that is trans positive, that also is a safe space for trans people. Not to the degree that you expect from your fucking furry Discord group, of course, because there's still an educational component here.
Listen, Hasan, if I can't yiff in your chat, I'm gonna be upset. Okay, look, these cat ears, these cat ears aren't here for nothing, Hasan.
But
Come on.
On top of that, I think that this is an adequate way to fucking market and to bring more awareness. I don't need to play this game. I don't play video games in general, okay? I do cultural commentary.
Yeah, this is just like Will's You Need Me shit. True.
Certain video games,
True.
this game being one of them, of course. But that is precisely why I wanted to do what I was doing, okay? If I was a coward, I would have just said, you guys are so right. I have no convictions. I have no opinions on consumer boycotting. I have no opinion on like, decentralized activism of this magnitude, of this sort, that was demonstrably going to fail, but I, still think that it's okay. That's not what I did. I openly stated what I was angry about, and I got fucked for it. And people screamed about how transphobic I was. And I understand why people got mad and upset, okay? I get it. I totally understand it. I'm not even mad at all.
Wait, that's a lie. He yelled that his stream wasn't a safe space when he got, oh yeah, the Christian Walker thing with Cowboy Collector. Yes. I know what you're talking about, right? I don't hear anything Vaushian. Have you ever seen Vaush's reaction to the Thought Slime thing? Thought Slime bans Vaush on Twitter from a long time ago, right? Have you seen the epic clip? That's what I'm referring to, right? There was some people call it the Meltdown stream. Some people call it the Thought Slime stream. Some people call it the Thought Slime Meltdown stream. But Vaush reacted to, to these events on Twitter in just like by spiraling. And by doubling down and by just getting really fragile. And that's what's happening here. It's like this overreaction that's, I don't know what to say. It's cringe, right? It's cringe. And like, granted, I still think there's a big difference between Vaush and people like Hasan and Destiny. Sorry. There's a big difference between Hasan and people like Vaush and Destiny. That is what I was trying to say, right? But yeah, you do see these moments like the Christian Walker stream, the aftermath of the Christian Walker stream, where Hasan just gets incredibly fragile, and it sucks because like I said, he's the least of the shit sandwiches of the bigger streamers out there. For the most part, like bigger streamers are absolute shit sandwiches. Former Vaushite here, true. Oh, so you've seen this. What's up, Killer 8-Bit? Welcome to the stream. I wonder if Hasan is going to react to the Geeks and Gamers video on him. Should I watch that too?
Trans people that
like,
were
and like I said,
me.
I'm not mad at Hasan and stuff. Like I just like I'm a little disappointed. That's all.
Saying I'm transphobic, fake allyship, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it's
that doesn't
different.
matter.
Yeah, they're different people and they're different times and they say different things. Their gums flap at different resonances. True. Granted. Okay, I thought we were assuming that, right? But there's too much similarity for me to feel good about that. All right, that's what I'm saying. There's too much similarity between the way that Hasan is acting in relation to this whole Hogwarts thing and the way that Vaush acted after Thought Slime. We got some hella disappointed. It's in chat. I feel as if to stay quiet and wait for allies to change the laws to be fair, I might as well find a cliff in Minecraft now, because it will take until the end of time for them to just deliver our rights to us on a silver platter. I get the impulse and it's almost never good. Yeah, I've done that too. Like, I gotta admit, like, I've gone off on stream. It's never a good thing. It's never a good thing, especially if I'm going off about people that I care about. It's just a bad idea.
To me, okay? My goal is not to have a larger trans audience. My goal is to have a large audience of fucking normies who are not transphobic. Okay? That inevitably leads to one of the largest trans audiences on the fucking internet. 13% of this goddamn community is fucking trans. Okay? Because this is a space for entertainment and education. And my overarching goal always is to get normies to not be transphobic. If you're a trans person, you're already not transphobic. You've already gone through that 4chan groiper phase.
Hey, that is not necessarily true. Hey, welcome, Twisted Elegance. You finally awake for a stream. That is awesome, right? That is not necessarily true, right? Let's roll that back, Hasan. Let's roll that back for just a second. Here we go.
One of the largest trans audiences on the fucking internet. 13% of this goddamn community is fucking trans. Okay? Because this is a space for entertainment and education. And my overarching goal always is to get normies to not be transphobic. If you're a trans person, you're already not transphobic. You've already gone through that 4chan groiper phase and you're no longer transphobic.
I wish this was true, but I know counterexamples, okay? And like in general, yeah, like something like transphobia is pervasive. And even if you're trans, it doesn't mean you don't have internalized transphobia. Now that's internalized transphobia, right? But there's also straight up like overt transphobia. And yes, some trans people have that too, right? Some trans people are involved in far right bullshit. It does happen. It's not, super common, but it is known to happen. Trans people can still be transphobic, and Hasan should know that.
You're trans, okay? So it's not
You
for
should
you.
know that.
I agree with you. Pretty sure the trans people don't want to be patronized. I mean, some do, because it's not a monolith. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, if you know anything about trans communities online, you know the one.
I mean, you could try to say like they're not a monolith rather than it's anyway.
Fundamental rule is that like no two trans people can agree on the same thing ever, and if you disagree on anything, even in a minor capacity, it's all out warfare, okay? Other than the fact that Matt Walsh is a piece of shit and does not deserve a platform, nor I'm not going to say anything else, okay? And other things like that. But like that's the point, and it's stupid. It's like really fucking. It's really silly to like constantly reinforce the narrative. But it does make me very upset when fucking Ben Shapiro uses as an opportunity to cut propaganda to be like, look, this fucking woke idiot made his own bed and now
this is an own goal on you, right? You flipping out on your trans audience was not a good idea. How hard is that to Yeah, Blair White, exactly. Trans people love to be patronized. So true, so true, bestie. Yes.
He has to sleep in it. It's
so
like,
true.
Yeah, bitch, I know. That's why I'm not a fucking grifter, okay? Yeah.
Blair White, Calvin Guerra, there's so many examples.
It's annoying. It's annoying all the fucking time. Yeah, it's the truth. It is very annoying. And yes, I wouldn't have to deal with any of this shit if I was a right-wing commentator, okay? But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I was a right-wing commentator. That's the difference. Anyway, it's okay though. It's like a lot of times when this stuff gets taken out of context.
I don't know about this
the
building.
intended audience. That conversation is supposed to be between me and some trans members in my community that were upset.
Going on?
Okay, that's it. But like that's more so about a difference in opinion amongst people who universally agree on most values. Most important one being that like trans people should be left alone and should not be eviscerated by way of legislation or through stochastic terror. Okay, but of course that conversation leaves the intended audience and turns into fucking propaganda. That conversation leaves the intended audience. Holy fucking shit, man! Give it a rest.
Look,
okay,
Hasan, you didn't need to give
idiot. In other words, I was a
buddy. You didn't need to give trans people talking to. Okay, you didn't need to call us to account. All right. You needed to call yourself to account. You got some shit to unpack, right? And that's okay. Like I said, you're not Vaush. You're not Destiny. But this ain't it either. This is not it either. This is not it.
Coward? No, that is the opposite. If I'm a fucking coward, I just say, a coward says things that they do not believe. You are not brave for playing a fucking wizard game that was intended for children. That's not bravery. Please get it out of your fucking head that it's super brave to play the fucking child's wizard game, bro. What the fuck? You're not brave for like, oh, I triggered the trans people. They have no power, okay? If they had any fucking power, they wouldn't.
We need to reclaim the word woke again. It's not a bad word at first. I still don't see it as such, but let's do the actual reclaiming way. Yeah, not the Keffals way. They've already taken it from us, but yeah, like it. I mean, being woke is being aware. Like that's what the original meaning was. Everyone underestimates the value of shutting the fuck up. True.
They'd be yelling at me.
True.
They'd be trying to like boycott the entire fucking platform, or they would be taking down the video game. But they have no systemic power. That's why they're fucking yelling at me. That was what I was saying. Your anger is understandable and justified. You're just misdirecting it, and whoever will listen to you, and that comes from a place of powerlessness. Understandable.
We need to get our pronouns. Like I had some kind of extension that was facilitating. Oh, I think it's like I need to reinstall. Is it Franker Faces or BTTV? I need to reinstall. It's one of those. It's actually in one of those like. It's through one of those like emote programs that you can like set pronouns for everybody, and it makes it so much easier. But yeah,
feelings of frustration though, as a consequence of insane amounts of legislation being written in every fucking state by way of the state legislature that sides.
When I if you don't know, like I replaced not my computer, right, but my graphics card recently. But I also had to reset, or the computer repair shop reset my hard drive. Yeah. And not just like my normal hard drive, like which like they asked me about it. They were like, "Can we reset your hard drive?" And I'm like, "Sure, I guess." They reset the SSD drive for some reason, like right the like extra drive, right? The yeah, they reset 2 of my drives. Anyway, so like everything was kind of set up on that, and I had to reinstall Firefox and everything else. So yeah, I need to get that set up, BTTV and whatever extension it was I was using, so that everybody can have pronouns, because we had them in here before.
That's democracy anyway, to fucking write you out of existence. Oh, but it doesn't matter. No matter how many times I describe this complex situation, people.
I mean, I didn't lose everything, but there was stuff that I lost that I shouldn't have lost. Like just through, like I thought I had everything saved somewhere else. But I also thought that they were gonna leave my E drive intact, right? And they didn't.
Really see shapes and colors and don't listen to what I am saying. Okay. Oh.
thing because you're so afraid of your own fan base. I mean, he literally said
I'm not afraid of my own fan base. If I was afraid of my own fan base, I would have just fucking literally said, oh my God, you guys are so right. You guys are so fucking right. I'm not playing this game because I think it's an act of solidarity, but I don't agree with that. And I can't shut the fuck up. The entire reason
Is that an
why everyone
illager?
on the left, on trans Twitter, says I'm a transphobe, and everyone on the right is saying I'm a fucking coward.
That's
is
why
literally
they're
because
dead.
I'm
You
the exact
sons of
opposite, where
bitches.
if I don't agree with something, I just say it. I can't stop myself from fucking saying it, whether it be America deserving 9/11 or this, okay? That's the point.
the only reason he's not playing is because people who quote chirp 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 are basically bullying him into not playing the game. Later, he tried to walk this one back. He went on Twitter. He said,
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
People who want to boycott the game aren't wrong to hate J.K. Rowling. She's awful. Except it's fruitless. No,
That's true. That's been my position since day one. Oh my God, he's clip chimping LSF fucking posts. He's watching LSF and he's clip chimping shit. I'm gonna lose my mind.
no matter how much trans folks want to push for it. It's like trying to boycott Disney. Most people have no idea and don't care about J.K. Rowling at all, and they just want to go to Hogwarts.
Run, get out.
You may.
Out of the
I never
way.
walked back anything. Oh my God, he is becoming the most annoying type of fucking debate lord. Ben Shapiro has figured out the trick to get me to stop fucking watching his shit altogether. This is it.
Correct about the failure of the boycotts, but they've already won by getting people like Hasan not to play the game. By
He's
bullying
going
him,
off
they've
on.
achieved
Yeah,
their goal.
I know,
By the way,
right?
hey,
It's such a
to
gift
all
to
the
Shapiro.
to all the radlibs on Twitter that said these exact same words, you and Ben Shapiro are in agreement, because I saw this take a lot too from trans posters on Twitter who were like, it seems like our bullying is working because like you're not playing it. I'm like, no, you're not understanding the point. He is incapable of understanding the point because he's a fucking reactionary piece of shit who's also a transphobe. You should be able
Can
to
we
at
make
least
them
have
shoot
a
each
fraction
other?
of charitability to be like, well,
Like
this
skeletons?
guy doesn't have to be fucking non-transphobic.
Come on, shoot each other.
This guy probably would make more money being a fucking transphobe. He must be genuinely against transphobia. So I'm going to be a little bit more charitable when I say he has a difference in opinion in what kind of tactics we could be utilizing in this circumstance.
Now, again, there is a massive gap that has now been exposed between the market, which hates
Yes,
wokeness,
fight each
and the
other.
people who actually push the cultural window to the left. There is this
Fight each
huge
other.
gap because Hogwarts Legacy is dominating Twitch right now. According to Kotaku, the open world Harry Potter RPG is now the most popular game on the live streaming platform. So the market loves Hogwarts Legacy. And yet, all of the commentators and the gamers and all the people who are on the internet, the people like Hasan Piker, they're openly saying that it's not wrong to boycott it. That in fact, they themselves are not going to play the game out of pure fear of their own audiences. So
No, I'm not afraid of my audience. I don't care. I've made that very clear multiple times. If I was afraid of my audience, then I would not have said any of those things I said, which has inevitably ended up with, you can say yes, you are all you want, you fucking idiot. Why is it that so many people refuse to comprehend the most basic thing here? If I was afraid of my audience, you think I don't know how to act around their desires? People always fucking say, Hasan, he says whatever the most popular left-wing thing is. You think I don't know what the most popular leftist thing to say in that circumstance, what the expected thing to say is, to be a good ally, quote unquote? Shut the fuck up. I would say that instead.
This
I'd be
guy.
like, I'm so sorry. I think it's the right thing to do. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month.
I mean, this
and
is
you can
all
also get
true.
gifted a
This
sub.
is all
They're just
true.
clipping you, dude. That's why they're acting like they don't get it. I know. Anyway, 1 sandwich, please. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Kinda Orange, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top.
Oh
of
my
the
God,
hour.
I love
Yes,
that.
do
I love
do
that
this
when
to
people
lift my
allow
spirits.
people
Yes,
to
Ben
not
Shapiro
see the ads.
loves your Piker. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Can we get...
Did that
No,
come to you in a
God.
moment's notice, or do you plan it in advance? No, it comes to me in a moment's notice, baby. When opportunity is...
He keeps on slipping into cadence without the accent or the irony weirding. It's weirding me out.
I strike, okay? Whew, and it does make me feel a lot better, to be honest. It's just like, it feels so good when I hit that segue. Oh, fuck, it feels good. Bro, honestly, souring your rant, you actually described how afraid you are of what people would say. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. If I was afraid of what people would say, I would literally fucking say the right thing. If I am, oh my God, you have to be deliberately obtuse. You cannot be this stupid. There is no way human beings are this fucking stupid. The irony is, I said I don't want the fucking headache, but because I can't shut the fuck up, I still said it. That it was like a bullshit piece of feckless and completely ridiculous boycott moment. Okay? I still said it. That's the point. Streamer says he's pro.
See, and that's where you fucked up. Like, do you not get it?
Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Do you not get it?
Photo Metal
Look.
17, thank you for the 5 gifted. Socialist Thug Jane, thank you for the 5 gifted. And the Jin, thank you for the 5 gifted.
If we don't agree 100%, that's fine, okay? We're not gonna agree 100%. God damn it. We're not gonna agree 100% of the time, right? Like, but it doesn't have to turn into you going off on trans people on your stream and giving Ben Shapiro a big fat gift. You did that. You are not blaming trans people for this shit. This is your fault, Hasan. This is your screw up. This is you having to fucking say some shit. Oh shit, sorry cow. I'm gonna feed the cow some, I'm gonna feed the cow some wheat. That cow needs wheat. It's important. It's important that I get the cow some wheat. Wait, does the wheat heal them? I don't even know. I don't even know if the wheat actually heals the cow. Or if it just makes the cow incredibly horny. But either way, we need to do something, okay? Hey, you're the cow, right? There you go. There you go. Oh, there you go. Wait, you can only take one at a time. Alright, let's find a bunch of cows. Are there more cows? There are. Wait, where's the cow? I'm gonna bring you two together. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find. Catch me a catch. Matchmaker, matchmaker. Come on, back down here. Can we get yes, yes. Matchmaker, matchmaker, find me a cow to go with this cow and reproduce somehow, I guess. Where's the other cow? I just saw it. I just saw the other cow. It was right here. Cowgirl Ranch, yeah, I guess. Oh no! We've turned... Okay, I don't even know. I don't even know. It's my computer just making noises. It's just making noises at me now. Okay, where did that cow go? There was like... Oh god, no, there's another one. There's another one. Okay, There was another cow here, wasn't there? I saw it. The sheep. We can't get a sheep and a cow to reproduce. That would be silly. That would be silly. Okay, where is the cow? There's more of you. I'm starting to think that maybe it was the villagers. Or not the villagers, the illagers, you know, the evil villagers killed the good villagers. That's where the villagers must have gone. I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know they could get raided while I was like not there. Spiders, there's a cow, there's a cow. Give some wheat to you. Oh no, there comes a spider! Spider, 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 spider. Where did the other cow go? Where did the cow go? We need two cows together. Two cows to that you're not a cow. You're not a cow. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're not a cow, you're a spider. Okay, wait, we were watching.
Okay. I don't know why people do not understand what I am saying. I think the point is you weren't proposing playing the game just for your own benefit and to do a fundraiser. I really like the idea of creating a huge PRL for J.K. Rowling, and it would have gotten huge media coverage while fundraising a huge bag of money for trans causes.
Legs,
Shame that it didn't happen. You understand concepts like earned
Hi
media
there.
that regular chatters and worthless Twitter slackers don't. Exactly.
Hi.
Exactly.
Where are the
problem
other
is,
cows,
because
though?
the space is just bullshit for a lot of people. I've thought about this a lot. What we do is just like seen as like silliness, right? And there is truth to that. What we do is silly. It might still be valuable to a lot of people who change their minds over the course of me fucking endlessly yelling at them and doing ad break segues and shit like that. But like from the outside, it's just like, oh, this silly bitch who's in a fucking mansion is like telling me, a trans person, what to do and what not to do. What do you know? Well, I know a few things. I didn't get to this position, okay, because I don't know anything. I got to the position I'm in because I at least have some understanding of fucking media.
Look, I won't insult your intelligence. I won't denigrate your media skills, Hasan. But can you accept that part of why you got to where you are might have something to do with your identity, might have something to do with your looks, might have something to do with your famous uncle. Dude, come on. Come on, Holden Caulfield. You've had a few advantages. Okay? Let's be real. Yeah, large part because of his unkie. That's right. That's right. I'm not hating on you for it, but please stop like flexing like your charmed life as if it is like proof of your inherent superiority. You're acting like Vaush. You are unironically acting like Vaush here, Hasan. What the fuck is this? Like, I swear to God, I actually like Hasan. He is, you know, he is less like Vaush than Vaush. He is less like Destiny than Destiny. Like, right? He's, like, for a big-ass streamer, he's not that bad. But, oh my God, is this guy ever full of himself?
In the space that I'm in, where I'm one of the top...
I'm playing this game called Black Book. It's all about the Russian Revolution. It's a card-based combat. Man needs to log off. He probably does. He probably needs to take a little bit of a break. Sure. Passive mobs, the animals have a chance of despawning if you don't tame and breed them. What about the... Wait, is that true of the villagers too? Because, like, I don't know where all my villagers went. And that's pissing me. Like, I like, left this... Oh my God! Oh my God! Cryptid Mage, thank you for the gift sub to Fina Colada. Yeah, that's oh, we're so close to the 100. Yo, I said that if we get to 100, oh, thank you for the follow, Professor Q. We're gonna get some more emotes from that too. Look at these emotes, right? That's pretty cool. So like, if we get to 100, I will schedule a. We need to do like a members only coverage of the new FD Signifier video. I'm not gonna cover this on stream, and when you watch it, I think you're gonna see why. Right? That's not going to be an on-stream thing, but I am going to talk about it. Good morning, Vamps. How are you doing? Meow. We're trying to find another cow, and I don't know where the other cows are. Also, Hasan is a bit of a bitch baby.
Fucking performers. Like, God damn it, dude. And this is very much in my realm. That's it. Just show these brain dead chatters what you said yesterday.
Look, I'm not insulting you, okay? I'm not saying you don't know anything, but I feel like you're flexing a little too hard. I feel like you're flexing a little too hard.
Stop trans. We need to find a meaningful way to stop trans legislation from passing.
Okay, now I'm gonna accidentally mate.
Right now,
oh no, I'm gonna mate a cow and a sheep. What's gonna happen?
These psychopathic fascist.
What's gonna happen?
You
eat food too.
Making it illegal to be trans in
you
public
eat food
with
too.
their anti-drag laws. They're making it illegal to give HRT to trans
we're
people.
Mating.
It's fucking disgusting. It's despicable.
Babies!
It's one of the most significant ongoing human rights violations that's happening in the United States of America. I've talked about it a lot.
The
Jake,
other...
you're not afraid of us? You hate us? Okay, shut up. Stop.
Where's the other
jokes,
cow?
Please. Stop. Like, because people do legitimately think that. Anyway, a lot. J.K. Rowling isn't even transphobic for real. She just wants the definition of what it means to be a woman to be diminished. She's pro-women, not anti-trans. No, man, that's propaganda. She absolutely is anti-trans. Trans women are women. No, she 100% wants to fucking kill trans people, okay? Make no fucking mistake. Don't be ridiculous. Have you explained what J.K. Rowling has done financially as in anti-trans bills in detail, the LGB movement, and a whole litany of other TERF and TERF-adjacent movements in the UK? But the way to combat that is not by, like, monitoring people's consumption.
Here,
especially if you're monitoring people's consumption is not followed up by like tangible counter movements. You know what I mean? If you just say Harry Potter's written by a transphobe, so you're transphobic for watching it, and then leave it at that, you're not actually advancing something.
Okay.
For me, this is more about
dumb fuck. This is not for normies. Okay, trans people aren't going around to normies being like, "Hey, you like the TERF game? That with the you don't know what a TERF is, but you like the TERF made the game. They, like, you know, like, right, JK, like, right? No, we're not saying that. Like, this is for allies. You're getting this message because you're an ally, dumbass. All right? You're getting this message because trans people like you and believe in you. Okay? And we're probably hoping for a little bit better than what they got from you. To be honest. If I'm being honest, right?
And how people end up hyper-focusing.
You got to get NCC to 100 subs.
Otherwise are counterproductive. Anyway, if all you said was, I'm not playing the game, the end, 10,000 chatters every day would ask why. I know. But I could, you know, if there was here's the thing, man. If I was cowardly, I would have just said I'm not playing the game because of solidarity.
FD Signifier.
That's it.
Video,
you know what I mean?
But I gotta do it.
That's what I would do. Not saying that
for various reasons. I gotta do that behind a paywall, right? I gotta put that behind a paywall. Because, I mean, FD Signifier had some things to say. I'm going to have some things to say. We might even have some guests on that might also have some things to say. We'll see, right? Because there's some surprising things about that video. And not... Yeah, well, I mean, you're just going to have to see. Oh my god, where is the cows? Where are the cows? Where did the cows go? There was so many cows, and you're right, maybe they despawned. I don't know. All right,
Other
Hasan.
people that are doing that are cowardly, by the way, because some people
All right,
probably
Hasan.
do think that that is the best way to show solidarity. Okay, I personally, on the other hand, don't believe that that is an adequate way to protest, and I can't fucking for the life of me shut the fuck up about it. Okay, that's it. That's literally it. I can't, and I won't. But that's partially why you appreciate what I do. Let's be real. Even when it sometimes pisses you off because you can't for the life of you understand where I'm coming from. Okay? How do you protest it? My goal originally is paired up with my assessment. Okay? I knew that this was going to be the fucking Bangbusters release. I knew that it was going to be probably one of the highest, most popular games this year. If not, definitely the most popular game. It broke records on pre-release. Like,
Hasan, how silly do you feel now after what's been released, right? We've got a Zelda game, we've got a Metroid game. Like, there's a lot of games being released. This is February. Like, what a silly thing to say. In February. Yeah, it's fucking February, and you're like, this is gonna be the game of the year right here. Let me tell you, boys. We got the game of the year. Nothing's gonna be like Hogwarts. Like, how old is this fucking franchise anyway, right? I mean, you know, transphobe turf or not, this was on its way out already. This was already on its way out.
The game's not even fully out yet, and it's already breaking records on Twitch. I knew that was gonna fucking happen. So, you know, instead of trying to do a disorganized movement,
yes, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Come on.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out, so obviously that will be number one. Yes. But the point is,
shut up,
yelling at people.
Hasan, you just literally said that that Hogwarts would be the game of the year. That Hogwarts was gonna do the numbers. Right? You said it was definitely going to be the game of the year, and then you just thought of a game that's going to do better. Mate. Please, mate. No. Oh no, I don't have the ability to get them together anymore. You have to mate. Look, go over here. Come on. Can I push you? Can I push you into the other cow? Yes. Look, you are both horny cows. You should mate. Look, I'm trying to get cows together. This is animal husbandry. Come on. Oh my god, I'm out of wheat. I didn't get enough wheat. Come on, do you not want to mate? The primal urge, Come on, yes, mate. You're together. Make a baby. Why is there not a baby? Where does baby come from? Breeding stream, that's what we're doing. We're breeding, but they're not gonna breed. Why are they not breeding? We finally got 2 cows. You're right together. Mate. Are you really not gonna mate? We have 8 lengths of fence. Wait, could we make a little pen or something? Oh no, we can't. You need to feed them close enough to each other before the cooldown? Oh my god, maybe. Possibly. They need to add, They need to add that in this game. Pizzicata, they do. That is entirely possible. Yes. Okay, here we go. Let's get all the wheat, all the wheat. Gonna get all of that wheat. Yes, we are. Yes, wheat time. Oh,
coming across and like turning this into propaganda.
That's not how
because I knew that it
baby
was gonna turn
works.
into
That's a
propaganda.
good point.
Trans
That's a
people are
good
so crazy.
point.
Like, look at them yelling at everyone, bullying
That's
people.
a good point, actually.
Shit like that. I thought that the best thing to do in this circumstance was instead to play the game and get a bunch of the top streamers who were going to play the game anyway to raise funds and to make people aware of J.K. Rowling's transphobia. People thought that was silly because we were putting money in J.K. Rowling's pocket.
You're like, look. No, Hasan. You're like, listen, sit down, shut up. I know how fucking social media works. I know how this is going to be the game of the year. This is going to be the game of the year. There's no game that's ever going to beat this. Okay, there's an obvious game that's going to beat this. All right, but this is still going to be a big game. All right, whatever, dude, whatever. You know gaming, you know media, you know whatever. Sure, I'll grant that, right? But what you don't know is any kind of tact whatsoever. What you're proposing is to watch a biased, fucked up, bigoted, like, to play a bigoted game by a bigoted author in order to benefit the group that she's bigoted against, right? That's ghoulish, motherfucker. That is fucking ghoulish, okay? What is wrong with you? Do you not have any tact? Do you not see what could be fucking wrong with that, Hasan? God damn it, dude. Like, what don't you get about this? All right? Oh my god, it's really late. It's way too late for me to be yelling like this, and I shouldn't be yelling either. I have to protect my voice, but it's just like, what is wrong with you? That's almost the worst thing about this, okay? That is almost the worst thing about this. The fact that you're looking at this and you see no problem in, like, yeah, you know, to raise charity for trans people. Well, you know, I know trans people don't like the turf game, but if we use it to raise money and charity for trans people, right? The trans game that's got a fucking caricature of a trans person in it, right? The turf game that's got like the, you know, it's got the it's literally blood libel, like, right? You are crushing a goblin rebellion, motherfucker. Like, you want to play this disgusting anti-Semitic turf game as a way to benefit trans people. What is wrong with you? I'm sorry, I gotta, like, make gates or carpet? Yeah, I do.
Hey,
I need to.
Like, she's not making a noticeable amount of money off
carpet,
this game.
you can,
Okay? She's a fucking billionaire.
jump over
and the
it.
IP itself is already removed almost entirely
Oh
from
my god.
transphobia.
The
J.K.
other
Rowling
thing
isn't like,
the other thing is the fact that you are just going off on this shit by yourself, like, right? I don't get the feeling you're even talking to people. Because these are the same these are the same arguments that Jessie Gender has already, like, look, talk to Jessie Gender about this, all right? Stop talking to yourself. At least listen to a trans person. At the very least you could do is listen to a trans person about this, right? Instead, you're just going off and, like, burning trans people and shitting on trans people and victim blaming trans people. Yeah, or just ignore the game, right? Oh, what he should have done is organize all those top streamers to boycott the game alongside of him and then raise money with Celeste or something like that. Yes, absolutely. Like, I don't know. Like, there's too much doubling down. There's too much him being an asshole. There's too much of me yelling and hurting my voice. And now I'm, like, pissed at myself because I yelled like that. And, like, legitimately, like, apparently... Wait, this is, like... Monday, I don't know. I feel like I haven't streamed that much this week. Missed an easy layup, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get mad. I don't want to yell at him. I'm not trying to hate on him. Right? It's really frustrating. Sorry about the spam in chat. Wait, what happened to the spam? Oh, the spam. Oh god, yeah, no, that's like the spam bot. That horny spam bot. What's wrong with the horny spam bot? No reason they would need to erase the second drive. Yeah, that's exactly right. No, you know what it was? Was that, like, they probably, like, left a note on it and said erase drive, and somebody just came in and was like, oh, erase drives. Right? No, there's absolutely no reason to erase the second drive. These fuckos did it anyway. I'm a little bit mad about that. I had to unfollow somebody who was streaming the game. I feel like I wanted to, like, say something to the streamer, yeah, but they yell at you. Oh my god. I mean, like, I totally, like, yeah, I would want to say something. And when people are saying something to you, Hasan, it's because they don't want to have to unsubscribe. Right? That's why that happens.
Man, can't wait for the fucking Harry
It's 'cause
Potter
they like
game to come
you.
out so I
They
can,
like
take
you.
all those funds and fund another movement, like fund another anti-trans piece of legislation. Like, that's silly. She already has more money than God. And on top of that, nobody keeps the same energy for all of the other avenues that Harry Potter touches. The only reason why we're just like hyper focusing on this game is because J.K. Rowling can't shut the fuck up, and that's really fucking annoying. On top of her being like a psychotic transphobe. There are plenty of psychotic transphobes that own shit, okay?
There is still no reason to buy any fucking Harry Potter shit after you know what you know about her. Even if you don't care about trans people, like, why the fuck do you want to play a blood libel game? Why do you want to play an anti-Semitic weird champ fucking like anti-Semitic trope game, right? Like, there's just no reason to play this crap.
J.K. Rowling, on top of that, is like impossible to shut the fuck up. She loves flexing it. Anyway, I can't shut the fuck up either, but at least my heart is in the right place.
Yeah, exactly,
You participated
Twisted
in Twitch
Elegance,
boycotts,
exactly.
You were feckless, so it's understandable you had enough of this unorganized style of boycotting. Exactly. Ding, ding, ding. That too. I can't like constantly make people feel good about themselves, even when I see something that they're doing that is a piece of activism that is going to be unsuccessful. I don't like that. And if I did that, it would have 100%, it will save me so much heartache, okay? Anyway, so my criticisms of this are not about like J.K. Rowling. They're not even about transphobia. They're not about trans people. They're about successful and unsuccessful forms of protest. But given the nature of the internet and given the danger that trans people face on a daily basis, emotions were high. And of course, people did not interpret it as that. And they interpret it as another white cis ally who's shitting all over trans people because he wants to play a baby game so bad. I don't give a fuck about the baby game. I give a fuck about a successful version of a protest, because this was demonstrably a failure. And I hope that we can learn our lessons from this and then potentially do better next time. Obviously, me as a cis person will never be able to get across to a lot of trans people in this regard, because you automatically shut me out and you say, you're cis, you're just speaking over us. You don't care about
Okay, dude, keep on sounding like Vaush. See what that does for you, right? There's people who follow you specifically because you're not as bad as Vaush, right? Now you're blurring those distinctions, Hasan. This is a fucking own goal, right?
Trans people.
As far as I'm concerned.
True. I mean, I am cis, and I am
If
speaking.
he's worried about the heartache, then
as a cis person,
why has he gone on about it for 3
You
days?
are K-pop girl in my chat is a 32-month subscriber and not fucking a Twitch streamer, okay? Playing any other game and raising money is great and fine. You are missing the point. Please, please. I've described this so many fucking times, man. It's not about playing any other game and raising money for causes. And I'm also going to be held in
Yeah, you've
Juniper.
described it so many times and we still disagree. Take that as a hint.
Establish her own Celeste.
We might be seeing something that you're not seeing. What a bad idea this was. You wanted to have a fucking charity stream based off a turf game? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, are you gonna do like a charity, like, I don't know, find like a racist book and do a charity stream off of that too? You know, what the fuck do you, what are you thinking? What is wrong with you? Why do you think that's okay? Like, what is wrong with you, dude?
On Twitch. It's starting on Monday, okay? It's not about that. People have also, Juniper herself even has made fun of me by fucking subtly throwing shade my way by being like, oh, it's capable. People are capable of raising money by not playing Hogwarts. It's not about that. The point is to play it and be a part of that discourse in a positive way, because the other way is just only going to lead to people being like, oh, fuck, you're the trans people again, going crazy. The game in and of itself is newsworthy. Do you understand? I did stream on Twitch, though. Honestly, I gave up. Okay, well, don't give up, okay? But, like, I didn't. And I think I know a thing or two about how this fucking space works. Can we please at least admit that? It's sad. I get why people don't understand how stream.
If you'll admit that we don't all have Jink Uger as our uncle, then sure. Yeah, totally. I'll admit that, right? I'll admit that. Wait, can we make the weasel thing do a thing? The weasel! The weasel! Oh my god, chat, are you ready for this again? I gotta have the weasel. Like, Hasan's being a bit of a weasel this time. Weasel! 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 Weasel.
What a weasel.
Weasel. Weasel. Weasel. Weasel. Weasel. What a weasel. Yeah, good point. Yeah, Last of Us 2, yeah.
Weasel. What a weasel.
Oh no, there's an ad right now. No. Those ads are evil.
What a weasel.
What a weasel. Wait. No, there's an ad right now. Oh my god. Wait, are you talking about like a Harry Potter ad?
Weasel.
Oh my god. Weasel. Weasel.
What a weasel.
You're back, just in time for weasels.
Weasel. What a weasel.
Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
What a weasel. Anyway, Hasan's being a weasel. Who knew? Who knew that Hasan could be such a weasel?
Meta's work. I get why people don't understand how the attention economy works, okay? But please, if
Oh
you don't
my
believe-
god, you are Chud Logic. Are you gonna ask me to sit in your fucking lap next? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I'm not that Chud Logic would do anything like that. That's not what I'm saying, chat. I'm just saying that, like, you know, like, right? You just don't do a Chud Logic right now. That's all I'm asking, okay? We left after the first involuntarily. That super sucks. So yeah, if you want to get out of that, you know, like there's several ways. Amazon Prime is one way. If you have a Prime that you can hook up to your account, right? That will allow you one free sub and you can get yourself out of those ads, right? If you have, you know, money yourself, you could spring for a sub. I think it's $5 to get to sub to me on Twitch and get out of that ad. The other way to do it is to hang around here and talk enough where the people that give subs are gonna, yeah, exactly. Oh my god, you have a Prime. Wow. Okay. Oh god. I feel bad though. I should have told you that before the ad. I just don't know when the ads are coming. Like honestly, like it seems like that one was what, like at 11:25? I don't even know how it works. Amazon Prime doesn't work. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Isn't there something about that it only works in the US? Which sucks, because like that's one of the nicest parts of having Prime.
Anything I'm saying, just there are things that I am.
But yeah, you will get out of the next ad break, and unfortunately these ad breaks go off on the half hour, right? I think it's like 2 ads per hour. And that's what gets us out of the pre-roll ads, which are even worse, right? These are the ads that hit you right when you come into the stream. And we don't want people to get hit with ads right when they come into the stream. So we get you out of that. But we, as a payment, we have to do 2 ads per hour, which is really shitty. Twitch loves to throw ads on me, but I think this is the best way to get rid of the pre-roll ads.
Demonstrably fucking good at, and that is understanding the attention economy.
Wait, I do love My Immortal. Wait, are we talking about is that the Harry Potter? No. My Immortal's like isn't it like a vampire thing?
How to message certain
The
things.
fanfic, yeah. I'm pretty sure that in oh, it's the Harry Potter fanfic. Harry Potter gets renamed Vampire or something because the name Harry wasn't goth enough. Iconic piece of literature. This is that it's like a fanfic on YouTube, right? I'll have to ask my hubby. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean like that's okay, so yeah, and whatever yeah, the one thing I always say too, since like the people that like want to donate to me the most are always the ones that you know, maybe you should think like, I don't know, like it seems like generous people, you know, I don't want anybody to give if they are themselves in need of resources and money, and you know, should have a more important thing to spend that for. So like, yeah, always take care of yourself first. I don't want anybody, you know, putting themselves in a financially difficult situation over me. And like I said, if you're in a position where money is tight, hang out for a while, and eventually somebody will get you a gift sub if you talk in chat. They will notice you. They will notice you, and they will you will get a gift sub. So yeah, whatever works best for people.
So much for the idea that capitalism rules all, or that capitalism always wins. It does win when it comes to money making, right? This game will continue to make money, but it doesn't win when it comes to the culture. I want to talk a little bit more about that.
Oh, you gotta go to sleep.
Amazing
well,
stuff.
have a good
companies.
Have
your
a
wireless
good
company,
night
probably
sleep,
spending money on a bunch
Killer
of causes.
8-bit.
What the fuck? Oh my god, he's so. Wait, is this over? Is the story over? That's it. He just like
Twitter for you, and two, not for you, and two, protect against downside liability.
Yeah, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. That's like I feel bad that you didn't hear about it until after the ad.
Company. This is the entire HR department.
Still
that's
feel
it.
bad.
That's all he talked about. Hunter Biden. Okay, he goes into Hunter Biden. That's it. That's all.
He goes
said.
into
Okay,
Hunter
glad.
Biden.
I'm glad. Even at your most frustrated while being met with no charitable, you're still be able to be empathetic, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Okay, so whenever people say, yeah, thank you. Whenever people say like, oh, play a different game, it's like, dude, we've done charities. Michael in this chat has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh my god, how much are we gonna moral self-license? Okay, so listen, we've done charities, so shut the fuck up. I should be able to organize another charity stream while I play a game that represents transphobia. Yeah. Good one, Hasan. This is ghoulish. Like I said, this is fucking ghoulish. Do you not see that? Like, do you not see that? It's 1:31. Oh my god. I gotta sleep too at some point. I'm just like trying to see what else Hasan has got for me.
Fucking, you know, out of shape dudes drink breast milk and shit. Okay, like there are many different ways of doing that. Over $300,000. I've helped out in those initiatives. Though this community's helped.
He's pissing me off too.
We've done this. Okay, that's not the point.
It's 9:30 a.m. where you are. Okay.
I knew was going to turn into. Look at these trans losers who are fucking trying to do this like
thanks
dumb
for
boycott
hanging out with
and
us.
being really mean to everyone. Too, trans people have found a very cool way to redirect the attention over to J.K. Rowling being a transphobic person by using her IP against her to raise millions of dollars of funds for Trans Lifeline, Trevor Project, and numerous other trans charities. That was the point. It doesn't matter though. For some people, if you don't automatically agree with their opinion, they won't listen to anything you have to say though. Yeah. Anyway, you don't owe me anything. Trans chatters, you don't owe me shit. Okay. Go ahead. If you want to fucking farm cloud, if you want to clip chimp this, I said trans losers. You know. You can fucking use that.
God.
That's a great opportunity. You can be like, dude, look at him. He's like very clearly a bad guy.
Hasan, it didn't even fucking occur to me. I'm not trying to cancel you. I'm not trying to farm clout. I'm just disappointed. That's literally it. Okay. I am just disappointed. God damn, you have such a poor view of trans people.
You're not doing anything. You're just like, you're just not coming into a community where you could probably
this is just sad.
Enjoy yourself without fear that like someone's gonna try to fucking hunt you down and constantly debate your existence. And instead, you're just living a lifetime of isolation.
No, instead they're gonna hunt me down and try to debate like my right to. Like my right to be pissed off at supposed allies, like. Or disappointed at supposed allies like playing like the turf game. That's all. Like, right? And again, this isn't something that anybody's like asking you to do. It's something that we're asking you not to do. Like, stop acting like the default is to play the fucking anti-Semitic turf game. Stop acting like that is just like the you know, the easy mode. It's not. Like, that's you going out of your way to buy a fucked up game. Keep the stream. Oh, yeah, thank you. That's really sweet of you, Legendary Super Terran. Wait, is that like a combination of Dragon Ball Z with... Is it like Dragon Ball Z meets StarCraft? Okay, how much more do we
Back to
have?
your Discord server, I guess. That's the only place. The most wild part is that without seeing chat, you would think you're shadowboxing against strawman. No, I'm not. No. Man, not everyone who criticizes you is doing it for recognition or for clout.
Okay, now to be fair, I was not watching chat. Is he responding to chat? That makes like a little bit more sense because it sounded like he was. It really did sound like he was just going off like on, I don't know, things that he'd heard on Twitter, like, and like, you know, just kind of straw manning, like, right, making up like, you know, what the trans person, the imaginary trans person arguing with him is saying, right? It kind of sounded like that. So if he's responding to chat, that makes a little bit more sense. I can usually hear when a streamer is responding to chat, like, right, the way that they talk is different. I usually notice it, but I guess maybe this time I didn't.
I know. I think there are. I understand the validity of people getting fucking upset. I understand why people are mad. I already recognize that. I'm a cis guy who is like, you know, speaking over trans voices. That's automatically the headline for a lot of people. They're going to be misdirected. Okay. A lot of people are going to be angry. A lot of people are going to be angry. For example, I'm critical that you won't call my mom back. She's been real sad lately. Okay. Detornment, meaning rerouting, hijacking, and French is a technique developed by the 1950s Letterist International and was later adapted by the Situationist International that was defined in the SI's inaugural 1958 journal as the integration of present or past artistic productions into a superior construction of a milieu. In this sense, there can be no situationist painting or music, but only a situationist use of those means.
Like, I mean, like, let's say that there's a thing in the Netherlands. It's when they celebrate Christmas, they don't just have Santa Claus. They also have a character named Black Peter or Black Pierre, right? Or Peter or whatever, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like a blackface character, right? That they do in the Netherlands. Okay, so let's say that we wanted to, like, do you see what I'm saying? Participating in that shit is fucked up. And it's fucked up regardless if you're donating the proceeds to charity. In fact, it's somewhat, like, more fucked up. If you are ghoulish enough to think that donating the proceeds to charity makes something as fucked up as that okay. It doesn't, right? Like, you're literally playing an anti-Semitic trope, right? This is a game where you crush the Goblin Rebellion. This is a game where they throw in blood libel. The goblins are like literally doing the trope that blood libel comes from.
In a more elementary sense, determinant within the old cultural spheres is a method of propaganda a method which reveals the wearing out and loss of importance of those spheres. It has been defined elsewhere as a turning expressions of the capitalist system and its media culture against itself, as when slogans and logos are turned against their advertisers or the political status quo.
Do you know what recuperation is, and do you know what it implies, right? Recuperation is when you take something that was revolutionary and you turn it into something that is counter-revolutionary, right? And this happens to everything. Every bit of revolutionary culture gets recuperated. That's why it needs to change, right? That tactic may have worked when the Situationist International was like a big deal in the 60s and 70s, right? That might have been a great technique to use. Hasan, it's 2023. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
Determinant was prominently used to set up subversive political pranks, an influential tactic called Situationist prank that was reprised by the punk movement in the late 1970s and inspired the culture jamming movement in the 1980s. Its opposite is recuperation, in which radical ideas or social image of people who are viewed negatively are twisted, commodified, and absorbed in a more socially acceptable context. Anyway, I think people understand your turn it around idea, and I personally agree, and I think it could have been good, but at the same time,
again, you're talking about sophisticated stuff like that. This is almost a parallel to the Keffals conversation about reclamation, right? How what Keffals was doing was not reclamation. Okay? Like, she wanted it to be reclamation. That is an excuse that some people did, but it's not. When you call somebody the F slur, or you call somebody the R slur, and you're using it as a pejorative, that's not reclamation, right? And neither is this like deterrent, chat. Like, Hasan, that's just fucking cope. You're literally coping here. Yeah, this is a pretty gross take. It's disappointing for sure. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate his guts. I don't hate Hasan for this. I'm not like, you know, writing him off or anything. It's just disappointing.
But continuously partaking in her IP is going to keep on validating her and her.
It's like a slap in the face to trans people to be like, hey, trans people, I'm going to use this space of transphobia, to raise money for you. Aren't I a great savior for you guys?
Well,
it is savior shit, isn't it? It is absolutely savior shit.
There's no way to overcome that.
Yo, not just him. Like all cis people this week is like, let's make ourselves the victim.
Saying, don't play this game. Don't consume the IP because of how like important it is for so many fucking people. Not me, by the way. I mean, I read the books. I liked it, you know, but like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. I don't give a shit. Okay. But for many people who have nothing in their lives, consumption, especially cultural consumption, is like very important to them. Okay. It's already a standalone thing. There are children on this planet that love the Harry Potter IP that have no fucking clue who J.K. Rowling is. Use the scary Terry argument. Why should we listen to?
We are not going to the fucking children that have no idea who it is and asking them, please don't play the game. We're going to trans allies like you, Hasan. That's why you're getting asked. That's why you're being talked to. That's why people give a fuck. That's why people are disappointed.
JK saying my platform means people are transphobic.
You're not some fucking kid that doesn't know any better. Quit trying to hide behind that.
Yeah, I think it's defeatist.
This is
already
gross.
Already bitching at you for raising funds for Turkey. Raising funds for trans cause would only fuel unhinged haters even more, especially because this is intense culture. Worse shit to the right.
This is some Vaush shit right here. This is absolutely some Vaush shit that he's on.
Normans will never even hear about this drama. Like they're so far attached from this. They just like Harry Potter. Exactly. I know. Anyway, and to the people now who are
and that's fine, okay? We got to start from where we got to start from, right? This is like talking about this stuff is only going to potentially work with or reach trans allies. And by doing this, guess what, Hasan? We see who's actually down and who's not.
saying, Hasan, you should play the game now anyway. It's over. The drops are probably going to be over. The discourse is already over. XQC already played it. Most content creators at the top have already played it and finished the the It's done. It's too late. The ship has sailed. You know what I mean? It's super late. We spent the entire time arguing amongst ourselves, amongst allies, on what the fuck to do while everyone already played the game. And not a single one of you motherfuckers yelled at them because you know you have no power there. Because ultimately you kind of recognize how silly it is and also recognize that most people don't care. Most people do not care.
Because we thought better of you. We thought better of you. That's why.
About,
okay?
You know.
I don't think that you're a piece of shit. Oh my god, I'm not gonna call out call out all the giant streamers that you think are pieces of shit. Good one, Irene. That's a really smart thing to do. This reminds me of the autism charity stream that funded a clinic of super harmful treatments for autistic kids. Or
trying to create a trans acceptable space. Which personally, I obviously do care about that, but I don't think those are the boundaries to create a trans accepting sphere. Can we still do a fundraiser later, even though it won't be as effective? Of course. Yes, we will do. In time, we will do another fucking fundraiser. Of course we will, for a trans charity. Yeah, man. Let's just ignore. Okay, dude. I'm gonna respond to this as charitably as possible. Okay. Yeah, man. Let's just ignore the people asking for support and tell them how they should do a better good call. Yes, as a person who at least has a better understanding of how media works than you and the overwhelming majority of people who demonstrably pushed for a failed boycott. Yes, I'm not coming at this conversation. I'm not coming at this conversation as like a cis person speaking over everyone because I know best. I'm coming at this conversation as a person who does know better, okay? Because even the most meaningful criticisms towards me were like, why doesn't he play a different game? Why doesn't he play a different game by trans creators? And I really appreciate that kind of feedback. I do, but I don't agree with it. Anyway, is this what you are calling ignoring it? 3 days of discourse during a natural disaster? Yeah, I can't ignore anything. You know me. I can't shut the fuck up like I already, mentioned. Oh, you're talking about the chatter. Support the death of Harry Potter doesn't save anyone. Harry Potter didn't invent realism in fantasy, in the fantasy genre, or race essentialism. At this point, you wouldn't grab any Normans, go into the Hogwarts Legacy category to see the new game. It'd be purely drama Andy's trying to farm you for reactions. Yeah. Anyway, but have you considered that my counter is that you're speaking over trans voices and that therefore you're a piece of shit is a much more marketable position to accrue likes on Twitter? Because yes, that is true, and that's why a lot of people did it. Some people did it because they just saw other people doing it. Some people did it because they genuinely were upset. Some people did it because they've been hurt by other cis content creators before, who have devalued them. And some people did it.
And some people did it because we stand up for trans people, and we don't want to be picked. Okay. Dickhead.
A lot of people did it because they like getting Twitter clout. It makes them feel like they're appreciated.
You are
Some
so
people did it for self-promo so they can sell their OnlyFans or their Substacks, and some people did it specifically because that kind of validation from other trans people makes you feel good. You're like, oh, that's a sense of community. It's an understandable desire.
because I care about trans people, you dumb fuck, okay? Because I'm not a fucking sellout, okay?
It's not.
You think it's clout to get fucking harassed by the number of fucking TERFs and transphobes I did by making one single Twitter post, yeah? You think that was to farm clout? Fuck you, Hasan. Fuck you.
The funniest thing was seeing
God, what a
Smurfs
piece
and
of
TERFs, by the
shit.
way,
I'm so
also
mad.
pile in on the drama.
Okay, I wasn't mad
saw this
before.
fucking TERF who literally 3 tweets
Don't
below
wanna
were
be
like
mad.
saying, trans women are not women and rapists or whatever, literally calling me a rapist and saying I'm a brothel goer. That was kind of funny. It was a weird mixture of like unironic people who like hate one another, but they were united in their overarching hatred for me in that very moment. It's like, bro, what? But it doesn't matter.
Dude, you're such a
Usually,
victim. You're
Smurfs,
such a
sex
fucking
work
victim, aren't
exclusionary
you?
radical feminists
Look at
are
this
too stupid,
victim.
so they have no way of comprehending
Yeah,
anything.
like
They're just
Siberia
literally
3,
acting out on like
main
whatever
character-
they see and are hysterical, by the way. Yes, sex work exclusionary radical feminists are fucking hysterical. TERFs too. Literal different kinds of brain disease. Anyway, you saying you don't want a headache and managing to make every side mad during the charity stream on top of it is so funny to me. Yeah, I know. Okay. Saw this one person being like, you support him, you're an enemy of women and don't have any revolutionary thought. Yeah, except me. I have all the revolutionary thoughts because I'm tweeting instead of, doing exactly
You're
what
so
Hasan's
mad.
doing, but just less successful. And
Look,
on Twitter.
I don't want to get
That's the
mad
funniest
like
part
you.
about
I don't want to
Twitter
react
discourse
like
versus
you.
Streamer drama.
Like,
everybody
I
loves
don't,
shitting on
I know I just said I fucking hate you and shit like that, right? That was like, I mean that as in like in the moment, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? I don't actually hate you. I mean, like, right, this is just like, I wish you were better, but you're not, and it sucks, and I was wrong. That's all. Disappointed. That's all.
streamers, and to be fair, we are pathetic and we do usually deserve it. But it's pretty funny because like it's always other pathetic people who also are just less successful in probably an identical medium. Like you tweet because you want to move on from Twitter to like a medium that is
I
at
am
least, like,
sorry that I don't have a fucking, like, media mogul uncle, Hasan. What the fuck? You gonna flex on me? You gonna flex on me, you fucking coward? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna sit here and flex on me? God.
like a medium that will make
Why
you
do I put up
money,
with
like, to
this?
generate revenue. Your goal is
Why
that.
do I
Let's be
put up
real.
with this?
You're posting. You love shit posting. We all do. Okay. So you look to like streamers and you go, that guy's doing the same shit I'm doing. Why the fuck can't I do it? I have better ideas than he does. Not realizing the intricacies of what goes into it, which by the way, still doesn't make it as difficult of a job as fucking roofers or whatever, obviously. But it literally is. It's just like, you're just constantly, endlessly chirping about how pathetic streamers are because you're also fucking pathetic, but you just don't make money off of that. That's it. And that's precisely why you want to turn that into something that is a money-making operation. You want to either make a Substack or you want to make a podcast. And no one fucking listens to your podcast, so you get more mad and hope that like maybe if I fucking put the streamer down again, I'll have that same crumb of attention and then maybe I'll have some return customers on my podcast.
Look, you're making me want to just burn your ass for clout, okay? I don't think that works. I don't want to do that. I am not that person. That's not what this is about, but you're making me want to, right? You're like waving a red flag in front of me, okay? Why is he making himself a victim? I know, right? He's a jackass.
It's not going to happen. I promise you. It could happen. You just have to change your tactics and make something that is entertaining, unique, interesting. Okay? Charlie?
No, I think we just have to be meaner to dumb fucks like you.
Situation? Please,
I think that people will appreciate that. See, here's the thing.
Charlie?
Anytime you have bad takes like this, right? You are creating an opportunity for an opportunistic person to just come in. Like, if I really wanted to fucking milk you, Hasan, I wouldn't say shit about you, okay? I wouldn't say shit. I would just watch your bullshit and like have a slightly better take. Right? And watch you crash and burn. Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're making your community more hostile to trans people. And that can only benefit a trans person like myself, who's going to have a natural advantage over you in that regard. If I really wanted to fucking use you, right? If that's what this was about, or like I had some fucking jealousy. You want me to be jealous of you, Hasan? You fucking want me to be jealous? I'm not jealous of your transphobic uncle. Yeah? Yeah, I don't think he's apologized for that either, has he? I don't think that Jink Uger has ever apologized for using transgender as a dig, as a way to call somebody ugly. I don't think that Jink Uger has ever apologized for that. I'm sorry I don't have a rich transphobic uncle that is a media mogul like you do, okay?
We actually debated on the Darman situation.
You want to fucking flex that nepotism?
When shit gets bad. I think it's called business. They're called
You-
business
you-
relationships.
But like when you say it this way, do you realize like the more
As a guy who works in a mine, I feel like a loser.
Yeah,
because
he
I'm
absolutely
feeling
made
like
this
someone
about
I'm
him.
I feel like a dumbass at times. What the fuck do you mean, dude? You're doing something that's like actually important, okay? I ain't doing shit, brother. Darman debate. What is the problem? Then why the fuck is he still working for the Cringer guy? Argument. The dark side. What does that even mean?
you say things like this, the more it seems like you are legitimately having the same thought
Wait, is that
process as the
moist
people who end up
critical?
using like sweatshops, slave labor, that kind of thing.
I'm just trying to cook you.
Oh, this is awesome. What the fuck? This was an hour conversation. It was fucking hilarious. Charlie said XQC sounded like a sweatshop owner. Dude, I love this. This is my favorite genre. XQC debating people and taking it very seriously by like taking notes and shit is like some of my favorite genre, okay? But before we get to that, which is a wonderful conversation to approach, friend of the show, Jason Schreier, who I appreciate, who I think is a very good journalist, wrote a Bloomberg feature on Hogwarts Legacy, being one of the biggest video games of this year. But for some fans and even people who made it, it's been difficult to reconcile enjoyment of the Harry Potter world with author J.K. Rowling's views on transgender people. Jason follows by saying, Rowling's comments in the summer of 2020 rattled a number of people working on Hogwarts Legacy. Some looked for new jobs. Others stayed and tried to grapple with their ethical questions. And the company responded by making one NPC transgender, according to 4 people familiar. Although Rowling was not involved with the creation of the game, her creative agency, the Blair Partnership, played a big role. She still owns Harry Potter and benefits financially and culturally from sales, leaving some fans facing ethical dilemmas.
What does that mean,
Hogwarts Legacy
culturally?
is already breaking records on Twitch and topping pre-order charts. It's going to sell gangbusters.
Look, I'm for the record, I'm not calling him a nepotism baby. I wouldn't even say anything about it except for the fact that he's flexing, right? He's flexing so fucking hard, and he's being like, look, you bow down to me. The attention economy is my bitch, you know, like fucking bow down to me. Listen to me, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, I know everything. Like that's what's so annoying about this.
A word I like to use when describing situations like this as well, which I did earlier. But
I mean,
thanks
I'm
to
not
Rowling's
saying it's not
incendiary
true
comments over
either,
the past few years, this isn't an ordinary
but-
blockbuster launch. Full story. Fuck. Still transphobic, woke bait. Yes, dude, I am literally an enemy, okay? Yeah, I have no interest. If you think I'm transphobic, then yeah, okay, I'm just another transphobic content creator. Like, I don't care if you think that. Honestly, I don't. There are plenty of trans...
No, I don't think you're transphobic. I think you're a bitch baby,
people in this
okay?
community that know
You're
that
a
that is not the case. You
fragile
can just
little
fucking cry
bitch
about it all you
baby.
want. I'm a foe, dude. Why is there more hate speech from your chat than
God.
on Twitter? No. Those are manifestations of Twitter in the chat. How do I bypass this paywall again, guys? Carefully? Okay, thanks. I don't know how to do the fucking 12. Can someone just link it to me? Wait, hold on. Not working. That 12-foot ladder shit never works for me either. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, no one is linking it to me. Fuck it. People calling you out for nothing as your villain origin story as an Akatsuki member. Yeah, not gonna stop. People are gonna... I did turn JavaScript off on uBlock origin, look. Wait, what? I turned it on and it worked. What the fuck? That's weird. That was weird. How the fuck did that work? Okay. Harry Potter fans have been waiting more than a decade for a video game worthy of the blockbuster entertainment franchise dedicated following. They dreamed of we already covered all that. Pre-orders are busting. They're bussing. Rowling, this is good. Because this also like will give you an accurate history of J.K. Rowling's like slight transphobia that turned into very overt, very obvious transphobia.
The other thing is like the other thing that sucks about this rant is that like you cannot contain it, right? Like you've already pissed off trans people, right? You've already fed Ben Shapiro, right? And you can't shut the fuck up about it. You still gotta argue with this imaginary trans person in your head or chat. I can't tell which. Probably both.
Like no one becomes a gender critical person or a TERF overnight. They just like kind of dip their toes in the water. Like they have those ideas, they have those opinions, but they just like market test it a little bit. You know what I mean? They limit test it. They're like, ooh, let me put my tippy toes in the water. Just like talk about how like I think it's a little weird. We talk about how like I just care about the ethics of like female sports. I just think about like what it means to be a woman and how we should well define it. That kind of thing, right? Of course, gender essentialism is the normative position. You are absolutely correct. This is something I talk about all the time, which is precisely why so many people are transphobic, because it literally is just the learned behavior, right? Especially in Western culture. It is a part of our existence. Like, that's just what we're taught. And it's something very personal to us, especially when nothing else is. You know what I mean? You have cultural signifiers, what kind of content you consume, what kind of food you eat, you know, is it good, is it bad? And then you have gender. It's like one of the things that is very rigidly defined from birth. Okay, boys wear blue.
I'm just eating. I'm eating fucking lettuce here. Okay, that's. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. It's lettuce.
We're pink now. Has that always been the case historically? Of course not. Of course not. That has changed throughout time.
Oh
but
my
now,
God,
in the space
he's
that we
so
exist in, that's how it is.
insufferable.
We learn that from a very early age, and that is precisely why so many people hold on to an idea that is outdated, especially even like the entry point into that idea of gender being socially constructed, like the clothes we wear on our backs. You know what I mean? Like how we present ourselves. The expectations are all a consequence of social construction. Yes, pink used to be a boy's color not that long ago. All right. So Rowling began to promulgate views that were widely perceived as transphobic in 2018, liking a post on Twitter that said trans women are men in dresses, and following certain commentators who described transgender women as men. Then in the summer of 2020, I remember this vividly because everyone started saying it back then, and I was like, wait, is that the case for real? What's going on? And following certain commentators, then in the summer of 2020, Rowling wrote a 3,700-word essay on sex and gender issues. The moment that you do that, it's over. The brain rot has completely set in. Okay? You've lost your fucking mind.
I got some
She
more
wrote a
lettuce.
manifesto.
Manifesto,
Let's
hell
go!
yeah.
Whoa!
Hell yeah, we gotta
Bitch!
write a manifesto on NCC though. That's the way.
On camera. All right.
That's the
Saying
base
she
thing to
refused
do.
bow down to a movement that I believe is doing demonstrable harm to women. In the months that followed, Rowling spoke out against Scottish legislation that would make it easier for people to change their gender on their birth certificate. Fans like Max Grosshandler, 25, whose sister is transgender, didn't know how to feel. It was a world-crushing experience for me, he said. I was just shocked and appalled. Whereas previous Harry Potter games were mostly mediocre movie tie-ins, Hogwarts Legacy is the first to be treated like a big-budget video game with high-end graphics and an original story. The technology has significantly evolved since the last Harry Potter console game came out in 2011. Early reviews have been glowing and certainly are the best for any Harry Potter game yet. For Grosshandler and tens of thousands of other fans on the Harry Potter game subreddit group he runs,
They don't use gender critical like it's an actual term. It's way more cringe than cancel
the first real
culture.
opportunity
Yeah,
to immerse
true.
themselves in a detailed recreation of Hogwarts Castle. He's choking back his reservations and plans on buying and playing the game. Others are struggling to resist the temptation. Patrick, who asked to be identified only by his name, said he's a gay man who adored Harry Potter and saw the game as a childhood fantasy that he would love to play. But after what he perceived as a betrayal from the author, he is ambivalent. I'm leaning towards not spending any more money on products connected to J.K. Rowling anymore, he said in an email, and I don't feel superior because of it. Quite the opposite, it all feels very sad. What has she done to her own creation? I personally think statements like this actually give a false sense of hope to people who think boycotting and trying to create decentralized boycott movements like this, a false sense of hope. I'll admit.
Meow.
They're like, look, it's working. No, it's not. A representative for Rowling
Meow,
declined to
meow,
comment.
meow,
A spokesperson
meow.
for Warner Bros. Said it has been a high priority. Murat! Topi kapat! Close the door! Motherfuckers using power tools in the background, bro. Like, come on, dog. I always tell him to close the door. He loves leaving the fucking door open when he's using power tools, dude. He loves that shit. He loves
Meow,
it.
meow,
I don't care if
meow.
it works on principle. Okay, well, like, literally
Meow, meow,
reevaluate your
meow.
principles then. What the fuck? It's such a bad take because then what's the point of boycotting anything? Have you ever heard me say anything of the similar sort towards boycotting, divesting, and putting sanctions on the state of Israel? No. I'm a supporter of said movement. Why am I a supporter of that? Because it has tangible goals associated with it. If your tangible goal is literally just to state that
You hear the power
we just want
tools?
no one to watch Harry Potter.
Do you hear
you're
the
never gonna
power
be able to
tools?
achieve that tangible goal. I'm going to lose my mind. You can probably hear him again. Holy fuck. I'm going to go yell at him. Insane. Poor Murat.
Oh
No,
my
no,
God.
please. Okay.
Poor
So
Murat.
Warner Brothers Games and Avalanche Software teams up. It's an important release for Warner Bros. And console makers Microsoft Core, Sony Group Core, which are relying on big games this year to goose spending after a thin release calendar in 2022. Development of Hogwarts Legacy first started in 2017 when Warner Bros. Acquired the Salt Lake City-based Avalanche Software, previous game studio, and been a part of Walt Disney, Disney Infinity, Toy Story, Cars. Those games I don't even know existed. From the start, the game's production was riddled with challenges according to people who worked there. Avalanche dealt with growing pains as it tried to pivot from mostly licensed kid games to a big-budget open-world role-playing game that was meant to appeal to adults. Departments that were used to operating in silos suddenly had to work closely together. Newcomers to the company, which was founded in 1995 and still the same owner, and many employees who have worked there for decades, found an entrenched culture that could be difficult to penetrate. Rowling's comments about transgender people also rattled some developers of Hogwarts Legacy. There's some Hasan heads that also worked on this game, by the way. You know? Oh my god, this guy keeps asking me about Fethullah Gulen. Okay. Others pushed for the company to make a statement or otherwise acknowledge the controversy. Instead, Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment President David Haddad said during an all-employee Haze meeting that Rowling was entitled to express her personal opinion. Shocking. Shocked to find out that the Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment president was like, yeah, no, she's allowed as a billionaire to be as transphobic as she wants to. Look at me, man. Look at me, my oh my, incredibly shocked at that reality. The author wasn't involved in the game's development, but she still owns the Harry Potter license and will benefit from the sales. We already know that. Creative agency Blair Partnership is playing a role in the development of the game. We already know that. Eventually, Avalanche management decided that Hogwarts Legacy needed to be more inclusive and respond to the controversy in one key way. After Rowling's comments in the summer of 2020, the studio decided to add transgender character to Hogwarts Legacy. According to
Oh
four
my
people familiar with
god,
the
this is
discussion,
all,
one of the game's
yeah,
non-playable
so this
characters,
is
a
literally
bartender
throwing the trans people a bone.
named Sinona Ryan, was now a trans woman. Serona Ryan, not even Sinona. Sir Ryan, Anyway, it's a subtle nod to J.K. Rowling and the type of naming conventions she engages in. Another feature, the character creator allows players to mix and match voices, body types, and choice of dormitory. We wanted to make a game that felt welcoming and inviting to everyone, said Troy Leavitt, formerly a designer and a producer on Hogwarts Legacy. It was a way to extend the invitation a little wider so that more fans could see themselves represented in the wizarding world, he said in an email. Leavitt has faced controversy of his own. He resigned from Avalanche in 2021 after social media users discovered that he had made videos in support of Gamergate, a loose community of gamers who battled vehemently against journalists and developers for voicing their progressive views. Leavitt maintains that the movement was primarily about ethics and journalism. Oh God, he's still an ethics and journalism guy?
He's still about that ethics and journalism.
Yeah, I was younger.
He's still about that ethics and journalism.
The video game press has been ideologically captured. Oh Jesus! Finally, you come across it.
The press has been ideologically captured. Oh my God!
Outed and left the company. It's pretty funny to think about this though. Like my man is still in the halcyon days of fucking being a griped up shouty. A representative for the Blair Partnership said in a statement that the agency was proud of the work Warner Bros. Games and Avalanche have done on this groundbreaking game and the.
IGN quotes the game review. It's a buggy mess. So if they argued you've waited for a good Harry Potter game for years, this doesn't seem to be it. Yeah, I mean they threw a lot of money at it. I guess like the graphics but yeah, like I have heard that this is not it. And like he was saying earlier, this is going to be the game of the year. It's clearly not, right? There's already stuff that's been like announced at by Nintendo that's gonna like knock this out of the water. So it's such a weird flex. It really is.
Part we have played in the development of it. And by the way, in some respects, it is groundbreaking. Doesn't matter if you get mad at it. Doesn't matter if you think that acknowledging that makes you transphobic or whatever. It truly is. It is video game IP, it is well-established IP that had a blockbuster success in the movie theaters. It is in the same vein as Spider-Man, okay? It is a collaborative effort between video game studios and movie studios, which is literally still a newer front in general, okay? Okay, but how is that groundbreaking? It's industry defining, which means if they continue, they could potentially make even more big budget Hollywood productions turn into like successful mainstream video games. I think a lot of people forget that like this is still not like there is still no adequate method for this. There's still not adequate. There's still no like perfect method to take all these like big budget movies and then translate them to big budget video game productions.
Yeah, right.
One other
crappy transphobic
even if this game had, like,
on
insanely anti-trans narratives, that would make me want to play it more. Not because I myself am like secretly transphobic or whatever, contrary to popular opinion of Twitter users, but because I do cultural commentary. So I would see it in the exact same vein as playing the single player missions of Call of Duty. Like this is right up my fucking alley. We look at stuff that we criticize on a daily basis. I would go so far as to say I probably watch more Fox News than I watch CNN. You know what I mean? And the reason for why I do that is because I like to look at what kind of propaganda that they're creating and make jokes about it. It is a totally valid thing to do. Twitter can use this as an opportunity to clip and ship and go fucking crazy, but I don't care. This is literally what I do. Also, I would be the absolute worst secret conservative on the planet. Why the fuck would I have garnered the attention of perhaps the most annoying group of fucking liberals and leftists
oh my god,
be racist or secretly be transphobic, when I could just be making infinitely more money with no one chirping at me from my side. I mean,
this guy
by becoming a
arrogance of telling
anyway, yeah,
trans people the correct way to respond to bigotry.
Franchise in history. It's the third largest.
No shit, dude. No shit.
Spider-Man was
like quit
I guess,
fucking
treated as a separate franchise in the Marvel Cinematic Universe too. You will become right wing in 10 years, bro. Yeah, I know. They've been saying that for the past 10 years. I'm
not gonna.
For some reason.
Let's hope not. Okay.
That sort.
Let's hope not.
I'll become more right wing eventually, or I will, I will fall out of favor. I'll drop off. I know it just hasn't happened yet, but it will one day, I'm sure. Avalanche's efforts at inclusivity in Hogwarts Legacy don't go far enough for some fans. Are fans boycotting Hogwarts Legacy? Jessie Earl, a transgender woman, writer, and YouTuber who has spoken out against Rowling, called for a boycott of the game. It says, we as a culture are going to continue to hold on to what she's making and allow her to have this presence in our society, Earl said in an interview. I think Jessie Earl is a wonderful person. Okay. I think she's great. I hope everyone understands this. I can have a disagreement with someone over the most successful way to use the media momentum surrounding a product created by a trans person. Okay. This does not make me transphobic. This does not make her wrong. Okay. I just, I hope everyone understands that. All right. People should at least consider your opinion on how to hijack the algo to change the discourse. Someone who gets 40K viewers every day talking leftist politics on a gaming platform knows what they're talking about. Exactly. This is like literally right up my alley.
This is
why I'm
like
so
saying
fucking-
that Donald Trump fucking knows, like I don't know. This is like along the same line as like, hey, Donald Trump should be president because he knows business, and we want the country to be rich and to be successful, and all of his businesses are rich and successful. So if we elect Donald Trump to be president, then we'll do really good. This is the same kind of like level of logic as that, right? In other words, no logic at all. Oh my god, wow, that was great. That was great. That was awesome. That was excellent. Did that pig lay an
personally
egg?
Annoyed.
Do you
Because
see
everyone
that?
just keeps
Look,
undermining like
the
what I
pig
have
laid an
accomplished and
egg.
what I
See?
want to do with more
See?
momentum.
You laid an
People who grew up
egg.
enamored of the series,
Yes,
even named a cat after a
you.
character from the book, said
You
that the
laid
results
an
of Harry Potter have been
egg.
painful.
That's
Jessie
amazing.
Earl
Look
has
at that
more,
egg. A
of
pig egg.
a personal association.
Okay,
with
I'm
Harry
gonna leave
Potter
the
than
pig
I
egg.
fucking
Oh my
know.
god,
Shit
pig
about
eggs
that.
all
You know
over
what
the
I mean?
place. Wait,
I
are
feel like
those
it's happened
eggs?
again
I can't even
recently.
tell.
You are correct. Cyberpunk. That's right. We have forgotten all about it because Cyberpunk was unplayable, and the criticisms went away quickly when it was again unplayable. But yes, I had this exact same argument with outspoken trans members in my community about how Cyberpunk was transphobic, and I had pretty much the exact same conversation that I should boycott Cyberpunk, that I should not play Cyberpunk, that Cyberpunk is a transphobic game ultimately. Okay, it wasn't. It literally wasn't, and a lot of people were very, very upset at me at the time. And guess what? Probably some of those people are in here right now that forgot that they said it was transphobic and are in here still. And I did play it. Exactly. I did. Why was it transphobic? It wasn't. It wasn't. There was a couple things in it where, are you gaslighting us? Wait, you think Cyberpunk is transphobic was not a conversation that we had? Huh. Let's take a look. Let's look. Is Cyberpunk 2077 transphobic? 3 years ago. 42K views. I don't think so.
To their internal beliefs. While I am sure the game will be very well made and beautiful, I am also sure I'm also sure it will miss on important themes of gender, transhumanism, etc. The only thing it may get right is the criticism of media and corporations, but that is really no leap considering who their target audience seems to be. Examples of egregious behavior: Cyberpunk Twitter account makes a donut.
Didn't Trump go bankrupt multiple times?
This is the first one that came up. 0% prediction accuracy. What do you mean? You're telling me I have 100% prediction accuracy? Because I literally was fucking correct. I've always been correct.
Trump's businesses did. He never personally went bankrupt.
And that's it.
That's what he always brags about.
I was right. I was correct at the top of the hour.
I didn't go bankrupt. I just I just made my businesses. So in other words, he
$5 or for free.
He put it all out on his investors.
I was not correct on that one.
This is the thing about Trump. He's constantly, anybody that puts money into Trump is constantly getting fucked. Right? If you invest in Donald Trump, he will leave you. You will be the one to take the financial hit, not him. Right? He will leave your ass high and dry, and he's done it time after time. Like, right? This is what he does. He fucks up, and then he like makes it somebody else's problem. That is the Trump brand right there. That is 100% on brand for Trump.
Shut the fuck up about a prediction I made that was not correct. When I'm in the process of talking about how correct I am, do not remind people that I was incorrect that one time. Nobody ever lets me live that down. It's very annoying. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But yeah, this discourse pops up all the time.
True.
Anyway, yeah.
Got released during.
Oh my god, another
Cyberpunk
pig egg.
2077 Studio CD Projekt Red.
There's pig eggs all over the place. What is this
But saying
shit,
now that
though?
HP is anti-Semitic because of a lot of a plot involves goblins.
Oh my
so now
god,
it's
I'm kind of
anti-Semitism,
curious
transphobia. I still
about
agree with you
this.
that boycotting a game is dumb and doesn't accomplish anything productive. But if people feel morally unsettled,
kinda
then they shouldn't
curious.
play it, but that's true of any consumer item. I mean,
What's
I've
down
never,
there?
I would never in a million years be like, you definitely have to consume it because trans people are telling you not to. I don't give a shit. I also don't think that anyone has, other than like the permanently online brain broken weird fucking Gamergate neck bearded losers, are actually turning around and being like, I can't wait to buy this game now because it pisses off trans people. Like, That shit is so.
I mean, there
no,
are a lot of
no
people
one cares.
saying that shit,
This is
but
just a culture war blip.
I don't think I don't
okay?
believe
It
them.
is a culture war blip on pretty much no normal person's radar. Okay, I'll tell you a story. Okay, I will tell you a story. I was shocked, like a laser zapping me in the brain, and shivers went down my spine last night. Why? I'm on the basketball court. One of my favorite things to do is just like kind of dive into the lives of Normans when I go there, because there's a lot of fucking 9-to-5ers out there trying to blow steam. There's a lot of normal people that are playing basketball on the pickup courts. Everyone's the same. You're judged by how well you can ball, okay? One of my favorite things in that situation is to sometimes hear whatever fucking people are talking about, okay? Not eavesdropping, not being creepy. I just want to get a better assessment of what's going on. I also like to communicate with these people as well. It's like, I feel it, like I see it as like, you know, it's a weird way to look at it, but almost like market research. And one of the dudes that I was playing ball with, some fucking Indiana dude, okay? They were talking about like what films they've been watching. One of the guys said to the other, two just like the most normal looking white guys, they looked identical to one another from fucking Indiana. One of the dudes was asking the other one, have you watched any films lately? And the guy said, yeah, I watched a documentary, actually. It was pretty good. And I was like, ooh, I wonder what documentary you watched. I'm like eavesdropping a little bit. I'm being creepy, okay? Okay? Because I thought, like, maybe these guys are, like, wannabe actors or something. Who knows, okay? And he talked about the Tinder swindler, dude. So as far as, like, normal people, and, like, being
Tinder
up to
swindler?
date with, like, cultural relevancy.
What is he
or
even saying
an understanding
now?
of, like, what's popping right now. We are so far removed from the motherfucking Normans, dude, okay? That's literally such an old documentary at this point that, like, you probably forgot about it, okay? It's, like, a year old, but it feels like it was ages ago. Why? Because we are at the forefront of, like, information processing, where it's just, like, being fucking
I'm not
hit
sure if you're
and
talking
just
to me
pumped into
here,
our
'cause,
fucking
like,
brains
I'm
every goddamn
not.
second. But Normans are out there being like, yeah, I watched a new documentary that was sick. It's like about a guy who like scammed a bunch of women on Tinder. It's fucking fire, actually. Okay? So that's where motherfuckers are when they're not extremely online. Do you understand?
This is weirdly
That's
elitist.
where people are. So
This is
if you were
weirdly
to fucking
elitist.
pull someone aside at Universal Studios and go,
strange.
You know J.K. Rowling's a fucking turf and hates trans people? They'd be like, what language are you speaking to me right now?
shit.
Please get away from me unless you are trying to cast a new spell that I did not know about, that wasn't in the books or something. Explain to me what the spell is, or move away.
This guy.
Okay? That's the point. We always think
guy.
that, like, the things that we're talking about right now are super culturally relevant. They're, like, so important. Everyone's thinking about these things and making assessments off of that. They're making deliberate choices to be like, I want to be transphobic. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't want to make a safe space for trans people by purchasing this fucking piece of content. Like, dude, it's not even remotely
Can you
relevant.
please stop
Even on
saying
the other side, when people
safe
say,
space?
it's
Like,
the Barbara
Jesus
Streisand
Christ.
effect. They just Streisand affected Harry Potter. I'm like, dude, no, look at this. You can't Streisand affect the Bible. You can't Streisand affect Adolf Hitler, okay? These are things that are like permanently fucking a part of our existence and consciousness, okay? There is no such thing. Stop it. Stop over-analyzing and overvaluing.
He's telling himself a wild story based on one thing he creepily overheard. Yeah,
Your place in the consciousness. You are nothing but a blip on the fucking radar. You can't, in any meaningful way, change the direction of IP that is this popular, okay? You can't Streisand affect it and get more people to go out and purchase it, and you can't do the opposite. It's just the moment that you think that, you are unfortunately extremely online. I saw this argument
here's the thing. Here's the thing. We shouldn't have to have this conversation with you, right? Like, the fact that you know, are like, I'm a trans ally, and then the second this turf game comes out, you're like, I'm going to play that. Right? And then all these trans people like looking at, giving you the side eye. And you wonder why. You fucking wonder why, right? Like, there's a fundamental contradiction that is not on trans people to work out, Hasan. It's on you, okay? It is on you to work out, like, you know, which side you're on. I guess. Get back to me when you have an answer.
Plus F threads. People being like, oh, dude, that's why I think people are just like, more people are buying it. Like, no, there is no one way or the other on this. It is completely outside of your control, okay? Yeah, it's like when racists try to boycott the NFL. Exactly. You understand? What the fuck? How did you find this? This is unlisted.
Correspondences with that are good characters, well-written characters, and on top of that, there's some negative depictions of trans people as well, of course, as there is of all different marginalized identities, then yes, it is, I guess, transphobic. They get your gender through your voice, a known transphobic trope, dude. First of all, from what I understand, they changed that. They fixed it. So what the fuck are you still complaining about? Again, and secondly, even if it was a even if it was originally a fucking misstep, even if it was originally a fucking problem, okay? Even if it was originally a problem, understand? It's still an oversight problem, okay? It's still a fucking oversight problem where they built two fucking entire different like plot lines. It's like saying it is biased against pansexuals, okay? The game is biased against pansexuals because there's only
The
main
article downplayed the harm J.K. Rowling is causing, and so is Hasan. It's not just transphobic comments. The arrogance of telling trans people the correct way to respond to bigotry. Yeah.
character can be bisexual or pansexual, but the main character is locked into romance options, like with someone like Judy, for example, who only fucks you if you are a girl, or someone like River, who only fucks you if you are a girl, and unfortunately, Pan Am doesn't fuck you if you are a girl. Like, that's...
Is that the same room you're in now? No. Okay, as a community, if something like this happens again in the future, can we agree to immediately support Hasan by critically consuming, exploring problematic content like how we do with COD? This community always will inevitably, understand my perspective on it. It's just you are never going to be able to silence the outside weirdos. That's it. Anyway, that Trump cutout I sold for charity. Making up states for the sake of your basketball story is a new low. Yeah, Indiana does not exist. I can't believe you caught it. Okay, let's finish this. Sorry. My ideal world is that we just stop talking about her, stop talking about the game, stop talking about Harry Potter, Earl said. If you buy the game, I'm not telling you you're transphobe or an anti-trans bigot, but I would question whether you're an ally. Conflicted feelings have prompted some fans to agree to only buy the game secondhand. What are we going to do about liberals, man? What are we going to do about libs? Oh, maybe I could just buy it secondhand. It's like, why? Why are you making, like, what is, just buy it. Just fucking buy it. You're a blip in the goddamn radar if you want to buy it that bad. Or pirate it. Like, I don't get it. Others like 28-year-old Ryan Mills said they plan to match every dollar they spend on Hogwarts Legacy with a donation to the Trevor Project, a nonprofit organization that offers mental health support to the LGBT youth.
Okay.
Life is short and sucky. I think this game is just going to make me happy, make me feel warm for a while like I did when I was a kid, said Mills. If the early buzz is any indication, the calls for boycotts may not be as effective as Earl and other activists had hoped. I think pre-order has been particularly strong because it's launching at a time when there has been a vacuum of major releases of big budget games, said Pierce Harding Rolls, a research director at gaming and media analytics firm Ampere Analysis. The budget for Hogwarts Legacy won't have been small, so WBIE has taken significant risk in funding the title, but it looks like that is about to pay off. On Tuesday, Hogwarts Legacy had more than
1 minute he says Jessie is great, and the next minute he's mocking her.
Current viewers on the video game site Twitch, breaking the record for most one-day viewers of a single-player game. Hogwarts Legacy is also on pre-order sold 10 million copies when Elden Ring, had sold 13 million copies in the first month after release. So we're talking pre-releases at 10 million. So get ready for a wave, okay? Get ready for a fucking wave. It's going to grow even further. You'll never see terminally online weirdos telling you to boycott COD because many of those affected